Chen Lin'an stood at the entrance of Old York Pizzeria in Manhattan, New York, gazing at the bustling crowd both inside and outside the shop. He couldn't help but sigh in amazement. It was a stark contrast to the desolate days of the past. Now, the business was thriving beyond imagination. Holding a tall stack of pizza boxes in his arms, he squeezed through the crowded doorway and jogged over to place them into the insulated box on the back of a delivery scooter. Once done, he let out a long breath and allowed a faint smile to creep across his lips. Few having too much business is truly a sweet burden. This flourishing scene was, in fact, a carefully prepared gift from Chen Lin'an to Old York. A few years ago, the pizzeria had been as desolate as a winter street. To repay the old man's life-saving kindness, Chen Lin'an had drawn upon memories from his previous life and, after countless experiments, successfully transformed what were once eccentric and nearly inedible pizzas into the highly sought-after delicacies they were today. 4 years ago, Chen Lin'an had unexpectedly traveled to this strange new world. In his previous life, he had been a frail and sickly orphan who spent his entire life in an orphanage, passing away on his 18th birthday. To his astonishment, he opened his eyes to find himself reborn, back to the age of 13 or 14, with a completely different appearance. This second chance at life felt like winning a divine lottery. When he first crossed over, fragmented memories flashed painfully through his mind. After the pain subsided, he only remembered that he had traveled to another world and changed bodies. All other information about his new identity dissipated like morning mist, vanishing in an instant. Arriving in this world with nothing, unable to speak the language, he wandered aimlessly through the streets in the early autumn chill. Fortunately, Old York took him in. Otherwise, the high-fevered and unconscious Chen Lin'an might have ended his newly begun life in some filthy corner. Just as Chen Lin'an was getting ready to head out for a delivery, Old York, wearing an apron, pushed through the crowd with a stern expression, stopping him in his tracks. Opening the insulated box, Old York scolded loudly, "You rascal! Didn't I tell you not to take so many pizzas at once? It's too dangerous on the bike." Chen Lin'an reluctantly put down the kickstand and explained with a smile, "My riding skills are fine. Taking one extra order saves a trip, which improves efficiency and saves time. Isn't that a good thing?" Old York took out part of the deliveries and glared at him with his piercing blue eyes. Young people are always so reckless and overconfident. Then, Old York started recounting an old story. "Back in my 20s, I knew a so-called motorcycle expert. Motorcycles back then weren't as safe as they are now. That guy, just like you, was full of himself. He loaded 3 girls onto one bike. 1 crouched in the front, and 2 sat on the back." Chen Lin'an's eyes lit up. "Wow, and how many did you take at once?" Old York, annoyed, kicked him lightly on the shin. "Don't interrupt me. Still got the nerve to joke about it. Sounds enviable, doesn't it? 1 guy, 3 girls." But less than 5 minutes later, they all went to meet their maker. Startled, Chen Lin'an asked what happened. Old York explained the bike was overloaded, and when it turned a corner, it went straight off the road and into the sea. That guy still owed me $50 for motorcycle parts. Guess I'll never see that money again in this lifetime. Chen Lin'an muttered under his breath. There's a big difference between the weight of pizzas and people. Old York patted him on the back, speaking earnestly. Accidents won't spare you just because you're carrying pizzas. As long as you're overloaded, even a single extra can of beer could tip the scales. Chen Lin'an nodded in understanding and mounted the scooter again. Vroom. He turned the key and twisted the throttle, and the engine roared to life. Just then, Old York called out again, "Don't forget your helmet." Chen Lin'an quickly put it on and waited for Old York's inspection. Satisfied, Old York nodded. "All right, be careful on the road. No need to rush. Safety first." Chen Lin'an waved goodbye. "Got it, you head back in." With that, he headed toward his first delivery point. As he watched Chen Lin'an ride off into the distance, a rare, gentle smile appeared on Old York's usually stern face. Over the years, the two had grown as close as father and son. Old York had given Chen Lin'an a new life, while Chen Lin'an had brought warmth to Old York's home. Old York, who had never experienced familial love in his childhood, might have been sold off by his drug-addicted mother for cash if he hadn't been useful around the house. To him, Chen Lin'an's arrival was like the fulfillment of a wish he had made with a lighter on his 10th birthday. though it had taken over 50 years to come true. Once Chen Lin'an disappeared around the street corner, old York returned to the shop to continue working. He thought to himself that he needed to hire a few more delivery staff since Chen Lin'an would soon be starting school, and his studies couldn't be compromised. Ever since his rebirth, Chen Lin'an had not only been physically robust, but also extraordinarily sharp-minded, making academics a breeze for him. He had consistently ranked first in his school. Old York suspected that his mental clarity and sharpness might be due to his unique status as a traveler between worlds. Thinking about Chen Lin'an's excellence and maturity, Old York's entire demeanor radiated happiness. This led the apprentices and employees around him to quietly speculate. What's gotten into the old man? Did someone introduce him to a romantic prospect? Is the old tree blooming at last? Just then, a distracted apprentice accidentally burned a pizza to a crisp. Enraged, Old York yelled, "What's going on in that head of yours? This pizza's as black as your grandma's washcloth." The apprentice quickly apologized and pulled the charred pizza from the oven. Old York continued berating him. "I'm docking your pay for this lump of dough. Making pizza requires focus. If you keep up this attitude, just pack up and go home to play." Surprisingly, instead of getting angry, the apprentice seemed even more motivated, kneading dough with newfound rhythm. He even muttered under his breath, "That's it. This feels right. Keep scolding me." Old York busied himself in the shop, while Chen Lin'an darted through the city delivering orders. Thanks to his impressive writing skills and familiarity with the streets, he was far more efficient than the other delivery riders, often completing all his deliveries in just 40 minutes. One last order. After this, the day's business is done, Chen Lin'an muttered to himself. He glanced at the address in his hand, looked around, then donned his helmet and sped off toward his destination. By now, the sun had dipped below the horizon. Once the evening rush was over, the pizzeria would close for the day. Though they could earn more by staying open longer, Old York firmly believed that money wasn't everything. Rest was essential. It was the only way to truly live life. Chen Lin'an wholeheartedly agreed. For him, money was merely a means to a better life. Sacrificing normal living for wealth? What would be the point of that? To end up spending it all in a hospital? Vroom vroom. Chen Lin'an hummed a tune as he twisted the throttle, the motorbike zipping through the nearly empty streets like a flash of lightning. This was a shortcut he'd discovered himself, one that made his deliveries faster and more efficient. Before long, he handed the final pizza to the customer, a blonde woman with voluminous curls. Upon seeing his sharp features and athletic build, warmly invited him inside to share the pizza with her. Chen Lin'an, however, politely declined. People these days sure are enthusiastic, he thought, shaking his head with a wry smile as he recalled her flirtatious gaze and deliberately seductive posture. He fastened his helmet once more, ready to head back. The sun had completely vanished by now, replaced by a crescent moon hanging in the night sky, casting a gentle glow over the streets. The roads were almost deserted, which meant he could return to the shop even faster. Running around all afternoon, "I'm starting to feel a bit hungry," Chen Lin'an murmured, patting his rumbling stomach. He eased the throttle slightly, eager to get back and grab a bite. Vroom vroom. The motorbike sliced through the night like a shadow, the rush of the wind invigorating him. With his unusually sharp reflexes, Chen Lin'an had a natural talent for riding, almost like Takumi Fujiwara from Initial D. To him, the world seemed to slow down when he was on the road, even as his speed increased. Just as he was reveling in the thrill of the ride, something unusual appeared ahead. At the intersection, a black cat staggered into the road, its body convulsing unnaturally. Its pitch-black eyes were like voids, its mouth foaming, and even its whiskers were matted with froth. The eerie, twitching movements of the cat were both unsettling and spine-chilling. Blending almost perfectly with the shadows of the night, the cat was nearly invisible. Chen Lin'an, focused on the road and preoccupied with his growling stomach, didn't notice it right away. The cat, however, seemed fixated on him, its dark eyes locked onto him as he approached. In the split second that Chen Lin'an was about to pass the intersection, the cat suddenly launched itself like a rocket, darting straight toward him and brushing past his helmet. "Whoa!" Chen Lin'an yelled instinctively as the black cat leapt into his path. Reflexively, He slammed on the brakes. The sudden deceleration sent him flying off the seat, and the motorbike tumbled uncontrollably, rolling several times before crashing into a roadside drainage ditch. Chen Lin'an hit the ground, rolling several times before coming to a painful stop. His entire body ached, and he wasn't sure if any bones were broken. What the hell just happened? Why would a cat jump at someone like that? He muttered through gritted teeth, wincing as he struggled to his feet. The black cat had vanished without a trace, likely retreating into the nearby woods. Frustration welled up inside him. Who could have expected something so absurd? Ugh, this hurts, he groaned, carefully removing his helmet and inspecting himself under the moonlight for injuries. Am I lucky? My clothes are torn, but my skin's fine, just a bit dirty. He checked the scrapes on his arms and legs, surprised to find no wounds. His mood lightened slightly at the discovery. Turning his gaze to the motorbike lying in the drainage ditch, Chen Lin'an let out a bitter laugh. Other people drift around drainage ditches. I just drove straight into one. Guess my skills still need work, he muttered, shaking his head. Rolling up his sleeves, he jumped into the ditch to try and haul the bike out. The ditch wasn't deep, but the motorbike was heavy. Figuring it was worth a try, he decided to see if he could manage it himself. Otherwise, he'd have to call for a tow truck. Thankfully, his phone was sturdy enough to survive the fall, unlike the delicate smartphones from his previous life, which would have shattered into pieces by now. His train of thought sparked an idea in his mind. He considered ways to earn money before, but had put those plans on hold to help old York run the pizzeria. Perhaps he could capitalize on things that existed in his previous world but hadn't yet emerged in this one, exploiting the gap in knowledge to bring prosperity to himself and old York. Tucking the idea away for later, he focused on the immediate task, retrieving the bike. Scavenging the nearby woods, he found some wooden planks and large stones, assembling a makeshift, albeit flimsy, slope. It's crude, but it might do the trick, he muttered, nodding as he assessed his handiwork. With a deep breath, he began pushing the bike. To his surprise, it worked. The motorbike was out of the ditch in no time. Turns out it wasn't as hard as I thought. Guess I overcomplicated it, Chen Lin'an mused, steadying the bike. It's got wheels, after all. As long as there's a slope, it's manageable. Stretching his arms, he reflected on his mix of bad and good fortune. Sure, the bizarre accident had caused a crash, but at least he'd come out of it unscathed. The initial pain had all but faded now. After confirming that the bike was still in working order, Chen Lin'an put his helmet back on, climbed aboard, and revved the engine. Growl, growl, growl. His stomach growled even louder. I'm starving. Good thing the shop's not far now, he thought, twisting the throttle and speeding off. When he arrived at the pizzeria, only old York remained. The other employees had finished cleaning up and gone home. As soon as Chen Lin'an walked through the door, the tantalizing aroma of dinner drew him straight to the food old York had prepared. In mere seconds, he devoured a slice of pizza. Hearing the commotion, old York emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of freshly fried fries. But his expression darkened as soon as he noticed the tears and dirt on Chen Lin'an's clothes. Setting the plate aside, he hurried over, his face a mix of concern and sternness. What happened to you? He demanded, inspecting Chen Lin'an from head to toe. Chen Lin'an waved dismissively, swallowing a bite of pizza and chasing it down with a gulp of soda. Burp, I almost ran into a cat on the road. Slammed the brakes too hard, and the bike tipped over. But don't worry, I'm fine, just a torn shirt. Honestly, I'm pretty lucky, ouch. Why'd you hit me? Before he could finish, old York smacked him on the head, his voice rising with anger and worry. How many times have I told you to be careful and not ride so fast? And you tipped over because of a cat. Why did you brake so suddenly? At that speed, for your own safety, you should have just hit the thing, cat or not. Do you even realize how dangerous that was? This time he got lucky. But do you think you can count on luck every time? Old York's face had turned beet red from frustration. Seeing Chen Lin'an sitting there, still grinning sheepishly despite being covered in dirt, only made him angrier. What kind of fool risked his life for a stray cat? No more riding for you. Tomorrow, either stay home and study or hang out with your friends. Don't bother coming to the shop. I don't need the help, old York huffed, pulling a wad of cash from his pocket and tossing it onto the table in front of Chen Lin'an. With that, he stormed back into the kitchen to prepare some spaghetti, ignoring Chen Lin'an's attempts to reassure and plead with him. Realizing Old York was genuinely upset, Chen Lin'an could only shut his mouth and focus on his food, channeling his frustration into his appetite. Strangely, he found himself eating more than usual tonight. Could I be growing again, he wondered as he polished off another slice of pizza. After the motorcycle accident, Old York stayed true to his word. He took back Chen Lin'an's keys and forbade him from helping in the shop any further. Though he had already handed Chen Lin'an a stack of cash that night, before he left the house, Old York, concerned about the safety of carrying only cash, slipped a bank card into Chen Lin'an's hand. Watching Old York wave goodbye and walk away, Chen Lin'an scratched his head, tucking the cash and card into his pocket while pondering where to go. Since his arrival in this world, he had been unfamiliar with the surroundings and had focused solely on his studies. As a result, he rarely attended student parties or events, leaving him with virtually no friends. He recalled how other students, often compared unfavorably to him by their parents, had spread all sorts of strange rumors about him. They claimed he had a peculiar personality, suspected him of having autism, or even said he had some mental condition requiring daily medication. In short, they attributed nearly every bizarre ailment they could think of to him. Chen Lin'an, however, wasn't bothered in the least. In fact, he enjoyed the peace and quiet. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to a solitary lifestyle. The idea of hanging out with rowdy American students, who were daring and reckless in their pursuits, didn't appeal to him at all. Despite living in this country for over 4 years, he still couldn't fully embrace certain traditions and habits here. Forget it. I'll just wander around the city and maybe pick up some clothes for Old York. It's a new season, and he's still wearing his old stuff, Chen Lin'an decided after a moment of thought. He changed into a simple yet stylish black and white ensemble. Combined with his handsome face and athletic 185 centimeters frame, his look exuded an effortless charm and sophistication. Though Old York had banned him from riding motorcycles, driving a car was still allowed. After all, compared to the iron-wrapped flesh of a motorcycle, cars were far safer. Even so, Old York had repeatedly warned him to drive slowly, emphasizing that while a damaged car could be repaired, a life lost could not be replaced. Chen Lin'an had laughed and solemnly promised to be careful. Opening the garage, he walked toward a black SUV parked at the front. It was one of his favorite models. The garage was filled mostly with cars from this brand, known for their safety, with a reputation so strong that people joked, "You can die anywhere, but not inside this car." The SUV rolled smoothly out of the garage and onto the main road, picking up speed. Before long, Chen Lin'an arrived at Fifth Avenue, home to countless famous brands and boutiques that could easily take hours to explore. He strolled past shop windows, scanning for clothes that would suit Old York. Given Old York's age and traditional nature, anything too flashy or extravagant was out of the question. Chen Lin'an spent the afternoon browsing and shopping, taking breaks at coffee shops to rest and snack when he got tired. It wasn't until the sun began to set that he finally gathered his shopping bags and prepared to head home. Fifth Avenue was crowded as always, and to avoid being stuck in traffic, he had parked his car farther away. After all, a short walk was far better than being trapped in gridlock. After walking for about 10 minutes, he finally reached the parking area, only to find several men gathered around his car. A hooded black man was skillfully working on the car door with tools, while 2 accomplices, a black man and a white man, stood nearby, keeping watch. "Damn it, you've been at this for 10 minutes already. Why isn't the door open yet?" The white lookout, clearly agitated, glanced around nervously as he hissed at the hooded man. "F***********, you." The hooded man snapped without looking up. "I told you this car's high-end and hard to crack, but you insisted I give it a try." As the group bickered, Chen Lin'an approached calmly, stopping a short distance from the car. "Hey, gentlemen, that's my car. I suggest you stop what you're doing and leave immediately," he said coldly, his brow furrowed. The white man, already riled up from his argument, grew bolder upon seeing that Chen Lin'an was alone. Pulling out a knife, he waved it threateningly as he stepped toward Chen Lin'an. "Bad luck for you, kid. This car is ours now. Leave your cash too, or I'll put a few holes in you." As the white man advanced, the silent, burly black man cracked his knuckles and moved in as well. Chen Lin'an smirked faintly, his left hand already resting on the gun tucked behind his waistband, concealed by his shopping bags. He waited for the two to come closer, ready to send a bullet into their chest the moment they crossed the line. Having lived here for several years, Chen Lin'an was well aware of the city's dangers. Thanks to Old York's insistence on teaching him self-defense, he was well prepared for situations like this. The handgun, carefully chosen by Old York, was paired with combat training from a martial arts master. With his enhanced learning abilities since his rebirth, Chen Lin'an had quickly mastered these skills, to the point where he could hold his own against professional fighters. These unlucky thugs had picked the wrong person to mess with. At such close range, Chen Lin'an was confident he wouldn't miss. The shadow of death loomed over the thieves, though they remained blissfully unaware. Just as Chen Lin'an was about to draw his gun and act, a white web shot down from above, snagging the two advancing men and hoisting them into the air. The white man's knife clattered to the ground. The hooded man, still focused on the car, caught the scene in his peripheral vision and immediately abandoned his efforts, attempting to flee. But after just 2 steps, another strand of webbing ensnared him, yanking him back to the spot. In mere seconds, all 3 were bound and suspended in midair. Stealing cars isn't exactly a noble hobby. "I hope you'll have a nice chat with the cops about your choices," said a clear, confident voice from above. Looking up, Chen Lin'an saw a figure in a red and blue suit crouched impossibly on a wall. "Spider-Man," Chen Lin'an murmured, relaxing his grip on his gun as he recognized the iconic superhero. Spider-Man nodded with a grin. "That's right. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Are you hurt? Need a ride to the hospital?" Chen Lin'an waved him off with a smile. "I'm fine. Thanks for the timely save." As they spoke, the sound of approaching sirens grew louder. It seemed Spider-Man had already alerted the police to deal with the car thieves. "No problem. Safe travels," Spider-Man called out cheerfully as Chen Lin'an opened the car door and got in. Chen Lin'an gave a brief wave out the window before driving off slowly. Watching the taillights disappear into the distance, Spider-Man climbed back to the rooftop and pulled off his mask to catch his breath. Few, if I'm not mistaken, Leon, Chen Lin'an's English name, was ready to handle those guys himself, Peter Parker thought, replaying the scene in his mind. Chen Lin'an and Peter Parker had been classmates since high school. Both were top students, though Chen Lin'an consistently held the #1 spot. They had little interaction back then, only becoming casual acquaintances in college due to a shared lab course. Leon didn't even flinch back there. "Incredible," Peter mused, still amazed by Chen Lin'an's composure. Without his spider powers, Peter doubted he could have remained so calm in such a situation. Thinking back to the old rumors about Chen Lin'an, claims of him being reclusive, gloomy, or mentally unstable, Peter shook his head. From what he'd observed recently, Chen Lin'an seemed approachable enough. Yet the image of him calmly preparing to draw a gun lingered in Peter's mind, leaving him uncertain. Probably approachable, I think," Peter muttered to himself, still wrestling with his thoughts. As Chen Lin'an drove home, a piece of chocolate casually tucked between his lips, he carried bags of clothes and other small items in his hands. For some reason, the aroma from a candy shop he passed earlier had been particularly enticing, prompting him to enter and buy a large bag of assorted chocolates. Crunch! He popped the last piece of chocolate into his mouth and tossed the wrapper into a trash bin, his thoughts drifting back to the day's encounter. "Never thought I'd run into Spider-Man." Chen Lin'an had long realized this world was extraordinary, especially after witnessing its peculiar events and people. Back in his previous life at the orphanage, many children had adored Spider-Man. If not for those experiences, he might not have realized he was now in a world where comic book characters were real. Unfortunately, he hadn't been particularly interested in superheroes in his past life. Had he known he would end up in this world, he might have spent a bit more time chatting with those Spider-Man-loving kids, learning more about the character in his world. Letting out a sigh, Chen Lin'an muttered to himself, "Oh well, no use dwelling on that. I'll just focus on living my life here." To him, people like Spider-Man existed in a realm far removed from his own. All he needed to do was concentrate on his own path. Shaking off these scattered thoughts, he opened the door and stepped into his home. As the days passed, the calendar quickly ticked down to the final week of summer vacation. To Chen Lin'an's delight, Old York finally returned his motorcycle keys. Overjoyed, he immediately took the bike out for a half-day joyride, nearly driving old York into a fit of rage and making him consider confiscating the keys yet again. With the motorcycle back in his life, Chen Lin'an resumed occasionally helping with deliveries, particularly during peak hours when the shop was overwhelmed with orders. One afternoon, he selected a few deliveries along routes he knew well and could shortcut through. As usual, old York reminded him to drive carefully and even double-check the insulated box to ensure he hadn't snuck in extra pizzas. Thanks to his familiarity with the area and its shortcuts, Chen Lin'an completed most of the deliveries in under 30 minutes. Only one more remained, the farthest one of the day. Let's see where this is. He glanced at the address on the delivery note and muttered to himself, 30 East 15th Avenue? That's really far. Are we taking orders that reach this far out now? Scratching his head in confusion, he couldn't help but wonder why such a distant order had been accepted. Still, there was no time to waste. The pizza would get cold, and he needed to deliver it promptly. After scanning his surroundings and planning his route, he set off toward the address. Meanwhile, inside a room at 30 East 15th Avenue, a man lay bound on the floor, his body battered and bloodied, his head swollen and grotesquely misshapen. Surrounding him was a group of men, with one particularly burly, bald individual seated in a chair, his expression cold and menacing as he stared at the man on the ground. The dried blood on his fists was enough to confirm his role in the victim's horrific condition. "Joey Baker, my dear brother," the bald man said in a low, menacing voice. "Even now you're still playing tough." Hearing the voice, the man on the floor, Joey Baker, began trembling uncontrollably. "Boss Harvey, there must be some misunderstanding. I've never betrayed the Bloodhead Gang. I'm loyal to the gang, I swear," he pleaded, his voice trembling with fear. Harvey Harmon, the bald man, sighed impatiently and nonchalantly picked at his ear with his pinky finger. Without warning, he stomped down on Joey's bound hands with his leather shoe. Joey's agonized scream echoed through the silent room, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing under pressure. Crouching down to meet Joey's teary, swollen eyes, Harvey sneered, "If it weren't for my brother's insistence that you need to die with clarity, I'd have snapped your neck half an hour ago, you worthless mutt." He continued, his tone icy and detached. "The Bloodhead Gang gives you everything you could want, money, women, even drugs. But there's one rule, no betrayal. We made that crystal clear on your first day. So don't bother begging. You should have been prepared to face the consequences of your actions." Reaching into the inside pocket of his suit, Harvey produced a small recording device. Click! He pressed a button, and the recording played aloud. The voices revealed Joey Baker, selling the gang's confidential information for a hefty profit. Unfortunately for Joey, his betrayal had been uncovered, and whatever dreams he had of spending his newfound wealth would remain unfulfilled. As Joey fell silent, his excuses exhausted, Harvey put the recorder away and rolled up his sleeves. "Arg!" Joey's cries rang out once more as Harvey's fists and feet descended relentlessly. Each blow sapped more life from the man on the floor until, finally, the room fell silent. Joey Baker lay lifeless, his body motionless. Harvey exhaled deeply, catching his breath. He wiped his bloodied hands on his jacket, which he then discarded. "Clean this up," he instructed his men calmly. "And get the gasoline. This place is going up in flames tonight." Lighting a cigar, Harvey inhaled deeply, the smoke curling around his face and masking the cruel satisfaction in his eyes. He knew he wasn't as smart or strategic as his brother, but he didn't need to be. His role was simple, to be the sharpest blade in his brother's arsenal. And he relished it. Every punch, every splatter of blood, every fleeting life he crushed under his fists. As Harvey savored his cigar and his men began tidying the scene, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ding dong! The crisp chime cut through the tension like a blade. Instantly, everyone in the room froze. Under Harvey Harmon's steely gaze, one of his men pulled a pistol from his waistband and cautiously approached the door. Peeking through the peephole, he saw a young Asian man wearing a delivery uniform and a helmet, holding a stack of pizza boxes. "Hello, is anyone home? Your pizza has arrived," Chen Lin'an called out, pressing the doorbell again. "Strange," he muttered to himself when no one responded despite the lights being on inside. "The lights are on, but no one's answering. The man at the door hesitated, glancing back at Harvey for instructions. Harvey, seething with rage, silently cursed Joey Baker. Who would have thought this pathetic traitor had ordered takeout? Did he do it before they arrived? Harvey's eyes flashed with cold calculation as he briefly entertained the idea of killing the delivery boy to avoid loose ends. However, recalling his brother's warning not to complicate matters unnecessarily, he reconsidered. After a moment of thought, he whispered to the man at the door, "We'll hide. You get rid of him quickly and don't give anything away." The man nodded, waited for the others to conceal themselves, then tucked his gun back into his waistband and cleared his throat. "Hold on. Just grabbing some change," he said, raising his voice. A few seconds later, he cracked the door open just enough to take the pizzas from Chen Lin'an. Although Chen Lin'an found the delay and the partially open door a bit odd, he didn't dwell on it. Following protocol, he said, "Thanks for your order. That'll be $32. Here's some discount coupons for next time. We look forward to serving you again." The man at the door placed the pizzas on the floor and pulled 4 $10 bills from his pocket, handing them over. "Keep the change. Consider it your tip." Chen Lin'an smiled politely. "Thank you for your generosity. Have a great day." The man nodded tersely, eager to send him on his way. But just as he was about to close the door, a commotion erupted inside. The sound of something heavy thudding against the floor echoed through the house. The man handling the body had lost his grip, causing Joey Baker's corpse to slide down the stairs. Its head hit the ground with a dull, sickening thud. Panic flickered across the faces of the men inside. The culprit quickly grabbed the body by its legs and hauled it back up the stairs. Joey's mutilated, blood-soaked corpse had made the stairs slippery, reducing the friction and leading to the mishap. The man at the door tensed, instinctively shifting his body to block Chen Lin'an's view. Chen Lin'an, hearing the noise, turned his head curiously but didn't press the matter. Probably just their pet knocking something over, he thought, dismissing the sound. With that, he mounted his motorcycle and headed home. The man at the door watched him leave through the window, only relaxing once he was sure Chen Lin'an was gone. "Boss, I didn't mean for it to happen." The man who had dropped the body stammered in terror as Harvey's icy stare bore into him. The corpse was too slippery from all the blood. "I didn't grip it tight enough, but I pulled it back up right away. It wasn't even 2 seconds. That delivery guy didn't notice anything, I swear." Harvey said nothing, his cold gaze shifting to the man who had answered the door. Did the delivery boy notice anything? The door guard thought for a moment before shaking his head. "I don't think so. I only opened the door halfway, and when the noise happened, I shifted enough to block his view. He shouldn't have seen anything." Still silent, Harvey strode to the window to confirm the street was empty. Then he stepped outside and stood where Chen Lin'an had been moments earlier. Turning back toward the house, he instructed the door guard, "Stand where you were and repeat your actions exactly as before." The man complied, reenacting his movements. Harvey scrutinized him for a moment, then nodded. "It looks like he really couldn't see anything. You're tall enough to block the view." Harvey stepped down the porch stairs and turned back toward the house, surveying the scene from another angle. "Don't move," he ordered the door guard, who froze in place as Harvey continued his evaluation. "You stood just like that, yes?" Harvey asked again, his voice low and deliberate. The man nodded after thinking it over carefully. "Yes, I was standing just like this." Without a word, Harvey returned to the house, grabbed the man who had dropped the corpse, and slammed his head against the staircase. Bang! 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 The sickening thuds of bone meeting were accompanied by the man's agonized screams, which gradually weakened until he was barely conscious and could only moan feebly. Harvey finally released him, his expression still ice-cold. When that delivery boy turned his head, he could have easily seen the blood at the base of the stairs through the gap between your legs, Harvey said, addressing the door guard. If this idiot hadn't pulled the body high enough, the kid might have even seen part of the head. Cold sweat trickled down the door guard's back as he realized the gravity of the mistake. He feared Harvey might punish him as well. "You did well," Harvey said, his deep voice cutting through the tension. "This wasn't your fault." He turned his piercing gaze toward the injured man on the floor. "But that delivery boy is still a problem. We don't know for sure whether he noticed anything or not. You'll take care of it. Make him disappear quietly or make it look like an accident. The door guard exhaled in relief, grateful to avoid Harvey's wrath. The task of dealing with the delivery boy was troublesome, but manageable. Understood. I'll take care of it immediately. We'll monitor him closely for the next couple of days. Harvey nodded in approval before issuing his final orders. Clean this place up and get rid of the evidence. Take these 2 pieces of trash back and feed them to the dogs. Yes, boss. Half an hour later, the house was engulfed in orange flames, the crackle of fire consuming the structure as it reduced everything to ash and rubble, erasing all traces of what had transpired within. Chen Lin'an was completely unaware of the dark forces quietly lurking behind him, poised to devour him. At that moment, all he cared about was getting home quickly. His stomach was growling incessantly. Once home, Chen Lin'an went about his usual routine of eating and sleeping. Lately, his appetite had grown significantly, and he had developed an inexplicable craving for chocolate. Not just any chocolate, though. It had to be of the rich, creamy, and high-quality variety that left a lingering sweetness on his palate. After satisfying his hunger, he burrowed into his warm bed, ready to rest. The new school term was just days away, and with many responsibilities awaiting him, these leisurely moments felt all the more precious. With these thoughts in mind, he soon relaxed and drifted into a deep sleep. But as he slept, something strange began to happen. His abdomen slowly began to rise, pushing the tightly wrapped blanket away until it slid off to the side. From his stomach, a viscous black liquid began to seep out, oozing and stretching outward as if trying to escape some unseen restraint. The black substance writhed and extended, struggling to gain more ground, but its progress was painstakingly slow. After more than half an hour, it had only managed to stretch a mere half-centimeter farther. Just as it continued trembling and attempting to spread, a powerful force surged from within Chen Lin'an, pulling the viscous black liquid back into his body. The black sludge split into tendril-like extensions, clawing at its surroundings in a desperate attempt to anchor itself. Yet against the overwhelming pull, its resistance was futile. Within seconds, it was completely reabsorbed into Chen Lin'an's body. Aside from the displaced blanket, there was no trace of anything unusual. Eat the sandwich and drink the milk on the table. Once you're done, we're heading out to restock supplies. Business has been booming lately. I thought we had enough inventory to last another week, but I guess not, Old York said as he shook his newspaper, addressing Chen Lin'an, who was coming down the stairs after washing up. Chen Lin'an yawned as he pulled out a chair and sat down. Though he'd had enough hours of sleep, he still felt inexplicably fatigued, likely due to his vivid dreams. In his dream, he had turned into a writhing mass of black, viscous material, constantly twisting and moving. Reflecting on the strange dream, Chen Lin'an shook his head and picked up the sandwich to eat. Old York, still engrossed in his newspaper, occasionally sighed in frustration, seemingly annoyed with the content. "What's wrong, old man? Did your lottery numbers not come in?" Chen Lin'an teased between bites. Old York shot him a glare. "You brat. I'm sighing because of these damn newspapers. Just look at this nonsense. Nothing but gossip and shallow puff pieces. There's no substance here at all." He handed a section of the newspaper to Chen Lin'an. "And look at the Daily Bugle. Their editor must have mashed potatoes for brains. The whole page is filled with stories about that masked vigilante Spider-Man. Anything for a quick buck, I suppose. No integrity." Glancing at the stack of newspapers, Chen Lin'an nodded in agreement. After downing his glass of milk, he asked curiously, "So what's your take on Spider-Man? I actually ran into him the other day." "You ran into him?" Old York squinted his eyes as he replied slowly. "He's just a hot-blooded, reckless, idealistic, and somewhat pitiable young man. Sure, some people might be grateful for his sense of justice and good heart, but most are just entertained, like the folks at the Daily Bugle. Honestly, I feel bad for his parents. No one wants their kid putting their life on the line every day." As he finished speaking, Old York's expression shifted to one of concern. "Wait, you said you ran into him? What happened? Were you in danger?" Chen Lin'an wiped his mouth and waved dismissively. "It wasn't a big deal. After shopping the other day, I came back to find some thugs trying to steal my car. When I approached, they decided they might as well try to rob me too. If Spider-Man hadn't shown up in time, those guys wouldn't have walked away alive. My gun's no joke." Hearing Chen Lin'an's account, Old York's stern expression softened slightly. Good. You did the right thing. In situations like that, you can't afford to hesitate. Those scumbags made their choice when they decided to act, and they should be prepared for the worst consequences. Never show mercy to your enemies. It only puts you and the people you care about in danger. Chen Lin'an nodded, sharing the same belief. While he was usually easygoing and approachable, he wouldn't hesitate to use any means necessary to eliminate a threat if one arose. Old Yerk glanced at his watch and stood up. It's getting late. We should head out now. If we leave now, we'll be back by lunchtime. Let's hope those suppliers have improved their skills. As the head chef of the pizzeria, Old Yerk was known for his exacting standards, a quality that played a significant role in the shop's current success. The shop's previous struggles were largely due to his lack of knowledge about sauces and ingredient pairings. While he excelled at preparing dough and managing the oven, his pizzas lacked flavor and appeal. It wasn't until Chen Lin'an introduced simple yet effective recipes for sauces and toppings that the tide began to turn. Old Yerk had once explained that his mentor, after recognizing his deficiencies in this area, had eventually given up on teaching him. Determined to prove himself, Old Yerk used his life savings to open the pizzeria. But after years of effort, all he proved was that his mentor had been right. His pizzas became infamous for being nearly inedible. Still, his pizzas had some redeeming qualities. The dough was perfectly kneaded, and the crust was cooked to perfection. For those willing to pinch their noses, his pizzas were edible and cheap enough to fill a stomach. That was the only reason the shop survived long enough for Chen Lin'an to step in. Nowadays, old customers still occasionally reminisced about the bad old days of Old Yerk's pizzas. Some even went out of their way to order the old-school pizza, which remained on the menu as a hidden item, just to relive the experience. Strangely, despite having once despised the taste, they now seemed to crave it every so often, as if afflicted by some peculiar addiction. It was this odd nostalgia that kept the infamous pizza on the menu, serving as a bizarre testament to the shop's journey. After breakfast, Old Yerk and Chen Lin'an drove the van to pick up supplies. Despite his age, Old Yerk was as talkative as ever, sharing stories and experiences from his younger days as Chen Lin'an drove. Chen Lin'an was tempted to joke. For safety reasons, please don't distract the driver, poking fun at Old Yerk's constant lectures on safe driving and avoiding overloading the vehicle. But the memory of Old Yerk's heavy hand smacking the back of his head convinced him to uphold the traditional Chinese virtue of respecting one's elders and keeping quiet. The van cruised smoothly down the road, the two of them immersed in conversation. Neither of them noticed that the number of vehicles on the road had been steadily dwindling. It wasn't until the surrounding streets grew eerily empty that Chen Lin'an began to feel that something was off. Just as the van approached an intersection, a raspy, gravelly voice suddenly echoed in Chen Lin'an's mind. Danger! Run! Before he could even process the warning, a large truck burst out a side street, slamming directly into the van's side. The impact sent the van flying like a kicked soda can, tumbling over and over until it crashed through a storefront window and finally came to a stop. Asterisk bizit. A sharp ringing filled Chen Lin'an's head. His entire body was racked with pain, bones broken, the crushed steering wheel and seat pressing painfully against his chest. Blood gushed from his mouth as he struggled to breathe. Cough, cough. Chen Lin'an spat blood as he coughed, his head throbbing violently. A deep gash from shattered glass had opened on his forehead, and blood poured down, blinding his left eye in a crimson haze. He instinctively tried to wipe it away, only to realize that his arm was broken in several places and couldn't move. Summoning all his strength, he turned his head toward Old Yerk. The sight that greeted him shattered what little resolve he had left. A broken wooden beam from the shattered storefront had pierced through the windshield, impaling Old Yerk straight through the chest. The passenger seat was soaked in crimson. Old Yerk's arm twisted grotesquely and hanging limp at his side. Even in his final moments, Old Yerk's gaze was filled with warmth and concern. His life was slipping away, his eyelids drooping despite his desperate will to remain conscious. His lips trembled as he tried to speak, but all he could manage were faint, broken syllables, "Stay alive." Slowly, his lips stilled, his eyes lost their light, and his final breath escaped him. His life ended with that last word. Staring at Old Yerk's lifeless body, Chen Lin'an's heart shattered. He called out to him, his voice choked with blood, desperately trying to wake him. But all that came out were weak, muffled whimpers. Gradually, his cries subsided, replaced by a calm acceptance. His eyes, though heavy with grief, reflected a quiet resignation. He was, after all, a soul that had already died once. These few years of happiness had been a gift, a borrowed time he hadn't expected. Now that his life was in ruins, he felt no motivation to continue. Dying here, alongside Old York, seemed like a fitting end. As Chen Lin'an prepared himself for death, the raspy voice returned, cutting through his despair like a blade. "Damn it! Are you really going to give up like this? I can save you. I can keep you alive. All you have to do is accept me." The voice sounded like a devil's bargain, but Chen Lin'an, weary and broken, responded in his mind, "No, I have no reason to live anymore. Let it end here. I just hope he waits for me, so I'm not too far behind." The voice went silent for a moment, then spoke again, this time with a chilling edge. "So you're fine with letting the ones who killed you and Old York walk free? You're willing to let the ones responsible get away? What did you say?" Chen Lin'an's eyes snapped open, the blood in his left eye streaming down his face like tears of rage. "This wasn't an accident." The voice chuckled darkly. Asteriski, hif. "Of course not. You think you were just unlucky enough to get caught in a random crash?" The truck driver fled the scene without a hint of panic. "And didn't you notice how the road had been growing quieter and quieter leading up to this? It wasn't a coincidence." Chen Lin'an's bloodshot eyes widened, his face contorting with fury as the realization sank in. "Who did this? I'll kill him. I'll kill them all," he roared, coughing up more blood in his rage. "I can give you the power to avenge him," the voice said, its tones sly and coaxing. "All you have to do is accept me. Accept my existence, my gift. Together, no one will stand in our way. I'll help you rip them to shreds and make them regret ever being born. Let me live. Give me the power. I don't care if you're the devil himself. I just want them dead." Chen Lin'an's cries were hoarse, his determination unwavering despite the blood spilling from his mouth. "I hear your plea. I feel your rage. Come, let us become one," the voice commanded. Chen Lin'an felt an intense itch deep within his organs, his heart suddenly pounding with renewed strength. It was as if the vitality that had been draining from his body was now surging back in full force. Before he could fully process the sensation, an overwhelming exhaustion washed over him, forcing his eyes closed. When he woke again, he was lying in a hospital bed, and 4 drip hooked to his arm. The steady beeping of the heart monitor filled the room. A nurse, noticing he had regained consciousness, quickly left the room. Moments later, a middle-aged doctor in a white coat entered, followed by several police officers who appeared to be there to investigate the crash. The doctor asked Chen Lin'an about his condition while conducting a quick examination. Once he confirmed that Chen Lin'an was stable, one of the officers stepped forward with a heavy sigh. "I'm very sorry, son. By the time we arrived at the scene, your grandfather, Mr. Bain York, had already passed away." After the police finished speaking, Chen Lin'an remained leaning against the hospital bed, silent and motionless. His gaze was blank, staring off into the distance as though he hadn't heard a word of what was said. Seeing no response, the lead officer cleared his throat and continued. "Based on our investigation, the car accident was caused by the truck driver running a red light. After the collision, the driver fled the scene. We are currently making every effort to track him down. Once we locate him, we'll inform you immediately. He will face justice and be held accountable for his actions." After finishing their statement, the room fell into an uneasy silence. A moment later, just as the officer was about to say something else, Chen Lin'an finally spoke. "I understand. Could you please leave? I think I need some rest." His voice was unexpectedly calm, but there was a chilling emptiness to it, as if all life had drained away. The officers exchanged uneasy glances, but under the doctor's guidance, they quietly filed out of the room, leaving him alone. When the room was quiet once more, Chen Lin'an slumped lifelessly back onto the bed, his hollow eyes fixed on the ceiling. Slowly, tears welled up in his eyes, spilling down his cheeks in torrents. They soaked his hair and the sheets beneath him, accompanied by muffled sobs that escaped his tightly clenched lips. For a few minutes, he cried softly, suppressing the overwhelming grief that consumed him. But then, as if a dam had burst, he buried his head in the blankets and began to sob uncontrollably. His anguished cries filled the room, so raw and heart-wrenching that even the officers lingering in the hallway outside couldn't help but lower their eyes and sigh. Faced with such a tragedy, anyone would be moved. Eventually, Chen Lin'an cried himself into an exhausted sleep, only waking in the middle of the night with shallow, hiccuping breaths. "Crying is useless," a raspy voice spoke, breaking the silence. This time, it wasn't in his mind. It came audibly from beside him. "Your enemies won't crumble because of your tears." Startled, Chen Lin'an turned his head, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw a viscous black substance seeping out from behind him. It coalesced into a grotesque head with elongated, pale, ghastly white eyes and a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. The monstrous visage leaned forward, speaking directly to him. Strangely, Chen Lin'an wasn't afraid. Instead, his expression was one of grim acceptance, as though he had expected something like this all along. In a quiet voice, he asked, "So it really was a deal with the devil? Do I need to offer my soul?" Hearing this, the monstrous black head made a surprisingly human-like expression of exasperation. "Devil? Please. I'm a symbiote. My name is Venom. I'm a highly evolved and unique life form. I don't need your soul. I just need to coexist with you." "Symbiote," Chen Lin'an repeated, confusion flickering across his face. "Let me think where to begin," Venom rasped, its tone almost conversational. "How about this? You try tapping into your mind and accessing my memories directly. That's the simplest and fastest way. Once you understand what I am and what's happened, I'll answer your questions." "Is that something I can even do?" Chen Lin'an asked uncertainly. He didn't quite understand how one could view memories directly, though he was aware that his mental acuity was sharper than most. Still, accessing memories seemed like a leap beyond anything he'd tried before. Venom nodded. "Of course you can. We're one now. Besides, I've never encountered anyone with mental strength as formidable as yours. All you need to do is focus your mind and feel for my memories. It'll feel like a bubble. Just touch it lightly, and you'll see everything." Following Venom's guidance, Chen Lin'an hesitated briefly before closing his eyes. Tentatively, he tried to focus inward, seeking out his own mental awareness. Meanwhile, Venom slithered onto the nearby table, rummaging through various objects as it casually added, "Your case is pretty unusual. I've never done this process quite like this before. It's almost convenient." Exploring his own mental space was an entirely new experience for Chen Lin'an. It felt as though he'd been plunged into a vast, deep ocean. The infinite expanse of mental energy swirled around his consciousness like water, and yet it didn't overwhelm him. On the contrary, it felt oddly soothing, as if he were perfectly at home in this boundless sea. Quickly, he located the bubble Venom had described, a distinct, shimmering presence floating within his mind. It was large and pulsing faintly, almost inviting him to reach out. With a tentative nudge, he touched it. Pop! The bubble burst with a soft sound, and a flood of alien memories surged into his mind. The experience was surreal. It was as though Chen Lin'an became Venom, reliving its memories from a first-person perspective. At first, Venom's consciousness had been murky and instinct-driven, a chaotic, primal state typical of symbiotes. Its first moment of clarity came when it bonded with a mercenary known as Deadpool. The mercenary's body was strong and skilled in combat, seemingly an ideal host. However, there was one glaring flaw. His mental state was completely unhinged. Even as Chen Lin'an viewed the memories, he could feel the overwhelming chaos and absurdity of Deadpool's mind. Venom, unable to tolerate the mental instability, left the mercenary's body shortly after. Yet despite the brief bond, the experience left a profound mark on Venom, infecting it with a hint of Deadpool's chaotic and eccentric tendencies. After parting ways with Deadpool, Venom cycled through several other hosts. Most were ordinary people whose bodies couldn't withstand the symbiosis. Eventually, it found another suitable host, Spider-Man, Peter Parker. This revelation startled Chen Lin'an. So that quiet, seemingly unassuming Peter Parker, the one who'd been his high school classmate, was Spider-Man all along? Truly, appearances could be deceiving. Bonding with Venom gave Spider-Man a significant boost in physical abilities and stamina, making him more powerful than ever. However, the bond came with a cost. The symbiote amplified negative emotions, and Spider-Man, caught in a storm of external pressures and personal struggles, began to spiral. His growing aggression and volatile behavior drew public criticism, with the Daily Bugle leading the charge against him. Peter even found himself tempted to lash out at J. Jonah Jameson, a thought that alarmed him. Realizing the symbiote's influence, Spider-Man made the difficult decision to sever their bond, forcing himself to remove the black suit and regain control of his life. Hearing the police's explanation, Chen Lin'an remained silent, his body leaning lifelessly against the hospital bed, his eyes unfocused and staring blankly ahead. When the officers noticed his lack of response, the lead officer cleared his throat and elaborated further. From our investigation, we've determined that the truck driver ran a red light, causing the accident. After the collision, the driver fled the scene. Right now, we're doing everything we can to track him down. As soon as we apprehend him, we'll notify you immediately. Rest assured, he will be brought to justice and held accountable for his actions. When the officer finished speaking, the room fell into a heavy silence. After a brief pause, as the officer hesitated to break the quiet again, Chen Lin'an finally spoke, his voice low and hollow. I understand. Could you please leave? I think I need some rest. His tone was eerily calm, devoid of any emotion, carrying with it a chilling sense of emptiness. The officers exchanged uneasy glances before finally nodding. Led by the middle-aged doctor, they quietly exited the room, leaving Chen Lin'an alone. Once the room was silent again, Chen Lin'an slumped back into the bed, his lifeless gaze fixed on the ceiling. Slowly, tears began to pool in his eyes, and before long, they streamed down his face, soaking his hair and the pillow beneath him. A muffled, stifled sob escaped his trembling lips, the sound of someone trying desperately to suppress the overwhelming weight of grief. For a short while, he cried quietly, his body trembling under the strain of his sorrow. But soon, unable to hold it back any longer, he turned over and buried his head into the blanket, his cries turning into heart-wrenching wails. His voice filled the room, raw and unfiltered, echoing with pain so profound that even the officers standing outside the door paused, lowering their eyes in silent sympathy. It was impossible not to be moved by such tragedy. Eventually, the exhaustion of grief took its toll, and Chen Lin'an cried himself into unconsciousness. It wasn't until the middle of the night that he woke again, hiccuping softly as his body still trembled from the aftershocks of his earlier outburst. Crying is the most useless thing you can do. A raspy voice suddenly broke the silence, startling him. This time, the voice wasn't just in his head, it came from right beside him. Your enemies won't feel guilt or crumble because of your tears. Chen Lin'an turned his head sharply, and his eyes widened slightly. From behind him, a viscous black liquid began to seep out, coalescing into a grotesque, monstrous head. It had elongated, stark white eyes and a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. The creature extended itself forward, its horrifying visage now directly in front of him as it spoke. Instead of panicking, Chen Lin'an's expression remained eerily calm. In fact, he looked almost resigned, as though he had been expecting something like this to happen. In a quiet voice, he asked, "So, it really was a deal with the devil. What do I have to give in return for this?" "My soul." The monster's black head tilted slightly, its mouth twisting into what could only be described as an exasperated expression. "Devil? No, I'm a symbiote. My name is Venom. I'm a highly advanced and unique life form. I don't need your soul. I just need to coexist with you." "Symbiote," Chen Lin'an echoed, a flicker of curiosity breaking through his otherwise detached demeanor. "Let me think about how to explain this," Venom rasped, its tone slightly impatient. "How about this? You try accessing my memories directly. It's faster and simpler than me recounting everything. You'll understand what I am and what happened to me, and after that, I'll answer your questions." "Access your memories?" Chen Lin'an frowned slightly in confusion. "Is that something I can even do?" Venom nodded with confidence. "Of course you can. We're bonded now, and you, my friend, have an unusually powerful mind. All you need to do is focus your mental energy and feel for my memories. Think of it as a bubble floating in your consciousness. Just pop it, and it'll all come flooding in. Chen Lin'an hesitated, but decided to give it a try. Closing his eyes, he focused inward, following Venom's instructions to search for the so-called bubble. Meanwhile, Venom slithered over to a nearby table, rummaging through its contents. As it sifted through the items, it muttered, "This is honestly new to me, too. You're quite the interesting host, you know? Things have never been this convenient before." Exploring his own mental space for the first time was an uncanny experience for Chen Lin'an. It felt as though he had plunged into an infinite ocean, his consciousness surrounded by a vast and boundless sea of mental energy. Strangely, instead of feeling overwhelmed, he found the sensation oddly peaceful, even comforting. As he continued to explore, he quickly located the bubble Venom had described. It floated within his mind's eye, glowing faintly and pulsating gently. Tentatively, he reached out and touched it. Pop! The bubble burst with a soft, almost delicate sound, and immediately, a torrent of memories poured into his mind. The sensation was surreal. It was as if Chen Lin'an had become Venom itself, seeing the world through its eyes and reliving its experiences firsthand. At first, Venom's memories were chaotic, driven by primal instincts and an overwhelming hunger. Its first taste of true awareness came when it bonded with a mercenary called Deadpool. The mercenary's strong body and combat skills made him seem like an ideal host. But there was a problem, a glaring, insurmountable problem. Deadpool's mind was utterly unhinged. Even as an observer, Chen Lin'an could feel the sheer chaos and insanity of Deadpool's thoughts. Unable to tolerate the psychological turmoil, Venom abandoned him as a host. Still, the brief bond left an indelible mark on Venom, infecting it with traces of Deadpool's chaotic, eccentric personality. After leaving Deadpool, Venom wandered, bonding with several other hosts, though most of their bodies couldn't withstand the symbiosis. Eventually, it found a more compatible host, Spider-Man, Peter Parker. The revelation surprised Chen Lin'an. So Peter Parker, that quiet, seemingly unremarkable classmate of his, was Spider-Man? He couldn't help but marvel at how appearances could be so deceiving. Bonding with Spider-Man significantly enhanced his abilities, strengthening his body and amplifying his powers. However, the symbiosis also came with a price. Venom's tendency to magnify emotions caused Spider-Man's negative feelings to spiral out of control. The media, led by the Daily Bugle, capitalized on his erratic behavior, portraying him as a danger to society. Realizing the symbiote's influence, Spider-Man ultimately forced himself to sever their bond, rejecting the black suit and regaining control of his life. Chen Lin'an fell into deep thought after hearing Venom's explanation. He knew his powerful mental strength was linked to the changes in his body, but the exact mechanics remained unclear to him. Seeing his silence, Venom couldn't hold back and continued explaining, "These changes are the result of the interaction between your subconscious and my abilities. As a symbiote, I can significantly enhance the physical capabilities and strength of my hosts once we bond. For special hosts, I can even replicate their unique abilities and amplify my own capabilities through their enhanced physical conditions. For instance, I can give my host all the powers and physical abilities of Spider-Man, perhaps even surpassing them. Before I met you, all these abilities were dependent on my symbiosis with the host. I could grant them extraordinary power, but once we separated, they would revert to being ordinary humans. But you're different." At this point, Venom's elongated, pale eyes glimmered with excitement. "Your subconscious couldn't previously trigger changes in your body on its own, but my presence has made your subconscious aware of danger. As a result, your subconscious is utilizing my abilities to enhance your physical form. That's why your physical capabilities have been gradually improving. As long as I'm inside you, you'll keep getting stronger. Likewise, the stronger your body becomes, the more I'll benefit. The enhancements I can provide to you will also grow more potent." Chen Lin'an finally understood why Venom was so thrilled. They had formed a mutually beneficial cycle of growth. It was like a bizarre version of pulling oneself up by the bootstraps, an idea that sounded absurd but perfectly described their current reality. As long as their symbiosis continued, they would both keep growing stronger. As Venom continued, its excitement grew, and its massive maw stretched into a wide, menacing grin. Together, we'll become the strongest. You'll be the most powerful human, and I'll be the most powerful symbiote. One day, the name Venom will echo across the universe. That's all too far away, Chen Lin'an interrupted, his voice filled with bitterness and his eyes dark with hatred. Right now, all I want is to find the person who killed my grandpa and make him wish he'd never been born. The thought of Old York, the gruff old man who had a fiery temper but a kind heart, brought a wave of sorrow crashing over Chen Lin'an. His chest tightened, and he clenched his fists as he fought back the tears threatening to spill again. Turning his head, he gazed out the window at the heavy night sky, his heart aching. Sensing Chen Lin'an's grief, Venom didn't press further with grand declarations. Instead, it spoke softly, its deep, raspy voice carrying a promise. They'll regret ever stepping into this world. I'll make sure of it. After a few days of rest in the hospital, Chen Lin'an signed his discharge papers. Although the doctor suggested he stay for further observation, the reports showed no major issues, and they could only advise him to rest and perhaps take a trip to clear his mind. Returning home, Chen Lin'an found the empty house unbearably suffocating. Unable to stay there for long, he drove to the pizzeria. The shop was as lively as ever, bustling with business. But the absence of the loud, fiery old man who used to bark orders and scold everyone was palpable. Thanks to the systematic management and operational structure Chen Lin'an had implemented earlier, the shop continued to run smoothly even without him or Old York being physically present. All it required was occasional check-ins and quality inspections. After handling the shop's affairs, Chen Lin'an eventually returned home. Though the place filled him with sadness and longing, it was still his home, the last haven he had in this world. Sensing Chen Lin'an's low mood, Venom began chattering in his ear, trying to distract him. By the way, Peter Parker was your classmate, wasn't he? Didn't you notice anything odd about him back then? That guy's been running around in tights since high school. Hearing this, Chen Lin'an thought back to his high school days. In his memory, Peter Parker had always been a seemingly dull, bookish student. Although they didn't interact much, Chen Lin'an could recall a few things about him. Honestly, we weren't close back then. As far as I remember, he didn't act particularly strange, though he did have a habit of being late to events. I used to think he overslept or lost track of time while studying, but now that I think about it, he was probably out swinging through the streets, dealing with emergencies, Chen Lin'an said softly. Venom chuckled darkly. That guy barely had time for lunch. When I was in his body, I'd say 90% of his meals were eaten on random rooftops. It was either hot dogs or pizza. The funniest part? One time, he only managed to eat half a hot dog before spotting a robbery in progress. He left the other half on the rooftop, thinking he'd finish it later. By the time he got back, the pigeons and sparrows had picked it clean. The mental image of Peter Parker returning to find his lunch stolen by birds was so unexpectedly comical that Chen Lin'an couldn't help but laugh out loud. Venom, noticing his improved mood, seemed to have hit upon a winning strategy and began sharing more amusing anecdotes about its former host, Peter Parker, to keep Chen Lin'an entertained. Night eventually fell, and after taking care of all his tasks, Chen Lin'an found himself eagerly anticipating the moment he and Venom had agreed on, testing the powers their symbiosis had unlocked. Standing in front of the full-length mirror in his room, Chen Lin'an took a deep breath. In the next instant, black, viscous liquid surged from his body, enveloping him completely. Within moments, he had transformed into a towering figure over 2 meters tall, a hulking, monstrous form. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Chen Lin'an frowned slightly. The grotesque, terrifying appearance was problematic. If he showed up in public like this, he'd undoubtedly be labeled a menace, hunted by government agencies, and likely hauled off to some secret lab for experiments. This look isn't going to work, he muttered, rubbing his temples. In the mirror, Chen Lin'an's reflection loomed large and terrifying. His massive frame exuded raw power, the pale, ghostly eyes glowing with a chilling light that seemed to pierce straight through the soul. Below them was a gigantic mouth brimming with razor-sharp teeth, and from within, a long crimson tongue slithered like a serpent, glistening with viscous saliva that shimmered under the moonlight. "You don't look very pleased," Venom remarked, picking up on Chen Lin'an's hesitation. "But don't you think we look incredibly majestic and intimidating like this?" Enemies would probably wet themselves just from seeing us. Haha, Venom added with a boisterous laugh. Chen Lin'an couldn't deny the intimidation factor of their current appearance, but he also knew the trouble it would bring. Sure, it's imposing, but showing up like this is basically announcing to the world that we're monsters. Everyone would either try to capture us for research or treat us like a public menace to be eradicated. So, if we don't want to spend the rest of our days being hunted down, I think we should tone it down a bit. Maybe reel in some of that overwhelming presence, asterisk asterisk, he suggested dryly. Hearing Chen Lin'an's reasoning, Venom huffed, but conceded. I think you lack faith in our partnership. Anyone foolish enough to challenge us would be crushed underfoot. But fine, you have a point. To avoid unnecessary trouble, we can keep a lower profile for the time being, asterisk asterisk, it added begrudgingly. Satisfied with Venom's agreement, Chen Lin'an nodded. Despite Venom's continued boasting, they had at least reached a consensus. So what's your idea? Venom asked, its head forming from Chen Lin'an's shoulder, its sharp teeth gleaming in the dim light. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Chen Lin'an stared at his reflection and laid out his suggestions. First, let's shrink the body size to something closer to mine. It'll be more agile, and we can always size up if needed. And that mouth? Way too much. Seal it entirely. Make it look like I'm wearing a mask instead. As Venom adjusted their form according to Chen Lin'an's instructions, the reflection in the mirror gradually transformed. The hulking figure slimmed down to a more manageable size, and the grotesque mod disappeared, replaced by a sleek, mask-like covering that exuded an eerie, understated menace. This is better, Chen Lin'an said with a nod of approval. But something still feels off. Venom rolled its eyes dramatically. Wow, very stylish. Looks just like Spider-Man. Maybe I should change the colors to red and blue. What do you think? The sarcastic remark made Chen Lin'an realize the issue. Aside from a few differences in size and build, their current look was indeed eerily similar to Spider-Man's, down to the white spider emblem on the chest. Hey, wait a minute. I didn't ask for that spider logo. What's with sneaking in your own design? Chen Lin'an said, knocking on Venom's head with mock annoyance. Venom coughed awkwardly before responding. Ahem. Your thoughts threw me off. This obviously isn't necessary. It paused, then added smugly, but admitted, it looks way better than Spider-Man's own design, doesn't it? Chen Lin'an sighed, but nodded grudgingly. Fine, you're not wrong. His suit's design is not great. Too flashy. Exactly. Just like his personality, dorky and awkward, but secretly attention-seeking. Asterisk asterisk, Venom added with a snicker. Let's change it again, Chen Lin'an said, waving off the banter. They still hadn't settled on their own design. After several iterations and adjustments, they decided to abandon the skin-tight suit aesthetic entirely. Instead, they opted for something more practical, subtle, and versatile. After all, Venom could transform into almost any kind of clothing. The final result in the mirror was a shadowy, hooded figure. Underneath the hood, only a pair of pale, menacing eyes glowed with icy malice, radiating an aura so dark it seemed to absorb all surrounding light. The rest of the form was cloaked in sleek, black material with a tough, textured appearance. It wasn't as tight-fitting as a superhero suit, nor as loose as casual clothing, striking the perfect balance between functionality and intimidation. The defined muscle contours hinted at immense strength beneath the surface. This would be their default appearance going forward, unless circumstances called for something different. Venom's original, terrifying form? That would probably remain in reserve. Hopefully. Not bad. Sure, it's not as overwhelmingly imposing as my first look, but still pretty close, asterisk asterisk, Venom said, nodding approvingly at their reflection. Compared to Spider-Man's red and blue circus getup, we're leagues ahead. Hearing Venom jab at Spider-Man again, Chen Lin'an chuckled. To be fair, given his fighting style, skin-tight gear is the most practical choice if he doesn't have access to special materials. Didn't we almost end up with something similar just now? True, but his color scheme is just awful. Pure black is much cooler, and better for stealth at night, asterisk asterisk, Venom replied with a hint of pride. Agreed, Chen Lin'an said with a small smile. You're right, it's the best combo. Let's move on to testing our other abilities. After familiarizing himself with their new appearance, Chen Lin'an stepped outside. Venom took over partial control of his body, helping him adjust to the surge of power and the array of incredible new abilities. Asterisco asterisco, piu. A thread of webbing shot out from Chen Lin'an's wrist, sticking firmly to the side of a distant skyscraper. With a tug, he launched himself into the air, swinging toward the building and landing halfway up its side. Now, parallel to the ground, Chen Lin'an began walking straight up the vertical wall, his steps steady and sure. Before long, he picked up speed, breaking into a run and scaling the building with ease. Reaching the rooftop, he stepped onto the edge and leapt high into the sky. Whoa! The exhilarating sensation of soaring through the air was unlike anything Chen Lin'an had ever experienced. He shouted in excitement as his silhouette crossed paths with the glowing full moon, resembling a leaping fish breaking through water. At the apex of his jump, gravity took hold, and he began plummeting back toward the earth. The wind roared past him, rushing in his ears as he cut through the air. The streets below grew closer and closer, the cars and pedestrians rapidly coming into focus. "We're getting too close to the ground," Chen Lin'an yelled at Venom, his voice tinged with panic as his heart climbed into his throat. Venom, however, seemed unfazed. "Relax. Even if you smash into the ground and break into pieces, I'll patch you up good as new." Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Chen Lin'an's panic turned into utter disbelief. "What? That's not reassuring at all. What do you mean, break into pieces? Focus, you lunatic." As the ground loomed ever closer, Chen Lin'an found himself screaming incomprehensibly, his voice a garbled stream of panicked expletives. "H. Venom, you're crazy. W.C. your grandpa's. Ah." As Chen Lin'an's scream echoed through the night, it caught the attention of people on the streets below. They instinctively turned their heads toward the source of the sound. Before they could fully process what was happening, a black figure darted downward, only to suddenly rebound and swing back into the air just 2 or 3 meters above the ground, disappearing into the distance like a marionette flung by an invisible string. Was that Spider-Man? Was he screaming in English just now? I couldn't quite understand, one onlooker murmured, puzzled by the scene. Unbeknownst to them, the voice that had pierced the quiet night was actually delivering a string of colorful and highly expressive Mandarin curses. The figure had moved so fast that no one on the ground could get a clear look, swinging through the city like that was a signature Spider-Man move. So most people simply assumed it was him and soon returned to their routine, dismissing the strange occurrence as just another day in the city. On top of a distant building, Chen Lin'an had just landed, regaining control of his body. He grabbed Venom's amorphous black head, which had formed on his shoulder, and began shaking it furiously. "You bastard! You scared me half to death. I just got out of the hospital this morning," he roared, his voice still trembling with adrenaline. Venom, utterly unfazed by the violent shaking, lazily replied, "Oh, come on. You're fine, aren't you? Your body is my body. I'd never let anything happen to it. Didn't I tell you? Even if you broke into a million pieces, I could just put you back together. But hey, look at you now. Perfectly intact, nothing to worry about." Since Venom lacked a neck or respiratory system, Chen Lin'an's manhandling had no real effect. No matter how hard he shook, Venom remained as nonchalant as ever, which only fueled Chen Lin'an's frustration. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and Chen Lin'an smirked coldly. "All right, fine. If I'm not mistaken, you really like chocolate, don't you? Or should I say, it's essential for you." Venom's casual demeanor immediately shifted. "Well, yes, chocolate is, very important. Why do you ask?" Chen Lin'an crossed his arms, his grin widening. "Oh, nothing. I was planning to stock up on chocolate for you every day. But after your little stunt just now, no more chocolate for you, at least for a while." The once cocky Venom instantly panicked, its voice rising into a desperate wail. No, I was wrong. I was wrong. Don't do this to me. I promise I won't swing recklessly anymore." Seeing Venom back down so quickly, Chen Lin'an snorted in satisfaction and turned his gaze to the cityscape below. The orange glow of car lights intertwined with the illuminated buildings, creating a glittering galaxy on the ground. Neon signs flashed advertisements and shows, painting the night with vibrant colors. Even at night, the city seemed more alive than ever. Phew! Chen Lin'an exhaled deeply, the cool night air filling his lungs. After the heart-pounding bungee jump he'd just experienced, the heavy weight in his chest seemed to lighten ever so slightly. Venom, sensing the shift in his mood, stayed quiet for once. It perched on his shoulder, gazing out at the same sprawling cityscape. For a brief moment, neither of them spoke, both silently enjoying the rare tranquility and peace. Under the moonlight, the scene was bizarre yet strangely serene. A figure with an obscured face sitting on the edge of a rooftop, accompanied by a strange, sentient head growing from his shoulder. It looked like something out of a circus sideshow, but to them, it was just another quiet moment in their shared existence. After sitting in silence for a while, Chen Lin'an decided to test out more of their abilities. Among them was the uncanny spider sense, which Venom and he agreed to rename Venom Warning to reflect their bond. The term warning also helped distinguish it from Venom's natural sensory capabilities, which allowed it to perceive the environment even when there was no immediate danger. Familiarizing himself with all of his newfound powers took some time, but Chen Lin'an knew that mastering combat techniques was equally important. While Venom had absorbed combat experience from Spider-Man and Deadpool, such knowledge wasn't a superpower. It required practice to fully utilize. Fortunately, Chen Lin'an already had some training in martial arts, and his exceptional mental acuity made learning and refining these abilities much quicker. As for gaining battle experience, that was something even the smartest person couldn't shortcut. It would only come through real fights and challenges. After wandering the city for a while longer, Chen Lin'an began heading home. This time, he relied entirely on his own control, using the journey as an opportunity to adapt to his abilities. From swinging between buildings to processing the sudden flood of sensory information in his mind, every movement required careful coordination and practice. The trip home took significantly longer than the initial outing, but Chen Lin'an didn't mind. Once he arrived, he asked Venom to shift into the form of sleepwear, a convenient perk of having symbiote. There was no need to change clothes anymore. Venom could seamlessly transform into any outfit. As he lay in bed, Chen Lin'an's thoughts turned to revenge. The desire to bring his grandfather's killer to justice burned more fiercely than ever. Venom, ever the opportunist, was equally eager for vengeance, not just for justice, but for the feast it envisioned. Think about it, Venom said slyly. This isn't just about revenge. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet. So many fresh brains and organs. Just imagining it makes me happy. Hearing this, Chen Lin'an frowned, his tone sharp as he retorted, "Don't start with that nonsense. Have you forgotten how you were treated when you were stuck inside me? What's with the sudden upgrade to gourmet dining? If you're going to act like this, maybe you should just go back to being trapped." Venom bristled at the suggestion. "What? That's ridiculous. I can't go back now, and I wasn't lying. I really do need it. Because of your unique body, I can't absorb too much of your energy. I've been constantly running on empty. For me, phenethylamine is the best food source. It's why I crave brains and chocolate. How about this? Whenever a situation like that arises, I'll blur your senses so you won't feel or notice anything. Trust me, I digest things almost instantly. It'll all turn into energy in no time. I swear on the honor of all symbiotes, you won't feel a thing." Hearing Venom's explanation, Chen Lin'an felt conflicted. He had lived 2 lifetimes without ever eating something as grotesque as a brain. The thought of it made his stomach churn, even if it wouldn't technically remain in his body. After a long pause, Chen Lin'an finally spoke, his voice hesitant. "You're absolutely sure I won't feel anything?" Venom perked up immediately, its voice energetic and reassuring. "Of course. I swear. You won't feel a thing. I promise on the sacred honor of symbiotes. That's a big deal, you know. It's like your human oath rituals." Chen Lin'an squinted at Venom, his skepticism written all over his face. Oath rituals? Those have no real weight these days. Also, what even is symbiote honor? Unless you're offering chocolate, I'm not buying it. Venom let out a long, exaggerated sigh before muttering under its breath. After a moment of silence, it gritted its teeth and said, "Fine, chocolate it is." As they discussed Venom's dietary needs, they quickly shifted focus to the more pressing matter at hand, revenge. This was far more important than anything else. Ugh, so much anger and nowhere to vent it, Chen Lin'an muttered, frustrated as he scratched his head. "We don't even have the faintest trace of the killer. Venom, unusually quiet, extended a tendril to grab a pencil from the desk. With swift, precise movements, it began sketching on a blank sheet of paper. Within moments, a detailed portrait of a man's face emerged. "Who's this?" Chen Lin'an asked, intrigued by Venom's ability. Setting the pencil down and blowing away a few stray bits of eraser dust, Venom replied, "This is the driver I saw. It's his face. Unfortunately, I only managed to spread out my senses during that brief moment when your emotions surge out of control. That's the only detail I was able to capture. Otherwise, if I'd gotten a better sense of the people involved in your life, we could have narrowed down potential suspects much faster." Looking at the eerily lifelike sketch, Chen Lin'an couldn't help but marvel. Wow, with talent like this, even if the pizzeria fails, we could always make a living as street artists. Venom, though clearly proud of itself, feigned humility. "It's just a trivial skill, nothing worth mentioning." Holding the portrait, Chen Lin'an murmured, "Well, now that we got an image, the next step is tracking this guy down. But how do we figure out who he is? Printing flyers and handing them out on the streets seems impractical." Venom didn't have a concrete solution either. Its mind was elsewhere, occupied with thoughts of feasting. "Hopefully, this guy has a lot of accomplices. That way, I can eat a lot of brains and have a meal of my life." The thought alone made Venom shiver with excitement, a sinister grin spreading across its face. Venom chuckled aloud, its jagged teeth glinting ominously. Hey, Chen Lin'an snapped, giving Venom a sharp tap on the head. "What's with that creepy laugh? I was talking to you. What you so lost and thought about?" "Ahem. Sorry, got a little distracted, ***, Venom admitted, shaking off its daydreams and refocusing. "I was saying, how about we check the police station?" Chen Lin'an repeated patiently. "Their database should have detailed records, especially on people with criminal histories." He continued, "That officer mentioned they were looking for the hit-and-run driver, so I assumed they might already know what he looks like. But now that I think about it, the driver probably wouldn't have been so careless. After all, the accident was way too deliberate and calculated. The police likely don't know his appearance. At most, they probably identified the truck's registered driver." Pausing, Chen Lin'an frowned and added, "And that driver, if he's even real, is probably either a fake identity or already dead." Venom, now fully engaged, chimed in. "But the killer doesn't know that I managed to capture his actual appearance. And someone capable of pulling off something like this probably has a record of similar crimes. If we check the database, we might find a match." "Exactly," Chen Lin agreed. He glanced out the window at the dark city below. "Now's the perfect time. The police station should be quiet, with only a few officers on night duty." Without further delay, Chen Lin'an let Venom envelop his body, the black substance spreading over him in an instant. Opening the window, he leapt out, swinging through the night like a shadowy phantom. To ensure they had access to the most comprehensive records, Chen Lin'an headed straight to the NYPD headquarters in Lower Manhattan's Police Plaza. The station was quiet at this late hour, with only a handful of officers on patrol. Near the records section, there were just a few officers with flashlights, periodically checking the area. After observing their patrol patterns and timing their movements, Chen Lin'an stealthily crawled up the exterior wall, moving like a gecko. His black suit blended seamlessly with the shadows, rendering him nearly invisible unless someone got uncomfortably close. He soon reached the records room window, peering inside. The room was lined with wide shelves packed with paper files and documents. Closer to the door, a few computers were set up, likely containing digitized records. Chen Lin'an tried to push the window open, but found it locked from the inside. Undeterred, he extended a thin tendril of venom through the crack, manipulating it to unlock the window from within. With a quiet click, the window slid open, and Chen Lin'an slipped inside, landing soundlessly. He surveyed the room and decided to start with the computers. If they didn't have what he needed, he could always search the physical files. Sitting down at one of the terminals, he quickly bypassed the login screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Tap, 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 tap. The sound of keystrokes filled the air as Chen Lin'an hacked into the system. Within moments, he accessed the database of criminal records. Excitedly, he rubbed his hands together and opened the first file. Damn it, he muttered, his face falling. I can only search by name? How is that supposed to work? I only have his face. Faced with what seemed to be an endless list of files, Chen Lin'an groaned, pressing a hand to his forehead. Am I really going to have to go through all of this manually? But then, an idea struck him. Wait a second. There's no way the police don't have some kind of facial recognition system. They use surveillance footage all the time, and those images don't come with names attached. With renewed determination, he searched the system for a facial recognition program. To his dismay, he found nothing. Seriously? How outdated is this system? He muttered, frustration creeping into his voice. I should start a business selling software to police departments. Not only would it make money, but it'd give me easy access to internal databases in the future. Grumbling to himself, Chen Lin'an decided to create the tool he needed from scratch. The program didn't have to be perfect, just functional enough for this one task. Even still, it took him 2 hours of focused effort to finish coding. All right, this should do it, he said, uploading the sketch into the freshly built program. The computer's processor roared to life, the fan whirring loudly as it struggled to handle the task. Chen Lin'an winced at the noise. Geez, these computers are ancient. The tech in this world has a long way to go, he mused, shaking his head. After about 5 minutes of heavy processing, the program finally returned a few matches from the database that resembled the sketch. Further narrowing down the candidates would require Chen Lin'an's personal assessment. Venom immediately pointed to one of the images on the screen. That's him. That's the guy I saw that day. Its tone was filled with certainty. Chen Lin'an clicked on the image to pull up the detailed profile. Rick Fry, 30 years old, he read aloud. The photo showed a white man with a buzz cut, glaring at the camera with an expression of disdain and a menacing glint in his eyes. Robbery, assault, served time, then got bailed out. TSK, looks like he's no ordinary thug, Venom remarked, clicking its tongue as it read through the criminal record. Chen Lin'an's eyes burned with fury as he stared at the man's face on the screen, his jaw clenched tightly. Now that I've found his file, he won't get away. I'll make sure he suffers more than he ever imagined. He'll wish he'd never been born. His voice was low but filled with seething rage. Venom nodded in agreement, its jagged teeth gleaming as it added. And I'll make sure there's nothing left of him to bury. He'll all go toward fueling my energy reserves. They continued reading through Rick Fray's file. It contained a brief overview of his life, but the majority of the details focused on his most recent crimes and activities after being bailed out. According to the report, Rick Fry was associated with a gang called the Bloodhead Gang, a mid-tier member who handled dirty work and odd jobs for the organization. However, most of this information was based on scattered intelligence, with little concrete evidence to back it up. He's part of the Bloodhead Gang, Chen Lin'an muttered. So, was this hit part of a gang operation, or was it something personal? Venom's crimson tongue flicked out as it lazily replied. Why waste time speculating? Once we find him, we'll make him talk. I promise you, he'll spill everything, down to the last detail. He won't have the guts to hide anything. As it spoke, Venom licked its teeth hungrily, clearly eager to sink them into Rick Fray's skull. Chen Lin'an nodded grimly. You're right. There's no point overthinking it now. Once we've got him, we'll know everything. He continued, the Bloodhead Gang seems like a big operation, but the database only has records of low-level grunts and lackeys. There's no useful information on the gang itself. Holding a sketch of Rick Fry in his hand, Chen Lin'an narrowed his eyes. Looks like you're the key, Rick Fry. I'll track you down, and when I do, you'll regret ever crossing me. Having gathered all the information they needed, Chen Lin'an restored the computer to its original state and left the records room. He slipped out of the police station unnoticed, swinging silently through the night sky as he returned home. This time, he moved faster, his growing familiarity with his abilities starting to show. Back at home, Chen Lin'an cleared his desk, opened his own computer, and prepared a stack of scratch paper. His experience at the police station had sparked some ideas. Currently, all he had on Rick Fry was a name and a picture. Finding him with such limited information could take ages. Venom, perched on his shoulder, watched curiously as Chen Lin'an's fingers danced across the keyboard. Are you making another program like the one at the police station? It asked. Chen Lin'an nodded, not pausing his work. Not just that. I'm making an upgraded version. This one will link to the city's surveillance camera network. Anywhere a camera captures someone resembling Rick Fry, it'll notify me. Of course, hacking into the entire system won't be easy. And given how few cameras there are in New York, along with their outdated models, I'll still need to manually verify the results. It's a bit of a gamble, but I got a feeling it won't take long to find him. Venom chuckled darkly. I can't wait to meet him. I'm already fantasizing about how sweet his brain will taste. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit basement in Queens, a man tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. The buzzcut man was none other than Rick Fry, the very target Chen Lin'an was hunting. For some reason, ever since completing his last job, Rick had been plagued by a lingering sense of unease. He couldn't explain it. Normally, jobs like this were routine for him, something he could do blindfolded without batting an eye. But this time felt different. As a seasoned street thug with years of criminal experience, Rick had long learned to trust his instincts. And right now, his gut was screaming at him to take precautions. After the job, his boss had instructed him to lay low in this suburban basement until the heat died down. But the nagging feeling in his chest had grown unbearable. Rick was now seriously considering skipping town altogether, maybe even leaving the country for a while. Only then would he feel truly safe. Sitting up in bed, Rick grabbed the small suitcase he kept by his side and began packing his few belongings. Despite the risks, Rick couldn't deny the opportunity this job had presented. He'd spent years doing grunt work for the gang, but his boss had promised him a promotion after this hit. If everything went smoothly, he'd finally rise through the ranks. Once he became a minor boss, money, women, and drugs would never be in short supply. The Bloodhead Gang was one of the most powerful gangs in New York, with more resources than anyone could imagine. As long as you stayed loyal and did your job, the gang would take care of you. Thinking of his bright future, Rick couldn't help but recall the unfortunate fate of a traitor whose photo had circulated within the gang not long ago. Word was the gang's second-in-command had personally beaten the man to death, breaking every bone in his body until he was nothing more than a bloody pulp. Shaking his head to dispel the gruesome image, Rick forced his thoughts back to his ambitions. Once I get back, I'll be living the high life. 10 girls at a time, why not? Ha ha ha. His lewd laughter echoed through the basement, mixing with the harsh caws of crows perched on the trees outside, their cries cutting through the still night like an ominous warning. Under the glow of the afternoon sun, Chen Lin'an had finally completed his software after an all-night coding session. The program was up and running, linked to the entire surveillance system of New York City. Every camera in the city was now feeding data back to his computer, scanning tirelessly for a match to Rick Fray's face. To make sure he could receive updates on the go, he had also crafted a small, button-like alert device and sewn it discreetly into the sleeve of his jacket. If the device vibrated and heated up, it meant there was a result, and he'd rush back home to check the findings. The current state of technology in this world was still far from the modern smartphones he'd known in his previous life. Otherwise, he could have simply connected it all to a mobile app. The thought of technological gaps lingered in his mind. He had already invested a considerable amount of money into industries he envisioned could capitalize on such differences. However, those ventures were still in their early stages. Once he resolved his current vendetta, he planned to carefully strategize and expand those businesses. His vision for the future was gradually taking shape. Having finished the software and set it in motion, Chen Lin'an finally allowed himself to collapse in a bed. If he hadn't completed it all at once, he knew he wouldn't have been able to sleep soundly. Venom, sensing his fatigue, didn't disturb him. Instead, it busied itself by rummaging through the box of chocolates on the desk, tearing off wrappers with its tendrils and greedily devouring the sweets. Though it had yet to feast on the brains it so often fantasized about, chocolates were a satisfying substitute for now. Meanwhile, Chen Lin'an slept through both morning and noon, only stirring awake in the late afternoon. You're finally awake, huh? Hic! Asterisk, Venom greeted him, letting out a satisfied burp. It was lounging on the desk, sipping on some soda like it was enjoying a lazy Sunday afternoon. Seeing Venom looking so content, Chen Lin'an rubbed his stomach, realizing he was starting to feel hungry. Let's head out for a bit, grab something to eat, he said after sitting on the edge of the bed for a moment, shaking off his grogginess. Venom eagerly nodded, retracting itself back to his shoulder. Perfect timing. We can also stock up on some more chocolate. I found a few brands earlier that taste fantastic. Watching Venom's enthusiasm for chocolates, Chen Lin'an couldn't help but shake his head with a small smile. For all its terrifying appearance, Venom was about as simple-minded as a child, its thoughts revolving around food and little else. Driving through the city streets, Chen Lin'an eventually stopped at a cozy cafe. Though primarily a coffee shop, it also offered a selection of light meals and desserts. After ordering, he settled into a seat by the window, a book in hand, and began eating slowly while flipping through the pages. The book he chose was a collection of Chinese essays. While he was fluent in English now, having mastered it both in speech and writing, he still preferred the comfort of familiar characters when it came to leisure reading. After all, during school assignments and projects, he'd already spent enough time writing in English. Venom, on the other hand, was busying itself under the table. Hidden from view, it devoured cake after cake, occasionally sneaking bites of sausages as well. Its appetite was astounding. It had already consumed 3 chocolate cakes, and Chen Lin'an could feel the staff's curious glances as they passed by his table. They probably think I'm some kind of competitive eater, Chen Lin'an thought to himself with an exasperated sigh, shaking his head. He returned his focus to his book, trying to block out the awkwardness. Time passed, and he was so engrossed in his reading that he didn't notice the cafe's light subtly dimming. It wasn't until a shadow fell over his table that he looked up, startled. Standing before him was a tall, striking blonde woman with piercing blue eyes. "Seeing how absorbed you are in your book, I can understand why your grades are always so good," she said, a hint of teasing in her voice as she furrowed her delicate brows in mock frustration. "Felicia? What are you doing here?" Chen Lin'an asked, surprised to see her. Felicia Hardy was his classmate, someone who had been with him since high school, just like Peter Parker. However, their real acquaintance had only begun in college, where they ended up as partners in the science club. Back in high school, despite his good looks, athletic build, and excellent grades, Chen Lin'an had been something of a lone wolf. He rarely attended parties or joined clubs, often heading straight home after class. This earned him both admiration and suspicion from his peers. Some jealous classmates spread rumors, branding him as a weird yellow-skinned nerd or a soulless grade machine. Others even speculated he had psychological issues. Though laughable in hindsight, those rumors had created a barrier between him and his classmates. Felicia, like many others, had initially kept her distance, influenced by the talk around school. It wasn't until college, when their partnership in the science club forced them to collaborate, that her perception of him changed completely. Realizing how baseless the rumors had been, Felicia had felt deeply ashamed of her past assumptions. What an idiot I was to believe all that nonsense, she often thought. Chen Lin'an, Lion Chen, as he was called in English, was not only brilliant and handsome, but also polite, humble, and easygoing. From then on, she made it a point to ignore gossip and judge people for herself. Smiling at Chen Lin'an's surprised expression, Felicia raised an eyebrow and feigned indignation. "What? I can't stand here and talk to you. Lion, that's awfully rude of you." Realizing his mistake, Chen Lin'an quickly invited her to sit across from him. Once seated, Felicia grinned. "I was just out for a walk. Being cooped up at home is so boring. I didn't expect to run into you here." Chen Lin'an smiled back. "It is quite the coincidence. Can I get you something to drink?" "A latte, please," Felicia said, turning to the waiting server. As they chatted, Felicia's curiosity got the better of her. "So how's your break been? You're not spending the whole thing cooped up at home studying, are you?" Chen Lin'an hesitated before replying softly. "It's been the same as always. I didn't go anywhere special, just helped out at the shop and wandered around the city a bit." "Figures," Felicia said with a knowing smile. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with excitement. "By the way, how's Grandpa York? I've been traveling all over this break and haven't had a chance to stop by for his pizza. He told me last time that he was going to make a special codfish pizza just for me. Now that I'm back, I have to try it," she added with a bright smile, oblivious to the way Chen Lin'an froze at her words, his hand tightening slightly on the coffee cup. Felicia didn't notice the subtle pause in Chen Lin'an's movements or the faint, bitter smile that crossed his face. Lost in his thoughts, Chen Lin'an forced a faint smile, though it was hard to maintain. Thinking back on the events of his recent days, he found himself at a loss for words. Noticing his silence and the subtle shift in his expression, Felicia stopped mid-sentence. She didn't know what had happened, but it was clear from the look on his face that something was wrong. After a brief moment of hesitation, Chen Lin'an finally found his voice, though it came out dry and strained. There was an accident a few days ago. The old man, he's gone. Felicia's mind went blank, as if a bomb had gone off in her head. What did I just say? She thought in horror. Her excitement drained away, replaced with guilt that hit her like a tidal wave. She wished she could take her words back, but it was too late. Seeing her suddenly frozen expression, Chen Lin'an pushed down the sadness flooding his heart and forced a gentle smile. It's okay, Felicia. You don't have to feel bad. It's already in the past. Felicia, however, only felt more remorseful. Her thoughts were a whirl of regret. I'm so sorry, Lion. I can't believe something like that happened. I shouldn't have brought it up. Grandpa York, Felicia stammered, her voice trembling as she struggled to find the right words. She had experienced the loss of a loved one herself. Her father's passing had taken her a long time to accept. She understood all too well the kind of pain Chen Lin'an must be feeling. But Chen Lin'an didn't blame her. How could he? It wasn't her fault. You didn't know, so there's no need to blame yourself, Felicia, he said softly, his tone warm and reassuring. If anything, I should thank you. Thank you for remembering him. It means a lot to me, and it would have meant a lot to him, too. Chen Lin'an's gentle words made Felicia pause, her chaotic emotions settling slightly. Even so, she still felt guilty, knowing her words had unintentionally reopened a wound. He even left the codfish pizza recipe behind, Chen Lin'an added with a small, bittersweet smile. If you don't mind, I could make it for you. Felicia's heart ached as she noticed the sadness flickering in his eyes, hidden behind his calm demeanor. She reached across the table and gently held his hand, her voice soft but firm. Even if it tastes awful, I'll make sure to finish every bite. Feeling the warmth of her hands, Chen Lin'an couldn't help but feel a little comforted. Despite everything, he realized he wasn't alone in this world. He had a life here now, friends who cared about him. The thought of his grandfather's passing had briefly made him consider following him into the void, but Venom's sudden arrival had changed everything. Felicia wanted to say more, to remind him that he wasn't alone, but before she could find the right words, Chen Lin'an abruptly stood up. I'm so sorry, Felicia, he said hurriedly, gathering his belongings. I just remembered something urgent I need to take care of. Caught off guard, Felicia waved her hand quickly, indicating that it was fine. But the suddenness of his departure left her a little stunned, and whatever words she had planned to say were swallowed back down. Seeing the surprise in her eyes, Chen Lin'an offered her a reassuring smile. Thank you for talking with me. I've been feeling down these past few days, but I feel a lot better now. I look forward to seeing you again soon. With that, he picked up his things and headed for the door. Just before stepping out, he turned back and waved at her one last time before disappearing into the bustling streets. Felicia sat there, her gaze lingering on the doorway where he had vanished. What could have been so urgent? She wondered, a mix of worry and confusion swirling in her mind. Was it because of what I said? Did I hurt him so badly that he wanted to leave? The thought made her stomach twist with guilt. But he thanked me before he left. He said our conversation helped him feel better. Maybe he really did have something urgent to do. The more she thought about it, the more tangled her feelings became. Felicia buried her face in her hands, letting out a frustrated groan before slumping forward onto the table, her golden hair spilling out messily around her. Her sudden outburst drew curious glances from nearby customers and staff. People began whispering, their imaginations running wild. To them, the scene looked like something straight out of a melodrama. A beautiful woman heartbroken by the abrupt departure of a handsome man. One of the waitstaff hesitated by the counter, clearly debating whether to approach Felicia and offer comfort. But after a moment of indecision, she decided against it, fearing she might make things worse. Instead, she silently rooted for Felicia in her heart, unaware of the small crowd of onlookers who were already concocting their own dramatic theories. Felicia remained lost in her thoughts. Regret and self-recrimination swirled within her, fueled by the belief that her careless words had reopened Chen Lin'an's wounds. Even if he says he doesn't mind, I should still apologize properly, she resolved, staring at the half-empty coffee cup in front of her. He must have been struggling so much these past few days. I need to remind him that he's not alone. Meanwhile, Chen Lin'an had no idea about Felicia's internal turmoil. His mind was entirely focused on one thing: getting home as quickly as possible. The small device sewn into his sleeve had vibrated and heated up, signaling that the surveillance system at home had captured an image of someone resembling Rick Fry, or maybe even Rick Fry himself. He hadn't expected results so soon. The system had only been running for a short time, and already there was a lead. Whether it was a direct match or just a close resemblance, it was progress, a solid first step toward his ultimate goal. Chen Lin'an burst through the door and bolted up the stairs to his room, not even bothering to take off his shoes. The urgency in his movements was palpable. His heart raced as he flung himself into the chair at his desk and began typing furiously on his computer. Match found: 5 individuals with similar features. Locations: 5th Avenue in Brooklyn, a neighborhood in Queens, ***. Scanning the list, Chen Lin'an's eyes darted across the screen as he compared each entry against the image burned into his memory. Even the blurry screenshots provided by the camera feeds were scrutinized in painstaking detail. "You can stop now," Venom's raspy voice interrupted, its head emerging from Chen Lin'an's shoulder. It gave him a light tap on the head with one of its tendrils. "None of these guys are him. I remember his face perfectly. Even if the images are fuzzy, I wouldn't mistake him." Despite Venom's certainty, Chen Lin'an stubbornly insisted on going through all the matches himself, one by one. Finally, after exhausting the options, he leaned back in his chair with a deep sigh. Frustration clawed at him. Though he hadn't expected instant results, the disappointment still stung. Deep inside, he wished he could find the man immediately, track him down, snap his neck, and grind him into dust. The rage and hatred burned within him like a wildfire, desperate for release. Sensing the storm of emotions brewing inside him, Venom patted his shoulder with a tendril. "Don't worry. With this system in place, it's only a matter of time before we find him. When that happens, you'll get to do whatever you've been dreaming of." It added slyly, "And just leave the head to me. Or, if you must, I can skip the head altogether." Chen Lin'an stared at Venom, momentarily speechless. How am I supposed to respond to that? Am I supposed to thank you? Before he could voice his thoughts, the computer chimed again, pulling his attention back to the screen. Match found: 1 individual with similar features. Location: Brooklyn outskirts, 7-Eleven convenience store, ***. That's him. Venom's gravelly voice growled with conviction. Chen Lin'an leaned in so close to the screen that his nose nearly touched it. His eyes locked onto the image of a man standing outside the convenience store's entrance. The buzz cut, the face, the cold, sharp eyes. It was an almost perfect match to Venom's sketch. Bang! The window rattled loudly as Chen Lin'an vaulted out of it, landing on the ground below. Black, viscous liquid surged over his body, enveloping him completely within seconds. Boom! With an explosive leap, he launched himself forward, leaving a small crater in the earth where he had stood. Chen Lin'an relinquished control to Venom, allowing it to guide their movements. Fueled by the chocolate it had consumed earlier, Venom propelled their combined form with blinding speed, swinging between buildings and sprinting across the ground like a streak of black lightning. Their destination: the 7-Eleven on the outskirts of Brooklyn. Inside the convenience store, Rick Fry was completely unaware of the storm headed his way. He wandered the aisles, picking out a few cans of food, some bottles of cheap liquor, and various other items. Satisfied with his selection, he headed to the counter to pay. "And throw in a pack of Marlboros," he said, pointing lazily at the cigarettes behind the cashier. The young cashier, nervous but compliant, grabbed a pack from the shelf and added it to the bag. "That'll be $20.54, he said hesitantly. "Shit," Rick muttered, rummaging through his pockets. He came up short. "Hey, buddy, I'm a little short on change. How about you forget the 54 cents, huh?" Rick said, flashing a cocky grin and tilting his head toward the cashier. The young man hesitated, visibly uncomfortable. I'm sorry, sir, but I can't do that. My boss is a real jerk, an old drunk who's always watching the security cameras. He'd fire me in a heartbeat if he found out." He gestured toward the ceiling, where a camera was mounted. Rick's grin vanished, replaced by a scowl. His cold eyes flicked to the camera, and he muttered a curse under his breath. The cashier shrank back slightly, fearing the worst. After a tense moment, Rick grabbed a few packs of snacks from his bag and hurled them at the cashier. Here, these should cover your 54 cents, you little shit. What a goddamn joke. Snatching his bag, Rick stormed out the door, slamming it so hard the glass rattled. The cashier let out a shaky sigh of relief, crouching down to pick up the scattered snacks. Damn gang thugs, he muttered under his breath. That's it. Tomorrow, I'm quitting this crappy job. Outside, Rick threw his bag onto the passenger seat of his beat-up car, muttering curses under his breath. He was still fuming. If it weren't for the need to lay low, he would have drawn his gun and put a bullet in that idiot cashier. Since joining the gang, Rick had grown used to getting his way at places like this. A simple glare or a hand on his gun would usually be enough to silence any protests. But times were different now. He had to keep his head down, at least until the heat died down. Damn it, he growled as he started the car, heading back toward the dingy basement he was using as a hideout. Originally, he'd planned to leave the country yesterday, but a sudden increase in border checks had delayed his plans. The contact arranging his escape had demanded more money to smooth things over, further souring Rick's mood. As he pulled into the driveway of his hideout, the car sputtered to a stop. He slammed the door shut, muttering curses as he carried his bags inside. The basement greeted him with its usual damp, musty smell. Rick set the bags down and reached for the light switch, only to find that the already dim bulb had finally given up. He swore, slamming his fist against the wall. Frustrated, he flopped onto the creaky bed and tore open the pack of Marlboros. Lighting one, he took a long drag, the orange glow briefly illuminating his face. As the ember flared, the faint light revealed something in the darkness. A figure crouched just a few feet away, face to face with him. Rick froze, his blood running cold. Pale, elongated eyes gleamed in the shadows, radiating a bone-chilling coldness. Below them, an impossibly wide mouth stretched into a grotesque grin, filled with razor-sharp teeth. A crimson tongue slithered out, flicking through the air like a serpent. Rick's scream tore through the basement, only to be abruptly cut off. Outside, the crows perched on the trees jolted at the short, sharp cry. Their harsh, raspy caws filled the night, mingling with the eerie silence that followed. Asterisk asterisk bang. With a deafening crash, the massive black creature smashed Rick Fry against the basement wall, its clawed hand wrapped tightly around his throat. The force of the impact sent tremors through the room, and Rick felt a sharp pain deep in his chest. Blood trickled uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth, the taste of iron filling his senses. Rick Fry, the black figure growled, its voice low, raspy, and dripping with a chilling, murderous intent. The sound reverberated through the confined space, freezing the air itself. Pinning Rick to the wall, Chen Lin'an wasted no time, his words cutting straight to the heart of the matter. The car accident. Who ordered it? His voice betrayed no mercy, only a cold, unrelenting thirst for answers. He released his grip slightly, letting Rick collapse to the floor, gasping for air. The man fell into a heap, clutching at his bruised neck and coughing up blood. His wide, terrified eyes never left the monstrous figure towering over him. Don't kill me. I was just following orders. Rick stammered between choking coughs, his voice trembling with desperation. I'll tell you everything I know. Please, just don't kill me. As a low-level gang pawn, Rick Fry had always known this day might come. He had prepared himself for moments like this, groveling, bargaining, and selling out anyone he needed to in order to save his own skin. To him, survival was the only thing that mattered. Chen Lin'an stared down at him coldly, his voice devoid of any human warmth. Then start talking. Still trembling, Rick looked up at the monstrous figure, his mind racing. I'll tell you everything you want to know, he said quickly, trying to regain some semblance of composure. But how do I know you won't kill me after I talk? How do I know you'll keep your word? Rick's terror was momentarily eclipsed by a flicker of sly calculation. He thought he understood what was happening. This creature might look horrifying, but it was still someone with an agenda, someone who needed him alive to get information. You have to understand, I'm risking my life even telling you this. Rick's words dissolved into a blood-curdling scream as a black tendril shot out from Chen Lin'an's back, morphing into a blade and slicing cleanly through one of Rick's hands. The severed hand fell to the ground with a sickening thud. The metallic sheen of the blade glinted ominously in the dim light. Chen Lin'an's voice remained calm and unyielding. I think you misunderstand your position. Your life is in my hands now. As the black blade traced a shallow cut along Rick's cheek, leaving a thin line of blood, the man's earlier defiance crumbled completely. The smirk he had tried to muster was replaced by sheer panic. Rick had initially thought he could manipulate this person, but now, as more tendrils emerged from Chen Lin'an's back, writhing like living shadows, he realized with growing horror that the creature standing before him wasn't human at all. You have two choices, Chen Lin'an continued, his tone as cold as ice. Option 1. You tell me everything you know, and I'll give you a quick death. Option 2. You keep your mouth shut, and I'll make you beg for death in ways you can't even imagine. The chilling words echoed through the basement, suffocating the air with their weight. More tendrils slithered forward, their tips sharp and glistening. Rick's breathing grew ragged, his mind consumed by terror. I'll give you 5 seconds to decide. 5 asterisk asterisk. As Chen Lin'an began to count, the tendrils shot forward, piercing Rick's limbs and pinning him to the wall like a grotesque marionette. Blood dripped from the fresh wounds, pooling on the floor below. 4, 3, asterisk asterisk. The searing pain and the horrifying realization of his imminent fate shattered what little resolve Rick had left. His screams of agony echoed through the small basement, his sweat-drenched face contorted in despair. From Chen Lin'an's shoulder, Venom emerged, its jagged teeth gleaming as it let out a sinister laugh. I can smell the fear pouring out of him. His mind is unraveling. Its crimson tongue flicked out, tasting the air as if savoring Rick's terror. The sight of the monstrous symbiote was the final blow to Rick's sanity. His mind snapped, and his words tumbled out in a frantic, incoherent stream. I'll tell you everything. Please, just make it stop. Rick spilled everything he knew, every detail about the orders he had received and the people involved. When he finally finished, his voice hoarse and broken, Chen Lin'an wasted no time. With a swift motion, Chen Lin'an decapitated him, severing his head cleanly from his body. Blood sprayed from the stump like a gruesome fountain, the metallic scent quickly saturating the confined space. For a moment, Chen Lin'an simply stood there, staring at the carnage he had wrought. The sight of the headless body, the overwhelming stench of blood, it was almost too much. A wave of nausea hit him like a truck. His stomach churned violently, and he leaned against the wall, retching uncontrollably. Damn it, he muttered, pounding his chest as if trying to expel the sickening feeling. Venom watched with mild amusement, scratching its head sheepishly. Oh, my bad. I forgot to dull your senses beforehand. I'll remember next time. Chen Lin'an waved it off, his voice strained. No need. I'll get used to it. I have to. There's no way I can keep dulling my senses every time something like this happens. Straightening himself, he took a deep breath, his expression hardening. Rick Fry was just a small piece of this. There are bigger players behind him. If I'm going to take them all down, I need to adapt, and quickly. After half an hour of dry heaving and forcing himself to adjust to the gruesome scene, Chen Lin'an finally steadied himself. The smell and sight no longer made him recoil. So, he said, turning to Venom, do you still want his head? Though, I already cut it off, it's kind of messy now with all the blood and dirt. Venom shook its head, its tongue flicking out in distaste. Not too gross. Not because of the dirt, but, you know, the whole he wet himself thing. Even I have standards. Chen Lin'an raised an eyebrow. Didn't expect you to be so picky. Let's clean this up and get out of here. We've got more leads to follow. After meticulously erasing any evidence that could tie them to the scene, Chen Lin'an and Venom left the basement. Rick Fry was only the beginning. There were still many more targets waiting in the shadows. Under the dark and tranquil night of Manhattan, the NYPD headquarters records room was silent, save for the quiet tapping of keys as Chen Lin'an worked on a computer. He had returned once again, searching for the next lead in his quest for answers. From Rick Fray's confession, Chen Lin'an learned that the one who had ordered the hit was his superior, Paul Mark. After joining the Bloodhead gang, Rick had been assigned various menial and dirty tasks by Paul. Because Rick was efficient and didn't ask unnecessary questions, Paul had come to rely on him more and more, even promising him a promotion within the gang. Chen Lin'an typed Paul Mark's name into the database, his fingers moving swiftly. Moments later, the screen refreshed, bringing up a photo and details about the man. As the photo loaded, Chen Lin'an's expression froze. His mind reeled as he stared at the image on the screen. He recognized this man. It was the same person who had ordered delivery from him not long ago, the one who had taken forever to answer the door and tipped him generously. That particular delivery had stood out in his memory because it was the last order of the day and the address had been unusually far. After waiting for an abnormally long time for someone to open the door, the whole situation had left an impression on him. When he got back to the shop and checked the records, he discovered that there hadn't been an order for that address at all. It turned out that the person recording the orders had accidentally written it down incorrectly. Though the delivery had been a mistake, he had received the money, and the original customer had been understanding, accepting a few discount coupons as compensation. The matter had ended peacefully and without incident. But now, looking at the photo on the screen, Chen Lin'an's blood ran cold. So it was that delivery that led to everything that followed. He thought, piecing together the puzzle. His face paled as the realization sank in. Up until now, he hadn't understood why that sudden catastrophe had befallen him and his grandfather. Why had those people targeted them? Why had they tried to kill them? Recalling that delivery, Paul Mark had indeed seemed a bit unusual, but nothing about him had screamed danger. Did they think I saw something that day? Or did they assume I learned something I wasn't supposed to know? Is that why they wanted us dead? At the time, Venom had still been locked away within his body, dormant and unable to sense its surroundings. Otherwise, it might have been able to detect what was really happening in that house. There's no point in overthinking it now. Once we find Paul Mark, everything will become clear. Asterisk, asterisk, Venom's raspy voice interrupted his spiraling thoughts. Chen Lin'an took a deep breath and nodded, grounding himself. He steadied his hands and continued scrolling through the files on the screen. Compared to Rick Fry, Paul Mark's records were far more limited. It was evident that, as a mid-level leader in the Bloodhead gang, Paul had the influence and resources to keep his profile low. The lack of information left Chen Lin'an frustrated. Switching gears, he began searching for details about the gang itself, the Bloodhead gang. The results were disappointing. The Bloodhead gang appeared to be a particularly secretive and powerful organization, far beyond the scope of a typical street gang. The database offered only a few vague sentences about them. It was clear that the NYPD had little concrete knowledge of the gang's activities. "This is ridiculous," Chen Lin'an muttered, his voice laced with frustration. "The police know so little about them. That means they've probably gotten away with countless crimes that no one even suspects, like my grandfather's murder. Everyone thinks it was just a random accident." Venom snickered, its jagged teeth gleaming as it emerged slightly from Chen Lin'an's shoulder. "Humans are not only incompetent, but also stupid. When I was with Spider-Man, I observed them for a while, just to understand your species better. My conclusion? Most of them are useless. There are a few exceptions, but the rest are just donut-eating, coffee-drinking lumps of flesh." Chen Lin'an considered Venom's words for a moment before speaking coldly. "It wouldn't surprise me if people in high places were helping cover for the Bloodhead gang. What kind of organization are they, really? They're like a giant beast lurking in the shadows, hidden from sight. There's no point wasting time here. Let's head home." "I'm getting hungry," asterisk, asterisk, Venom suggested, licking its lips. It was still somewhat bitter about missing the opportunity to eat Rick Frey's brain. The memory of that tantalizing scent lingered, but Rick's cowardice had ruined everything. Venom resolved to console itself with an entire box of hazelnut-filled chocolate once they returned home. Chen Lin'an sighed as he shut down the computer, his disappointment evident. "This has been both surprising and frustrating," he admitted. "Fine, let's go back and do what we did before. Input his photo and details into the system and let the program search the city for him. I refuse to believe he can hide forever, not as a mid-level leader of the Bloodhead gang." He continued, "Besides, if their main goal was to eliminate me, they'll realize sooner or later that I'm still alive. They'll start sniffing around, trying to finish the job. That'll give us another chance to strike." With that, Chen Lin'an restored the database to its original state, ensuring no traces of his presence remained. Then, he leapt out of the window, vanishing into the shadows of the night. As Chen Lin'an made his way home, The basement where Rick Fry had been killed remained eerily silent, save for the faint sound of buzzing flies. From the pocket of Rick's lifeless body, a phone suddenly began to ring, its shrill tone cutting through the stillness. The phone vibrated against the blood-soaked fabric, the sound muffled as the crimson liquid seeped into the device. After a few unanswered rings, the call ended. Moments later, it rang again, and again. On the third attempt, the caller abruptly hung up before the ringing could finish, as if realizing something was amiss. The basement fell silent once more, the oppressive stillness returning. In this remote, desolate location on the outskirts of the city, who knew how long it would be before Rick Fray's body was discovered? Chen Lin'an and Venom had only cleaned up traces that could lead back to them. They hadn't bothered with the rest. Rick's corpse and the blood were left untouched. Let the lowlife rot in the darkness, his remains devoured by maggots and flies. It was a fitting end for scum like him. In a beautiful house in Queens, a middle-aged man sat pensively, staring at his phone with a deep frown. His features were unremarkable at first glance, but upon closer inspection, a sharp and ruthless air lingered in his expression. This was none other than Paul Mark, the very man who had once opened the door for Chen Lin'an to deliver food. Damn it, why isn't that idiot answering his phone? Did he disobey me and run off to mess around? Paul muttered, glaring at the missed call notification on his screen. He had already called twice. Even if Rick Fry had been out drinking, gambling, or with a woman, he should have picked up by now. In the years Rick had worked for him, he had rarely shown this level of negligence. Could something have happened to him? Paul wondered, swirling the glass of amber liquor in his left hand. The ice cube clinked against the sides of the glass, the sound crisp in the quiet room. Unable to come to a conclusion, Paul decided to try calling one last time. Beep, beep, beep. The ringing tone echoed again, but there was still no answer. Paul hung up before the voicemail could kick in, irritation flickering in his eyes. He hadn't intended to call Rick for anything major, just to confirm the details of their last job. A few days ago, Rick had assured him that both targets, Chen Lin'an and his grandfather, wouldn't survive. But earlier today, one of Paul's trusted subordinates had reported seeing the boy on the streets again, alive and well. Determined to get to the bottom of this, Paul had been calling Rick incessantly. If the boy had somehow survived, Paul would have to send Rick to finish the job properly. No loose ends. After all, this particular task had been handed down by none other than Harvey Harmon himself. There could be no mistakes. When the phone remained unanswered, Paul's patience finally wore thin. His years in the underworld told him that something must have happened to Rick. Though he had no concrete proof, his gut instinct told him the situation wasn't good. Not that it mattered much to Paul. Rick Fry was just another disposable tool. If he was gone, so be it. Paul would simply find someone else to handle the job. Still, it was a shame. It seemed like a waste not to squeeze a bit more use out of him. Paul swirled his drink one last time before downing it in a single gulp. Setting the glass aside, he picked up his phone and dialed another number. Didn't you say you saw the kid on the street? Go check again tomorrow. Find out what's going on and make sure he's taken care of. Got it. Paul barked into the phone, his voice cold and commanding. The person on the other end quickly agreed, and Paul ended the call without further discussion. Still, he couldn't shake a nagging feeling. After a moment of contemplation, he decided that he would personally visit Rick Fray's hideout tomorrow to see what had happened. Knowing Rick, maybe he'd overdosed on drugs or gotten himself beaten half to death. Either way, Paul needed to confirm the situation himself. The next morning in Brooklyn, at Chen Lin'an's house, breakfast was underway. Chen Lin'an ate slowly and gracefully, alternating between small bites of crispy fried dough sticks and sips of warm soy milk. Across from him, Venom was a stark contrast, its chaotic eating habits creating a comedic juxtaposition. In front of Venom sat a towering mountain of fried dough sticks on a massive platter. Beside it was a container resembling a water cooler, divided into two sections, one filled with soy milk, the other with rich hot cocoa. Venom alternated between rolling up several dough sticks with its tendrils and stuffing them into its mouth, then slurping from the oversized straw, first soy milk, then hot cocoa. A human food really is the best, especially Chinese food. Venom sighed contentedly, slumping back in a chair after finishing its feast. Living with Peter Parker was nothing like this. Back then, it was all cramped spaces and crappy meals, just pizza and hot dogs, over and over. But now, spacious rooms, delicious food, and unlimited chocolate. Chen Lin'an couldn't help but chuckle at Venom's dramatic complaints. By the way, Venom suddenly perked up, its eyes gleaming with curiosity. You mentioned something once. What's that thing called? Tofu brain? When can we try it? I've been thinking about it for a while now. Taking a sip of soy milk, Chen Lin'an patiently explained, it's called tofu pudding. And no, it's not what you think. It's made from soybeans, not brains. It has nothing to do with actual brains, and it doesn't taste like them, either. Honestly, I've never even tried it myself. Venom's excitement deflated instantly, its shoulders slumping. What? No brains at all? That's disappointing. Chen Lin'an smirked. But there are foods made with animal brains, he added. Not human brains, of course. For example, pig brains are pretty popular. They can be cooked in hot pot or grilled. Then there's spicy rabbit heads, chicken heads, and lamb heads. I've heard they're delicious, but I've never been brave enough to try them myself. Oh, really? Venom's eyes lit up again, its excitement rekindled. It practically salivated at the thought. That sounds amazing. Sure, the brains might be small, but I could just eat more of them. When can we go try them? Just imagining their sweet, savory taste is making my mouth water. Chen Lin'an paused thoughtfully. Well, it might not be anytime soon. School's about to start, and most of those dishes can only be found in China's Sichuan or Chongqing regions. But if there are places in New York that serve them, I wouldn't mind picking some up for you. We could ask around. There are plenty of Chinese immigrants here, so maybe someone knows where to find them. After finishing the last bite of his fried dough stick, Chen Lin'an wiped his hands and gestured to the dishes on the table. All right, breakfast's over. Take these plates to the kitchen and wash them. Venom froze, its cheerful demeanor vanishing instantly. What? Me? Wash dishes? I'm Venom, a noble symbiote. You're insulting me by asking me to do such menial labor. Chen Lin'an raised a single finger, his expression calm. One piece of chocolate. Venom scoffed, crossing its arms. One piece of chocolate? You think I'm that easy to bribe? You must take me for some asterisk. 5 pieces. Hazelnut filled. Chen Lin'an interrupted, his tone steady. Venom's eyes sparkled. Deal, it exclaimed, instantly gathering all the dishes and heading to the kitchen. As it worked, it hummed an off-key tune, clearly in high spirits. Chen Lin'an shook his head with a smile, amused by the symbiote's antics. Even a so-called noble symbiote can't resist the allure of chocolate, he thought to himself. The efficiency of a symbiote washing dishes was leagues beyond a dishwasher's. In less than 20 minutes, the kitchen sparkled as if it had been scrubbed by an army of cleaning professionals. Chen Lin'an prepared a cup of tea for himself and an oversized bucket of tea for Venom. They both settled on a couch, sipping their respective drinks while watching the news. The television droned on, reporting the day's events, and, as usual, Spider-Man dominated the headlines. On the Daily Bugle, Jonah Jameson's fiery rhetoric filled the screen, spewing his daily dose of vitriol toward the web-slinger. That mustachioed loudmouth is full of crap, Venom grumbled, glaring at Jameson's passionate tirade. Back when I was with Peter Parker, this old geezer wouldn't stop targeting us. He's insufferable. Chen Lin'an took a sip of his tea and chuckled softly. Well, Spider-Man is their golden ticket for sales. If they don't stir the pot with controversial takes, their content would be no different from any other platform. They need someone to hate so they can stay relevant. As they chatted idly, a figure crept closer to Chen Lin'an's house under the cover of darkness. Moving with caution and ill intent, the intruder's presence was as obvious to Venom as a lit beacon in the night. Venom's senses flared, and it shared the intruder's location and movements with Chen Lin'an in an instant. It seems we haven't tracked down Paul Mark yet, but some fool has already decided to come knocking, Chen Lin'an remarked, his voice laced with cold amusement. This time, I won't miss out on a brain, Venom said, licking its sharp teeth with its crimson tongue, the excitement in its tone unmistakable. Black, viscous liquid quickly spread across Chen Lin'an's body, transforming him into a towering figure over 2 meters tall. He glanced at himself and murmured, "A smaller size should be enough for this. Let's not scare him too much, or we'll just end up with another mess to clean off the floors." With that, He adjusted his form, shrinking down to a more human-sized version of himself. This stealth form, as he called it, was less terrifying than the massive, monstrous build of Venom's original form. Though not as intimidating, it was far more agile and mysterious. "He's getting closer," Venom reported, his hands on his gun. "Looks like he's planning to walk in, check if you're home, and shoot you on the spot if he finds you." Through Venom's shared senses, Chen Lin'an observed the intruder. The man moved cautiously, his every step calculated, but to Chen Lin'an, it was as if the intruder was walking in broad daylight. "Let him come inside," Chen Lin'an said with a cold smile. "I'll make sure to give him a proper welcome." He stepped back into the shadows, blending seamlessly with the dark corners of the room. Roy Jones, gripping his handgun tightly, had already climbed over the fence and slipped into the yard. He was certain the target was home. He'd peeked through the curtain and seen the television light flickering, along with the sound of the news broadcast. "Damn it, who keeps their curtains closed during the day? Is this some weird Asian habit?" He muttered to himself, annoyed. If the curtains hadn't been closed, he could have taken the shot from outside, avoiding the need to break in. As he approached the front door, he suddenly heard the television shut off. The sound of footsteps echoed from the living room, followed by the creak of a door and the unmistakable hiss of running water from a shower. "Perfect," Roy thought, his lips curling into a smirk. "He's in the shower? This'll be easy." Sliding a lockpick from his pocket, Roy expertly jimmied the door open, taking care to avoid making any noise. He slipped inside, his footsteps silent as he moved through the entryway and into the living room. Guided by the sound of water, he crept toward the bathroom. The bathroom door was ajar, and the steam wafting out told him the target was indeed inside. Careless, Roy thought. Didn't even close the door? Makes my job easier. Gun raised, he approached the shower curtain. With a sudden motion, he yanked it aside and prepared to fire, but there was no one there. The water streamed down, empty but for the mist and steam. Before he could react, a hand reached from behind and grabbed his neck, lifting him off the ground and slamming him into the wall with a sickening thud. Roy gasped, his vision spinning as he tried to process what had just happened. In front of him stood a hooded figure cloaked in black, its face obscured in shadow. Panicking, Roy twisted his wrist and fired his gun at the figure, the muffled gunshots echoing within the bathroom. Bang, bang, bang. Venom's voice rumbled with amusement as it effortlessly absorbed the bullets. The taste of gunpowder is quite spicy, like those devil peppers you humans put in Mexican tacos. It shared the sensation with Chen Lin'an, who raised an eyebrow at the bizarre commentary. Before Roy could empty the clip, Chen Lin'an's hand shot out, snapping his wrist and disarming him in one fluid motion. The gun clattered to the floor. Roy screamed in pain, but Chen Lin'an quickly clamped a hand over his mouth, silencing him. "What a pleasant surprise," Chen Lin'an rasped, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. "I was wondering when one of you would show up." Leaning in closer, he continued, "Here's how this works. I ask, you answer. If you make a sound that isn't an answer, I'll break another bone. I've already broken 2. How many more do you think you can handle?" Roy's eyes widened in terror, and he nodded frantically, signaling his compliance. For the next 5 minutes, Roy answered every question with complete honesty, his survival instincts overriding any loyalty he might have had. His desperation to live was written all over his face. When he finished, he pleaded, "I've told you everything I know. Please, let me go. I swear I won't say a word about this. I'll leave the country this afternoon. I'll disappear." Chen Lin'an tilted his head slightly, as if considering the plea. "Relax," he said. "I told you I wouldn't do anything to you." "But," Chen Lin'an added, his voice dropping ominously, "there's someone else who handles the aftermath." As he spoke, his face began to split open, revealing Venom's jagged teeth and writhing tongue. Roy's terrified screams filled the bathroom, but they were cut short as Venom lunged forward, snapping up Roy's head in a single bite. Before the blood could spray, Venom opened its maw wider, consuming the rest of Roy's body in one swift motion. The bathroom fell silent, save for the faint sound of Venom licking its lips. "Delicious," Venom murmured, its voice a mix of satisfaction and malice. Roy Jones vanished from the world, devoured completely, head and all, by Venom in 2 swift bites. For Venom, it was a rare and delightful indulgence, leaving it in high spirits. But for Chen Lin'an, his face was pale as he sat on the toilet in the bathroom, lost in thought. "Are you feeling unwell?" Venom turned to Chen Lin'an, its tone laced with concern. Chen Lin'an immediately raised a hand, stopping Venom before it could continue. "Don't talk to me. Let me process this for a moment." Despite Venom's earlier assurance that it had dulled his senses, Chen Lin'an still felt an undeniable discomfort from the act of consuming a human. It took a while for him to regulate his breathing and steady his nerves. Only after several deep breaths did the color return to his face. Seeing him recover, Venom visibly relaxed, its apprehension easing. After all, it had promised Chen Lin'an he wouldn't feel much of anything, and it had even staked its chocolate supply on that guarantee. Looking at Venom's cautious, almost sheepish demeanor, Chen Lin'an didn't say much. He simply left the bathroom and sat on the couch, pouring himself a cup of tea. As he sipped, he spoke calmly. "Relax. I'm not going to withhold your chocolate." The feeling was strange, but it's not unbearable. "I knew you'd be fine," Venom responded, its tone shifting to playful relief. It reached for a piece of chocolate and handed it to Chen Lin'an. "Here, have some chocolate. It'll cheer you up." Chen Lin'an took the chocolate and popped it into his mouth, biting down with a satisfying crunch. The rich, velvety sweetness spread across his tongue, filling every corner of his mouth. He had to admit, Venom's taste in chocolate was exceptional. The brand and type it had chosen were undoubtedly top tier. However, before Chen Lin'an could finish savoring the last piece, the computer upstairs emitted a sharp alert, signaling a new development. Chen Lin'an and Venom exchanged a knowing glance before bolting up the stairs. They reached the computer in seconds, their focus immediately drawn to the screen. A photo of a man with a buzz cut appeared on the screen. He was standing outside a convenience store, captured by a security camera. The setting was eerily similar to the location where Rick Fry had been identified last time. "This guy's looking for Rick Fry," Chen Lin'an said, studying the image. "That's the same convenience store where Rick was spotted before. Now, Paul Mart's been picked up there too. Interesting. Maybe they'll reunite in death," Venom quipped, its tone dripping with dark humor. Without wasting another moment, Chen Lin'an and Venom leapt out of the window. With Venom taking control of their movements, they raced toward the location at breakneck speed. Time was of the essence. Rick Fry was already out of the picture, but if Paul Mark discovered the state of the basement, he might realize the gravity of his situation. If that happened, he could easily disappear into some hidden corner, making it far more difficult to track him down later. "Damn, this basement is way too far," Paul Mark muttered under his breath as he stepped out of his car. He glanced at the nearby convenience store and decided to stop by for some water and cigarettes before heading to the basement. The convenience store was relatively large, though it appeared quiet. Behind the counter, a middle-aged man with a greasy appearance and a protruding belly lounged in a chair, flipping through a magazine. As Paul Mark walked in, the two men exchanged brief glances before looking away. Paul made his way to a cooler, grabbed a bottle of water, and twisted it open, downing half of it in one go. The cool water refreshed him, easing the dryness in his throat. Feeling a bit more relaxed, he grabbed 2 more bottles and headed to the counter. "Give me a pack of Camel," Paul said, nodding toward the shelf of cigarettes behind the counter. The middle-aged shopkeeper stood up, retrieving the pack with practiced ease. $7.50, he said, his eyes never leaving Paul Mark. Paul pulled a $10 bill from his wallet and placed it on the counter. "Keep the change," he said curtly before grabbing his items and walking out. The shopkeeper watched him leave, his hands slowly emerging from beneath the counter. Hidden there had been a shotgun, which he had kept at the ready the entire time. Years of running the store had given him an uncanny ability to read people, and from the moment Paul Mark walked in, he had pegged him as a gang member, one of the dangerous ones. Young people these days don't have the knack for this kind of work. They get scared off the moment they deal with tough customers, ***, the shopkeeper muttered, thinking about the young clerk he had hired recently. The kid had quit just 2 days ago, claiming he feared for his life after encountering gang members. Shaking his head, the shopkeeper reclined in his chair once more and resumed flipping through his magazine. Paul Mark returned to his car, placing the water and cigarettes on the passenger seat before continuing his drive. The basement wasn't far now, just a short distance away. Soon, he would find out why Rick Fry hadn't been answering his calls. He parked the car by the side of the road and stepped out, his expression souring as he looked at the decrepit building ahead. The area was desolate, the kind of place no one would visit unless they had a specific reason. "What a dump," Paul muttered, wrinkling his nose. He made his way toward the basement's entrance, recalling its exact location. The stairwell leading down was dim and unlit, the air heavy with a damp, rotting smell. Paul covered his nose with his hand, muttering curses under his breath. What the hell? Did that idiot fill the place with garbage? As he reached the door, a few rats scurried around his feet. He kicked them aside with a string of expletives, then pushed open the rickety door. The moment he opened it, a swarm of flies burst out, and the stench of death hit him like a brick wall. Paul gagged, nearly vomiting as he stumbled back. Forcing himself to look inside, Paul's eyes widened in horror. There, on the filthy floor, lay a headless corpse. The body was crawling with maggots, its decaying flesh teeming with flies. Blood had soaked into the floorboards, leaving dark, dried stains that reeked of iron and rot. Paul's head spun. The sight and the smell were overwhelming, and he staggered, barely keeping himself upright. Just as he turned to flee and catch his breath, a shadow loomed at the doorway. A black figure, tall and imposing, blocked his exit. Its presence was suffocating, its form blending with the darkness around it. ***, why so eager to leave? We haven't even begun to have a proper conversation. ***, a raspy, low voice echoed through the dimly lit basement stairwell, carrying an eerie, ghostly tone. Paul Mark froze, startled by the sudden appearance of the figure blocking his exit. The nausea he'd been struggling to suppress vanished instantly, replaced by a cold, creeping fear. Who are you? Why are you here? Did you kill him?" Paul asked, his voice trembling as he stared at the shadowy figure before him. His instincts screamed danger, and he instinctively wanted to back away. Chen Lin'an stepped closer, his voice calm, yet laced with menace. "Not bad. You've got a sharp mind for someone in your position. You figured it out right away." With Venom suppressing his senses, Chen Lin'an remained unaffected by the stench and filth around him. He advanced steadily toward Paul, his gaze unwavering. "But tell me this. Have you guessed what's going to happen to you next?" Paul stumbled backward, trying to maintain distance, but Chen Lin'an moved too quickly. In an instant, he lunged forward, gripping Paul's throat and lifting him off the ground with ease. HRGH! HRRGH! Gasping for air, Paul clawed desperately at the black hand, crushing his windpipe. He struck at Chen Lin'an's arm with everything he had, but it was futile. The grip only tightened, cutting off his oxygen completely. Paul's face turned a deep shade of red as his vision blurred. His lungs burned, and his head spun from the lack of air. He was on the verge of losing consciousness when, suddenly, the iron grip on his throat loosened just enough for him to breathe. He inhaled greedily, coughing and sputtering as air filled his lungs again. The raspy voice from earlier spoke once more, cold and mocking. "Apologies. I almost got carried away and killed you too soon. That would have been a shame. I still need answers from you. Can't let you off to hell just yet." Paul's bloodshot eyes locked onto the shadowy figure's face, its features obscured save for two pale, elongated eyes that gleamed like slits in the darkness. His voice was hoarse as he croaked out, Why are you doing this? When did I ever cross you?" He paused, his mind racing. "Or, are you working for someone who has it out for the Bloodhead Gang? If that's the case, let me warn you, our gang isn't as simple as you think. You're playing a dangerous game." Chen Lin'an smirked behind his mask, realizing Paul had mistaken him for a hired assassin from a rival gang. It was clear Paul hadn't connected the dots to the events he had set into motion just days ago. To him, eliminating a college student had been as trivial as squashing a bug, something so insignificant that the possibility of repercussions hadn't even crossed his mind. Looks like you still don't understand where you went wrong," Chen Lin'an said, his voice dripping with disdain. "But that's all right. Maybe seeing my face will jog your memory." As he spoke, he pulled back his hood, revealing his sharp, youthful features. His face was calm yet cold, a stark contrast to the fury burning in his chest. Paul's eyes widened in shock, his disbelief evident. It's you, the delivery boy." His mind reeled. The young man who'd once delivered food to his door was now standing before him, transformed into this terrifying figure. It was a reality he couldn't comprehend. Damn it, Paul muttered under his breath. If this boy was here, alive and well, it meant the men he'd sent to eliminate him had failed. Worse, it likely meant they were dead. Looks like you finally understand, Chen Lin'an said, his voice growing colder. Now let's cut to the chase. Why did you target me? Who gave the order? As he spoke, the black substance of venom flowed back over his face, concealing his features once again. His voice, now amplified by Venom's rasp, carried an even darker edge. If you don't tell me who's behind this, I'll assume it's you. And just so you know, the treatment for those two scenarios is very different. You might have a chance for a quick death, but the mastermind? They'll be ground into pulp, inch by inch. Paul's fear transformed into defiance as he glared at Chen Lin'an. The Bloodhead Gang won't let you get away with this. He barked, his voice filled with desperation and anger. His defiance was short-lived. A blood-curdling scream erupted from his throat as several black tendrils shot out from Chen Lin'an's back, piercing his limbs and pinning him to the wall. Another tendril morphed into a small, razor-sharp blade, slicing shallow cuts across Paul's body. Blood seeped from the wounds, staining his clothes and dripping onto the floor. You can keep playing the tough guy, Chen Lin'an said, his tone devoid of sympathy. I have plenty of time. The tendrils twisted, digging deeper into Paul's flesh. His screams grew louder, echoing through the basement. After 10 minutes of relentless torment, Chen Lin'an paused, giving Paul a brief moment to catch his breath and reconsider. When Paul remained silent, the cycle of torture resumed, each round more excruciating than the last. Finally, by the third round, Paul's resolve shattered. The unbearable pain and the sickening itch of his wounds pushed him to the brink of madness. Stop. I'll talk. Just give me a quick death. He pleaded, his voice hoarse and broken. Chen Lin'an halted, his tendrils retracting slightly as he waited for Paul to speak. Gasping for air, Paul began to explain in halting sentences. It's not that complicated. That night, we were in that house to deal with a traitor, a snitch who'd leaked information to rival gangs. The leak cost us a deal and a lot of money. Paul paused, his breathing labored. Our boss, John Harmon, was furious. He told his brother, Harvey Harmon, to handle it personally, to make an example of him. So, we followed Harvey to the house to take care of it. Chen Lin'an's fists clenched as he listened, his rage simmering beneath the surface. Everything went according to plan, Paul continued. Harvey killed a guy, but then the doorbell rang. Chen Lin'an's jaw tightened. That's when I showed up, he said, his voice low. Paul nodded weakly. We knew you were just a delivery boy, but we couldn't let you see what was inside. Harvey told me to pretend to be the guy, to take the food and send you away. Paul hesitated, his eyes darting nervously. But the guy's body slipped. It rolled down the stairs, making that loud thud. That's why you turned back, isn't it? You must have seen something, blood, maybe the body. Chen Lin'an's fists trembled as he recalled that moment. So that's what it was, he muttered, his voice filled with barely restrained fury. Paul nodded again. Harvey decided it was too risky to leave you alive. He figured it'd be easier to clean up loose ends. At that, Chen Lin'an's rage boiled over. With a single punch, he shattered the wall beside him, fragments of stone and plaster scattering across the floor. Leaving so soon? We haven't even started our proper conversation. A raspy, low voice echoed through the dark stairwell of the basement, carrying an ominous, haunting tone that sent chills down Paul Mark's spine. Paul froze, startled by the sudden appearance of the shadowy figure. Even the nausea that had threatened to overwhelm him moments ago vanished without a trace, replaced by the cold grip of fear. Who are you? Why are you here? Did you kill him? Paul's voice trembled as he stared at the figure before him, his instincts screaming at him to back away from the palpable danger this person exuded. You've got a sharp mind. I'll give you that, Chen Lin'an said, his voice calm yet dripping with venom. He stepped closer, his movements slow and deliberate. You're right. It was me. But here's another question for you. Have you guessed what's going to happen to you next? Paul instinctively began retreating, but Chen Lin'an's speed was far greater. In the blink of an eye, he darted forward, his blackened hand wrapping tightly around Paul's throat and lifting him effortlessly off the ground. HRGH, HRRGH. Paul clawed at the vice-like grip encasing his neck, his legs kicking helplessly in the air. He pounded at Chen Lin'an's arm, desperate to free himself, but it was futile. The grip only tightened, suffocating him further. Paul's face turned crimson as the blood rushed to his head, his eyes bulging from their sockets. His mind grew foggy, and his limbs began to weaken as the oxygen fled his body. Just as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, the grip loosened slightly, allowing him a shallow, gasping breath of air. Paul coughed violently, greedily inhaling as much oxygen as his lungs could hold. The raspy voice came again, tinged with mockery. "Apologies, I nearly let my anger get the better of me. Can't have you dying just yet. I still need answers. Hell can wait a little longer for you." Paul's bloodshot eyes locked onto the figure before him, his mind racing. This wasn't just any man, this was a monster. His voice, shaky and hoarse, managed to rasp out, Why are you doing this? What did I ever do to you?" A faint smirk curled under the shadowed mask as Chen Lin'an leaned closer. "What you did, you've already forgotten, haven't you? Or perhaps you never thought twice about it. For you, it was just another job, just another faceless name to erase." Paul's thoughts churned as he tried to piece together what the man was talking about. His mind flickered to the college student he had sent his men to dispose of, the one he had thought was an insignificant nuisance. For him, ordering someone's death had been as casual as deciding what to eat for lunch. He hadn't anticipated that decision would come back to haunt him like this. But before Paul could respond, Chen Lin'an's voice dropped an octave, dark and cold. "Tell me everything you know about the Bloodhead Gang. Tell me about the Harmon brothers. I want it all." Chen Lin'an's calm exterior belied the storm of fury raging within. He wasn't here just for revenge. This was a reckoning. The Bloodhead Gang, the Harmon brothers, and everyone complicit in their crimes would pay, all to avenge Old York and countless other victims who had been reduced to nothing but statistics in the gang's bloody ledger. Paul, realizing he had no way out, let out a bitter laugh. The irony wasn't lost on him. He had always known there would come a day when he'd pay for his sins, but he hadn't expected it to happen like this, so suddenly and so brutally. The shadowy figure standing before him, brimming with an unnatural power, filled him with a rare sense of dread. But at the same time, Paul couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Even if this kid has some strange abilities, what can one person do against the might of the Bloodhead Gang? He might handle 1 or 2 men, maybe even 3, but when he faces dozens of guns aimed at his head, we'll see how confident he is then. Paul didn't know, of course, that Chen Lin'an wasn't alone. Venom, the symbiote bonded to him, made him far more than human. For Venom, guns were little more than spicy snacks, and bullets were about as threatening as sunflower seeds. Even Venom's once crippling weaknesses, fire and sonic waves, had dramatically diminished after bonding with Chen Lin'an, their combined strength growing steadily over time. In the dimly lit basement, Paul sat slumped against the rubble, his voice hollow as he began to recount everything he knew. He spoke of the Bloodhead Gang's dominance over New York's underworld, their near monopoly on the city's drug trade, and the fear they instilled in rival gangs. 7 out of every 10 drug deals in New York were under their control, and no other gang could match their wealth, power, or ruthlessness. At the heart of it all were the Harmon brothers. John Harmon, the elder brother, was the gang's mastermind and its soul. To most of the gang's members, he was a distant, enigmatic figure, untouchable and shrouded in mystery. Few had ever seen him in person, and even fewer knew the full extent of his influence. Harvey Harmon, on the other hand, was the gang's enforcer, its blade. Where John was the brains, Harvey was the brawn, a merciless, brutal force of nature who embodied the gang's violent reputation. He was the devil incarnate, feared even by his own men. As Paul recounted the brothers' deeds, Chen Lin'an's fists clenched tighter, his nails digging into his palms. The more he learned, the more his rage simmered, threatening to boil over. Finally, Paul finished speaking, his voice devoid of energy. "That's everything I know. I've told you all of it. Just give me a quick death." Lying amidst the rubble, he stared blankly at the ceiling, resigned to his fate. Chen Lin'an's emotions churned like a storm, his anger and grief swirling together. The life of Old York, the innocent delivery boy turned victim, and the countless others who had suffered at the hands of the Bloodhead Gang, they all weighed on him like a mountain. And yet, the cause of it all had been so trivial, so senseless. Lives had been destroyed over something as mundane as a misstep in a gang's operation. As Paul lay there, awaiting his end, Chen Lin'an's lips curled into a bitter, twisted smile. Slowly, a laugh bubbled up from his throat, growing louder and more unhinged. Ha ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. The sound was sharp and piercing, bouncing off the basement walls and slicing through the air like a blade. It sent shivers down Paul's spine, his earlier resignation replaced by a gnawing, growing fear. The rubble around him seemed to tremble in time with Chen Lin'an's laughter, as if the very room was reacting to his madness. When the laughter finally subsided, Chen Lin'an lowered his hands from his face, revealing eyes that now glowed with a faint, blood-red hue. "I've changed my mind," he said, his voice rasping with a cold, merciless edge. "Even though you've told me everything I wanted to know, I've decided you don't deserve a quick death." Paul's heart sank further, his composure cracking under the weight of the words. "Just kill me. You promised me a quick death, you monster," he screamed, his voice laced with desperation and terror. Chen Lin'an stepped closer, his tone unyielding. "You? A scum of society, a parasite of the underworld. You think you have a right to demand mercy from me?" Black tendrils extended from Chen Lin'an's back, slashing through the air with lethal precision. "No, you'll die slowly. I'll cut the muscles and tendons from your limbs. I'll peel back your skin and leave your raw flesh exposed." As Paul screamed, Chen Lin'an's voice grew colder, his words like icicles stabbing into the man's soul. "You saw the rats and flies when you came in, didn't you? They'll feast on you. They'll lay their eggs in your flesh, and the maggots will crawl into your bones. You'll feel pain so deep it'll seep into your very marrow. That's the death you deserve." Paul Mark's eyes widened in terror as he violently shook his head, his fear mounting with every word Chen Lin'an spoke. His desperate pleas and curses spilled out in a mad jumble, his mind teetering on the edge of complete collapse. Chen Lin'an, however, remained unfazed. His work continued with precision, as if he were merely following a carefully planned procedure. Without hesitation, he pried open Paul's mouth and, with a firm yank, tore out the man's tongue. To ensure Paul didn't bleed out too quickly, Chen Lin'an controlled the length of the extraction, leaving enough behind to avoid fatal blood loss. He even tilted Paul's head to the side, thoughtfully preventing him from choking on his own blood. "You see," Chen Lin'an said, his voice calm but laced with malice, "this is what happens when you can't keep your mouth shut. Now your tongue's gone, and your mouth's filled with the scent of blood. I'm sure the rats will find this particularly appetizing." He crouched down, tilting his head as if deep in thought. Almost forgot. Your stomach. We'll need a little invitation there, too, just to make sure those adorable little creatures don't miss out." With methodical precision, Chen Lin'an used a tendril to slice a small incision across Paul's abdomen, exposing the raw flesh beneath. The smell of blood and exposed tissue filled the room, drawing out the more brazen rats that had already claimed front-row seats to this gruesome spectacle. Paul was utterly helpless. His limbs hung uselessly, his mouth unable to form words. He could only scream soundlessly, his body writhing in agony. In a desperate attempt to escape his torment, he began slamming the back of his head against the floor, trying to knock himself unconscious, or worse, in his own life. But Chen Lin'an noticed immediately. With a sigh, he picked up a steel rod from a pile of debris. Bending it effortlessly into shape, he secured Paul's head in place, immobilizing him completely. "Can't have you ruining all the fun now, can we? Whether you like it or not, you're going to stay awake and feel every second of this." Paul's muffled cries of despair grew louder, his eyes filled with pure, unfiltered fear. Chen Lin'an leaned closer, his voice dropping to a cruel whisper. "Stay here and welcome death at your own pace, you pathetic dog. In a few days, I'll make sure those Harmon brothers and the rest of your gang join you. You won't be lonely on your trip to hell." Satisfied with his work, Chen Lin'an straightened up, taking one last look at the broken man before him. He gave Paul a small wave, his expression cold and detached. "Goodbye, Paul. Enjoy your last moments." To ensure there would be no chance of escape, Chen Lin'an took extra precautions. He scavenged a large steel plate from the nearby abandoned factory and sealed the basement entrance entirely, leaving only a few small ventilation holes to allow air and the rancid stench of decay to circulate. Standing outside the decrepit building, Chen Lin'an gazed up at the desolate structure. The faintest smirk tugged at his lips as he whispered to himself, "Enjoy the ceremony I've prepared just for you." For Chen Lin'an, this was only the beginning. His vengeance demanded more blood, more lives, and the complete obliteration of those who dared take what was precious to him. Back home, Chen Lin'an sat silently at his desk, his gaze fixed on the photograph of him and Old York. The image felt like a relic from another life, one filled with warmth and simplicity, now irreversibly shattered. Old York was gone, lost forever. No matter what Chen Lin'an did, no matter how many people he killed, nothing could bring him back. But the least he could do was make sure those responsible paid for their sins in the most excruciating ways imaginable. He exhaled deeply, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. For the first time since his encounter with Paul Mark, his tightly wound nerves began to relax. It was only then that he realized something unusual. Venom had been unusually quiet throughout the entire ordeal. It hadn't even mentioned its usual craving for brains. As if reading his thoughts, Venom emerged from his shoulder, its dark, fluid form coalescing into its familiar grotesque visage. "Now I see why I was drawn to you in the first place," Venom said, its voice tinged with a strange mix of amusement and awe. "You're not exactly a normal person yourself, are you?" Chen Lin'an raised an eyebrow, confused by the sudden introspection. "What are you talking about?" Venom chuckled darkly. "Back when I first bonded with you, I wasn't in the best state. I was, let's say, a little chaotic. But now, after seeing what you're capable of, it all makes sense. You were the perfect choice for me." Chen Lin'an sighed, a wry smile tugging at his lips. "I didn't think I had it in me either. But if I had to do it all over again, I wouldn't change a thing." His tone grew colder, more resolute. "Call it evil, call it madness. I don't care. I don't need to be some paragon of justice. All that matters is that I destroy anyone who hurts me or the people I care about. If it means becoming a monster, so be it." Venom's grin widened. "You and I, we're not so different. Ruthless to those who deserve it, gentle to those we love. I like that about you." For a moment, Chen Lin'an thought of Old York, the man who had raised him, taught him to stand up for himself, and never back down from a fight. His voice echoed in Chen Lin'an's mind. "If someone bullies you, don't overthink it. Just hit back hard." Venom's voice broke the silence. "Here, have some chocolate. It'll help you relax." It handed him a piece of hazelnut-filled chocolate, one of its favorites. Chen Lin'an accepted it without hesitation, taking a bite and letting the rich flavor melt on his tongue. He closed his eyes, savoring the momentary reprieve. As he ate, Venom popped a piece into its own mouth, more out of habit than necessity, and continued. "You were probably wondering why I stayed quiet for so long earlier." Chen Lin'an nodded, his curiosity piqued. "Yeah, I thought maybe you were just processing everything." Venom nodded, its tone growing serious. "That was part of it. But the real reason? I noticed something strange happening with your body." Chen Lin'an froze, his eyes narrowing. "What do you mean? What happened to me?" Venom's voice dropped, a hint of concern creeping in. "It's your mind. While you were dealing with Paul Mark, your mental activity spiked, like a pot of water suddenly boiling over. It reached its peak when you started laughing. I've never seen anything like it." Chen Lin'an frowned, the weight of Venom's words sinking in. "And? What happened after that?" Venom hesitated. "Thankfully, it subsided on its own. But for a moment, it felt like your mind was about to collapse under its own pressure. That's why I stayed quiet. I didn't want to interfere and risk making things worse." Chen Lin'an ran a hand through his hair, exhaling sharply. "Great. So now my brain's basically a ticking time bomb." Venom let out a low, rumbling laugh. "A ticking time bomb? No, no, no. Your brain is way more dangerous than that. It's more like a volcano. And when it erupts, who knows what'll happen?" Chen Lin'an rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath. "Fantastic. Just what I needed." As Chen Lin'an listened to Venom's exaggerated yet oddly practical advice, he couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. But deep down, he knew the symbiote wasn't wrong. If what Venom said about his mental state was true, then his mind might really be treading on thin ice. The thought of losing control, and potentially losing his life, was enough to make him pause. If he succumbed to his own instability before he could even finish his revenge, what would be the point? I think you should seriously try to rein in your emotions, Venom said, patting him on the shoulder in an almost comical attempt at reassurance. We've only gotten through one guy, Paul Mark. If your mental state is already this shaky, by the time we get to those Harmon brothers, we'll be the ones who kick the bucket first, not them. Chen Lin'an frowned but nodded slightly, acknowledging the logic. So, listen to me, relax, breathe, keep your cool. You know, I saw something on TV once about yoga or meditation, and didn't they say Chinese martial arts can help with calming the mind and strengthening the spirit? Maybe give that a shot. Venom leaned closer, its jagged grin widening. Let's set a small, achievable goal first. Survive long enough to finish off our enemies without self-destructing. Sound good? Despite the absurdity of the suggestion, the core of Venom's advice rang true. Chen Lin'an had to keep himself alive and stable long enough to see his mission through. He couldn't afford to burn out halfway through this path of vengeance. Fine, he muttered, running a hand through his hair. I'll figure out something to keep my mind in check. You're right. We can't afford for me to lose it before the job's done. After briefly discussing strategies to manage his mental state, Chen Lin'an turned his attention to the items he'd taken for Paul Mark, a wallet and a cell phone. The information Paul had provided earlier revealed that Harvey Harmon had no fixed residence, instead frequenting a variety of locations, including nightclubs, bars, and a few apartments. If Chen Lin'an wanted to track him down, he needed to monitor all of these places simultaneously. Looking at the list of potential spots, Chen Lin'an quickly realized that running between them manually would be inefficient and foolish. He needed a smarter approach, one that leveraged technology. He decided to purchase surveillance equipment and set up cameras at the entrances and surrounding areas of all the locations Harvey was known to frequent. These cameras would feed directly into his custom computer program, allowing him to monitor everything in real time and receive alerts the moment Harvey showed up. It was a meticulous plan, but one that would save time and effort in the long run. Wasting no time, Chen Lin'an headed out before nightfall, visiting various electronic stores across Manhattan to purchase the necessary equipment. To avoid drawing attention, he split his purchases across multiple stores, even going so far as to disguise his intent by buying unrelated items. By the time he returned home with all the supplies, his apartment was filled with boxes of surveillance gear. Without hesitation, he got to work assembling and fine-tuning the devices to integrate with his program. The process was painstaking, and when he finally finished setting everything up, the sky outside had already turned dark. But Chen Lin'an didn't stop there. Grabbing the equipment, he leapt out of his apartment window and began installing the cameras at each designated location under the cover of night. By the time he returned home, the first rays of dawn were breaking over the city. Exhausted but satisfied, he closed his curtains and instructed Venom to wake him if the computer program alerted them to any activity. Got it, boss, Venom said, giving him a mock salute. Now go get some sleep before your brain decides to explode. When Chen Lin'an finally woke up, it was already noon the next day. He had slept for more than 24 hours, his body and mind demanding the rest they had been denied for so long. Venom, who had been tinkering with the computer, turned to him as he sat up. Morning, sleeping beauty. Or should I say afternoon? How's that beauty sleep treating you? Chen Lin'an rubbed his eyes, his body feeling noticeably lighter and more refreshed. He glanced at the clock and frowned. I slept that long? Did anything happen while I was out? Venom waved a dismissive tendril. Nothing to worry about. The program didn't pick up any alerts, so it looks like our guy hasn't been very active. Guess we'll have to wait a bit longer for him to show his face. Chen Lin'an exhaled deeply, nodding in agreement. Good things take time, I suppose. Once he shows up, we'll move in and finish this. There's no way he can stay hidden forever. His eyes darkened slightly as he added, and when we get to him, he'll lead us to his brother. That mysterious John Harmon won't stay in the shadows for long. Despite the daunting task ahead, Chen Lin'an felt a quiet confidence within him. Whether it was Venom's influence or his own resolve, he no longer felt the weight of hesitation. His path was clear. Just as his stomach growled loudly, breaking the heavy atmosphere, Venom snickered. Guess your body's finally catching up. All that running around last night must have burned through your reserves. It handed him a piece of hazelnut chocolate, Here, eat this first. Then we'll talk about real food. Chen Lin'an accepted the chocolate, popping it into his mouth before heading to the kitchen. He began preparing a proper meal, pulling out ingredients while Venom hovered nearby, eager to help. Having bonded with Chen Lin'an, Venom had developed an appreciation for human cuisine. It marveled at how simple ingredients could be transformed into mouth-watering dishes with just a bit of effort. The symbiote had once believed humans only consumed junk like pizza and hot dogs, but Chen Lin'an's cooking had opened its eyes, well, metaphorically speaking. As Chen Lin'an worked, steaming rice and chopping vegetables, Venom assisted where it could, handing him utensils and keeping the workspace tidy. The once empty apartment was now alive with the sounds and smells of cooking. But just as the meal was coming together, the doorbell rang, cutting through the quiet hum of the kitchen. Chen Lin'an froze for a moment, exchanging a glance with Venom. Who could that be? He muttered under his breath. Hearing the doorbell, Chen Lin'an turned to look at Venom, who gave him a sly, knowing grin. Relax. It's not an enemy. Go ahead and open the door. Seeing Venom's expression, Chen Lin'an immediately had a good idea of who it might be. After all, there weren't many people who would visit him. When he pressed down on the door handle and opened the door, his suspicions were confirmed. Standing there was Felicia, her beautiful face framed with a soft smile. She was dressed in a simple yet elegant black dress, modest but still graceful, and she held a small, delicate basket in her hands. Inside was a small potted plant and a handwritten card. Her attire showed thoughtfulness, neither too formal nor too casual. She didn't want to stir up painful memories for Chen Lin'an, but still wanted to express her respect and concern in the most appropriate way possible. After a moment of polite surprise and inviting her in, Chen Lin'an took the basket from Felicia and guided her into the living room. Felicia smoothed her dress as she sat down on the sofa, her eyes subtly scanning the room. She had been here a few times before, and nothing seemed to have changed much, except for the large number of chocolate boxes stacked in one corner. What's with all the chocolate? Are you planning to bake something? Felicia asked curiously, eyeing the mountain of sweets. Chen Lin'an glanced at the boxes and chuckled. Something like that, he said vaguely before heading toward the kitchen. Coffee or tea? Snapping out of her thoughts, Felicia smiled warmly. Coffee, please. Chen Lin'an nodded and started up the coffee machine, preparing a fresh cup for her while making himself a cup of tea. Were you cooking just now? Felicia asked as she wandered into the kitchen, noticing the vegetables laid out on the cutting board. Handing her the coffee, Chen Lin'an replied casually, Yeah, I was prepping lunch. I was up late last night working on something, so I just woke up not long ago. Have you eaten yet? You're welcome to join me if you haven't. Felicia blinked in surprise, her eyes lighting up. Really? Are you sure? She was genuinely interested in Chinese food and had tasted Chen Lin'an's cooking on a previous visit. The thought of another homemade meal made her mouth water. Chen Lin'an laughed at her cautious excitement. Of course. I remember you like chicken. So how about sweet and sour chicken? It's similar to the sweet and sour dishes you've had before, like the chicken pot you enjoyed last time. Yes, that sounds perfect. Felicia nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling at the thought. The sweet and sour flavors of Chinese cuisine were always a hit in Western countries, but most restaurants made them overly sweet and cloying. Chen Lin'an's dishes, however, balanced the flavors beautifully, with a complexity that left a lasting impression. As she watched Chen Lin'an start chopping vegetables and preparing the ingredients, Felicia suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She had only planned to visit him, chat for a bit, and check on how he was doing. Somehow, her visit had turned into a lunch invitation. I hope he doesn't think I just came here to freeload, she thought nervously, glancing at the food he was preparing. She hadn't even planned on eating here. It was already past lunchtime, and she'd been trying to manage her diet with school starting soon. But before she could stop herself, she blurted out, Actually, I didn't eat much for lunch. Chen Lin'an paused for a moment, surprised by her sudden admission. Then he smiled and replied, No problem, I'll make a bit more. I'm pretty hungry too. As soon as the words left her mouth, Felicia regretted them. What am I saying? Did I leave my brain at home today? She quickly waved her hands, trying to explain. No, I mean, I'm not a big eater. I just asterisk. She trailed off, realizing she wasn't making things any better. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she fumbled for words, feeling as though her mouth had betrayed her. Chen Lin'an couldn't help but chuckle at her flustered state. He wasn't sure what was going on with Felicia today, but her sudden, out-of-place comments were oddly amusing. As he worked, he casually changed the subject to ease the tension. Meanwhile, Venom was snickering in Chen Lin'an's mind, thoroughly enjoying the awkwardness. This is golden. Humans are so fun to watch when they get all flustered. Felicia, determined to regain her composure, pretended nothing had happened and joined in the conversation with a calm smile, as though the earlier awkwardness had never occurred. As they chatted and laughed, the earlier tension gradually melted away. Felicia felt relieved. Her visit was finally starting to feel like what she had intended, a chance to lift Chen Lin'an's spirits and let him know he wasn't alone. I hope he's starting to heal, Felicia thought, glancing at Chen Lin'an as he cooked. He seems a little better than last time. I can feel that the heaviness in his heart isn't as suffocating as before. If Chen Lin'an could hear her thoughts, he would have agreed. He did feel lighter, if only slightly. Taking revenge on Paul Mark and gathering leads on the Harmon brothers had given him a sense of progress. The weight of his grief remained, but there was now a path forward, however dark it might be. With Felicia's presence, the lunch table was livelier than it had been in a long time. There was laughter, conversation, and a sense of normalcy that Chen Lin'an hadn't felt in weeks. Even Venom, who was usually a loud and demanding presence, stayed quiet, though not entirely by choice. Venom was sulking. It couldn't come out to eat while Felicia was around, and the sight of food it couldn't touch was driving him mad. This is torture. If I could come out, I'd clean this table in seconds. Asterisk, asterisk, it grumbled in Chen Lin'an's mind. Why do humans have to be so easily scared? But there was a silver lining for Venom. Since it couldn't eat, it also didn't have to do the dishes, a rare day off from one of its least favorite chores. Just as Venom was basking in its temporary freedom, it overheard Chen Lin'an say to Felicia, "Don't worry about the dishes. Just leave them in the kitchen. I'll wash them later." The symbiote's mood instantly soured. In Chen Lin'an's mind, Venom's voice rose in protest. "Oh no, you don't. I know what you're planning. You're just waiting for her to leave so you can dump the dishes on me." "I refuse." Chen Lin'an ignored Venom's complaints, keeping his expression neutral as he calmly carried the dishes to the kitchen. Felicia, of course, wouldn't let him do all the work alone. She insisted on helping clean up, and the two of them worked together to tidy the kitchen. As he wiped down the dishes, Chen Lin'an couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. It had been so long since he'd done something as mundane as washing dishes. Ever since Venom had bonded with him, the symbiote had taken over most of the chores, leaving him with little to do. Meanwhile, Venom continued grumbling in his mind, its complaints growing louder and more dramatic. It wasn't until Chen Lin'an casually mentioned cutting its chocolate rations that Venom finally fell silent, begrudgingly accepting its fate. As the afternoon gave way to evening, the sky outside turned a deep, dusky hue. The conversation and laughter between Chen Lin'an and Felicia had made time fly by unnoticed. "Wow, I didn't realize it was already this late," Felicia said, glancing at the dimming light outside with a tone of surprise. She stood up from the sofa, smoothing out her dress. "I should get going. If I don't head back soon, my mom's going to start worrying." Chen Lin'an nodded, understanding her concern. "Wait a sec. I'll drive you home," asterisk, asterisk, he said as he grabbed his car keys. Felicia hadn't driven over that day, and with the sun setting, it wasn't exactly safe for her to walk alone in Brooklyn. While the area could be bustling and vibrant during the day, it held its share of dangers at night, especially for a woman walking by herself. After pulling the car out of the garage, Chen Lin'an opened the passenger door for Felicia, who climbed in gracefully. As they drove through the streets, Felicia's curious gaze shifted toward Chen Lin'an, watching his smooth and practiced handling of the car. Noticing her expression out of the corner of his eye, Chen Lin'an couldn't help but smile. "What's on your mind? Did I do something wrong while driving?" Felicia tilted her head and blinked innocently. "No, not at all. I just noticed you're holding back on the speed. It feels like you're suppressing the urge to drive faster." Her observation made Chen Lin'an raise an eyebrow in surprise. "You caught that, huh? Didn't think you'd notice." He chuckled, his grip on the steering wheel relaxing slightly. "You must know your way around cars to pick up on something like that." Felicia smirked, lifting her chin with a playful air of pride. "Of course. What, you think you're the only one with a need for speed?" No one would expect the serious and composed Leon to enjoy a little thrill behind the wheel either. Her teasing tone made Chen Lin'an laugh, and he shot her a sideways glance. Guess we're both full of surprises then. Their shared laughter filled the car, a brief moment of levity that lifted the weight of the past few days. Before long, they arrived at Felicia's apartment building, a modest yet elegant complex that reflected her family status. As soon as she stepped out of the car, her face lit up with a mischievous grin. She waved enthusiastically at Chen Lin'an before skipping over to a golden-haired woman standing nearby. From the car, Chen Lin'an watched as Felicia playfully snuck up behind the woman and startled her, causing her to jump in surprise. "That must be Mrs. Hardy," Chen Lin'an mused to himself. Anastasia Hardy, Felicia's mother, was a prominent philanthropist and businesswoman in New York City. As the founder of the Hardy Foundation, she had significant influence in both the corporate and political spheres. With a mother like her, it was no wonder Felicia had grown into such a remarkable person. Old York's words echoed in his mind. "A pretty and well-mannered girl like that? You better hold on tight, kid. Don't let an opportunity like this slip away, or you'll regret it later." Those memories played vividly in his mind, pulling him back to a moment when he and Old York had been sitting at the same table, the old man giving him one of his infamous lectures. "A girl like Felicia doesn't come around often, Leon. I'm telling you, don't let her get away, asterisk asterisk," Old York had said, wagging his finger at Chen Lin'an as he dug into a slice of pizza and gulped down a soda. Chen Lin'an had waved him off with a dismissive burp. "Old man, you're overthinking it. We're just friends. No need to make it sound so calculated." Old York had scoffed, clearly unimpressed with his response. "Calculated? That's called being realistic. Look, kid, I'm not saying you should run up to her and declare your undying love, but you should at least keep an eye out for the good ones. Otherwise, by the time you realize what you've lost, it'll be too late." Yeah, I get it," Chen Lin'an had replied, rolling his eyes. "You sure have a lot to say for someone who hasn't even found himself a partner yet." That cheeky retort had earned him a sharp glare from Old York, who had immediately stood up, ready to give him an earful, or worse, a smack on the head. Chen Lin'an had escaped just in time, laughing as he sprinted away. The memory brought a mixture of warmth and sadness to Chen Lin'an. A smile crept onto his face as he recalled those moments, but it was tinged with bitterness. "Old man, you'd probably have a lot to say about how I'm living my life now," he murmured, staring at the faintly glowing stars above. He sighed deeply, letting the silence settle over him for a moment before pulling himself together. Steeling his resolve, he started the car and began driving home. But as he approached the next intersection, something, or rather, someone, caught his attention. At the opposite side of the red light, a black G-Wagon sat idling. Chen Lin'an's sharp eyes, enhanced by Venom's abilities, focused on the driver. His breath hitched as recognition struck him like a lightning bolt. "Harvey Harmon," he muttered under his breath, his grip on the steering wheel tightening. His knuckles turned white as he fought to keep his composure. At the same time, the button in his sleeve, the one linked to his surveillance system, began to heat up and vibrate, confirming the identity of the target. Venom stirred on his shoulder, its jagged grin forming as it hissed. "Well, isn't this our lucky day? He's right there, gift-wrapped and delivered to us. I can't wait to get up close and personal with him." As the light turned green, the G-Wagon began to move. Chen Lin'an's mind raced as he weighed his options. Letting out a slow breath, he made his decision. He let the G-Wagon pass, then executed a sharp U-turn, his tires screeching as he began tailing the vehicle from a safe distance. Harvey's car eventually pulled into the parking lot of a luxurious apartment complex. Watching from a discreet spot, Chen Lin'an noted Harvey stepping out of the vehicle alone. His men stayed behind, idling near the building entrance. Confident, isn't he? Chen Lin'an thought, his lips curling into a cold smile. Let's see how far that confidence gets him. He waited until Harvey entered the building, counting the seconds it would take for him to reach the elevator and ascend. When the lights on the building's facade indicated activity on the 16th floor, Chen Lin'an made his move. Parking his car in a quiet, inconspicuous spot, he stepped out and let Venom envelop him in its black, stealthy form. This stealth form allowed him to blend into the darkness as he scaled the building silently, his movements smooth and effortless. Reaching the 16th floor, Chen Lin'an crouched outside the balcony of Harvey's apartment, peering through the partially drawn curtains. Inside, Harvey was alone, his posture relaxed, utterly unaware of the danger lurking just beyond the glass. Perfect, Chen Lin'an murmured to himself. Just him. No distractions. Venom's voice rumbled in his ear, its excitement barely contained. He's all yours, partner. Let's make this count. Chen Lin'an's eyes narrowed as he prepared to strike, his focus unshaken. Tonight, the first of the Harmon brothers would fall. Harvey Harmon lounged comfortably on the sofa, savoring the rich aroma of his cigar and the smooth taste of his whiskey. Completely unaware of the shadow of death looming over him, he exhaled a puff of smoke and furrowed his brow. Why the hell hasn't Paul reported back yet? He muttered to himself, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice. How long does it take to handle a small problem? He leaned back, swirling the whiskey in his glass as his thoughts lingered on Paul Mark. He had been considering promoting the guy if he managed to clean up the mess neatly, but now doubts were creeping in. Harvey shook his head. Maybe I overestimated him. Setting the glass down, Harvey reached for the phone on the coffee table. His fingers scrolled through the contacts list until he found Paul's name. Pressing the call button, he held the phone to his ear as the familiar sound of the dialing tone filled the room. Ring, ring, ring. But just as the sound reached his ears, an identical ringtone echoed from the balcony. Harvey froze, his body stiffening as his eyes darted toward the source of the sound. His gaze shifted between the phone in his hand and the balcony door, his mind racing to make sense of what he was hearing. Quickly regaining his composure, he reached into the drawer of the coffee table and pulled out a handgun. His expression hardened as he cautiously approached the balcony, his every step deliberate. Harvey pressed the call button again, and the ringtone rang out once more, this time unmistakably from the balcony. When he finally reached the sliding glass door, his eyes locked onto a shadowy figure sitting casually in one of the balcony chairs. The figure leaned back leisurely, illuminated faintly by the eerie blue glow of a phone in their hand. Who the hell are you? Harvey barked, his voice sharp as he instinctively raised his gun, ready to fire. But before he could pull the trigger, the figure moved with inhuman speed. In a flash, Chen Lin'an closed the distance between them, his hand snapping out to grab Harvey's wrist. With a sickening crack, Harvey's left wrist was twisted and broken, causing the gun to clatter uselessly to the floor. Chen Lin'an's other hand shot up, seizing Harvey by the throat and lifting him off the ground effortlessly. His cold, piercing eyes bore into Harvey's as he growled through gritted teeth. Finally, I found you. Harvey struggled, his face turning red as the air was squeezed from his lungs. His free hand clawed desperately at Chen Lin'an's iron grip, but it was futile. The strength that held him was beyond anything he had ever encountered. Chen Lin'an's rage burned in his chest, but he forced himself to loosen his grip slightly, just enough to keep Harvey alive. Killing him now would be too easy, too merciful. There were questions that needed answers, and Harvey would answer them all before his usefulness expired. As Harvey collapsed to the floor, gasping for air, he instinctively reached behind his back. His fingers found the hilt of a concealed knife, and without hesitation, he lunged at Chen Lin'an with a feral snarl. But Chen Lin'an had anticipated the move. He raised his hand, catching Harvey's wrist mid-strike. With a swift, brutal motion, he snapped the bones in Harvey's right arm, shattering them with a series of crisp cracks. The knife fell from Harvey's grasp, clattering to the floor. A sharp kick sent Harvey sprawling into the corner of the living room, where he lay writhing in pain, clutching his mangled arm. Looks like Paul was right, Chen Lin'an sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. You really are just a brainless thug. Harvey's eyes burned with fury as he glared up at Chen Lin'an, his lips curling into a snarl. Damn it. So was Paul who sold me out. That useless bastard. He never learned his place, even after I made an example of that traitor in front of him. I should have killed him when I had the chance. He coughed violently, spitting curses through gritted teeth. If he's still alive, I'll make him wish he wasn't. I'll... ***. Relax, Chen Lin'an interrupted, shaking his head with mock pity. You don't need to worry about Paul anymore. I already took care of him for you. Harvey froze, his expression faltering as realization dawned. The venomous words that followed sent a chill down his spine. By now, those adorable little creatures have probably picked his bones clean, Chen Lin'an continued, his tone casual yet laced with malice. I made sure his death was unforgettable. You should be thanking me for the experience. He'll never get another like it. Harvey's mind raced, trying to make sense of the situation. Who was this man? What kind of grudge could he possibly hold against the Bloodhead gang? His eyes narrowed as he studied Chen Lin'an, searching for answers. Who the hell are you? Harvey demanded, his voice low and dangerous. I don't recall the Bloodhead gang ever crossing paths with someone like you. He paused, his mind grasping at straws. Unless you're a hired gun. Did the other gangs pool their resources to send you after me? Those spineless worms couldn't take me on themselves, so they sent you. Chen Lin'an remained silent, his expression unreadable. Harvey took this as confirmation of his theory. A sly grin spread across his face as he leaned forward slightly, despite his pain. How much are they paying you? Whatever it is, I'll double it. No, triple it. His voice dripped with desperation masked as confidence. Let me go, and tell me who sent you. You'll walk away with more money than you've ever dreamed of. Harvey's tone shifted, becoming almost conspiratorial. And if you're willing to turn on those who hired you, I'll make it worth your while. We can work together. Long-term deals, big payouts. You know what the Bloodhead gang is capable of. You know our power. Chen Lin'an's eyes remained fixed on Harvey, his silence speaking volumes. He took a slow step closer, his presence suffocating, as if the air itself had grown heavier. Harvey's grin faltered. For the first time, doubt crept into his voice. What do you want? If it's not money, then what the hell is it? Chen Lin'an's voice, low and cold, finally broke the silence. What I want is for you to understand what it feels like to be powerless, to face the consequences of your actions. And when I'm done with you, you'll beg for death. The weight of those words settled heavily on Harvey, and for the first time, he felt true fear. Harvey Harmon truly believed he could negotiate his way out of this. With the Bloodhead gang's reputation and his position as its ruthless enforcer, he assumed anyone, even the most dangerous of killers, would at least hesitate to strike a deal with him. After all, there was power in his name, and power tended to sway people. But unfortunately for Harvey, Chen Lin'an was not the kind of person who could be swayed by power, wealth, or reputation. To him, Harvey's words were nothing but noise, pitiful, desperate barking that grated against his ears. Think it over, Harvey rasped, his voice a mix of arrogance and desperation. What I can give you is far more than what those other rats could ever promise. Before he could finish, Chen Lin'an's boot slammed into his ribs with a sickening crunch, sending him sprawling back into the corner of the room. Harvey curled in on himself instinctively, coughing violently as pain erupted through his chest. Several of his ribs had snapped under the force of the kick. Damn you! Harvey growled through clenched teeth, glaring up at Chen Lin'an with unbridled fury. I swear, I'll kill you for this. Even now, battered and broken, Harvey's defiance burned bright. He snarled like a cornered beast, unwilling to show weakness. It was almost admirable, almost. Chen Lin'an didn't bother responding. Instead, several black tendrils burst forth from his back, writhing ominously as they filled the room with an otherworldly presence. One tendril coiled tightly around Harvey's neck, lifting him off the ground like a rag doll, while the others impaled his arms and legs, pinning him against the wall as though he were a grotesque piece of art. Chen Lin'an's methodical cruelty wasn't born of sadism, it was calculated. This display of utter domination wasn't just to inflict pain, it was a statement, a message that Harvey's strength, his reputation, his arrogance, none of it mattered anymore. Harvey gritted his teeth, refusing to scream even as agony tore through his limbs. His breathing was ragged, his body trembling, but his resolve remained intact. Chen Lin'an noticed this and let out a cold scoff as he stepped closer. The tendrils retracted slightly, giving Harvey just enough room to breathe. Chen Lin'an let the black mass covering his face dissolve, revealing his youthful yet hardened features. Still try to act tough, Chen Lin'an said, his voice dripping with disdain. You think staying silent makes you strong? Makes you brave? Let me tell you something. I have dozens of ways to break you. I just hope you don't bite your own tongue off too soon. He leaned in closer, his piercing gaze locking onto Harvey's bloodshot eyes. Look at my face. Study it carefully. Do you recognize me now? Harvey squinted, his brow furrowing in confusion. The face before him was unfamiliar, a young man he couldn't recall ever meeting. His mind raced, trying to piece together where he might have seen this person before, but nothing came to him. Seeing Harvey's expression, Chen Lin'an sneered and pulled his mask back into place. Your face says it all. You don't remember me. That's fine. You'll figure it out soon enough. The tendril around Harvey's neck tightened slightly, cutting off his retort as the other tendrils embedded in his limbs began to twist. Their sharp edges sprouted barbs, tearing through flesh and muscle with excruciating precision. Harvey's entire body convulsed, his face contorting in pain, but with his mouth gagged, his screams were reduced to muffled whimpers. Chen Lin'an stood by, watching him passively. He wasn't moved by the sight of Harvey's suffering. It was simply a means to an end. After a few moments, he rapped his knuckles against Harvey's head, jolting him out of his near-unconscious state. Wake up, Chen Lin'an said flatly. We're not done yet. Tell me where your brother is. Where does John Harmon usually stay? Give me the addresses. Harvey's head lolled to the side as he gasped for air. Despite the agony coursing through his body, he managed a weak, mocking smile. You think I'd sell out my brother? You're wasting your time. He spat a glob of blood onto the floor, his voice defiant. Go ahead and kill me. It'll save us both the trouble. Chen Lin'an's eyes narrowed as Harvey continued speaking, his voice growing bolder despite his battered state. I finally remembered where I've seen you before, Harvey said, his tone laced with venom. You're that delivery boy, aren't you? The one Paul was supposed to take care of. He told me about you. Said you were nothing special. Just a bug to squash. Guess he screwed that up, huh? Harvey's lips curled into a twisted grin. And that old man you were with. What was he, some kind of decoy? A pawn you used to cover your tracks? The moment those words left Harvey's mouth, Chen Lin'an's hand shot out, severing Harvey's left hand in one clean motion. Blood spurted from the wound as Harvey let out a guttural scream, his bravado finally cracking under the sheer intensity of the pain. Don't you dare speak of him. Chen Lin'an's voice was a low growl, each word laced with unrestrained fury. You're not worthy of even mentioning his name. Harvey bit down on his lip, the coppery taste of blood filling his mouth as he tried to suppress another scream. He glared at Chen Lin'an, his hatred burning brighter than ever. Kill me already, he spat, his voice hoarse. You'll get nothing from me. I won't let you drag my brother into this. Chen Lin'an tilted his head, a strange mixture of amusement and disgust flickering across his face. Harvey's defiance, his supposed loyalty, it was almost laughable. And laugh he did. Ha! Ha ha ha! The sound echoed through the room, sharp and chilling. You? Loyalty? Honor? Don't make me laugh. Chen Lin'an's laughter stopped abruptly as his blade-like tendrils sliced through Harvey's remaining hand. The man's anguished screams filled the air, but Chen Lin'an's voice cut through them like a knife. You think you're noble? That you're some kind of martyr, protecting the people you care about? You're nothing but a parasite, a monster who's caused nothing but pain and suffering. And now you want to act like you're better than me? Chen Lin'an exhaled sharply, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. But don't worry. I don't need you to tell me anything. He picked up Harvey's phone from the floor, holding it up for him to see. Your brother wouldn't ignore a call from you, would he? Maybe I'll send him a picture of your current situation. Let him know that if he wants to save you, he'll have to come alone. Harvey's eyes widened, a flicker of panic breaking through his defiant facade. He thrashed against his restraints, his voice cracking as he shouted, Damn you! Leave him out of this. This is between you and me. Chen Lin'an's cold gaze bore into him. Between you and me? You think I'd stop with you? You think I'd leave a loose end like your brother alive? He stepped closer, his voice like ice. No, I'm not just killing you. I'm erasing everything the Bloodhead Gang stands for. And that includes your precious brother. Harvey Harmon's furious roars echoed in the blood-soaked room, his eyes boring into Chen Lin'an with a mix of hatred and deranged glee. But then, as if struck by sudden inspiration, he stopped, his bloodied lips curling into a grotesque grin. Ah, now I see, Harvey rasped, his voice laced with malicious glee. So that's it. You're not just angry. You're furious. And that means you cared about that old man, didn't you? Let me guess. Paul Mart's men didn't kill you. No, they missed their real target and killed him instead, didn't they? Shut up. Chen Lin'an's voice was sharp, cutting through the air like a blade. But Harvey wasn't about to stop. He had touched a nerve, and he knew it. Ah ha ha ha. I'm right, aren't I? That old fool died because of you. You're alive, and he's not. How does that feel, huh? The words barely left Harvey's mouth before a black tendril lashed out, slicing clean through one of his legs. Blood sprayed against the walls, painting them red as it pooled on the floor beneath him. Harvey let out a sharp scream, but the pain only seemed to fuel his twisted excitement. His manic laughter returned, even as his body convulsed in agony. Ha ha ha. You're angry, aren't you? It's written all over your face. Harvey taunted, his voice cracking as his body trembled. You cared about him so much, didn't you? You'd rather have died in his place, wouldn't you? But instead, he died while you lived. Ha ha ha. The black tendrils struck again, severing Harvey's remaining limbs in rapid succession. His arms and legs fell to the floor with wet thuds, leaving him a mutilated torso writhing in a pool of his own blood. Despite his horrific injuries, Harvey's bloodied face twisted into a crazed grin. You're furious? That's how I know I'm right. You're just like me. You hate it when things don't go your way, don't you? Chen Lin'an's hands trembled, his knuckles whitening as his nails dug into his palms. His breathing grew ragged, each inhale and exhale trembling with barely contained rage. Harvey's words slithered into his mind, amplifying the storm raging within him. You want to kill me, don't you? Harvey roared, his eyes wild with madness. Do it. Kill me, and get your revenge for that useless old man. I already told you everything. Everything. I ordered the hit because of single loose end. And what did I get? Just some dead nobody. Ha ha ha. The one who should have died was you. You. Ha ha ha. Harvey's laughter grew louder, more unhinged. The sound reverberated through the room, drilling into Chen Lin'an's ears, his brain, his very soul. It was deafening, maddening. In the depths of his consciousness, Venom's voice rang out, urgent and alarmed. Stop listening to him. Damn it, calm down. Do you hear me? Your mind is spiraling out of control. But Chen Lin'an couldn't hear Venom. All he could hear was Harvey's laughter, his taunts, his venomous words that threatened to tear apart the fragile dam, holding back his fury. Shut up, Chen Lin'an muttered, clutching his head as his vision blurred. His voice grew louder, more desperate. Shut up, shut up, shut up. The room seemed to spin around him, the walls warping and twisting as the storm in his mind reached a fever pitch. His breaths came in short, ragged gasps, each one echoing in his ears like a thunderclap. Shut up! With a final, anguished scream, a wave of invisible energy erupted from Chen Lin'an, radiating outward like a shockwave. The entire room trembled under the force, and when the chaos subsided, a heavy silence fell. Harvey Harmon's laughter was gone. In fact, Harvey himself was gone. The room that had once been stained with blood and bile was now eerily quiet. The only remnants of Harvey's existence were the splatters of blood and chunks of flesh that clung to the walls and floor, scattered like grotesque confetti. Chen Lin'an collapsed to the ground, his body trembling as his vision darkened. The last thing he saw before everything went black was the distorted, blood-soaked room spinning around him. In the suffocating darkness, Chen Lin'an felt as though he were sinking into the depths of an endless ocean. The weight of the water pressed against his chest, making each breath a struggle. No matter how hard he kicked, no matter how desperately he clawed at the void, the surface remained out of reach. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the phantom echoes of Harvey's laughter that lingered in his mind. He felt as though he were trapped in a coffin, buried beneath the crushing weight of the sea. With a sharp gasp, Chen Lin'an's eyes snapped open. His chest heaved as he gulped down air, his lungs burning as though he'd been holding his breath for hours. For a moment, he lay there, staring at the ceiling, his heart pounding in his ears. The familiar sight of his bedroom slowly came into focus. The bed, the curtains, the scattered belongings. It was all so ordinary, so mundane, and yet it brought him an overwhelming sense of relief. You're finally awake, Venom's voice rumbled, its tone uncharacteristically subdued as it emerged from his shoulder. Its jagged grin looked almost comforting. Chen Lin'an exhaled shakily, his hands pressing against the mattress as he tried to ground himself. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, he felt safe. How did I? Chen Lin'an's voice was hoarse, barely above a whisper. How did I get here? Venom's grin widened slightly, though there was an edge of concern in its tone. You passed out after that. Little incident. I had to drag your sorry ass back here before someone found you lying in a pool of blood. Chen Lin'an winced as fragments of memory flooded back. Harvey's taunts, the blood, the rage, the crushing weight of his emotions. He closed his eyes, trying to steady his breathing as the reality of what had happened settled over him. Feels good to be home, Venom said, its voice softer now. Bet you're wondering what the hell happened back there. Chen Lin'an nodded weakly, his mind still foggy. I lost control. Asterisk, asterisk, he muttered. Venom let out a low hum, its tone laced with a hint of unease. Yeah, no kidding. Your mental state was like a hurricane out there. Honestly, I thought your brain was going to explode for a second. As the memories became clearer, Chen Lin'an's fists clenched. He remembered Harvey's face, his laughter, his words that cut deeper than any blade. The fury that had consumed him was like nothing he'd ever felt before. But now, as he sat in the quiet safety of his room, that fury was replaced by something else, a hollow ache, an emptiness that gnawed at his core. Harvey's gone, Chen Lin'an said quietly, more to himself than to Venom. But he's not the last. Venom's grin returned, sharp and predatory. That's right. There's still one more, John Harmon. And when we find him, we'll finish what we started. Chen Lin'an nodded, his resolve hardening. But deep down, he knew he couldn't let his emotions spiral out of control again. If he did, he might not survive the next time. As Chen Lin'an gradually pieced together the memories of what had happened, Venom couldn't help but voice its frustrations. You have no idea how chaotic your mental state was back there. It was like a storm, completely out of control, and it even affected me. I couldn't influence your body at all. I was just stuck inside like before. Venom's tone carried a rare hint of vulnerability as it continued. I waited for what felt like forever until things calmed down a little. Even then, your mental state was so erratic it kept messing with my control. I had to force myself to take over, clean up the scene to make sure there were no loose ends. And then asterisk, asterisk, Venom hesitated, almost dramatically. I had to swing us all the way back home while wrapped in, well, you know what? Chen Lin'an raised an eyebrow. Wrapped in what? Venom sighed heavily, its tone dripping with exaggerated disgust. Blood and bits of meat, of course. You turned Harvey Harmon into a fine mist, and it got everywhere. Do you know how hard it was to keep all that from dripping during the trip back? The smell was something else. Let's just say it was not one of my finer moments. Chen Lin'an winced, a wave of discomfort passing over him. Harvey turned into... Yes, Venom interrupted, waving a tendril dismissively. Meat confetti. You exploded him, plain and simple. And let me tell you, your mental outburst didn't make it any easier for me. Every time your mind flared up, I'd lose control for a second. If I weren't so quick to react, you'd have fallen to the ground and cracked your skull. Do you know how hard it would be to fix you in that state? Feeling the weight of Venom's complaints, Chen Lin'an scratched the back of his head awkwardly. All right. I get it. I owe you one this time. Sorry for all the trouble. Venom's grievances suddenly shifted into eagerness as it perked up. You said you owe me? Great. How about a box of those chocolates I like? The ones from Russia. Imported, of course. Chen Lin'an chuckled softly, shaking his head. Fine. A box of Russian chocolates it is. I'll get them later. Venom's jagged grin widened, its mood instantly improving. Knew you wouldn't let me suffer for nothing. You're the best, partner. But just as things were settling down, a delayed realization struck Chen Lin'an. He narrowed his eyes and turned to Venom. Wait, back up a second. You said blood and meat confetti? What exactly happened to Harvey? Venom patted his shoulder, its tone casual but tinged with mischief. Well, after his little speech pushed your mental state over the edge, let's just say you dispersed him. Your mind lashed out, and he turned into a fine layer of, well, let's just call it organic wallpaper. The whole living room was covered. Chen Lin'an's face paled slightly at the imagery, but he quickly composed himself. After everything he'd been through, he was starting to grow desensitized to such horrors. Still, the thought of Harvey's gruesome end left a bitter taste in his mouth. TCH, that bastard got off too easily. Asterisk, asterisk, he muttered coldly after a moment of silence. Compared to what I planned for him, That was merciful. He clenched his fists, his jaw tightening as he remembered Harvey's provocations. I didn't even mean to kill him like that. I just wanted him to shut up. He hadn't outlived his usefulness yet. Venom hummed thoughtfully, its tone nonchalant. Well, your mental state wasn't exactly stable. It's not surprising your subconscious took over. You wanted him to shut up, and your powers made it happen. The method? A little extreme, sure, but the result was the same. The symbiote paused before hesitantly adding, "You don't blame me for this, do you? For, making you more, unhinged." Chen Lin'an frowned, tilting his head in confusion. "What are you talking about?" Venom hesitated again before clarifying. "I mean, with the way you've been handling things, the brutality, the creativity of your methods. Do you think it's because of me? Because of the bond we share? Amplifying your darker tendencies, or whatever." Chen Lin'an blinked, then let out an amused chuckle. "Seriously? You're being sensitive about this now? What are you, a guilty conscience?" Venom bristled slightly at the jab, but remained quiet, waiting for his answer. "Listen," Chen Lin'an began, his tone firm but calm. "Everything I've done, every action I've taken, it's all been my choice. My thoughts, my decisions. If I wanted to, I could have gone about this differently. But I didn't." He leaned back, his gaze distant. "If anything, I wish I had more time. I'd have loved to introduce those scumbags to some of the ancient punishments from my homeland. They'd fit their crimes perfectly." Venom let out a low whistle, clearly impressed. Well, I didn't expect you to embrace it so openly. You're more grounded than that Parker kid, I'll give you that. He'd be having a full-blown crisis by now, whining about morality and whatnot." Chen Lin'an smirked, shaking his head. "I'm not Peter Parker, and I don't want to be. I don't need to be a symbol of justice or whatever. I just need to do what I have to do." Venom chuckled darkly, clearly pleased with the answer. It handed him a piece of chocolate, which Chen Lin'an accepted without hesitation. "Anyway," Chen Lin'an said between bites, his tone growing serious. "The bigger problem now is John Harmon. I thought I could use Harvey to draw him out, but that plan's gone up in smoke." Venom's demeanor shifted, its grin fading as it nodded solemnly. "That's true. But before you worry about John Harmon, there's something else you need to address first." Chen Lin'an raised an eyebrow. "What's that?" Venom's voice grew grave. "Your mental state. You've seen what happens when it spirals out of control. Those two outbursts. They weren't just flukes. Your mind is like a vast ocean, and the dam holding it back is starting to crack. If it breaks completely, asterisk. Venom trailed off, its meaning clear. Chen Lin'an sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Yeah, I've been thinking about that too. I just don't know how to fix it." Venom leaned closer, its tone unusually serious. "You need to figure it out fast. If your mental strength completely gives out, your brain will turn into mush. And neither of us wants that." Chen Lin'an closed his eyes, the weight of Venom's words pressing heavily on him. He didn't have an answer, not yet. But one thing was certain. If he didn't get his mind under control, his quest for vengeance would destroy him before he even had the chance to finish it. Hearing the repeated warnings from Venom, Chen Lin'an couldn't help but groan in frustration. He pressed his hands to his temples, slumping back on the bed. "This is just great. TMD. First, I have to live with the fact that there's a metaphorical bomb in my head. Now, you're telling me the safety pin's been pulled? Wonderful." Venom patted his shoulder in what could almost be interpreted as a comforting gesture. Relax. Sure, the situation isn't ideal, but it's not that bad. Yet, what's important is maintaining a calm mindset from now on. Don't let yourself get too worked up, especially when it comes to anger." "Easier said than done," Chen Lin'an muttered under his breath. "I'm serious," Venom continued. "Focus on steadying your emotions and calming your mind. Once you've stabilized, you can start working on controlling your mental power. Otherwise, even if your body gets stronger, it won't keep up with the rate at which your mental state is deteriorating. So what you're saying is I need to train my mind while my body catches up?" Chen Lin'an asked, raising an eyebrow. "Exactly," Venom replied with a tone of affirmation. "Think of it as killing two birds with one stone. The stronger your control over your mental power, the better it'll harmonize with your physical growth. Plus, if you master it, you'll be unstoppable. I don't want our adventure to end after barely starting. There's still so much fun to be had." Chen Lin'an sighed deeply but nodded. Venom had a point. "Fine, I'll give it a try. Meditation, breathing exercises, Maybe even that yoga nonsense you mentioned earlier. Whatever it takes to keep myself from exploding. Venom perked up. Good, good. That's the spirit. Just don't forget to keep experimenting. It's all about trial and error. You'll get there eventually. Chen Lin'an allowed himself a small smile. Yeah, because the alternative is me getting my brain scrambled like an egg. I'm not exactly eager for that ending. But as his thoughts drifted, his mind returned to the looming problem of John Harmon. He exhaled sharply, his frustration bubbling to the surface. Honestly, if I had John Harmon's location, I'd just go straight to him and finish this once and for all. No more games, no more loose ends. Venom's tone turned grim. Yeah, but now it's even trickier. It's been 2 days since Harvey's death. Trust me, John knows something's wrong by now. He's probably already making moves. Wait 2 days. Chen Lin'an bolted upright, his eyes wide with shock. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I thought it was just a few hours. Venom chuckled nervously. Oh, well, you didn't ask. And, there's a lot to talk about, so it kind of slipped my mind. Chen Lin'an slapped his forehead, groaning loudly. Great. Just great. That means John's had plenty of time to figure things out. This just got a whole lot harder. Venom's voice was unusually sarcastic. Oh, don't worry. It's not like he's been sitting around twiddling his thumbs. The news has been all over it. They're calling the case one of the most brutal, baffling murders in recent memory. Oh, and they gave you a nickname, the Blaster. Because you blasted Harvey into tiny little pieces. Chen Lin'an rolled his eyes. The Blaster? Seriously? What kind of lame nickname is that? Sounds like something out of a cheap action movie. Venom chortled, right? Totally uninspired. No creativity, no flair. If they're going to give you a nickname, they could at least try harder. But hey, at least it's better than Bomb Guy or something equally ridiculous. As Venom continued to ramble, Chen Lin'an tuned out, his mind racing. If the media was already buzzing about Harvey's death, then John Harmon absolutely knew. And if John was as sharp and methodical as people claimed, he was probably already taking steps to protect himself. Chen Lin'an rubbed his temples, the headache of the situation settling in. This is a mess. My plans are completely shot. I can't even call this a plan anymore. It's just chaos. Meanwhile, in a secluded villa on the outskirts of New York, a man sat on an elegant leather sofa, his eyes closed as he rested. His golden blonde hair was slightly disheveled, and his unshaven face gave him a rugged, weary appearance. Despite this, his chiseled features and commanding presence exuded an undeniable aura of authority. This was John Harmon, the elder brother of Harvey Harmon and the true mastermind behind the Bloodhead Gang. Unlike his brutish younger brother, John carried himself with the composure and gravitas of a seasoned leader. Even seated in silence, his mere presence dominated the room. Around him stood several subordinates, all silent and tense. The atmosphere was suffocating, as if the air itself had been weighed down by John's unspoken fury. They had all witnessed his wrath over the past 2 days, an unrelenting storm that had already claimed the lives of several unfortunate underlings. None of them wanted to be next. The oppressive silence was broken by the sound of approaching footsteps. The sharp click of polished leather shoes against the floor echoed through the room. Soon, a man in a tailored black suit stopped beside John. His brown hair was neatly styled with gel, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses rested on his sharp nose. His blue eyes gleamed with intelligence and composure. "Boss," the man began, his voice steady and professional. "The police have made no progress on their investigation. The perpetrator left no trace, no fingerprints, no DNA, nothing." John's eyes remained closed, but a faint twitch in his brow betrayed his annoyance. The man continued, unfazed. "However, I've been conducting my own inquiries among your brother's subordinates. I managed to uncover something that may be relevant." With a subtle nod, John gestured for the man to continue. He handed John a neatly compiled report, the pages crisp and freshly printed. "It appears that a few days before the incident, your brother instructed his subordinate Paul Mark to deal with a university student who worked as a food delivery boy." At this, John's eyes opened slowly, revealing bloodshot blue irises that burned with restrained fury. He sat up straighter, the sheer weight of his presence causing the room to grow even quieter. "Go on," John said, his voice calm but cold enough to send a shiver down the spine of anyone listening. The man adjusted his glasses. "Paul delegated the task to a man named Rick Fry, one of the gang specialists for discreet eliminations. Rick orchestrated a car accident to eliminate the target. However, the delivery boy survived, albeit narrowly. Instead, an elderly man, his guardian apparently, was killed. John's grip on the report tightened slightly, but he said nothing, prompting the man to continue. Afterward, Rick Fry and Paul Mark both went missing under suspicious circumstances. None of their associates or contacts have been able to locate them. And then, 2 days ago, your brother was killed in that brutal manner. The man hesitated briefly before concluding. Given these events, it's highly likely that the delivery boy is connected to all of this. Either he's the perpetrator, or he knows something crucial. The timing is too coincidental otherwise. John leaned back against the sofa, his expression unreadable. He swirled the whiskey in his glass, the amber liquid catching the light as he processed the information. So, he said after a long pause, his voice as sharp as a blade. A delivery boy survives a hit meant for him, only to lose his guardian in the process. And now, my brother is dead. His lips curled into a faint, humorless smile. How interesting. John Harmon tossed the report onto the table with a sharp flick of his wrist, the papers scattering slightly across the surface. He drained the last of the whiskey from his glass in one long sip, the silence of the room broken only by the soft clinking of ice against the glass. The oppressive tension in the villa seemed to thicken with every passing second, pressing down on everyone present. The men standing around the room remained motionless, their faces stiff with unease, as if even breathing too loudly might spark John's wrath. As John stared into the empty glass, his thoughts churned like a storm. When he finally spoke, his voice was low and gravelly, cutting through the silence like a blade. "Home," he said, not bothering to look up. "That delivery boy my brother wanted dead. Is he still alive?" "Home." The man in the black suit and gold-rimmed glasses adjusted his stance slightly before responding. "As of now, yes. He's still alive." John's grip on the glass tightened, his knuckles whitening. "And yet," he said slowly, his voice laced with simmering anger, "my brother is dead." The measured tone of his words only made the rage beneath them more palpable. The image of Harvey, mangled and reduced to nothing but blood and gore, flashed through John's mind, causing his jaw to clench tightly. "Why?" John suddenly roared, his voice echoing through the room as he slammed the glass onto the table. The force of the impact shattered the glass in his hand, shards digging into his palm. Blood dripped onto the table, but John didn't flinch. He didn't even seem to notice the pain. The men around him stiffened, their eyes darting nervously toward each other, but not daring to speak. Even Home, who typically maintained a calm and composed demeanor, lowered his gaze slightly, his lips pressing into a thin line. John's breathing was heavy as he stared at the blood pooling in his hand, his mind consumed by a whirlwind of emotions. Anger, grief, frustration, they all swirled together, threatening to consume him. Harvey's face lingered in his thoughts, a cruel reminder of what he had lost. He thought back to their childhood, to the days when they had nothing but each other. Their mother had been a tragic figure, a prostitute killed by a client who hadn't wanted to pay. Their father had never been in the picture. They had grown up in an orphanage, where the other children had mocked them relentlessly for their mother's reputation. Even then, Harvey had always been the first to step forward, throwing punches to defend their honor. John, on the other hand, had held back, afraid of being kicked out of the orphanage. As the older brother, he had been the one to keep them grounded, to think ahead, to ensure their survival. When they left the orphanage and found themselves on the streets, it was John's cunning and ambition that led them to the world of organized crime. He had risen through the ranks with a sharp mind, while Harvey had thrived as an enforcer, brute strength his greatest asset. John had worked tirelessly to build their empire, carving out a place for both of them in New York's underworld. And now, Harvey was gone. The brother he had fought so hard to protect and provide for had been taken from him in the most brutal, senseless way possible. John's bloodied hand clenched into a fist, the shards of glass digging deeper into his skin. He grabbed a towel from the tray beside him, wiping away the blood with slow, deliberate movements. His voice was eerily calm as he spoke again, addressing Home. "Find him. Bring him to me. I want to know everything that happened between him and Harvey." And then, Asterisk, asterisk, he paused, his eyes narrowing. I'll kill him myself. Home nodded, his expression neutral as he replied. Understood. I'll ensure he's brought here as soon as possible. John's gaze shifted toward Home, his tone softening just slightly. What about Harvey's bodyguards? Are they still alive? Home hesitated for a moment before answering. One of them has already succumbed to his injuries. The remaining 5 are still alive, but they likely won't last much longer. They've been in the basement undergoing disciplinary measures. A flicker of satisfaction crossed John's face, though it was fleeting. Good. They deserve worse for failing to protect him. He leaned back in the sofa, his posture exuding cold authority. Once they're dead, feed them to the dogs. They've been hungry long enough. Home offered a small bow before turning to leave. As he exited the room, the sharp bark of gunfire rang out from behind him, John's way of venting his rage. Home didn't flinch. After years of working under John Harmon, he had grown accustomed to the outbursts. His steps remained steady as he descended into the villa's basement. The air in the basement was thick with the stench of blood and decay. The 5 bodyguards who had once sworn to protect Harvey were now broken shells of men, their bodies battered and bloodied beyond recognition. Their vacant eyes stared at nothing, their spirits long since crushed by the relentless torture they had endured. Home wrinkled his nose, pulling a handkerchief from his pocket to cover his mouth and nose. With a wave of his hand, he ordered the nearby guards, take them to the dog cages. All of them, including the one who's already dead. The guards moved to comply, dragging the mutilated bodies out of the basement. Home didn't linger, quickly making his way back upstairs. The stench of death was something he had grown desensitized to, but even he found the basement's atmosphere suffocating. Meanwhile, back in Brooklyn, Chen Lin'an reclined on his sofa, a half-eaten burger in one hand and a slice of pizza in the other. A nearly empty bottle of cola sat on the coffee table in front of him, alongside several empty food containers. He had been devouring his meal with the enthusiasm of someone who hadn't eaten in days, which, to be fair, he hadn't. Next to him, Venom sat with a row of chocolate bars in front of it, carefully sampling each one like a connoisseur. It had insisted on indulging after all the stress of the past few days, and Chen Lin'an hadn't argued. Chen Lin'an sighed contentedly, leaning back into the cushions as he rubbed his now full stomach. Finally, I feel alive again. Venom slithered off to the kitchen, returning moments later with 2 cups of tea. It handed one to Chen Lin'an, who accepted it gratefully. They sat in companionable silence, sipping their tea to cut through the heaviness of their meal. Just as Chen Lin'an was starting to relax, the sound of multiple cars pulling up outside his home drew his attention. He set his tea down, his senses sharpening as he exchanged a glance with Venom. "Looks like we've got company," Venom said, its voice low and amused. "Wonder who it could be." Chen Lin'an stood, his muscles tensing as he moved toward the window. Pulling back the curtain slightly, he peered outside, his eyes narrowing at the sight of several black SUVs lined up along the road. The room was dense with tension, the air practically crackling as John Harmon's rage filled the space. His chest rose and fell heavily, his hand still gripping the smoking gun, the barrel hot from 3 emptied magazines. The sight before him, however, made his blood run cold. Chen Lin'an, who had been riddled with bullets just moments ago, slowly raised his head. The man stretched his neck lazily, letting out a loud yawn as though he had just woken up from a nap. His expression was one of mild annoyance, as if the commotion had simply disturbed his rest. "Man, that was quite the wake-up call," Chen Lin'an muttered, brushing imaginary dust off his tattered and blood-stained shirt. His casual demeanor was in stark contrast to the gory state of his clothes, riddled with bullet holes and smeared with blood. "Did you really need to be that loud?" I was starting to enjoy my dream. The room fell silent. Every single person, including John, stared at Chen Lin'an with wide, disbelieving eyes. The impossible had just unfolded before them. The man who should have been dead 100 times over was sitting there, alive and well, as if nothing had happened. Even Home, who rarely showed emotion, adjusted his glasses with a trembling hand, his calm mask briefly slipping. His sharp mind raced to process the scene, but no logical explanation came to him. John Harmon's face twisted in a mixture of fury and confusion. He pointed a shaking finger at Chen Lin'an, his voice cracking as he barked. "What the hell are you?" Chen Lin'an tilted his head, an amused smirk creeping across his face. "What am I?" he echoed, pretending to mull over the question. "Well, I guess you could say I'm your worst nightmare." The room was still. The only sound came from the faint ticking of a clock on the wall, its rhythmic beat a stark contrast to the chaos brewing beneath the surface. John's rage flared once more, and he grabbed another gun from one of his stunned bodyguards. He aimed it directly at Chen Lin'an's head, his teeth grinding audibly. "You think you're funny, you son of a—" Before he could finish, a black tendril shot out from Chen Lin'an's back, wrapping around John's wrist and yanking the gun from his hand with inhuman force. The weapon clattered uselessly to the floor, and the room erupted in chaos. "Enough," Chen Lin'an said coldly, his smirk vanishing as his expression darkened. The tendril retracted back into his body, and his voice carried an edge that silenced everyone in the room. "You've had your fun. Now it's my turn." John stumbled back, clutching his wrist, which now bore a deep bruise from the tendril's grip. His mind raced, struggling to comprehend what he was dealing with. This thing wasn't human. He couldn't be. What are you?" John repeated, his voice trembling despite his best efforts to remain composed. Chen Lin'an stood slowly, his movements deliberate and unhurried. The ropes that had bound him to the chair fell away, shredded by the black tendrils that slithered back into his body. He adjusted his torn shirt, his gaze locking onto John with an intensity that made the crime lord take an involuntary step back. "You've been asking the wrong question," Chen Lin'an said, his voice low and menacing. "It's not what I am. It's why. Why am I here? Why did I come for your brother? Why am I standing here in front of you right now?" John's throat tightened, but he forced himself to speak. "Fine. Why? Why did you kill Harvey? What do you want from me?" Chen Lin'an took a step forward, and the room seemed to shrink around him. The bodyguards, who had been frozen in place, instinctively raised their guns, but a single glare from Chen Lin'an stopped them in their tracks. "Your brother," Chen Lin'an began, his tone icy, "was a rabid dog, a violent, mindless brute who caused nothing but pain and suffering. And you," he pointed a finger at John, his eyes burning with contempt. "You're the one who let him off his leash. You built this empire of filth. You let it spread like a disease, destroying everything in its path." John's fingers curled into fists, his jaw tightening as he tried to keep his composure. "Is that why you came after him? For some misguided sense of justice?" Chen Lin'an laughed, a cold, hollow sound that sent a shiver through everyone in the room. "Justice? Don't make me laugh. This isn't about justice. This is personal." He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "Your brother tried to kill me. He failed, but in the process, he killed someone I cared about. Someone innocent." John's eyes narrowed as realization dawned on him. "The delivery boy, the old man," he muttered, piecing it together. Chen Lin'an's expression darkened further. "That's right. And now, I'm here to make sure your family's reign of terror ends with you." The room exploded into chaos as John's bodyguards finally opened fire, their guns blazing. But before the bullets could connect, a swirling mass of black tendrils erupted from Chen Lin'an's body, forming a shield that absorbed the gunfire effortlessly. Venom's voice echoed in Chen Lin'an's mind, laughing with unrestrained glee. Finally, time for the main course. The tendrils lashed out like snakes, disarming the bodyguards with brutal efficiency. Guns clattered to the floor as the men were slammed against walls, their screams filling the air. John stumbled back, his carefully constructed composure crumbling as he realized how truly outmatched he was. "What the hell are you?" he shouted again, his voice breaking. Chen Lin'an turned to him, his eyes glowing faintly with an unnatural light. "I already told you," he said, his voice calm but cold. "I'm your worst nightmare." As the last of the bodyguards fell, writhing in pain on the floor, Chen Lin'an stepped toward John, his presence suffocating. "Now," he said, his voice low and menacing, "let's talk about what happens next." The once pristine and intimidating atmosphere of John Harmon's villa had devolved into complete chaos. The air reeked of blood and gunpowder, and the walls bore the marks of stray bullets and the carnage that had unfolded. The room, now eerily silent save for the faint sound of dripping blood, stood as a testament to the utter dominance of Chen Lin'an and the monstrous entity he harbored. Home, John's ever-composed right-hand man, had lost his usual meticulous demeanor entirely. His hands trembled, his once sharp and calculating gaze now clouded with fear. He had seen many unexplainable things in his time working for John Harmon, but this was beyond comprehension. His boss, John, who had always been the epitome of control and power, was reduced to a man grasping at desperation, his fury and arrogance washed away by the realization that he was facing something not of this world. As the black liquid spread over Chen Lin'an's body, encasing him in an obsidian sheen, the transformation was complete. Before the stunned eyes of everyone in the room, the man standing before them was no longer human. A monstrous figure, towering over 2 meters tall, now loomed in the center of the room. Pale, elongated eyes, glistening with a predatory gleam, rested above a grotesquely large mouth filled with jagged, razor-sharp teeth. The creature's sinewy, blackened form seemed to ripple with barely restrained power. Chen Lin'an, or rather, Venom, grinned, the expression stretching unnaturally wide across his monstrous maw. "Your turn is over," he growled, his voice now a guttural, inhuman rumble. "Now it's my turn." The room erupted into chaos. The guards, trained killers who had faced all manner of threats, were now reduced to panicked men clutching their weapons like lifelines. One of them, his faith shaken to its core, muttered a frantic prayer under his breath. "Oh my God, what kind of monster is this?" One of the guards yelled, his voice cracking as his composure shattered. None of their training had prepared them for this. They were accustomed to dealing with men, dangerous men, perhaps, but still human. This was something straight out of nightmare. Chen Lin'an tilted his monstrous head, his cold, predatory gaze sweeping over the room. He raised a single clawed hand, his movements slow and deliberate, as if savoring the fear radiating from his audience. With a flick of his elongated fingers, the bullets embedded in his body were propelled outward, ripping through the air like deadly projectiles. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of his improvised counterattack echoed through the room as the bullets found their marks. The guards fell in quick succession, their bodies collapsing to the ground in lifeless heaps. Blood pooled beneath them, their weapons clattering uselessly to the floor. Among the casualties was Home, who had always prided himself on his poise and intelligence. A single bullet shattered his glasses before tearing through his skull, ending his life in an instant. His body crumpled to the ground, his once sharp mind silenced forever. Venom's laughter rang out, deep and guttural, as he surveyed the destruction he had wrought. "Oops," the creature said with mock innocence. "I got a little carried away." Hey, calm down." Venom's voice echoed in Chen Lin'an's mind, though it was unusually playful. "I don't like eating dead brains. They lose all their flavor once the thinking stops. Fresh is always better, you know." Chen Lin'an smirked internally at Venom's words, lowering his clawed hand as the last of the bullets was spent. Fine, he replied in his thoughts. "I'll leave you something fresh to snack on." With that, he leaped toward the 2 remaining survivors, his movements impossibly quick. Before they could react, he grabbed each of them by the neck, hoisting them into the air like rag dolls. His monstrous jaws stretched wide, revealing rows of glistening, razor-sharp teeth. Crunch, crunch. The sickening sound of bones snapping echoed through the room as Venom devoured the 2 men with grotesque efficiency. Their lifeless bodies fell to the ground, their heads conspicuously absent. The sole survivor was John Harmon, now slumped against a wall, his face pale and drenched in sweat. The once powerful crime lord was reduced to a trembling shell of a man, his mind struggling to process what he had just witnessed. His fury over his brother's death was still there, but it was buried beneath layers of terror and disbelief. John stumbled to his feet, his hands fumbling as he yanked open a nearby drawer. Inside was an SMG, its sleek black body a stark contrast to the trembling hands that now held it. He turned and fired wildly at Chen Lin'an, the bullets spraying in a desperate arc. Chen Lin'an didn't flinch. The bullets bounced harmlessly off his armored form, clattering to the floor like pebbles. He stalked forward, his clawed feet leaving deep gouges in the floor. "You know this won't work," Chen Lin'an said coldly, his voice reverberating through the room. You're just wasting your time. With a single motion, he grabbed the gun from John's hands and crushed it into a mangled lump of metal. The sound of twisting steel filled the room as John's last line of defense was reduced to nothing. Don't worry, Chen Lin'an said, his tone almost mocking. I'll send you to join your brother soon enough. You two can keep each other company in hell. He lifted John effortlessly, holding him at eye level. John's lips trembled as he choked out a single phrase. You're a demon, a devil. Chen Lin'an chuckled darkly, shaking his head. No, not a devil. Not an angel either. I'm something far beyond your simple little labels. He leaned in close, his monstrous face mere inches from John's. We are Venom, he growled, his jagged teeth gleaming. With that, he struck, his jaws clamped down on John's neck, the sickening crunch of bone and flesh filling the air. Blood sprayed across the room as John Harmon's lifeless body fell to the floor, joining the growing pile of corpses. Chen Lin'an wiped his clawed hands against his chest, the transformation slowly receding as he returned to his more human form. Venom's voice echoed in his mind, filled with satisfaction. Now that was a meal. I'm stuffed. Haven't eaten this well since we landed on this rock. Chen Lin'an smirked, glancing toward the door as Venom's voice grew more serious. Heads up. More guests incoming. Sounds like a whole crowd this time. Chen Lin'an cracked his neck, his grin widening as he turned toward the door. Good, he said simply. I was worried the fun was over too soon. As the door creaked open, revealing a group of armed gang members, Chen Lin'an launched himself forward, his claws glinting in the dim light. The hallway erupted into chaos as the screams of the living joined the silence of the dead. Chen Lin'an glanced at Venom, who was practically glowing with satisfaction after their night of carnage. He chuckled softly, a mixture of amusement and finality in his tone. Savor it, he said, adjusting his collar as he surveyed the now silent villa. This kind of feast isn't something we'll come across again anytime soon. Venom, despite its insatiable appetite, nodded in agreement. True, it said wistfully, though I have to admit, I'll miss nights like these. A buffet like this is rare, even for me. Chen Lin'an walked slowly through the quiet halls of the villa, his senses heightened as he ensured no one remained. This place is practically deserted now, he observed, running his fingers along the edge of a table. John Harmon's control over his men must have been absolute. Not a single one of them tried to run. They all rushed in, straight to their deaths. Venom's voice echoed in his mind, tinged with amusement. Good for us, bad for them. Saves us the trouble of hunting anyone down. Chen Lin'an smirked. Exactly. They've all been dealt with. There's nothing left for us here. As he turned toward the window, ready to leave the villa behind, his eyes caught the glint of glass bottles on a nearby liquor cabinet. He paused, his gaze lingering on the rows of high-end spirits, their labels gleaming in the faint light. Venom picked up on his hesitation and snickered. What's this? You planning on celebrating with a drink? Bit dramatic, don't you think? Chen Lin'an rolled his eyes, tapping his fingers against the shell of Venom's form. What are you talking about? I don't drink. I was just thinking, since we've cleaned up the people, why not clean up the place too? Make sure it disappears completely. Venom hummed in approval, watching as Chen Lin'an extended tendrils to open the bottles one by one. The pungent aroma of high-proof alcohol filled the air as he poured the liquid onto the floor, letting it soak into the carpet, the furniture, and the walls. Soon, the villa reeked of expensive liquor, the kind that would have made connoisseurs weep to see wasted this way. But to Chen Lin'an, these bottles were nothing more than fuel for the fire. A fitting in for a place like this, Chen Lin'an muttered, crouching down to rummage through the pockets of the lifeless bodies scattered around the room. He pulled out a handful of lighters, their metallic surfaces glinting under the dim light. Click, spark. One by one, he flicked the lighters on, their small flames dancing in the palm of his hand. With a casual toss, he sent them onto the alcohol-soaked floor. The fire caught immediately, roaring to life as it spread rapidly across the room, climbing walls, engulfing furniture, and licking at the edges of the windows. Time to go, Venom said, its tone tinged with unease as the heat began to intensify. Unless you want to roast yourself alive. Chen Lin'an nodded, stepping toward the window. With a single leap, he vaulted out, landing gracefully on the ground below. Behind him, the villa was quickly consumed by flames, the inferno lighting up the night sky. He didn't look back as he ran, retracing the path the gang members had taken to bring him here. Despite the blindfold they'd used, Venom's acute senses had memorized every turn, every landmark. It wasn't long before Chen Lin'an found himself back at his apartment in Brooklyn. He shut the door behind him, exhaling deeply as he leaned against the wall. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, he allowed himself to relax. The weight that had pressed against his chest for so long, the need for vengeance, the pain of loss, had finally lifted. "It's over," he whispered, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Finally, it's over. He walked to his bed and collapsed onto it, his body sinking into the mattress. "Tomorrow," he muttered, his voice heavy with exhaustion. "I'll bring some flowers to the old man. Tell him it's done. Tell him we finally got justice." Venom, sensing the calm in Chen Lin'an's mind, said nothing. Instead, it quietly pulled the curtains closed and adjusted the blanket over him, ensuring he was comfortable. As Chen Lin'an drifted into sleep, Venom remained vigilant, watching over him like a silent guardian. In the days that followed, Chen Lin'an's life slowly returned to a semblance of normalcy, or at least as normal as it could be for someone who had been through what he had. The fire at John Harmon's villa had been reported as an accident, the authorities none the wiser to the true events that had taken place. But Chen Lin'an knew better than to think he could return to the life he once envisioned, a quiet, simple existence surrounded by loved ones. The events of the past weeks had changed him irrevocably. Venom's presence, the blood on his hands, the enemies he had made, it all served as a constant reminder that his life was no longer ordinary. Still, he had a few days before the new semester began, and he decided to make the most of them. He booked a flight back to China, eager to explore the land of his past life and see how it differed in this world. His travels took him to familiar places, though they bore different names here. The orphanage he had once called home was gone, replaced by a bustling street lined with food stalls. Standing there, surrounded by the vibrant sights and sounds of the market, Chen Lin'an allowed himself a small, bittersweet smile. "Things change," he murmured to himself, "and that's okay." From there, he ventured to Sichuan, drawn by a curiosity he had long harbored. He had joked before about trying roasted brain flowers, and now, with Venom in tow, he decided to make it a reality. Venom, unsurprisingly, was ecstatic. "Finally, I've been waiting for this," it exclaimed as the first dish arrived. The moment it tasted the savory delicacy, it was hooked. Plate after plate disappeared, the two of them devouring enough to leave the restaurant staff in awe. By the end of the night, they had earned a reputation as legends in the local food scene. Back on the plane to New York, Chen Lin'an couldn't help but shake his head at Venom's insatiable appetite. "You almost bankrupted me, you know that?" he grumbled, though there was no real anger in his voice. "If I hadn't stopped you, we'd still be there eating." Venom chuckled, unapologetic. "Worth it." Despite the expense, Chen Lin'an wasn't worried. He had more than enough money, thanks to the success of the pizza business he had inherited from Old York. And during his trip, he had also taken steps to secure his financial future, investing in promising companies both in China and the West. His knowledge of this world's technological trends had given him an edge, allowing him to make smart, strategic choices. Beyond investments, he had begun laying the groundwork for something bigger: Zero Industries. The name held no deep meaning. It was simply a number he liked. But his vision for the company was ambitious. He wanted it to rival giants like Stark Industries, to push the boundaries of communication technology and biotechnology. By the time the semester began, the foundation was in place. Two subsidiaries, one focused on communications and the other on biotechnology, had been established under the Zero Industries banner. The path ahead was long, but Chen Lin'an was determined. With his vengeance complete and his goals set, a new chapter of his life was beginning. Though the challenges ahead were daunting, Chen Lin'an faced them with a sense of purpose he hadn't felt in years. After all, he wasn't just fighting for himself anymore. He was fighting for a future that was truly his own. As Chen Lin'an stepped out of the car, the cool night breeze hit his face, but it brought no comfort. His sharp hearing, amplified by Venom's senses, caught the faint but unmistakable sound of someone calling for help. The voice trembled, laced with fear and desperation, cutting through the otherwise quiet night. "Sounds like trouble," Chen Lin'an muttered, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the darkened street ahead. Venom immediately perked up, its excitement bubbling to the surface. "Oh, looks like we got ourselves some action tonight. Finally! I was starting to think this evening was going to be all talk and no fun." Chen Lin'an ignored Venom's enthusiasm, his focus entirely on the source of the sound. The dimly lit alleyway just ahead seemed to be the origin. He glanced back at his car for a moment, ensuring it was safely parked by the side of the road, before striding toward the alley. "You sure you want to get involved?" Venom asked, its tone teasing, but with an undercurrent of genuine curiosity. "I thought you were trying to keep things normal now. You know, no more big flashy heroics or body counts." Chen Lin'an's lips twitched in a faint smirk as he stepped into the shadows. "Some things you can't ignore. Besides, his tone dropped slightly, a quiet edge of resolve seeping into his voice. Some people need help, and I'm not the kind of person who can just walk away." All right, Venom said, chuckling. "But don't blame me if this turns into another all-you-can-eat buffet." The alleyway was dim, the flickering streetlights casting uneven shadows across the brick walls. The faint sound of scuffling grew louder as Chen Lin'an approached, his sharp eyes adjusting easily to the low light. A group of 3 men stood in a loose circle, their backs turned to him as they loomed over a trembling figure crouched on the ground. The victim, a young man clutching a bag tightly to his chest, was visibly shaking, his face pale with terror. "Hey!" Chen Lin'an called out, his voice calm but firm, cutting through the tense atmosphere like a knife. "What's going on here?" The 3 men turned, their faces twisting into scowls as they sized him up. One of them, a burly man with a shaved head, sneered. "None of your business, pal. Walk away." Chen Lin'an tilted his head slightly, his expression unchanging. "See, that's where you're wrong. The moment I heard someone calling for help, it became my business." The tension in the alley spiked as the men exchanged glances, clearly weighing their options. The leader, the one with the shaved head, took a step forward, his posture aggressive. "You don't know who you're messing with," he growled. "Walk away while you still can." Chen Lin'an didn't flinch, his hands casually slipping into his pockets as he met the man's glare with a calm, almost bored expression. "You're right. I don't know who you are. And honestly," he shrugged, "I don't care." Venom's voice hummed in his mind, amused. "Oh, I love it when you play the cool guy. Let's see how long it takes before they start regretting this." The leader's patience snapped, and he lunged forward, his fist aiming straight for Chen Lin'an's face. But before the punch could connect, Chen Lin'an sidestepped effortlessly, his movements fluid and precise. The man stumbled slightly, caught off guard by the ease with which his attack was avoided. Chen Lin'an's voice was calm, almost mocking. "Is that it? I expected more." The other 2 men, seeing their leader's failure, quickly moved to flank Chen Lin'an, pulling out knives in an attempt to intimidate him. "You're going to regret sticking your nose where it doesn't belong," one of them snarled. Venom's voice purred in anticipation. "Oh, knives? Cute. Let's show them how outclassed they are." As the 2 men lunged at him simultaneously, Chen Lin'an moved with practiced ease. His movements were almost too fast to follow, enhanced by Venom's symbiotic reflexes. He caught one of the men's wrists mid-swing, twisting it sharply until the knife clattered to the ground. A swift kick to the knee sent the man sprawling. The other attacker hesitated for a split second, but it was enough. Chen Lin'an's hand shot out, grabbing the man's collar and slamming him against the wall with a force that knocked the wind out of him. The knife dropped from his hand as he gasped for air. The leader, now visibly shaken, took a step back, his bravado crumbling as he realized how easily Chen Lin'an had dealt with his men. Who the hell are you?" he stammered, his voice trembling. Chen Lin'an stepped forward, his gaze cold and unyielding. "Just someone who doesn't like bullies," Venom's voice added with a playful growl, "and someone who really doesn't like wasting time." The leader turned to run, but before he could take more than a step, a black tendril shot out from Chen Lin'an's back, wrapping around the man's ankle and yanking him off his feet. He hit the ground with a heavy thud, groaning in pain as the tendril coiled tighter. "Now," Chen Lin'an said, crouching down to meet the man's panicked gaze. "You're going to leave this kid alone and get out of here." If I ever see you pulling something like this again, asterisk asterisk, he leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. You won't get a second chance. The man nodded frantically, his fear palpable as the tendril released him. He scrambled to his feet and bolted, not even bothering to check on his fallen comrades as he disappeared into the night. Chen Lin'an straightened, dusting off his hands as he turned to the young man who was still crouched on the ground, clutching his bag. You okay? He asked, his tone softening. The young man nodded shakily, his voice barely above a whisper. Thank you. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't come. Chen Lin'an offered a small smile, extending a hand to help him up. Just be more careful, all right? This area isn't exactly the safest at night. The young man nodded again, clutching his bag tightly as he hurried off, disappearing into the shadows. As Chen Lin'an walked back to his car, Venom's voice broke the silence. You know, you could have let me have a little fun with them. Just a nibble, maybe. Chen Lin'an shook his head, smirking. Not this time. We're trying to keep a low profile, remember? Venom let out a mock sigh. Fine. But next time, I'm not holding back. Chen Lin'an chuckled as he climbed back into the driver's seat, the tension of the encounter already fading. The car hummed to life, and as he drove off into the night, he couldn't help but feel a faint sense of satisfaction. Despite everything that had happened, some part of him still believed in doing the right thing, even if it wasn't always easy. The faint glow of streetlights barely illuminated the dark alleyway, the air thick with tension and the metallic smell of gunpowder. Chen Lin'an stood quietly, his form cloaked in the black, sinewy exterior of Venom's covert form, tall, imposing, and utterly inhuman. His glowing, reflective eyes scanned the scattered bodies of the unconscious or dying gang members sprawled across the ground. The silence was broken as Venom's voice slithered into his mind, a mix of amusement and disdain. Look at this mess. They thought they could handle us? What a joke. Chen Lin'an bent down, brushing a bit of dust off his knee, his expression calm but distant. They brought this on themselves, waving guns around, terrorizing people who can barely get by. It's their own fault. His voice was steady, but there was a note of finality in it, as if he had already moved on from the chaos around him. Venom chuckled darkly. Still, you've got to admit, that was entertaining. Watching them panic when you dodged their bullets? Priceless. Chen Lin'an glanced at the bodies again, his gaze lingering on the one with the baseball hat who'd started all this. He sighed softly. Entertaining, maybe, but it doesn't change the bigger picture. This city's full of people like them. People who think they can take whatever they want from those who've got nothing. And that's why we're here, Venom replied, its voice almost smug. To remind them that there's always someone stronger. Someone they should fear. Chen Lin'an didn't respond immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze to the sky, his thoughts drifting. Ever since the symbiote had entered his life, things had changed in ways he could never have predicted. Power like this, it demanded responsibility, whether he wanted it or not. He exhaled deeply, finally breaking the silence. Let's go. We've done enough for tonight. Back in the car, the atmosphere was much lighter, though Venom was still buzzing with energy after their recent skirmish. Its voice came through loud and clear as Chen Lin'an drove through the quiet streets of Brooklyn, the cool night air flowing through the slightly open windows. You know, Venom began, its tone playful. You could have let me have a bit more fun back there. Maybe scared them a little before you knocked them out. A good roar always gets the message across. Chen Lin'an smirked slightly, keeping his eyes on the road. I think I scared them enough. Besides, I don't need you giving anyone a heart attack. We're trying to keep a low profile, remember? Venom huffed, clearly unimpressed. Low profile this, low profile that. You know, fun sometimes, you know that? We could have made it a real show. Imagine them running, screaming, begging for mercy. Asterisk. And then what? Chen Lin'an interrupted, his tone even. They get more guns? Bring more people? Create more chaos? No thanks. I'd rather handle things cleanly. Venom grumbled, but didn't argue further. In truth, it respected Chen Lin'an's pragmatism, even if it didn't always agree with it. As the familiar sights of his neighborhood came into view, Chen Lin'an allowed himself to relax slightly. The night had been eventful, but at least it was over. Or so he thought. You know, Venom said, clearly not ready to let the conversation end, you're starting to sound a bit like that Parker kid. All this responsibility talk. Next thing I know, you'll be swinging around in tights. Chen Lin'an snorted, shaking his head. Don't compare me to him. He's got his way of doing things, and I've got mine. I'm not out here looking for trouble, but I'm not going to walk away when I see it either. Venom chuckled, its voice rich with amusement. Fair enough. But you've got to admit, your life's a lot more interesting now. No more boring days at school, no more mundane routines. You've got me, and together, we're unstoppable. Chen Lin'an's grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly, his mind wandering as Venom's words sank in. It was true. His life had changed drastically since the symbiote had entered it. He'd gained power, yes, but he'd also gained a responsibility he hadn't asked for. And while he wasn't sure where this path would lead, he knew one thing for certain. He couldn't go back to the way things were. The car rolled to a stop in front of his apartment building, and Chen Lin'an leaned back in his seat, letting out a quiet sigh. Unstoppable, huh? He murmured. We'll see. Venom's voice softened, a rare moment of sincerity breaking through its usual bravado. We will. Just remember, we're in this together, no matter what comes next. Chen Lin'an nodded faintly, a small, almost imperceptible smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Yeah, together. With that, he stepped out of the car, the cool night air greeting him once more. As he made his way to his apartment, he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of peace. The road ahead might be uncertain, but for now, he was content to take it one step at a time. Far away, in the shadows of the city, other forces were stirring. Unseen eyes watched from the darkness, their attention fixed on the man who had just walked into his apartment. Whispers spread through the underworld, rumors of a strange, monstrous figure who had emerged from the depths of Brooklyn to challenge the criminal hierarchy. But Chen Lin'an wasn't thinking about any of that. He was home, and for tonight, that was enough. The once elegant atmosphere of the jewelry exhibition hall had descended into chaos in an instant. The air was thick with dust and smoke, the acrid smell of explosives mixing with the metallic tang of blood. Screams echoed through the hall as panicked guests scrambled for safety, their once gleaming evening attire now sullied by debris and fear. Chen Lin'an's arm remained firmly around Felicia's waist as he guided her quickly toward a safer location near the edge of the hall. His sharp gaze never left the grotesque figure floating above the room. The sinister laughter of the masked intruder grated against his ears, and Venom's voice rumbled in his mind, low and dangerous. I don't know who this clown thinks he is, but I don't like him. Not one bit. Chen Lin'an's own expression hardened as he took in the bizarre figure's appearance. The long, pointed hat, the dusty yellow cloak, the unsettling mask that resembled something out of a twisted Halloween party. It was all designed to be unnerving. But beneath the theatrics, Chen Lin'an could sense something else. This wasn't just chaos for chaos's sake. There was intent behind this attack. Felicia, though clearly shaken, kept her composure remarkably well. As Chen Lin'an guided her out of immediate danger, she tugged his sleeve lightly, her voice steady despite the tremor in it. What's going on? Who is that? Chen Lin'an didn't answer immediately, his sharp eyes scanning the room and the intruder's movements. Venom's voice interjected, its tone dripping with disdain. Some idiot who thinks a stupid mask and a few explosives make him scary. Let's teach him what real fear looks like. Not yet, Chen Lin'an murmured under his breath, his voice low enough that only Venom could hear him. We need to figure out what he wants first. There's no point in rushing him blind. Felicia's grip on his sleeve tightened slightly as she noticed the subtle tension in his posture. Leon, are you okay? You're acting different. He glanced down at her briefly, offering a reassuring smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. I'm fine. Just stay close to me. His tone left no room for argument, and Felicia nodded, trusting him despite the unease creeping into her chest. Above them, the masked intruder twirled in the air atop his strange flying device, his laughter echoing like nails on a chalkboard. Oh, what a delightful audience! He called out, his voice amplified by some sort of device hidden beneath his mask. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're all enjoying the show. Don't mind the mess. It's all part of the performance. Chen Lin'an's jaw tightened as he watched the man gesture dramatically toward the shattered remains of the ceiling, his movements exaggerated and theatrical. The figure clearly reveled in the chaos he had created, feeding off the fear and confusion of the crowd. Venom's voice growled in the back of his mind, impatient and eager. This guy's asking for it. Let me at him. One swing, one bite, and he's done. Chen Lin'an ignored the symbiote's plea, his sharp mind already working to assess the situation. The intruder's erratic behavior and garish costume were clearly a distraction, a way to unnerve his victims and throw them off balance. But there was something more to it. The precision of the explosion, the way it targeted the center of the hall, wasn't random. This was planned. He's after something, Chen Lin'an muttered under his breath. This isn't just about causing chaos. Felicia's eyes darted toward Chen Lin'an, her brow furrowing slightly. Do you think he's after the jewelry? A robbery? Chen Lin'an nodded subtly, his thoughts aligning with hers. It's possible, but if that's the case, he's not working alone. Someone like him doesn't just walk into a high-profile event like this without backup. As if on cue, several more masked figures burst into the hall, their appearances just as bizarre and theatrical as the leaders. Each of them was armed, their weapons gleaming menacingly under the dim, flickering lights. They fanned out quickly, shouting orders and corralling the terrified guests into clusters near the edges of the room. "Ladies and gentlemen," the leader announced, his voice dripping with mock courtesy. "Please remain calm. We're simply here to relieve you of your burdens. Your jewels, your valuables, they're far too heavy for you to carry around, don't you think?" His laughter followed, sharp and grating. Felicia's grip on Chen Lin'an's arm tightened again, and he could feel the tension in her body. He leaned in slightly, his voice low and steady. "Stay close to me. Don't draw attention to yourself. If things get worse, head for the nearest exit." She hesitated, her sharp mind already piecing together that Chen Lin'an wasn't just the quiet, reserved man she had thought he was. "What about you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'll be fine," he replied, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Just trust me." Venom's voice chimed in, amused. "Oh, she's catching on. Should we give her the full show?" "Not yet," Chen Lin'an muttered internally. "Let's keep things quiet for now." But as one of the masked intruders approached their cluster, his weapon raised and his voice barking orders for everyone to hand over their belongings, Chen Lin'an felt his patience snap. The man's threatening presence was too close to Felicia for his liking. "All right," Chen Lin'an murmured, his tone shifting as a cold determination settled over him. "Let's do this." Venom's grin spread across his subconscious, eager and ready. "Finally, let's make it quick and fun." In one fluid motion, Chen Lin'an's stance shifted, his body language transforming from passive to predatory. With Venom's enhancements, his reactions were faster than the eye could follow. Before the armed man could even register the movement, Chen Lin'an had disarmed him with a sharp twist of his wrist, the weapon clattering uselessly to the ground. The man barely had time to cry out before Chen Lin'an's fist connected with his jaw, sending him sprawling to the floor. The entire exchange took less than 3 seconds, and the surrounding guests gasped in shock. Felicia stared at Chen Lin'an, her eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and something else, something closer to admiration. "Leon, what the hell was that?" Chen Lin'an glanced at her briefly, his expression unreadable. "Stay here," he said simply before turning his attention back to the chaos unfolding around them. The leader above cackled, oblivious to the fact that one of his men had already been taken out. Chen Lin'an's eyes narrowed as he calculated his next move, Venom's voice echoing in his mind like a battle cry. "Let's show them what happens when they mess with us." Felicia's grip on Chen Lin'an's arm tightened further as the chaos in the exhibition hall continued to escalate. Her knuckles were white, and her breaths came in short, uneven bursts. The screams and shouts of terrified onlookers only added to her sense of panic, her normally composed demeanor now replaced by visible fear. Chen Lin'an glanced at her, his sharp eyes softening briefly. "It's going to be okay," he said in a steady, low voice as he guided her toward the edge of the hall, where it was marginally safer. "The police have been called. They'll be here soon." Felicia nodded faintly, but her grip didn't loosen. She was too rattled by the sudden attack, too overwhelmed by the horrific scene unfolding before her. Her trust in Chen Lin'an was the only thing keeping her grounded. Meanwhile, Chen Lin'an's mind was racing. The maniac known as Evil Ghost was wreaking havoc with his flying contraption and crude explosives, his deranged laughter echoing off the walls. The sight of injured and panicked civilians only fueled Chen Lin'an's resolve. "This guy's got a body count already," Venom growled in his mind, its voice laced with anger. You can't let him keep this up. I know, Chen Lin'an replied silently. But Felicia's still here. I can't just leave her in the open. Venom hummed in frustration. She's not going to let go of your arm anytime soon. Unless we, help her take a little nap. Chen Lin'an's brow furrowed as he looked at Felicia's pale face. Not an option. Just wait. As Evil Ghost swooped down to loot another display case. Laughing maniacally, Felicia's trembling voice broke through Chen Lin'an's thoughts. What's taking the police so long? Why aren't they here yet? Chen Lin'an hesitated before answering, his tone carefully measured. These things take time. They'll be here. Just stay close to me. Evil Ghost, meanwhile, continued his rampage, sweeping jewelry and valuables into his oversized bag with reckless abandon. What a haul. Oh, these shiny little treasures are going to make me so rich. Come to Papa, my precious diamonds. He cackled, his voice grating and filled with glee. As he worked, his eyes landed on a terrified, overweight man huddled behind a pillar. The man's face was drenched in cold sweat, and he froze as Evil Ghost's gaze locked onto him. Asteriski, hiv. I know what you're thinking, asterisk, Evil Ghost sneered, pointing a gloved finger at the trembling man. You're wondering when Spider-Man or the cops are going to show up, right? Well, guess what, buddy? They're busy. Spider-Man's off playing firefighter on the other side of town. And the police? They'll take at least 15 minutes to get here. You think I didn't plan this? I'm Evil Ghost. I always plan ahead. His taunts were interrupted as a thin, white thread shot through the air, wrapping tightly around his arm. Evil Ghost froze, his laughter fading as he stared at the webbing in shock. Spider-Man? How? Asterisk. Before he could finish his sentence, the web yanked him violently off his flying device, sending him crashing into a wall with a resounding thud. The impact left cracks in the plaster as his bag of stolen goods flew from his grasp, only to be snagged midair by another strand of webbing. Evil Ghost groaned as he slumped to the floor, shaking his head to clear the dizziness. When he finally looked up, his eyes widened in confusion and fear. Standing in the center of the hall wasn't Spider-Man, but a figure cloaked in black, with a hood obscuring most of his face except for two glowing white eyes that seemed to pierce right through him. You're not Spider-Man, Evil Ghost stammered, his voice shaking slightly. Who the hell are you? Chen Lin'an ignored the question as he quickly moved to help trap civilians near the debris, pulling them to safety with swift, efficient movements. His calm, calculated demeanor only added to the air of intimidation surrounding him. When he finally turned his attention back to Evil Ghost, his voice was low and gravelly. You're usually laughing, aren't you? What happened? Lost your sense of humor? The mocking tone hit its mark, and Evil Ghost's face twisted in anger. You bastard, he shouted, pulling several pumpkin-shaped bombs from his bag and hurling them toward Chen Lin'an. Without missing a beat, Chen Lin'an shot out several webs, wrapping the bombs together in midair before flinging them through the shattered ceiling. An explosion rocked the air above them, the shockwave rattling the remaining glass in the exhibition hall. Evil Ghost wasted no time. While Chen Lin'an dealt with the bombs, he scrambled back onto his flying device, activating its front-mounted guns. Bullets sprayed wildly as he took aim at the black-clad figure. More bullets? Really? Venom snarled, exasperated. This guy has no creativity. Chen Lin'an dodged effortlessly, his enhanced reflexes making the bullets seem slow in comparison. With a flick of his wrist, he fired two webs at the underside of the flying device, anchoring it firmly to the ground. Evil Ghost's eyes bulged as he felt the sudden pull. What the? Chen Lin'an gripped the webs tightly, his muscles tensing as he began swinging the flying device and its panicked pilot like a massive yo-yo. Evil Ghost's screams grew louder as he spun wildly, unable to regain control. With one final swing, Chen Lin'an hurled the device toward a nearby pillar. It crashed with a deafening crunch, the impact finally dislodging Evil Ghost and leaving him sprawled on the ground, dazed and groaning. Chen Lin'an approached slowly, his imposing figure casting a long shadow over the defeated villain. You talk too much, he said flatly, his voice devoid of emotion. As Evil Ghost whimpered, Venom's voice growled in Chen Lin'an's mind. Let me finish him. Just one bite. He won't be missed. Chen Lin'an hesitated for a fraction of a second before shaking his head. No, he's not worth it. Instead, he shot a web around Evil Ghost's wrists and ankles, binding him tightly. The police can deal with you, he said, his tone cold and final. Turning back to Felicia, who was still standing in the corner, wide-eyed and shaken, Chen Lin'an walked over and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "It's over," he said softly. "You're safe now." Felicia looked up at him, her expression a mixture of relief, confusion, and something else, something unspoken. Who are you?" she whispered. Chen Lin'an hesitated, his hidden gaze meeting hers. "Just someone who doesn't like seeing people get hurt," he replied quietly. And with that, he turned, his black cloak billowing behind him as he disappeared into the shadows, leaving behind a room full of stunned onlookers and a story they would never forget. Asterisk, asterisk, bang. Several black tendrils lashed out in rapid succession, swiping through the air with deadly precision. Evil Ghost, in his frantic efforts to evade, made a critical mistake. His flying device veered just enough for one of the tendrils to pierce through its side. Sparks erupted from the damaged machinery, and the device wobbled violently. Seizing the opening, the other tendrils morphed into sharp, spear-like forms, aiming to impale Evil Ghost or completely destroy his flying contraption. "Damn it!" Evil Ghost cursed, his voice rising in panic. He quickly ascended, throwing several pumpkin-shaped bombs as a desperate distraction. The explosions erupted in bursts of fire and smoke, forcing the tendrils to recoil instinctively. Realizing the effectiveness of his gambit, Evil Ghost grinned wickedly. He reached for his bag and, in a chaotic flourish, dumped the remaining pumpkin bombs in a scattershot fashion. Tick, 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 tick. The ominous sound of multiple timers echoed through the hall, growing louder and faster with every second. Chen Lin'an's sharp gaze narrowed as he processed the situation. The bombs, 7 of them, were scattered across the floor, each ticking closer to detonation. His mind raced. If those bombs went off here, no one in the hall would survive. The civilians, the injured, even Felicia, none of them would stand chance. "That bastard," Venom hissed angrily. "He's covering his escape with this mess. We should have ripped his head off when we had the chance." Chen Lin'an didn't waste time responding. His focus was razor-sharp as he moved. He couldn't let the bombs detonate. Not here, not now. The world seemed to slow as the urgency of the situation heightened. The ticking of the bombs became deafening, each second stretching into what felt like an eternity. 4th second, Chen Lin'an shot out a flurry of webbing, each strand branching out to latch onto a different bomb. Simultaneously, Venom extended tendrils from his body, grabbing hold of the others. 3rd second, all 7 bombs were pulled together, gathered in Chen Lin'an's hands. His movements were precise, his breathing steady despite the chaos. 2nd second, with a powerful throw, Chen Lin'an hurled the cluster of bombs upward, aiming for the gaping hole in the ceiling left by Evil Ghost's earlier escape. Last second, the bombs soared through the air, clearing the hall just as their timers hit 0. Boom! The explosion lit up the night sky outside, a massive fireball erupting in midair. The shockwave rattled the already fragile structure of the ceiling, causing it to groan and crack ominously. Dust and debris rained down, and for a moment, it seemed like the entire roof might collapse. Inside the hall, the remaining guests screamed and scrambled for cover, their fear renewed by the violence of the blast. When the dust settled, all eyes turned back to the center of the room, searching for the black-clad figure who had saved them. But Chen Lin'an was gone. In a quiet, dimly lit corner of the exhibition hall, Felicia stirred, her eyes fluttering open. The first thing she saw was the familiar ceiling of the venue, now marred by a massive hole. As the events of the evening came rushing back, she gasped in alarm and instinctively grabbed for the nearest source of comfort, Chen Lin'an's arm. "Don't worry, Felicia." Chen Lin'an's voice came softly from beside her, his tone calm and soothing. "That weird guy's gone. We're safe now." Felicia blinked, her heart still racing. She glanced around the hall, taking in the sight of police officers and paramedics moving through the scene. Injured guests were being carried out on stretchers, while others huddled in shock near the walls. "That was terrifying," she murmured, placing a hand over her chest as she tried to steady her breathing. She turned to Chen Lin'an, a puzzled frown creasing her brow. Wait, I passed out? How? What happened? Chen Lin'an hesitated for the briefest of moments before answering, his expression carefully composed. A piece of debris fell from the ceiling, he explained. It hit a wooden board on the floor, and it bounced up and hit you. You fainted right after. Scared the hell out of me. His voice carried a genuine tone of worry, and Felicia's tense expression softened. Oh, she said quietly, her fingers brushing against her temple as if searching for the spot where she'd been hit. I guess I should be grateful it wasn't worse. I was so worried, Chen Lin'an said, his voice laced with relief. If anything had happened to you, I'd never forgive myself. Felicia gave him a small, reassuring smile. This isn't your fault, Leon. If anything, I should be thanking you. If you hadn't pulled me away from the middle of the hall earlier, who knows what might have happened. She hesitated, then added softly, Thank you, really. Chen Lin'an smiled faintly, though a twinge of guilt pricked at him. The truth of what had happened, that he had deliberately knocked her unconscious to ensure she wouldn't interfere with his actions, remained unspoken. It wasn't a decision he'd made lightly, but in the heat of the moment, it had felt like the only option. After giving their statements to the police, Felicia and Chen Lin'an finally left the exhibition hall. The drive home was quiet at first, the weight of the evening's events hanging heavily in the air. Felicia broke the silence first, her voice tinged with lingering nervousness. I still can't get over it. That evil ghost guy. Why do people like him keep showing up in this city? She shook her head, exasperated. I mean, if he wanted to rob the place, fine. But why the ridiculous outfit? The flying thing? And what's with the pumpkin bombs? It's like he's auditioning for some twisted circus. Chen Lin'an chuckled softly, his gaze fixed on the city lights outside the window. Maybe it's just New York being New York. A strange world attracts strange people. Felicia glanced at him, raising an eyebrow. You're starting to sound strange yourself. Don't tell me you're planning on picking up a weird costume too. Chen Lin'an turned to her with a smirk, his eyes glinting with humor. What, you don't think I'd look good in spandex? Maybe I'll call myself the Night Web. Felicia burst out laughing, the tension finally breaking. Oh, please. If you ever show up in spandex, I'll never let you live it down. As her laughter filled the car, Chen Lin'an leaned back in his seat, a small, satisfied smile on his face. For now, at least, everything was back to normal, or as normal as life in New York could be. Felicia and Chen Lin'an chatted pleasantly on the drive back, their conversation lighthearted and casual. The tension from the incident earlier in the day gradually faded as they laughed and swapped stories, leaving the unpleasantness behind them. By the time they reached Chen Lin'an Street, it was as though the bizarre encounter with Evil Ghost had been nothing more than a strange, fleeting memory. After bidding Felicia goodbye and thanking her for the ride, Chen Lin'an watched her car disappear down the street before turning and heading back into his apartment. The moment he closed the door behind him, he let out a long sigh and flopped onto the sofa, stretching out his tired body. What a day, he muttered to himself, rubbing his temples. Who could have guessed a simple weekend outing would turn into a circus like that? Talk about bad luck. After a few minutes of lying there, he reached for his phone and began scrolling through his favorite food delivery app. He ordered an absolute feast, pizza, fries, hot dogs, and a variety of snacks. He and Venom both needed to replenish their energy after the day's events. Skipping meals earlier had come back to haunt him, and now his stomach was growling loudly in protest. Not exactly gourmet, he said to himself as he placed the order, but it's fast and it'll do the job. When the food arrived, Chen Lin'an wasted no time digging in. Sitting on the couch with the bags of takeout spread around him, he devoured slice after slice of pizza, while Venom gleefully polished off chocolate bars and guzzled soda like it was going out of style. Burp! The long, satisfied belch that escaped Venom's gaping maw echoed through the room. It stretched lazily across the couch beside Chen Lin'an, exaggeratedly patting its non-existent belly. Ah, chocolate and cola, pure bliss. Though I do miss the days when we could sink our teeth into some nice, juicy heads. Chen Lin'an chuckled, leaning back into the sofa as he rested a hand on his now full stomach. You're not getting any heads anytime soon, so you might as well get used to this. Isn't chocolate good enough? You've got endless flavors to choose from. Venom wrinkled its jagged mouth in mock disdain, shaking its head. You don't get it. It's instinct, just like humans and their primal urges. It raised a clawed hand dramatically, as if delivering a lecture. Humans eat when they're hungry, drink when they're thirsty, and, well, when they want to reproduce. Okay, I get it, Chen Lin'an interrupted, rolling his eyes. But you're a symbiote. You don't need to eat heads. Chocolate has phenylethylamine too, right? You're just getting it in a different form. Think of it as an evolution, like humans going from eating raw meat to cooking it. Venom paused, its expression thoughtful for a moment. It let out a small, grudging huff before muttering, Fine, you got a point. But it's not the same. I just wanted to stretch my legs, and maybe have a little snack on the side. As Venom spoke, Chen Lin'an's thoughts drifted back to the events of the day. He couldn't help but replay the fight against evil Ghost in his mind. New York City was proving to be as chaotic as ever. What were the odds of going to one jewelry exhibition and running headlong into a criminal with pumpkin bombs and a flying contraption? It was absurd. This city really doesn't know peace, he muttered, shaking his head. Even when I try to avoid trouble, it finds me. Venom chuckled, sensing the shift in his thoughts. Welcome to New York, buddy. The freaks here are like weeds. You pluck one, and 10 more pop up to take its place. Chen Lin'an's lips quirked into a faint smile, though his mind remained preoccupied. He thought of Spider-Man, of Peter Parker, and finally understood why the guy was always so busy. New York wasn't just home to petty criminals. It was a magnet for eccentric villains like Evil Ghost, each more ridiculous and dangerous than the last. And Spider-Man, for all his strength and abilities, had chosen a path that made his life infinitely harder. He didn't kill. He caught criminals, handed them over to the authorities, and hoped for the best. But in a city like this, criminals escaped. They returned. They escalated. And there was always someone new waiting in the wings. Chen Lin'an sighed. No wonder he's always eating hot dogs on rooftops. Try to keep up with all this would wear anyone out. He thought briefly of Evil Ghost. The guy had gotten away, and that gnawed at him. If it hadn't been for those pumpkin bombs, Chen Lin'an was sure he could have ended it right there in the exhibition hall. But Evil Ghost had been clever, or desperate, enough to force his hand. If he hadn't thrown those bombs, Chen Lin'an's voice trailed off as he clenched a fist. He could still hear the screams of the injured and the cries of those who had lost loved ones. Those images were seared into his mind, fueling his resolve. Next time, he won't get away. None of them will. His voice was quiet but firm, a promise to himself. Elsewhere, in the heart of New York City, the atmosphere was far less relaxed. In a towering skyscraper, an office bathed in dim, ominous light housed two men. One was a massive, hulking figure seated in a custom-made chair that seemed barely able to contain his bulk. His name was Wilson Fisk, known to the world as the Kingpin. Standing before him was Alistair Smythe, perched on his futuristic, hovering wheelchair. Smythe's expression was serious as he delivered his report. The investigation into John Harmon's death has been ongoing, but we still have no concrete answers, Smythe said, his tone measured. At first, we suspected Silvio Manfredi's crew, but our informants within their ranks report that they were just as surprised as we were. In fact, they initially thought it was a trap set by us. Kingpin's cold, calculating eyes narrowed. So they're playing dumb, are they? Or perhaps they're just better liars than you give them credit for. Smythe hesitated, his voice dropping slightly. It's possible, but unlikely. If Manfredi's men had acted immediately after Harmon's death, they could have seized far more territory than they did. Their hesitation doesn't align with someone who orchestrated this. Kingpin's massive frame shifted as he leaned forward, his expression darkening. You mean to tell me that someone crippled my operations, took out one of my key pawns, and we still don't know who or why? His voice was low, but it carried the weight of a threat. Do you think Manfredi's men would hesitate to laugh in my face if they knew? Smythe lowered his gaze, his response quiet. Apologies, Kingpin. I've been focused on developing the new Spider Slayers. I'll redirect my efforts to this matter. Kingpin's glare bore into him, unrelenting. See that you do. I won't tolerate further incompetence. As the tension in the room thickened, one thing was clear. The ripples of Chen Lin'an's actions were beginning to reach places he had yet to imagine. Wilson Fisk, the man known to the public as a wealthy entrepreneur and philanthropist, sat in his custom-made chair, his massive frame exuding authority and menace. To the world, he was the picture of respectable success. But to those who truly understood the shadows of New York, he was the legendary kingpin, the undisputed ruler of the city's criminal underworld. His name carried weight far beyond the borders of the United States, whispered in fear and respect across the globe. In the brutal and ruthless hierarchy of organized crime, Kingpin was a figure of myth, a shadowy overlord whose true identity remained a mystery to all but a select few. Those who worked under him feared him as much as they respected him. And for good reason. Fisk's wrath was as unrelenting as his ambition. The room was quiet save for the low hum of machinery from Alistair Smythe's hovering wheelchair. Smythe, a man of intellect and ingenuity, had just finished his report on the mysterious death of John Harmon, one of Kingpin's key lieutenants. Harmon had been the linchpin of Fisk's drug operations in New York, a critical component of the empire that Fisk had built with precision and ruthlessness. The profits from the drug trade dwarfed those of his other illicit ventures, making it the crown jewel of his criminal enterprise. And now Harmon was dead. Worse, the one responsible had left no trace, no clue to their identity. It was an insult Fisk could not and would not tolerate. Fisk's massive hands rested on the armrests of his chair, his fingers drumming rhythmically against the polished wood as Alistair handed him the photograph. His cold, calculating eyes scanned the image. The burned remains of the villa dominated the frame, but his attention was drawn to the faint figure in the corner, a black-clad silhouette, hooded and shadowed, with two faintly glowing white eyes peering from the darkness. Fisk's eyes narrowed as he studied the figure. "Another costumed clown," he murmured, his voice low and filled with disdain. Just like that accursed wall crawler. The mention of Spider-Man brought a sharp edge to Fisk's words. For years, the web-slinger had been a thorn in his side, disrupting operations, meddling in his affairs, and generally making Fisk's life more complicated. While Spider-Man had never inflicted serious damage to his empire, his constant interference was like the incessant buzzing of a fly, a small but aggravating nuisance. Alistair, sensing Fisk's irritation, continued his report. Based on the chatter among the lower-tier criminals, this new figure has been active recently, targeting various criminal elements across the city. Survivors and witnesses are calling him Venom. The name lingered in the air as Fisk repeated it softly. Venom. He turned the photo over in his hand, his mind already working through the implications. A new player in the city, one with a penchant for brutality and a clear disregard for leaving his enemies alive. This wasn't just another vigilante with a code of honor. This was someone who wasn't afraid to cross lines. Someone dangerous. Fisk's expression hardened. If this Venom thinks he can operate in my city without consequences, he is gravely mistaken. No one challenges Kingpin and survives. His voice was calm, but the menace in his tone was unmistakable. He turned his gaze to Alistair, his eyes cold and unyielding. Assign this task to Tombstone and Rhino. I want them to find this Venom and eliminate him. Make it clear to everyone that no one, no matter how clever or powerful, defies me without paying the ultimate price. Alistair nodded sharply, his voice steady. Understood. Fisk leaned back in his chair, his massive frame casting a shadow over the desk. He gestured for Alistair to continue. And as for Spider-Man, your work on the new Spider Slayers? Alistair's eyes darkened with hatred at the mention of Spider-Man. His voice was cold and precise. The development is going well. The new models will be faster, more durable, and better equipped to handle his unique abilities. When the time comes, Spider-Man will face the consequences of everything he's done. He will pay for my father's death. Fisk's mouth curled into a faint, approving smile. Good. Let that hatred fuel you, Alistair. It is a powerful motivator. Remember, I have given you the tools and the platform to make your vision a reality. All you have to do is deliver. Alistair's fists clenched as he nodded. I won't fail. Spider-Man's time is running out. Fisk watched Alistair leave the room, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. The man's hatred for Spider-Man made him a valuable asset, one that Fisk had no intention of wasting. By nurturing that hatred, Fisk had gained not only a brilliant scientist, but also a weapon to wield against the wall crawler. As the door closed behind Alistair, Fisk turned his attention back to the photograph in his hand. His mind was already working through the next steps. Venom was an unknown variable, and Fisk hated unknowns. He would gather intelligence, test the limits of this new player, and, when the time was right, crush him as a message to anyone else foolish enough to challenge him. Fisk rose from his chair and moved to the massive floor-to-ceiling window that overlooked the city. The neon lights of New York stretched out before him, a glittering expanse of his empire. To the world, it was a city of opportunity, a beacon of hope and dreams. But to Fisk, it was his kingdom, a vast territory ruled through fear, power, and control. His voice was low, almost inaudible, as he spoke to the empty room. "You think you can scare me, Venom? You're nothing more than another pretender. And in my city, pretenders don't last long." The Kingpin stood there for a long moment, his hulking silhouette framed against the city's skyline. The weight of his power was palpable, the sheer force of his presence enough to make anyone tremble. If Venom wanted to challenge him, he would soon learn the price of defiance. Fisk would make sure of it. A few days later, in his cozy apartment, Chen Lin'an was enjoying a hearty dinner with Venom. The mood was light, the air filled with the comforting aroma of freshly prepared dishes. The day's success in his experiments had left him in high spirits, and the dinner table reflected his good mood, lavish and plentiful. After the meal, Chen Lin'an sprawled out on the couch, a steaming cup of tea in his hands, sipping it slowly as he let his body relax. Meanwhile, Venom was in the kitchen, using several of its tendrils to clear the table with remarkable efficiency. Plates and utensils clinked softly as they were washed and stacked neatly in a drying rack. "Oh, I'll wipe away the tears I accidentally shed. Pretend like it's all okay. Your love and mine. Asterisk asterisk." Venom's raspy, off-key singing filled the kitchen as it enthusiastically scrubbed the dishes. This was one of the few times it could express itself freely, without judgment, and it relished every second of it. For Venom, these moments of domestic tranquility were a rare reprieve from Chen Lin'an's usual demands. "Not bad, huh?" Venom called out mid-song, its tone cheerful. Chen Lin'an smirked, raising his voice just enough to be heard over the clatter of dishes. "Let's just say I'm glad the neighbors can't hear you. Otherwise, we'd both be evicted." Venom let out a mock huff, but continued its performance, scrubbing with renewed vigor, as if to spite Chen Lin'an's playful jab. After the dishes were done, Venom slithered back into the living room, where it and Chen Lin'an lounged on the couch, watching the evening news. The screen displayed yet another report about the city's growing crime rates, a string of violent incidents that had left the public increasingly on edge. Chen Lin'an's brow furrowed as he listened to the anchor recount the latest string of robberies and assaults. His sharp eyes narrowed, the weight of the city's darkness pressing heavily on his thoughts. "This city," he muttered, more to himself than to Venom. "It's beautiful on the surface, but underneath, it's rotten to the core." Venom, sensing his shift in mood, chimed in enthusiastically. "So what's the plan, boss? We gonna let them keep crawling around like cockroaches, or are we stepping in to squish a few?" Chen Lin'an's gaze lingered on the screen for a moment longer before he stood up, his resolve solidifying. "Let's take a walk." Venom perked up, its jagged grin spreading wide. "Now you're talking. I've been cooped up for days. Let's stretch our legs, and maybe snack on a few heads while we're at it." Chen Lin'an rolled his eyes, but didn't argue. He pulled on his hood and allowed Venom to envelop him, the symbiote's dark, sinewy form merging seamlessly with his own. Within seconds, his transformation was complete, and the two of them leapt out of the apartment window into the night. Swinging through the city on silken threads of webbing, Chen Lin'an and Venom moved with ease, their combined agility making quick work of the towering skyscrapers. The webs they left behind dissolved after a minute, a design choice Chen Lin'an had made to ensure they left no trace, efficient, environmentally friendly, and untraceable. As they moved, Chen Lin'an kept his senses sharp, scanning the streets below for signs of trouble. It didn't take long before they came across their first lucky winner of the night, a group of muggers cornering an elderly man in an alleyway. "Looks like they volunteered," Venom growled, its voice dripping with anticipation. The scene was over in moments. Chen Lin'an moved with surgical precision, taking down the assailants with swift, brutal efficiency. Venom's grin widened as it made short work of one particularly unlucky mugger, leaving the man's unconscious body sprawled across the pavement. From one alley to the next, Chen Lin'an and Venom continued their patrol, each encounter leaving a trail of subdued criminals in their wake. But as they moved deeper into the city, they were unknowingly walking straight into a carefully laid trap. In a shadowed, decrepit alley, the desperate cries of a man echoed against the walls. "Please, let me go. I'll turn myself in. Just hand me over to the cops." The man, his face pale with terror, dragged himself along the ground, his leg bleeding profusely from a bullet wound. His wide, terrified eyes stayed fixed on the figure looming over him, a black-clad monster with long, sinewy tendrils writhing behind it like living shadows. Chen Lin'an's glowing white eyes bored into the man, his voice cold and unfeeling. "That old man was begging for mercy too, but you didn't care. You broke his leg because he wasn't moving fast enough for you. Isn't that right?" The man stammered, trying to form words, but he was silenced as one of Venom's tendrils coiled around his neck, lifting him off the ground like a rag doll. "Scum like you don't deserve second chances," Chen Lin'an continued, his voice low and filled with menace. "The only place you belong is hell." Before the man could beg further, Venom's mouth opened wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. With a sickening crunch, the man's head disappeared into the abyss. The lifeless, headless corpse fell to the ground, blood pooling beneath it. Chen Lin'an crouched briefly, dipping a finger into the crimson pool before standing and turning to the wall. With deliberate movements, he painted a crude yet unmistakable symbol in blood, two elongated eyes above a jagged, toothy grin. Beneath the symbol, he scrawled a simple message. "Criminals, the next lucky one will be you, Venom." Venom emerged over Chen Lin'an's shoulder, its jagged teeth gleaming as it admired the work. "Bold. I like it. Very us." Chen Lin'an smirked. "It's time I started fearing something more than the cops or Spider-Man. Let them tremble at the thought of us." As the two of them leapt to the rooftops, Chen Lin'an couldn't help but feel a grim satisfaction. He knew the media would condemn him, label him a monster, a psychopath. But he didn't care. Hero, villain, monster, it doesn't matter, he thought. If fear can stop them from hurting the innocent, then so be it. Not far away, another scene was brewing. A small convenience store was under siege, three masked men holding the clerk at gunpoint while ransacking the shelves. Chen Lin'an perched silently outside, watching the robbery unfold. As he prepared to make his move, the sound of helicopter blades cut through the night air. "Helicopters again," he muttered, glancing up at the passing aircraft. It wasn't the first one he'd seen tonight. Venom growled softly. "Something's off. Too many eyes in the sky. We should be careful." Chen Lin'an nodded, shaking off the unease. "Let's deal with this first." With that, he moved closer to the convenience store, ready to deliver swift justice. All the while, he couldn't help but feel the faint tug of something larger, something watching, waiting. Chen Lin'an crouched silently against the wall of the convenience store, his glowing white eyes narrowing as he calculated his next move. Through the thin barrier, he could hear the muffled voices of the criminals inside, their taunts and laughter grating against his ears. The hostages' fearful whimpers only strengthened his resolve. He glanced at the wall separating him from the scene, his fingers curling into a fist. "This'll do," he muttered under his breath. Venom's voice hummed in agreement, its tone eager. "Punch first, ask questions later. My kind of plan." Without hesitation, Chen Lin'an's fist shot forward, punching clean through the wall with a deafening boom. The force of the blow sent the nearest gunman flying backward, slamming him into the shelves with a loud crash. The second robber, who had been rifling through the cash register, let out a startled yelp as he was knocked to the ground by the flying body of his partner. The wall groaned and crumbled further as Venom's tendrils extended, tearing the hole wide enough for Chen Lin'an to step through. Dust and debris swirled in the air as his black-clad form emerged from the shadows like a predator stalking its prey. His hood obscured most of his face, but the glowing, narrow eyes and the faint, jagged grin beneath them cast an aura of pure menace. The trembling clerk, who had been crouched on the floor with his hands over his head, looked up in terror as the dark figure loomed over him. "Get out!" Chen Lin'an's voice was low, gravelly, and devoid of emotion. The clerk didn't need to be told twice. He scrambled to his feet, his considerable girth suddenly no hindrance as he bolted through the hole in the wall and disappeared into the night. As the dust began to settle, one of the robbers groaned and pulled himself to his feet, rubbing his bruised side where Chen Lin'an's punch had landed. To Chen Lin'an's surprise, the man smirked, his tone almost mocking. "You really showed up, just like we thought you would." Chen Lin'an's brow furrowed, his glowing eyes narrowing further. Something about the man's words felt off. Before he could respond, a sudden and overwhelming sense of danger surged through his mind. "Moo!" Venom's voice roared in his head, the warning sharp and urgent. Chen Lin'an leaped to the side, just as a hail of bullets tore through the hole in the wall where he had been standing. The deafening sound of gunfire filled the air as the robbers unleashed a barrage of machine gun fire, their weapons aimed directly at him. "They were waiting for us," Venom growled, its tone laced with irritation. "Cockroaches with a plan. How cute." Chen Lin'an didn't respond, his focus entirely on evading the relentless spray of bullets. He darted and weaved through the cramped space of the convenience store, his movements a blur as he avoided the gunfire with inhuman precision. Shelves shattered and walls crumbled under the onslaught, the air thick with dust and the acrid smell of gunpowder. Minutes passed, and the gunfire finally ceased as the robbers ran out of ammunition. They lowered their weapons, staring at the destruction they had wrought. The store was in ruins, the walls riddled with bullet holes and debris scattered across the floor. One of the men chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. "That's it. So much for the big, bad Venom. Not even Spider-Man could survive that kind of firepower." The clerk, who was now revealed to be part of their crew, let out a boisterous laugh. "I told you it'd be easy. I thought we'd have to work for that fat stack of cash, but this guy was just hype." The third robber nodded in agreement, his grin widening. "Guess we can call it a night. Hey, with the money we're getting, how about we hit up that place downtown? You know, the one with the asterisk. Asterisco, dweck." The man's words were cut short as a black tendril lashed out from the shadows, striking his head with enough force to reduce it to a pulpy mass. Blood and fragments splattered across the room, painting the walls and floor in grotesque patterns. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground, the remains of his head twisted at an unnatural angle. The laughter and bravado of the other men died instantly, replaced by stunned silence. The clerk froze, his face pale as he stared at the still-twitching corpse of his companion. "What the hell?" Before he could finish, another tendril whipped through the air, striking the second robber with the same brutal efficiency. His head exploded like an overripe melon, leaving his body to slump lifelessly against the counter. The clerk turned to run, his scream of terror echoing through the destroyed store. But his escape was halted as a black tendril coiled around his neck, lifting him off the ground. The cold, slimy texture of the tendril sent shivers down his spine as it tightened, cutting off his air. The dust in the air began to settle, revealing a figure walking slowly toward him. Chen Lin'an stepped forward, his hooded form emerging from the shadows. His body was unscathed, untouched by the bullets that had torn through the store. Even the dust seemed to avoid clinging to him, leaving his black outfit pristine. The clerk gasped for air, his eyes wide with disbelief. How are you?" Chen Lin'an's glowing eyes bore into him, unblinking and cold. "You should have aimed better." The man struggled futilely against the tendril, his voice breaking as he whimpered. "Please, don't kill me. We were just following orders." Chen Lin'an's voice was sharp and icy. "Whose orders?" The clerk hesitated, his lips trembling as he tried to form words. But before he could answer, Chen Lin'an's gaze shifted to the hole in the wall where the bullets had originated. His sharp eyes spotted the body of a young man lying in the storage room beyond. The man was barely clothed, a bullet hole in his forehead and another through his hat. His face was frozen in an expression of sheer terror. It didn't take long for Chen Lin'an to piece together what had happened. The clerk wasn't a hostage, he was one of them. He'd killed the real employee and donned his uniform as part of the trap. The tight fit of a uniform, the holes in the hat, it all made sense now. "You're scum," Chen Lin'an growled, his grip on the tendril tightening. "You murdered an innocent man just to bait me out." The clerk struggled harder, his tears mixing with the blood splattered across his face. "It wasn't my idea. I swear. Please don't. Asterisk asterisk. Chen Lin'an's voice cut through his pleas like a blade. I don't care whose idea it was. The tendril tightened further, and the man's struggles grew weaker. But you're going to tell me who sent you before you die? The dimly lit convenience store, now reduced to a crumbling battlefield, was eerily silent for a moment. Dust and debris hung in the air, illuminated by the flickering fluorescent lights that hadn't yet shattered. Chen Lin'an stood in the center of the destruction, his glowing white eyes locked on the hulking figure of Tombstone as he pulled himself from the rubble. Tombstone's pale, stone-like skin glistened faintly under the weak lighting, his unnerving smile stretching across his face as he cracked his neck. You've got some nerve, sneaking up like that. Not many get the jump on me. I'll give you that, Venom. Chen Lin'an tilted his head slightly, his hood casting a shadow over most of his face, but his voice was steady and cold. I don't need your compliments, but I'll take your life. Venom's voice slithered into his mind, eager and amused. Oh, I like this one. He's sturdy. Let's see if we can crack him open like an oyster. Tombstone chuckled darkly, his heavy boots crunching against the debris as he took a step forward. You're cocky. I like that. But you're not the only one with tricks up your sleeve. Before Chen Lin'an could respond, the pile of rubble that had buried the convenience store shifted violently. With a deafening crash, the massive form of Rhino burst free, shaking off chunks of concrete and drywall like they were nothing. His gray, armored skin gleamed under the fluorescent light, and the twisted horn on his head seemed to make him even more beast-like. You think you can bury me? Rhino roared, his voice booming. I'll crush you into paste for that. Chen Lin'an's glowing eyes flicked between the two massive figures now standing before him. Tombstone, with his unnaturally tough, stone-like skin and unsettling grin, exuded cold, calculated menace. Rhino, on the other hand, was a raging bull, all brute strength and blind aggression. Together, they were a formidable duo. Venom's voice growled in his mind, equal parts excitement and irritation. 2 against 1? That's not fair. For them. Chen Lin'an smirked faintly, his stance shifting slightly as he prepared for the fight. Let's see how long they last. Rhino didn't wait for any further taunting. With a thunderous roar, he charged forward, his massive frame barreling toward Chen Lin'an like a freight train. The ground shook beneath his feet, and the debris left in his wake scattered in all directions. But Chen Lin'an was ready. His reflexes, enhanced by Venom's symbiotic bond, made Rhino's charge seem almost slow. At the last possible moment, he leaped to the side with inhuman agility, the air rippling as Rhino's horn missed him by a hair's breadth. Too slow, Chen Lin'an said flatly, watching as Rhino plowed straight into another wall, reducing it to rubble. Rhino bellowed in frustration, pulling himself from the wreckage and turning to face Chen Lin'an again. Stop dodging and fight me, coward. Coward! Venom's voice sneered, its tone mocking. You're the one who can only charge in a straight line. How pathetic. While Rhino fumed, Tombstone made his move. Unlike his larger companion, he was faster and more methodical, closing the distance between himself and Chen Lin'an with surprising speed. His fists, hardened like stone, came down in a flurry of powerful blows, each one capable of shattering bone. Chen Lin'an blocked and dodged with fluid precision, his movements a seamless dance of offense and defense. But even so, Tombstone's strength was undeniable. Each blocked punch sent shockwaves through Chen Lin'an's arms, and the ground beneath their feet cracked with every impact. He's strong, Chen Lin'an muttered, his voice calm despite the intensity of the fight. But strength alone isn't enough. Venom's tendrils lashed out, aiming for Tombstone's exposed sides, but the man's stone-like skin proved resistant even to their piercing attacks. Tombstone grinned, his teeth unervingly sharp. You're going to have to try harder than that. Chen Lin'an's eyes narrowed. Don't worry. I will. Meanwhile, Rhino had recovered from his failed charge and was now stomping toward the fight, his heavy steps leaving cracks in the ground. Tombstone move. I'm going to squash him. Tombstone stepped back just in time as Rhino came barreling forward again, his massive fists swinging wildly. This time, Chen Lin'an ducked low, using Rhino's momentum against him. With a quick movement, he shot a web line to Rhino's back and yanked hard, sending the hulking figure off balance and crashing into Tombstone. The two villains tumbled to the ground in a heap of limbs and curses, their combined weight leaving a crater in the already destroyed convenience store. "Nice teamwork," Chen Lin'an said dryly, his voice tinged with sarcasm. Venom cackled in his mind. "They're like a bad comedy duo. Let's see if we can get them to trip over each other again." But Tombstone wasn't laughing. He shoved Rhino off of him, his expression dark with fury. "Enough of this," he growled, brushing dust from his jacket. "Playtime's over," Rhino snarled, his horns scraping against the ground as he prepared for another charge. "We'll see how funny you are when you're a smear on the pavement." Chen Lin'an remained unfazed, his glowing eyes flicking between the two as he adjusted his stance. "Anytime you're ready." The fight resumed with renewed intensity, the three figures clashing amidst the wreckage of the convenience store. Chen Lin'an's speed and agility kept him one step ahead, his attacks precise and calculated. Venom's tendrils lashed out whenever there was an opening, keeping the two villains on edge. But Tombstone and Rhino were relentless. Their combined strength and durability made them formidable opponents, and they were learning to coordinate their attacks, forcing Chen Lin'an into tighter and tighter spaces. Despite the odds, Chen Lin'an felt a grim sense of satisfaction. This was the kind of challenge he had been waiting for, a chance to push himself, to test his limits. "They're tough," he admitted silently to Venom, "but they're not unbeatable." Venom's voice grinned back at him. "Let's break them." Slowly, with that, the battle raged on, the night air filled with the sounds of destruction, grunts, and the occasional mocking laughter of Venom. The battle was over, and silence returned to the ruins of the convenience store, save for the faint sound of police sirens growing louder in the distance. Chen Lin'an stood amidst the wreckage, his black-clad form motionless as he surveyed the aftermath. His glowing white eyes flicked down to the lifeless body of Rhino, now completely still and wrapped tightly in webbing. The creature's immense strength and durability had been terrifying, but in the end, even someone as seemingly invincible as Rhino had a weakness. Venom's voice echoed in his mind, a mix of satisfaction and curiosity. "That big brute was tough, but not tough enough. Did you see how his brain turned to mush when we went through his eye socket? Messy, but effective." Chen Lin'an exhaled slowly, his breath steadying after the intense fight. "His defense was insane," he muttered, glancing at the blood-smeared ground where Rhino had fallen. "If it weren't for that one weak spot, we'd still be fighting him. Whoever made him into that thing must have gone to great lengths." Venom chuckled darkly. "A walking tank like that doesn't just pop out of nowhere. Someone did this to him. Someone with resources. Someone who wanted to kill us badly enough to send him and Tombstone." Chen Lin'an crouched beside Rhino's massive body, his sharp eyes scanning the thick, grayish skin that had proven so impervious to his attacks. With deft movements, he extended a razor-sharp claw and carefully sliced a small sample of skin from the brute's arm. The texture was unnaturally tough, almost like a hybrid of animal hide and steel. He also drew some blood, sealing the sample in a small vial he carried for occasions like this. "This could be useful," he said, tucking the samples away. "If we can figure out how they made him, we might get closer to whoever's pulling the strings." Venom hummed approvingly. "Smart. Let's hope it leads to something good. I wouldn't mind tearing apart whoever's behind all this." Chen Lin'an straightened, his eyes narrowing as he glanced toward the remains of the convenience store. His brief moment of reflection was interrupted by the faint but unmistakable sound of approaching sirens. The police were closing in fast, and he knew he didn't have much time. "We need to move," he said, his voice calm but firm. "No point sticking around for questions we won't answer." Venom's grin spread wide in his mind. "Agreed. Let's vanish before the boys in blue show up." With a flick of his wrist, Chen Lin'an shot a web line to the nearest intact structure, pulling himself upward in one fluid motion. He perched briefly on the rooftop, casting one last glance at the scene below. The ruined store, the bodies of the mercenaries, and the massive, web-wrapped corpse of Rhino. All of it was a grim reminder of how far his enemies were willing to go. As he swung through the city, his movements swift and silent, Chen Lin'an's thoughts raced. The fight had been brutal, but it wasn't Tombstone or Rhino's strength that concerned him the most. It was the coordination, the planning, the sheer resources behind this ambush. Whoever was targeting him wasn't just some small-time thug or villain. This was someone who understood his movements, his methods, and his weaknesses, or at least thought they did. Tombstone escaped. Venom reminded him, its voice tinged with annoyance. That slippery bastard got away while we were dealing with that big oaf. Chen Lin'an's jaw tightened. I noticed. He's smart, I'll give him that. But we'll find him. He can't hide forever. Venom's growl rumbled in the back of his mind. He might have answers. If we track him down, we'll get the name of whoever sent them. Chen Lin'an nodded silently, his focus shifting to the task ahead. The fight had given him valuable insights into his enemies, and left him with plenty of questions. Who was orchestrating these attacks? Why were they so desperate to eliminate him? And most importantly, how far were they willing to go? First things first, he said aloud, his voice low. We analyzed the samples. If Rhino's modifications came from the same people who sent him, it might give us a lead. Venom chuckled, its tone eager. Good. Let's dissect their little science project and see what secrets it holds. Maybe we'll even find something fun to use for ourselves. Chen Lin'an allowed himself a faint smirk as he swung toward his lab. The night wasn't over yet, and his work was just beginning. Far below, the wreckage of the convenience store was soon swarmed by police, their cars screeching to a halt as officers poured out, weapons drawn. Flashlights danced across the scene, illuminating the carnage left behind. The sight of Rhino's massive, lifeless body wrapped in webbing sent murmurs rippling through the crowd of law enforcement. One officer, older and grizzled, knelt beside the webbed corpse, his expression grim. What the hell happened here? Another officer shook his head, his face pale. Looks like a war zone. And is that Rhino? The guy who broke out of Rikers last year. The older cop nodded slowly, his eyes narrowing. Yeah, but what's he doing here? And who the hell took him down? Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a man in a dark suit, his demeanor exuding authority. He surveyed the scene with sharp, calculating eyes, his expression unreadable. Get the area secured, he ordered, his voice calm, but commanding. I want forensics on this immediately. And notify the mayor's office. This isn't some random act of violence. As the officers scrambled to follow his orders, the man's gaze lingered on the webbing binding Rhino's body. His lips pressed into a thin line as he muttered under his breath. Venom. Miles away, Chen Lin'an landed softly on the rooftop of his apartment building, his body relaxing slightly as he retracted Venom's tendrils and allowed the symbiote to settle. The samples he had collected were safely tucked away, ready for analysis, and his mind was already working through the possibilities. We're making enemies, Venom said, its tone almost amused. Big ones. Dangerous ones. Feels like the city's finally starting to take us seriously. Chen Lin'an's lips curved into a faint, humorless smile. Good. Let them come. We'll show them what happens when they underestimate us. As he disappeared into the shadows of his apartment, the city below continued to hum with life, oblivious to the storm that was brewing. For Chen Lin'an, the night's battle was just the beginning, and he had no intention of backing down. Inside the Fisk Tower laboratory, the atmosphere was tense, almost suffocating. Wilson Fisk, the kingpin of New York's underworld, stood by the large cylindrical life support chamber, his massive frame casting an imposing shadow over the dimly lit room. His cold, calculating gaze was fixed on the figure lying inside the tank. Tombstone. The once unstoppable enforcer was now reduced to a battered and broken shell of his former self. Tombstone's pale, stone-like skin was marred with horrific scars, each wound stitched together with thick sutures that resembled writhing centipedes crawling across his body. The most grotesque of these was the gaping wound on his abdomen, where the stitches were so densely packed they formed a horrifying, nest-like pattern. Drops of blood leaked from the wounds despite the medical equipment trying to stabilize him. Fisk's deep voice broke the silence, his tone low and foreboding. Can he be saved? Alistair Smythe, the scientist standing beside the tank, adjusted the controls on the console, his expression a mix of frustration and resignation. He glanced briefly at Fisk before responding. He's alive, barely, but this is the best we can do for now. His injuries are catastrophic. Honestly, if it weren't for his enhanced physiology, he'd never have made it back here alive. Fisk's thick fingers tightened around the ornate cane he carried, the polished wood creaking ominously under his grip. His silence was deafening, the weight of his anger palpable to everyone in the room. Crack! The cane shattered into splinters in Fisk's hand, the sound cutting through the tension like a gunshot. He dropped the broken remains to the floor, his expression dark and unreadable. Though he said nothing, his fury was evident, simmering just beneath the surface. His anger wasn't merely about Tombstone's condition. It was about what this represented. The loss of resources, the humiliation of failure, and the undeniable threat posed by Venom. Fisk had underestimated his opponent, and the consequences were now staring him in the face. Alistair hesitated before speaking again, his voice cautious. "Give me time, and I might still be able to salvage something. Tombstone may yet prove useful in the future." He paused, glancing at Fisk's reaction before adding, "As for Rhino's body, it's been taken into police custody. I believe we should retrieve it. His unique biology could hold valuable insights." Fisk exhaled slowly, the tension in his massive shoulders easing ever so slightly. He stared at the tank containing Tombstone, his mind clearly working through the implications of Alistair's words. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Do whatever is necessary. I trust your intellect, Alistair. Perhaps you can turn this setback into an opportunity." He straightened his suit jacket, his deep voice regaining its measured tone. "I'll have my people retrieve Rhino's body. For now, focus on Tombstone. I'll deal with the rest." With that, Fisk turned and walked toward the exit, his heavy footsteps echoing through the sterile lab. Alistair watched him go, relief flickering across his face as the Kingpin's oppressive presence left the room. As Wilson Fisk stepped out of the laboratory and into the grand lobby of his skyscraper, his expression transformed. The scowl of the Kingpin melted away, replaced by the warm, approachable smile of Wilson Fisk, the beloved philanthropist and businessman. His entire demeanor shifted, radiating affability as he prepared to face the carefully orchestrated facade of his public life. Outside the building, a crowd of reporters and photographers waited eagerly, their cameras flashing as Fisk emerged. He greeted them with practiced charm, shaking hands and answering questions with the ease of a seasoned public figure. Today, he was heading to Empire State University for the groundbreaking ceremony of a new teaching building, one funded entirely by his charitable donations. To the public, Wilson Fisk was a man of generosity and vision, a pillar of the community. The reporters hung on his every word, their articles already forming in their minds. But behind a mask, Fisk's thoughts remained focused on Venom. The ambush had failed spectacularly, costing him not only resources, but also two of his most valuable assets. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but Fisk knew better than to act rashly. He would regroup, strategize, and strike back when the time was right. Meanwhile, at Empire State University, the atmosphere was vastly different. Inside one of the classrooms, Chen Lin'an sat by the window, listening intently as Dr. Kurt Connors lectured on advancements in genetic research. The topic was cutting edge, and Chen Lin'an found himself deeply engrossed, absorbing every word. This was his current area of study, and he was determined to master it. Just as he was jotting down notes, his enhanced hearing picked up the faint sound of enthusiastic applause and cheering from outside. Curious, he glanced out the window, his sharp eyes catching sight of a crowd gathered on the nearby field. Sitting beside him, Deborah Whitman noticed his distraction and leaned over slightly. "Looks like the groundbreaking ceremony for the new building," she explained, adjusting her glasses. "I heard someone donated a huge sum to get it built. Probably some big-name philanthropist." Chen Lin'an nodded, his curiosity piqued, but not enough to pull his attention completely away from the lecture. Deborah smiled, noticing his hesitation, and added teasingly, "Don't lose focus now. Dr. Connors is about to get into the really important stuff. Unless, of course, you want me to take that assistant position you've been eyeing." Chen Lin'an smirked, leaning back slightly in his chair. "You'd have to work pretty hard to beat me, Deborah. I don't go down that easily." Deborah huffed playfully, crossing her arms. "Don't underestimate me. I've got more lab experience than you know." The light banter ended as Dr. Connors began explaining a particularly complex concept, both of them turning their full attention back to the lecture. Chen Lin'an even closed the window to block out the noise from outside, the double-paned glass muffling the distant cheers. Outside, on the university's small plaza, the crowd had gathered in full force. Students, faculty, and reporters jostled for space, eager to catch a glimpse of the high-profile guests. At the center of the event were two prominent figures, Norman Osborn, founder and CEO of Oscorp, and Wilson Fisk, towering above everyone else in his pristine white suit. Norman Osborn, sharp and composed, addressed the crowd with a charismatic speech about the importance of investing in education and innovation. Despite his polished demeanor, there was a calculating glint in his eyes, a hint of the ambition that fueled his vast corporate empire. Beside him, Wilson Fisk stood like a colossus, his massive frame making even Norman Osborn seem diminutive. Fisk's polished, warm smile and genuine-sounding words of encouragement painted the picture of a man fully invested in the betterment of society. Every gesture, every word was carefully crafted to reinforce his public persona as a generous benefactor. Among the crowd was Jonah Jameson, the gruff and perpetually irritated editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle. His thick mustache twitched as he scanned the gathering, clearly unimpressed. Turning to his assistant, a middle-aged man with a calm demeanor, Jameson barked, "Where the hell is Parker? Doesn't that kid know how to follow a schedule? I'm not paying him to slack off." The assistant shrugged, unfazed by Jameson's outburst. "You know Parker. He's probably running late." Again, Jameson huffed, muttering under his breath about the unreliability of young people. As the ceremony continued, Robbie Robertson, the middle-aged, soft-spoken yet sharp-eyed man sitting beside Jonah Jameson, chuckled lightly at his boss's gruff complaints. Robbie was one of the few people who could counter Jameson's loud demeanor with calm reason. His warm and approachable demeanor made him a vital counterbalance to Jameson's often brash personality. "Peter's a responsible kid," Robbie said gently, a knowing smile on his face. "I'm sure he's already here, probably snapping pictures as we speak." As if on cue, Robbie caught sight of Peter Parker in the crowd, camera in hand, diligently taking photos of the ceremony. The press badge hanging from Peter's neck identified him as one of the Daily Bugle's own. Robbie gestured toward Peter, a hint of amusement in his voice. "See? Told you he'd be here." Jameson followed Robbie's gaze, his scowl softening ever so slightly as he spotted Peter, hard at work. "Humph," he grunted, crossing his arms. "He's lucky. If I didn't see him, I'd be docking his pay for the month." Robbie's smile grew, knowing full well that Jameson had no real intention of punishing Peter. Despite his gruff exterior and frequent bluster, Jameson had a soft spot for the kid, even if he'd never admit it. After all, Peter was one of the most reliable photographers at the Bugle. His photos were consistently excellent, even if his excuses for being late were, at times, laughably unbelievable. Peter, meanwhile, caught a snippet of Jameson's grumbling and couldn't help but smirk to himself. "Classic Jonah," he thought, shaking his head. The man was all bark and no bite, at least when it came to Peter Parker. Of course, if Jameson ever found out that Peter was also Spider-Man, the source of Jameson's relentless crusade against the masked menace, things might be different. On stage, the ceremony was proceeding as planned. Wilson Fisk, towering over the other dignitaries, stood at the podium wearing his signature white suit. The golden shovel in his hand gleamed under the sunlight as he began his speech, his deep, commanding voice resonating across the crowd. Fisk spoke with charisma and authority, every word carefully chosen to inspire trust and admiration. He expressed his hopes for Empire State University's future, emphasizing the importance of education and innovation. He painted a vision of the new criminology building as a catalyst for the advancement of knowledge, a place where students could thrive and contribute to the city's safety and harmony. Peter, snapping photos from a close vantage point, couldn't help but be impressed by Fisk's delivery. "This guy's good," he thought, adjusting the camera's settings for a better angle. "His speech is, honestly, way more convincing than Osborn's. Not that I'm comparing them or anything. Still, it's hard not to admire someone who can donate this much money." A stray thought entered Peter's mind, and he chuckled softly to himself. "Man, if I ever had that kind of money, I'd start my own company. Parker Industries has a nice ring to it, doesn't it?" But Peter's light-hearted musings were abruptly interrupted. His spider sense flared to life, a sharp, almost electric warning that something was terribly wrong. His heart raced as his gaze darted around, searching for the source of the danger. Then he saw it. A pumpkin bomb arced through the air, landing squarely at Fisk's feet. Time seemed to slow as Peter dropped his camera and leapt onto the stage. Without hesitation, he shoved Fisk's massive frame aside, pushing the giant man out of harm's way. "Moo!" Peter shouted, his voice urgent. The explosion came a split second later. Boom! The blast tore through the stage, disintegrating the area where the microphone stand had been moments before. Splinters of wood and shards of metal flew in every direction, and the crowd erupted into screams of panic. People scattered, running for cover, as the once celebratory atmosphere turned to chaos. Peter winced, the force of the explosion ringing in his ears. He quickly glanced toward Fisk, who, despite his size, had managed to stumble into cover unharmed. "Well, that's one way to get on his bad side," Peter muttered under his breath. Before he could process what had just happened, a familiar, maniacal laugh echoed through the air. Peter's sharp eyes caught sight of a figure descending on a bizarre, bat-like glider. The man's wild cackle and grotesque appearance left no doubt in Peter's mind. It was Evil Ghost, the same lunatic he'd encountered at the jewelry exhibit. Asteriski, hif. Lucky bastard, Evil Ghost sneered, glaring down at Fisk. "You managed to dodge that one. Let's see how you handle this." Evil Ghost raised 2 laser pistols, aiming them directly at Fisk. But before he could fire, 2 strands of webbing shot through the air, yanking the guns from his hands. "Guns are a little uncivilized for Halloween, don't you think?" Peter quipped, his voice coming from the shadows. He clung to the side of a nearby building, having quickly changed into his Spider-Man suit. "What's next? Egging someone's house?" Evil Ghost snarled, his gaze snapping to Spider-Man. "You again? Damn bug. You always stick your nose where it doesn't belong." Peter smirked, crouching on the wall like a predator ready to pounce. "Well, technically, I'm an arachnid, not a bug. But hey, I'll give you point for trying." Evil Ghost didn't bother with Banner this time. Anger twisting his features, he launched himself at Spider-Man, energy crackling around his glider as he fired a barrage of projectiles. Peter leapt into action, dodging and weaving through the onslaught with ease. His webs flew through the air, sticky strands aimed at disabling Evil Ghost's glider. Meanwhile, Fisk had retreated to the safety of his armored vehicle, his expression cold and unyielding. Inside the high-tech confines of the car, he watched the chaos outside through reinforced windows. His earlier charm and warmth were gone, replaced by the calculating demeanor of the Kingpin. "Find out who this lunatic is," Fisk ordered his men, his voice icy. "I want his name, his history, and his employer. Leave nothing unchecked." Back in the air, Spider-Man was finding it increasingly difficult to pin down Evil Ghost. The open space gave the villain a significant advantage, allowing him to maneuver freely and keep Peter at bay. Every time Peter managed to land a web on the glider, Evil Ghost's blades sliced through it before it could do any real damage. "Man, this guy's slipperier than a bar of soap," Peter muttered, flipping out of the path of another volley. "And twice as annoying." Despite the difficulty, Peter's quick reflexes and sharp mind kept him in the fight. Eventually, he managed to latch onto the glider, clinging to its underside as Evil Ghost soared higher and higher into the sky. Bad idea, Peter muttered as the city below grew smaller and smaller. "Why do I always end up in these situations?" Evil Ghost, realizing Spider-Man was hitching a ride, cackled maniacally. "Enjoy the view while you can, wall crawler. It's the last one you'll ever see." Without warning, Evil Ghost performed a sharp dive and twist, flinging Peter off the glider and sending him hurtling toward a nearby skyscraper. Peter's heart pounded as he reached for his web shooters, only to find them empty. "Oh, come on," he groaned. "I knew I forgot to refill those." With no webs to save him, Peter quickly adjusted his trajectory, angling himself toward the side of the building. His hands reached out, his bioelectric abilities activating as he clung to the glass surface. The impact sent cracks spidering through the windows, and Peter gritted his teeth as he fought to slow his descent. "Note to self," he muttered, clinging to the side of the building. "Always carry a backup cartridge." However, he underestimated the sheer force of the immense momentum pulling him downward. Although the friction against the glass significantly slowed his descent, he still didn't stop and continued to plunge toward the ground. In the classroom, Lin'an stretched his arms and arched his back to loosen up. Professor Connor's lecture had just ended, and he had learned a lot during the session. Just as he was packing up his books and getting ready to leave the classroom, a figure suddenly plunged past the window at a rapid speed. The figure snapped tree branches outside before crashing to the ground. Thud! The muffled sound made Lin'an's heart skip a beat. Was this a stressed-out student who couldn't handle their academic pressure and jumped from the building? With that thought in mind, he quickly opened the window and looked down. Fortunately, the person seemed to be okay. He was leaning against the wall and had already managed to stand up. Wait a second. A red and blue skin-tight suit. That's Spider-Man. Peter Parker. Why would he fall from up there? Lin'an had already recognized the figure that had just stood up on the ground. Are you all right? Lin'an asked Spider-Man, who was leaning against the wall and clutching his back. Oh, my back. Peter, caught up in the pain radiating from his back, was startled by the sudden question. He looked up immediately, only to see his classmate Chen peering down at him from the window. Although the two weren't particularly close, Peter couldn't help but feel a little awkward, whether as Spider-Man or as Peter Parker. Ahem. Peter forced himself to suppress the pain in his back, placing one hand on the wall and pretending to be relaxed and confident as he said, I'm fine. I was just fighting with some weirdo for a while, but he got away in the end. No worries, though. I'll make sure he ends up in jail next time. Well then, see you. And hey, don't lean out the window like that. It's dangerous. You might fall. Without waiting for Lin'an to respond, Peter swiftly left the scene. Once he ensured he was in a secluded, unoccupied area, Peter leaned against another wall and groaned softly. It hurts so bad, my back. I think I need some rest. By the classroom window, Lin'an, watching Spider-Man disappear, muttered to Venom, he must be in a lot of pain. I could see his muscles trembling uncontrollably. At this, Venom chimed in. Asterisk thud, asterisk. That fall must have hurt, but probably not as much as when your bones and spine shattered last time. Hearing this, Lin'an's face darkened. Thank a lot for reminding me. Just what I needed to relive that pain. Next time, remember to block my pain receptors on time. I don't want to go through that kind of agony again. Hearing Lin'an's disgruntled complaint, Venom could only let out an awkward chuckle and repeatedly promise to do so. Last time was indeed his mistake. He had been so focused on repairing Lin'an that he forgot to block the pain. Being a masked hero is really exhausting. What has happened? Who was that strange person this time? New York really is full of surprises. Lin'an shook his head, chatting casually with Venom while slinging his pack bag over his shoulder and heading out. He had been so absorbed in class today that he had no idea what had been happening outside. Maybe he'd catch up on the news when he got home. At the top-floor laboratory of the Oscorp Tower, Norman Osborn stood with a frown, as though waiting for someone. The lab was empty except for him. He often came here alone to conduct experiments. Today, however, he was here to wait for someone for a failed explanation. Clank! A square steel panel on the ceiling slowly slid open. A figure stepped into the lab, riding a glider. It was none other than the Goblin, who had just launched an attack at Empire State University. You messed up, Goblin. This isn't what we agreed upon, Norman Osborn said in a low voice, his face cold as he watched the Goblin hover in circles. Hearing this, the Goblin let out a sinister laugh and replied, No, no, no. This isn't my fault. You didn't warn me that Spider-Man would get involved. If it weren't for him, Wilson Fisk would already be a corpse by now. I can go back and kill him again, but this time the price will double. Gazing at the Goblin, who was trying to negotiate, Norman Osborn's voice turned icy. How dare you negotiate with me? Don't forget that everything you have comes from me. Without this equipment, you're nothing but a petty, irrelevant thief, a pitiful nobody. He then stepped over to the lab's large screen and displayed a series of images. Norman Osborn fixed his gaze on the Goblin and threatened, Don't forget, I know everything about you. If you dare to keep making outrageous demands, I'll release all this information. The Goblin fell silent at this, though the cold gleam in his eyes revealed the turmoil within. What's the matter? Thinking about killing me? Norman sneered at the Goblin's silence. These files are set to release automatically. If I don't input the password every 3 days, they'll go public on their own. Are you bold enough to take that risk? After a moment of tense silence, The goblin suddenly broke into another eerie laugh. He raised his hands in a mock gesture of surrender and said, "All right, Mr. Osborne, you win. I'll find another opportunity to deal with Fisk." Hearing this, Norman Osborn allowed a satisfied smile to creep onto his face, as though everything was under his control. "Good. That's the attitude we need for a successful partnership, isn't it? I provide you with the equipment to make you stronger, and you help me take care of certain problems. It's a win-win for both of us." "Huh. You're absolutely right, Mr. Osborne," the goblin chuckled. "But you must have realized, after this incident, Wilson Fisk will undoubtedly tighten security. And then there's that irritating wall crawler who keeps interfering. My current equipment is barely enough to handle him." "So what are you saying?" Norman Osborn locked eyes with the goblin. The goblin grinned slyly and continued, "I need more advanced equipment to do my job properly. If it hadn't been for the open space earlier, I'd have barely escaped Spider-Man's clutches." Hearing this, Norman Osborn fell silent, lost in thought. The goblin didn't press him, waiting quietly for a response. After a while, Norman Osborn, who had been deep in thought, finally spoke in a low voice. "Understood. I'll upgrade your equipment and deliver it to you soon. But," Norman fixed his gaze on the goblin, "you'd better remember our agreement. It's in both of our interests." The goblin chuckled again. "Of course, Mr. Osborn. I wouldn't dare risk my identity." With the deal struck, the goblin didn't linger. He stepped onto his glider and soared out through the square ceiling panel. After watching the goblin leave, Norman Osborn exited the laboratory as well. He had other matters to attend to. 2 days had passed since the goblin's attack on the groundbreaking ceremony, and during that time, Lin and Chun had finally pieced together what had happened that day through the news. It turned out that the goblin, who Lin'an had almost taken down previously, had attempted yet another assassination on a wealthy tycoon. It seemed the goblin truly had a fondness for money. Last time, it was robbing a jewelry exhibit, and this time, it was targeting a rich man's life. From the footage captured at the scene, it was clear that the goblin and Wilson Fisk didn't have any deep-seated hatred. It was obvious that the goblin had been hired to carry out the hit. If there had been any personal grudge between the goblin and Fisk, the goblin wouldn't have spent so much time tangling with Spider-Man. He would have gone all out to kill Fisk, even if it meant Spider-Man was in the way. Watching the footage of Spider-Man clinging to the goblin's glider as they ascended into the sky, Lin and Chen finally understood why he'd seen Peter falling from above that day. "Poor Peter," Lin'an silently mused to himself. Peter must have been in so much pain that day, yet he pretended as if nothing had happened. Little did Peter know, Lin'an already knew all about his condition thanks to Venom. As Lin'an continued enjoying breakfast with Venom, the morning news began to play on the TV. The screen displayed surveillance footage from a museum. The footage showed Spider-Man breaking through the glass, stealing numerous artifacts, and injuring several guards who tried to stop him. The guards were later found hanging from the museum ceiling. The news anchor's voice narrated over the footage, explaining the details of the incident. Lin'an suddenly sputtered, accidentally spraying milk everywhere as he choked in surprise. While coughing and trying to compose himself, he turned to Venom, his face filled with disbelief. "Did I just see that right? Spider-Man, robbing a museum?" Venom, annoyed at the milk splattered on it, shook itself off in disgust and replied, "You saw it right, and you heard it right. That's exactly what was shown. But how could Spider-Man rob a museum?" Lin'an was still baffled. "Look at that person's movements and techniques in the footage. They're trying hard to mimic Spider-Man, but it's just not the same." Lin'an analyzed the footage carefully. Although the individual in the video looked identical to Peter's usual Spider-Man attire, their movements during the heist and combat were noticeably less fluid upon closer inspection. "Looks like someone's impersonating that idiot to commit the robbery," Venom remarked, nodding in agreement. Like Lin'an, it had also noticed the discrepancies in the person's actions. "Peter's going to have a lot on his plate now," Lin'an said with a sigh. "I wonder how his back is holding up. You know, I suddenly feel like developing a pain relief ointment. It could probably sell really well. Maybe I could even get Spider-Man to endorse it." He continued to muse idly as he and Venom resumed their breakfast. As Lin'an predicted, Peter was equally stunned when he saw the news report on TV. What on earth was going on? Why had he ever robbed a museum? This was outright slander, defamation. After the exhausting fight with the goblin, Peter had hit the ground hard, and his back was still faintly aching even now. It was only thanks to his extraordinary healing abilities that he hadn't suffered permanent injury. If it had been anyone else, they might have ended up with a lifelong disability, or worse, died on the spot. "Oh, Peter, this is terrible. Spider-Man, robbing a museum?" Aunt May exclaimed, watching the news in shock. Knowing that Peter took photographs of Spider-Man for work, she grew increasingly worried. The thought of Spider-Man being dangerous made her anxious. "Peter, maybe it's time to consider switching jobs. Spider-Man is far too dangerous. What if he ends up hurting you?" Aunt May said, her voice filled with concern. Peter felt a wave of frustration, but suppressed it. He knew Aunt May was only looking out for him. Swallowing his irritation, he reassured her, "Trust me, Aunt May, Spider-Man isn't that kind of person. This has to be someone trying to frame him." Just then, Peter's phone rang. It was Jonah Jameson, demanding that Peter head to the museum for the news report immediately to take photos. For Jameson, Spider-Man's #1 critic, this was prime material. He was convinced that the menace of New York had finally revealed his true colors, and he was determined to expose Spider-Man's ugly side to the public. After hanging up, Peter had no appetite left. He told Aunt May he had to head out and made his way to the museum in question. By the time Peter arrived, Jameson and his staff were already there, setting up for a report. Seeing Peter, Jameson scowled and barked at him. "It's time for you to prove your worth. Make sure you capture every detail of this crime scene." "Yes, sir. I didn't expect you to cover this personally," Peter replied, trying to keep his tone neutral. Straightening his tie, Jameson responded with a hint of self-importance. "Wherever Spider-Man is involved, I'll always be there to report personally." Then, as if remembering something, Jameson turned to Peter, his expression turning stern again. "By the way, why haven't we received a single photo from you this morning?" Peter scratched the back of his head awkwardly, feeling a pang of guilt. I'm really sorry. Sorry doesn't sell newspapers, Parker. Do you even consider yourself a journalist anymore?" Jameson began lecturing Peter with his usual intensity. Peter could only stand there, thoroughly embarrassed. After all, he had been slacking off and now was getting scolded by his boss in person. Before Jameson could continue, the cameraman signaled that they were ready to start filming. Jameson swallowed his words and shifted his focus to preparing for the broadcast. In an instant, Jameson transformed his expression from one of perpetual irritation to a serious and composed demeanor fit for the news. "Good day, viewers. Welcome to today's Daily Bugle Live. Behind me is the museum that was robbed by Spider-Man last night. Last night, this pest that has plagued New York for so long finally slipped up. Now, let me take you through the terrifying crime scene." "I knew he'd say something like that," Peter muttered under his breath. He had long since given up trying to reason with Jameson's bias. Right now, all Peter wanted was to figure out who was framing him. Crossing the police tape, Peter entered the museum's storage area. Allegedly, this was where the guards had been strung up and left hanging all night by Spider-Man. Peter scanned the dimly lit warehouse. In a barely noticeable corner of the ceiling, he spotted a small remnant of white webbing. Making sure no one was watching, Peter silently scaled the wall, retrieved the piece of webbing, and slipped back down to the ground. Looking at the strand of webbing in his hand, Peter carefully analyzed it. "It's been over a full night since the incident. My webbing usually dissolves within a few hours. Clearly, this impersonator didn't notice that detail and could only replicate the appearance of my webbing." Just as Peter was examining the webbing, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind him. "Excuse me, this is a crime scene. Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Startled, Peter quickly slipped the webbing into his pocket and turned around. Standing before him was a woman with thin skin and a ponytail, staring at him sternly. "I'm Officer Lee from the NYPD. What are you doing here?" Officer Lee's sharp gaze locked onto Peter, as though she would arrest him on the spot if he couldn't give a reasonable explanation. Sensing the tension, Peter hurriedly pointed to the camera and press badge hanging around his neck. Sorry, I'm Peter Parker, a photographer for the Daily Bugle." "Peter Parker? Oh, I remember now. You're that paparazzi who takes all those pictures of Spider-Man, right? Every Spider-Man photo has your name on it." Officer Lee's expression shifted slightly as recognition dawned. "Well, you could say that," Peter said awkwardly, scratching his cheek at her blunt description. "So you're late today? Didn't he notify you of his plans last night? Officer Lee asked, a hint of teasing in her tone. To be honest, I don't think last night's culprit was Spider-Man, Peter explained. In fact, I just found this over there. He pulled a length of webbing from his pocket and continued. As far as I know, Spider-Man's webbing usually dissolves within an hour or two. But this one has been here all night and shows no sign of breaking down. Seeing Peter reveal the webbing, Officer Lee's face turned serious. Hey kid, do you know what you just did? I could arrest you right now for tampering with evidence. She reached in her pocket, pulled out an evidence bag, and slipped on a pair of gloves. Taking the webbing from Peter, she carefully sealed it inside the bag. This is your one warning, understood? Don't do something like this again. Not all officers are going to let you off just because you're a student, Officer Lee said sternly, scolding Peter as she secured the evidence. Peter nodded repeatedly, signaling that he understood. Afterward, he busied himself taking photos from various angles, ensuring he fulfilled Jameson's demands perfectly. Later that afternoon, after turning his film to Jameson, Peter returned home. Once he was in his room, he locked the door and took out the remaining piece of webbing to examine it further. Who's behind this? Could it be the goblin from last time? No, that's not his style, Peter muttered, quickly dismissing the thought. Still, the goblin's involvement gave him a lead to pursue. I remember something, Peter mused, recalling his previous battle with the goblin at Empire State University. He mentioned webbing back then. The memory of the goblin muttering angrily, "Damn it, more of this annoying webbing." Who was it this time? Became clearer in Peter's mind. Suddenly, he felt like he had grasped something important. The goblin must have fought someone else with webbing before our encounter at Empire State University. That's why he said that when I webbed his gun, Peter thought, his reasoning becoming sharper. Thinking about it, that was my first time meeting the goblin, so there's no way he could have encountered my webbing before. If he was confused about who it was, that means whoever he fought last time wasn't Spider-Man either, but they also had web shooting abilities. Peter felt like he was onto something. Now, he just needed to find the goblin and make him spill everything he knew about this person. With renewed determination, Peter suited up as Spider-Man and leapt out of his window. Although the goblin hadn't made any appearances in the past few days, Peter had a strong feeling he might encounter him tonight. He hoped his instincts were right. If so, he could both bring the goblin to justice and get closer to uncovering the identity of the person framing him. Under the cover of night, in a dimly lit alley, Lin'an was dealing with two scumbags. Thud! Two lifeless bodies were tossed aside. Their heads, however, remained intact. They hadn't been bitten. The reason was simple. Lin'an didn't want to disgust himself by biting into the brains of these two degenerates, which were filled with vile and depraved thoughts. He had come across the alley by chance and found these two scum holding a woman at gunpoint, trying to force her into submission. When Lin'an arrived, the woman's clothes were already torn to shreds, and she was sobbing uncontrollably. If he had been even a moment later, she would have likely been violated. Faced with such a situation, Lin'an didn't hesitate. He first ensured the woman got into a cab and safely left, then swiftly dealt with the two men. Through his intimidating methods, the two thugs spilled every despicable act they had ever committed, from assaulting multiple women to theft and robbery. The worst offense was their assault on a woman who, unable to bear the humiliation, took her own life. Upon hearing this, Lin'an didn't bother sparing their lives. Without a word, he snapped their necks. Scum like this, Lin'an thought, served no purpose other than wasting resources and causing suffering. If the police couldn't catch them, then he'd take out the trash himself. What an ugly and terrifying side of humanity. How can people treat their own kind this way? Venom commented, staring at the corpses on the ground with disdain. Lin'an let out a sigh, his expression heavy. After a moment of silence, he said, "I kind of regret it. I shouldn't have let them die so quickly. Compared to the suffering they caused, snapping their necks was far too merciful." Suddenly, Venom's warning system buzzed in Lin'an's mind. Acting on instinct, he quickly leapt backward. At the same time, a glob of webbing struck the ground where he had just been standing, exploding into a large, sticky spiderweb that spread across the ground. Had Lin'an dodged in time, he would have been completely ensnared in the web. After Lin'an dodged the attack, a red and blue figure leapt down from the rooftop, landing in front of him. Peter Parker was furious. He had arrived just in time to witness Lin'an snapping the necks of two men. Before coming here, Peter had tracked down a goblin. Although the goblin managed to escape in the end, Peter had learned something crucial. The other individual using webbing was none other than Venom, Lin'an Chen, standing right before him. To Peter, Lin'an had already seemed like trouble. Witnessing him commit murder only solidified Peter's belief that Lin'an was a new type of supervillain, one who not only framed him by impersonating Spider-Man, but also killed people in cold blood under the cover of night. Damn you. I'll make sure you pay for this. You'll spend the rest of your life in prison. Peter, unusually angry, skipped his usual quips and issued a stern warning to Lin'an. Huh? Are you okay? What nonsense are you spouting? Lin'an responded, his head full of question marks. But as he quickly recalled what he had just done, Lin'an realized Peter might have misunderstood the situation. Just as he was about to explain, Peter launched an attack without warning. Venom, now seething with anger, roared inside Lin'an's mind. This idiotic, tight-wearing show-off must have left his brain at home. Damn it, if he wants to fight, let's teach him a proper lesson. Lin'an effortlessly blocked Peter's punch with his left hand and countered with a powerful right hook to Peter's abdomen. Peter staggered back in pain, but he quickly retaliated by shooting 2 strands of webbing from his wrist toward Lin'an. Lin'an easily dodged the webs, but Venom's warning system flared again. Spinning around, Lin'an saw a massive dumpster hurtling toward him, yanked by Peter's webbing. Reacting swiftly, Lin'an leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding the dumpster as it crashed into the ground behind him. Peter, seeing his sneak attack fail, jumped onto the overturned dumpster, using it as a vantage point. However, before he could stabilize himself, Lin'an swung toward him on a strand of webbing, aiming a flying kick at Peter. Peter's spider sense alerted him in time, and he sidestepped the attack. Both men realized their back-and-forth strikes weren't landing. Their heightened senses made it nearly impossible for conventional attacks to succeed. Lin'an, thinking quickly, devised a new strategy. The next time Peter charged at him, Lin'an sprouted several tendrils of black venom from his back, attacking Peter from all directions and leaving him no room to dodge. Caught off guard, Peter was entangled by the tendrils, which wrapped tightly around his arms and body. At first, Peter tried to resist with his extraordinary strength, but Lin'an quickly followed up with a sweeping kick that knocked Peter off balance and sent him crashing to the ground. Now, completely ensnared, Peter found himself hanging upside down in front of Lin'an, tightly bound. This doesn't feel great, Peter thought, silently lamenting. He was usually the one leaving criminals hanging upside down, not the other way around. Lin'an, meanwhile, pulled out his phone and thrust it in front of Peter's face, showing him a video. The footage featured the 2 men Peter had seen earlier confessing to their crimes in detail, what they had done, where, and when. Lin'an had originally planned to leave the phone with the 2 criminals' bodies so the police could find it. But given the situation, he decided to let Spider-Man watch the video first. As Peter watched the confessions play out on the screen, his jaw dropped beneath his mask. While he still didn't condone Lin'an's actions, the fury he'd felt earlier, thinking innocent lives had been taken, began to dissipate. Spider-Man, do you understand now? Lin'an asked after the video ended. Before you arrived, I saved a woman who was about to be assaulted by these 2. You could have handed them over to the police. You don't have the right to decide who lives or dies, Peter retorted, still firm in his beliefs. And does the law give you the right to swing around the city on webs, beating people up and tying them to lampposts or leaving them at the police station? Lin'an countered calmly. We're both bending the law. You know better than I am. You believe the law should handle these criminals. That's your choice. But from where I stand, removing filth like this from society as soon as possible is the better option. It prevents them from causing more harm. Take those 2, for example. They've hurt more than 10 innocent people and even drove 1 victim to suicide. The sooner they're gone, the better for everyone. You have your way of handling things, and I have mine. Don't interfere with me, and I won't interfere with you. With that, Lin'an tossed the phone to the ground. Since you seem to like working with the police so much, this evidence is yours now. He turned to leave, but Peter called out from where he hung. Wait, then why did you impersonate me to rob a museum? There was webbing left on the museum's ceiling. It was yours. Impersonate you? Rob a museum? Lin'an stopped in his tracks, then remembered the morning news. You're talking about the Spider-Man who robbed the museum? Sorry, but you got the wrong guy. I don't have a habit of imitating others or stealing. Yes, I have webbing, but I have my own name. I'm Venom. As he spoke, Lin'an shot a line of black webbing onto a wall and spelled out the word Venom. Thanks for the reminder. From now on, my webbing will be black. Well then, goodbye, Spider-Man, Lin'an said as he shot another strand of webbing toward a distant building and prepared to leave. Wait, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you, but you've got to untie me, Peter shouted. Lin'an didn't stop, only calling back as he swung away. It'll dissolve on its own in 10 minutes. Watching the black figure disappear into the distance, Peter muttered to himself, I think I understand how the criminals I leave hanging feel now. Looks like I went after the wrong guy. Venom said his webbing dissolves too. So who's the one robbing museums? Beneath his mask, Peter furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Though his body was bound, his mind raced as he tried to figure out who was framing him. Meanwhile, Lin'an couldn't care less what Peter Parker thought. He saw no reason to explain himself further. After leaving the alley, Lin'an swung into another quiet street and casually made his way back home with Venom. Venom, thoroughly pleased with how things had turned out, was unusually talkative on the way back, gleefully mocking Peter. To celebrate, it even consumed 2 extra pieces of chocolate, basking in its victory. Spider-Man's troubles didn't last long, as the impersonator soon revealed himself. The morning after Lin and Chen's encounter with Peter Parker, a man with a fishbowl-like helmet, calling himself Mysterio, released a video statement through the Daily Bugle, addressing the citizens of New York. In the video, he boldly declared himself the true hero of the city and solemnly promised to capture Spider-Man, the despicable thief, and restore peace to New Yorkers' lives. After watching the video, Lin'an couldn't help but feel a wave of sympathy for Peter Parker. Fame really is a double-edged sword, he thought. You never know when someone's going to show up and use it as a stepping stone for their big debut. Over the next several days, incidents involving Spider-Man committing thefts and other crimes became frequent news. Public opinion quickly turned against him. Once hailed as the city's hero, Spider-Man was now treated like a public menace, with people eager to see him brought down. In stark contrast, Mysterio began to emerge as a supposed savior. In every incident, he played the role of the hero standing against Spider-Man. Thanks to the media's relentless coverage, Mysterio was quickly heralded as the real hero, a replacement for the now-disgraced Spider-Man. How ironic. This is the terrifying power of public opinion, Lin'an muttered, standing atop a tall building in his concealed inhibitor attire. He gazed at a large screen on the opposite rooftop, displaying the latest news. He spoke to Venom as the two shared their thoughts. Humans are such complex and deceitful creatures, Venom remarked, shaking its metaphorical head. As a simple-minded symbiote, it struggled to grasp the intricacies of human nature. Before Lin'an could respond further, Venom suddenly retreated into his body and warned, "Someone's coming." Lin'an followed Venom's gaze, turning toward the direction it indicated. Moments later, a red and blue figure leapt onto the rooftop and crouched a short distance away. "Hey, Venom." Peter's voice was slightly awkward, but still carried his characteristic cheerfulness. "Didn't expect to see you here." "How coincidental," Lin'an replied evenly, nodding slightly. His tone was calm and detached. Seeing Peter still brimming with energy, Lin'an was a bit surprised. He had expected Spider-Man to look defeated, given the avalanche of negative news about him over the past few days. Curious, Lin'an decided to ask, "I didn't expect you to be so upbeat. I thought you'd be pretty crushed by all this, especially with the news. Just now, I saw the report about your fight with Mysterio on the Brooklyn Bridge. They said you were defeated and fell into the river, your fate unknown." His question broke the slightly awkward atmosphere. Peter scratched the back of his neck with a sheepish smile and replied, "You're not wrong. A few days ago, I was frustrated, angry even. That's probably why I fell into Mysterio's trap and ended up on the Brooklyn Bridge. Fortunately, though, when I was at my lowest, and even considering giving up being Spider-Man, I met some people who still believed in me. They reminded me that Spider-Man never gives up as long as there's even a sliver of hope. It made me think back to why I became Spider-Man in the first place." Peter turned to Lin'an, his gaze sincere, and said, "Someone once told me that with great power comes great responsibility. That's the reason I've kept going. What about you, Venom? What do you think?" I think it's overly optimistic and naive, Lin'an said bluntly. Believing in that phrase is just a way of morally binding yourself. In a society like this, people like that often end up hurt the most. I should have seen that coming, Peter muttered, momentarily speechless. Venom might fight crime, but he's definitely not like me. Maybe he's been through something that made him this way. Peter's thoughts trailed off as he observed Lin'an's cold eyes beneath his hood. Lin'an's tone shifted slightly as he continued. Even though I don't agree with that sentiment, I still respect people who can live by it. Whoever told you, that must be someone admirable, but I imagine their story is probably a sad one too. Lin'an's words pierced through Peter like a blade, cutting past his defenses and striking at the heart of the man beneath the mask. Peter remained silent for a long moment, working to steady his emotions. Finally, he looked back at Lin'an, meeting his gaze. I need your help, Mr. Venom. I'll help, Lin'an replied without hesitation. After all, it's not easy to find me. I'm not exactly out and about all the time. He offered this as a reason, though in truth, he sympathized with Peter's plight. Lin'an understood all too well the feeling of being isolated, as though the entire world had turned against you. Hearing Lin'an agree so quickly, Peter couldn't help but pump his fist in relief. He rubbed the back of his head, smiling awkwardly. Thanks in advance. Today's been full of good luck. First, I ran into those who still believe in me, and now I've found you. So you weren't actually looking for me? Lin'an asked, raising an eyebrow beneath his hood. Well, I was hoping to find you, but you're not exactly easy to track down. Honestly, I came here to clear my head and chat with an old friend. Running into you was just a stroke of luck. I see, Lin'an replied flatly. So it was just a coincidence. He had almost been touched, only to realize he'd misunderstood. It was slightly embarrassing, but he kept his composure. After a brief, internal grumble, Lin'an asked curiously, Your old friend? Where? Peter performed a backflip, landing on the edge of the rooftop. He pointed to a stone gargoyle, perched on the building's corner. This is my old friend. I come here pretty often. I call him Bruce. No idea if he likes the name, but I think it suits him. Peter patted the gargoyle's head with a light-hearted tone. Say hi to our new friend, Venom. Be polite. Looks like you've got another friend besides me now, Peter added with a playful grin. Lin'an stared at Peter and the gargoyle for a moment before replying in a serious tone. How long have you been like this? I think you should see a doctor. Peter froze at Lin'an's grim remark. Realizing how odd his actions must have seemed, he awkwardly scratched his head and forced a laugh. Just kidding. It was a joke. Not wanting Lin'an to think he had completely lost it, Peter quickly shifted the conversation back to Mysterio. Hearing Lin'an's serious tone, Peter finally realized how strange his behavior must have seemed. Awkwardly scratching his head, he forced a stiff laugh. Just kidding. That was just a joke. Not wanting to seem mentally unstable, Peter quickly shifted the conversation back to Mysterio. Pointing at the image of the fishbowl-headed figure on the massive screen across the way, Peter sighed and said, That fishbowl guy isn't easy to deal with. He's really good at creating illusions, so convincing you can't tell what's real and what's not. He's tricked me so many times lately, I feel like a total clown. Illusions that blur the line between reality and fiction? Interesting, Lin'an mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Peter picked up on his words and added, Yeah, honestly, with that kind of ability, watching Jurassic World would be incredible. Imagine dinosaurs right in front of you. By the way, Peter continued, today on the Brooklyn Bridge, he said that's where I ruined his life, so he was going to ruin mine there too. To be honest, I can't remember ever doing anything significant on the Brooklyn Bridge. I've probably been there over 100 times. How am I supposed to keep track? Lin'an, considering this, replied, We need a large and comprehensive database. That's probably the only way we'll find anything on this fishbowl guy. Peter scratched his head. Where would we even find something like that? The police station, Lin'an said matter-of-factly. Their records should be the most complete. The police station? Peter was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected Venom to suggest something so straightforward. But after thinking about it, it made sense. The police database would definitely have the information they needed. I've been there a couple of times. It's decent for tracking down most criminals, Lin'an explained. He then turned to Peter and added, Tonight, I'll head there and check. In the meantime, think about any other details you can remember. The more specific the search, the better. Hearing that Lin'an was willing to help him search for clues, Peter felt a little embarrassed and scratched the back of his head. I really appreciate this. It's my mess to clean up, so maybe I should come with you. That works. It'll make the search easier, Lin'an replied without hesitation. Having Peter along would indeed simplify things. They agreed to meet at midnight on the rooftop of a building next to the police station. After parting ways, Lin'an returned home to prepare. His conversation with Peter had rekindled an idea he'd been mulling over: the police database. It occurred to him that he'd probably need to access it frequently in the future. Having to sneak into the station every time seemed inefficient. He decided he'd create a backdoor program to copy the entire database onto his own computer, syncing it in real time. That way, he could conduct searches from the comfort of his home. With a plan in mind, Lin'an began working on his computer. As night fell, Lin'an prepared for the task ahead. Just before midnight, he unplugged the USB drive from his computer, leapt out of his window, and swung toward the agreed-upon rooftop near the police station. Thwip! A strand of black webbing stuck to the rooftop, and Lin'an's dark figure vaulted up from below. "Oh, you're already here. Looks like I'm a bit late," Lin'an said, noticing Peter waiting for him. Peter waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. You're right on time. I just got here early." Ever since the Mysterio ordeal began, Peter had been restless. An hour earlier, he'd come to the rooftop to clear his mind, staring at the sky as he thought things through. "All right, let's get started," Lin'an said, gesturing for Peter to follow him as he leapt off the rooftop, swinging toward the police station. Peter quickly followed, keeping pace. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive outside the police database. Like geckos, they clung to the walls, hidden in the shadows. Lin'an expertly opened a window, slipping silently onto the floor inside. Peter followed, moving just as cautiously to avoid making noise. Once at the computer, Lin'an plugged in his prepared USB drive and accessed the database. Turning to Peter, he said, "Now tell me everything you know. The more details you provide, the easier it'll be to find a match." Peter leaned on his chin, deep in thought, before speaking. "Brooklyn Bridge. Spider-Man. If we're going by what he said today, something about revenge. Maybe a helicopter? He said I ruined his life, so he must have had a decent one before. He's probably not some petty thug." Lin'an entered the keywords into the database and sifted through the filtered results, displaying them on the screen for Peter to review. Car accident, robbery, helicopter crash. Let me see. Helicopter crash. Quentin Beck. I remember now. It's him, Peter exclaimed, pointing to a man's file on screen. About a year ago, a film crew was shooting a car chase scene on the Brooklyn Bridge. One of the scenes involved a series of explosions. One of the explosive charges was way too powerful and damaged the rotor of a filming helicopter mid-flight. I happened to be nearby, so I rescued the people inside the helicopter. But the helicopter crashed, and when I checked the tower, I found unauthorized explosive devices hidden there. A special effects technician had planted them without proper clearance. He wanted to create an even bigger explosion. The helicopter crash was his fault. When I caught him, he tried to run, but of course I didn't let him get away. I restrained him and handed him over to the police. Peter sighed, rubbing his temples. When he was arrested, he kept saying it was all my fault and swore he'd get revenge on me. What an infuriating criminal. No sense of accountability, Lin'an said, shaking his head. He clicked on the case details and continued. Quentin Beck. His crimes earned him a year in prison. He was just released not long ago. I'm guessing he spent that entire year planning all this. Once he was out, he wasted no time starting his revenge. He's smearing your name and then playing the hero himself. He wants to destroy your masked hero career and turn you into a public enemy. Quentin Beck, truly a malicious schemer, Lin'an concluded, his tone heavy. Peter sighed again, his eyes fixed on the screen. He pointed to an address listed under Miracle Studio and said, "Now, I finally get it. That must be his base of operations. I think it's time I confronted him face to face and gave him a proper lesson. This must be the place. What a conveniently remote location for a workshop. It just screams trouble," Peter remarked as he and Lin'an stood before the abandoned factory. After tracking down the address, they had made their way here. "Let's hope he's not asleep yet, or I'll have to drag him out of bed," Peter quipped as they approached the entrance to the so-called Miracle Studio. The factory had only one visible entrance. Though there was always a chance of hidden exits, A quick perimeter check by the two had revealed nothing suspicious. Passing through the initial, intentionally misleading lobby, Peter and Lin'an entered a concealed door that led to a more private workspace. This room, it seemed, was Beck's true lair. A Spider-Man suit, identical to Peter's, hung prominently on the wall above a workbench. The rest of the walls were plastered with photographs and videos of Spider-Man. Scenes from his exploits, moments captured in secret. Wow, Beck's secret Spider-Man fan club, Peter joked, looking around. From the looks of it, you'd think he was my #1 fan. It seems like this is where he planned everything. The museum heist, the Brooklyn Bridge encounter, all of it, Lin'an noted, pointing at the wall where photos were arranged in sequential phases. Peter sighed, shaking his head. This guy, I've been dancing to his tune the entire time. He reached up and pulled the Spider-Man suit off the wall for a closer inspection. Suction cups, Peter muttered, flipping the suit inside out. So that's how he was climbing walls. Clever little trick. He tossed the suit back onto the wall, where the suction cups immediately latched on, securing it firmly. Not bad. Low tech, but it gets the job done for showmanship. While Peter examined the suit, Lin'an was busy scrutinizing Beck's other gadgets. He picked up a small, cube-like device from the table, studying it with curiosity. The moment Lin'an held it, the device activated. A faint blue light shot out from the cube, instantly projecting a hyper-realistic hologram of a collapsing ceiling. The scene was so vivid it felt as though debris would rain down on them at any moment. This is advanced holographic technology, Lin'an observed. It's so lifelike, it's hard to tell it's fake. So this is how he creates those illusions, Lin'an continued, handing the projection cube to Peter. I've got to admit, the design is impressive. Peter examined the hologram and recognized the scene immediately. This is the museum ceiling. That's where he made his big debut. Guess his fishbowl brain is packed with tricks, Peter added. This tech makes holograms portable, compact, and incredibly realistic. With skills like this, he could have made a fortune legally, Lin'an commented, shaking his head. He could have opened a holographic cinema, patented the technology, or started his own company. Instead, he puts a fishbowl on his head, robs people, and creates chaos, all while calling himself Mysterio. Peter shrugged. I don't get it either, but that's how people like him think. I've seen plenty of them during my time in New York. They always have their own bizarre logic. They mess up and then blame everyone else for their problems, just like Quentin Beck. Lin'an shook his head in pity. He gathered a few more of the cubes from the table, pocketing them for later. These could be useful. Maybe I'll modify them and make a proper projector. Who knows? I could even turn it into a product for a tech company. If Quentin Beck wasn't going to put this technology to good use, Lin'an figured he might as well. Once he reverse-engineered and improved the design, it would be entirely his. Lin'an was confident he could take the tech even further, applying it in ways Beck never imagined. After exploring Beck's personal workspace, Peter and Lin'an decided to investigate deeper into the factory. The building was too large for the front room to be the only space. It was bound to hold more secrets. And, of course, they still hadn't found Quentin Beck himself. As they ventured further, the factory's lights suddenly went out, plunging the space into darkness. The sudden blackout heightened their vigilance. They tensed, preparing for whatever might come next. Moments later, the lights flickered back on, but the surroundings had completely transformed. Instead of the dilapidated interior of the factory, they now stood in the middle of a lush, vibrant grassland. It was obvious this was one of Mysterio's illusions, created with his holographic technology. Around them, several figures wearing glass-domed helmets began to appear, surrounding Peter and Lin'an. From a raised platform, Mysterio's voice echoed through the space, his tone mocking and theatrical. When you think it's all fake, some of it is real. But when you believe something is real, it's actually fake. Hello, Spider-Man. I've prepared quite the show for you, Mysterio said, his voice dripping with smugness. And you, my unexpected guest, he continued, addressing Lin'an. I see Spider-Man needed to bring backup. No matter, I prepared gifts for one, but there's more than enough to go around for two. As he spoke, Peter fired several strands of webbing at the nearby figures. However, as expected, the webs passed straight through them. They were nothing more than projections. I hope you enjoy the gifts I've prepared. Let's see if you can still stand here when the show's over. Ha ha ha! With a maniacal laugh, Mysterio's image began to dissipate, leaving Peter and Lin'an standing alone in the illusory grassland. I don't understand why they let a lunatic like him out of prison, Peter fumed, turning to Lin'an. Didn't they do a psychological evaluation? Lin'an shrugged. If they were that reliable, we wouldn't even need to exist, would we? As he spoke, Lin'an quietly communicated with Venom, asking it to help locate Beck's true position. No matter how elaborate Beck's illusions were, he was, at the end of the day, just a regular man. Once Lin'an found him, this entire charade would come to an end. At that moment, the environment surrounding Lin'an Shun and Peter underwent a massive transformation. Within the blink of an eye, the factory around them morphed into a vibrant, untamed jungle. From deep within this jungle, the sounds of growling beasts echoed ominously. As the two cautiously prepared for whatever was coming, a swarm of flying creatures suddenly hurtled toward them from the distance. Reacting instinctively, both Peter and Lin'an leapt aside. The creatures, unable to adjust their trajectory, crashed straight into the ground, causing no harm. These are illusions. No wonder my spider sense isn't reacting, Peter concluded quickly, watching the scene unfold. Lin'an came to the same realization, but kept his guard up. They're fake for now, he muttered, but there's no guarantee the next ones will be. And, just as he anticipated, the next wave wasn't entirely illusory. As another group of flying creatures emerged, a massive dinosaur charged in from the side. Peter dodged the dinosaur, only to be blindsided by one of the flying creatures. This one was real. It struck him, sending him tumbling backward. Lin'an, meanwhile, shot a strand of webbing upward, latching onto the invisible factory ceiling above the illusion. He hoisted himself into the air, deftly avoiding both the flying creatures and the rampaging dinosaur. Cough, cough. Peter groaned as he pulled himself up from the grass. He'd crashed into the factory wall, hidden behind the jungle illusion, which had finally stopped his trajectory. Damn it, these illusions are messing with my spider sense, Peter grumbled, glancing up as Lin'an landed beside him. Before they could exchange more words, the entire jungle seemed to tremble. The roars of countless beasts grew louder and closer. In the distance, an army of dinosaurs, lions, and tigers charged toward them on the ground, while the sky was filled with waves of flying creatures, missiles, and even aircraft. I'd bet good money this guy flunked history, Peter quipped, his sarcasm cutting through the tension. Why else would he throw together creatures from completely different eras? Lin'an chuckled lightly. That's probably exactly what happened. I've decided to fight these illusions with my eyes closed, Lin'an added after a moment. Our eyes are feeding us false information, but our senses won't lie. Peter nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in this approach. You're right. It's probably because my eyes are overwhelmed that my senses are getting confused. Although Peter's spider sense and Lin'an's venom-enhanced intuition were excellent at detecting real danger, the constant barrage of illusions was overwhelming their minds, causing hesitation and errors. Resolving to trust their other senses, the two closed their eyes, awaiting the oncoming stampede. Phew, this definitely takes some guts, Peter muttered, rolling his shoulders to ease the tension. They're here, Lin'an said under his breath, his body tensing as the illusionary beasts surrounded them. What followed was a cacophony of crackling electricity and the clang of metal. Guided by their heightened senses, Lin'an and Peter dismantled the robots hidden among the illusions, their movements precise and unyielding. In a matter of minutes, the ground was littered with broken mechanical components. With the immediate threats neutralized, Lin'an didn't waste any time. Using the chaos as cover, he had pinpointed Quentin Beck's exact location. Well, it seems you've got some skills, Beck's voice echoed. But let's see if you can figure out which one of these is the real me. With a dramatic flourish, Beck conjured over 100 identical copies of himself, each armed and ready, their presence oppressive and overwhelming. You only get one cha. Beck's taunt was abruptly cut short. Lin'an had already lunged forward, landing a devastating slap to Beck's fishbowl helmet. The force sent Beck sprawling, and Lin'an followed up by grabbing his throat, cutting off any further words. Sorry, Lin'an said in his gravelly tone, his voice flat and unaffected. Your tricks are useless now. To Lin'an, the 100 illusions were meaningless. Venom's senses had already locked onto the one true figure in the room. Peter stood stunned, watching Lin'an's precision. Despite carefully observing the scene himself, he hadn't been able to pick out any differences or weaknesses in the illusions. If he'd had Lin'an's ability to cut through the deception, he wouldn't have spent the past few weeks being toyed with. Thwip! A strand of Peter's webbing shot out, binding Beck tightly from neck to toe, leaving only his head exposed. Venom, Peter began cautiously, stepping closer. I'll handle turning him over to the police. He hasn't hurt anyone during all of this. Lin'an loosened his grip, letting Beck fall to the ground and struggle like a worm. I know. I'm not going to kill him. I'm not a monster, Lin'an replied coolly. Peter, my part's done. You can take it from here, Lin'an said, turning to leave. He waved casually over his shoulder. Good luck. Thanks for your help. Peter called after him, watching as Lin'an's figure disappeared into the shadows. Having an ally like that, it's not so bad, Peter murmured, a faint smile forming under his mask. Despite Venom's ruthless approach to dealing with criminals, Peter couldn't deny that they were fighting for the same side. Looking down at the now-captured Quentin Beck, who was squirming helplessly in his bindings, Peter hoisted him up effortlessly. All right, Mr. Beck. Time to pay a visit to the police station. With Quentin Beck apprehended, Spider-Man's reputation was vindicated. The truth about Mysterio's schemes came to light, and the narrative shifted. The public quickly realized that Spider-Man had been framed, and his reputation soared to new heights. The media praised him unanimously. Well, almost unanimously. The Daily Bugle and its editor, J. Jonah Jameson, remained exceptions. Although Jameson could no longer deny Mysterio's guilt, his disdain for Spider-Man persisted. He began publishing columns dissecting Spider-Man's supposed mistakes during the incident. Ironically, this contrarian stance boosted the Bugle's sales, even as it earned the ire of Spider-Man's fans. Lin'an Shun, meanwhile, paid no attention to the media frenzy. In an era dominated by capital and manipulation, he believed every piece of information required scrutiny before judgment. With Mysterio dealt with, Lin'an's life returned to its usual routine. He spent his days studying and reading, occasionally catching glimpses of Spider-Man swinging across the city skyline. And though Peter Parker continued his heroics, Lin'an was content to remain in the background, quietly observing the world. In the New York subway system, 2 maintenance workers were inspecting the tracks and nearby safety equipment. One of them was a middle-aged man, just over 40, with a wealth of experience evident in his confident demeanor. The other was a younger man, likely not yet 30, who listened attentively as the older worker explained the job. Trust me, you're going to love this job. That's 20-plus years of experience talking, the older worker said while deftly checking an electrical panel. It's dark down here, sure, but it's cool in the summer, warm in the winter, comfortable all year round. You don't have to deal with office politics or argue with your boss all the time. No one breathing down your neck. And the pay's pretty good, too. For a technical trade like ours, you can't really complain. The younger worker, having been on the job for a few days now, was starting to get the hang of things. He nodded in agreement. Yeah, for what I've seen so far, it's definitely better than my last job. I used to work in television. Long hours, constantly working overtime, and my boss had the worst temper. I got yelled at every day. I couldn't take it anymore. The older worker raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. Television, huh? Then you must know a thing or two about fixing TVs. My TV at home always has this annoying double vision issue. Scratching his head awkwardly, the younger man replied, Sorry, I don't really know much about that. I was a manager at a TV station. I didn't handle the technical stuff. That's a shame, the older worker said with a chuckle. Still, this job's obviously better than managing a TV station. Absolutely. No one yelling at me or ordering me around anymore, the younger worker said with a satisfied grin. Just as he finished speaking, the older worker's face suddenly froze in horror. He pointed behind the younger man, his hand trembling, and stammered, Tisha? What is that? The younger worker whipped around to look. In the shadows not far away, a pair of glowing crimson eyes stared back at them, unblinking. A low, beast-like breathing sound grew louder and louder, and with each slow, heavy step, the red eyes crept closer. Wah! A monster! Run! The older worker screamed, grabbing the younger man, who was frozen in shock, and bolting down the tunnel. They ran as fast as their legs could carry them, pushing their bodies to the limit. The subway system was connected to the sewers, and the two had entered from a manhole by the roadside. When they reached the ladder leading out, they scrambled up in a frenzy, bursting out of the manhole like their lives depended on it. They stumbled toward the nearby maintenance vehicle. The younger man, quicker on his feet, jumped into the driver's seat, fumbling with the keys to start the car. The older worker had just opened the passenger door when another manhole cover nearby was shoved aside. A massive, scaly green hand emerged, grabbing his ankle and yanking him toward the opening. "Help me! It's got me!" The older worker screamed, desperately clutching the car door. The younger man reached over, grabbing the older worker's arm and pulling with all his strength. But the monster's grip was far too powerful for two ordinary humans to resist. Within seconds, the older worker was dragged into the sewer, his terrified cries echoing as he vanished into the darkness. The younger man stared in horror at the now empty manhole. He had tried his hardest to save his co-worker, but had failed. Shaking with fear, he finally managed to start the car and sped off toward the nearest police station. But the image of those glowing red eyes haunted him, replaying over and over in his mind. His hands trembled, struggling to keep a grip on the steering wheel. The more he thought about the monster, the more panicked he became. His driving became increasingly erratic, swerving wildly across the road. Cars screeched to a halt to avoid him, while others weren't so lucky, getting sideswiped or hit outright. Realizing the chaos he was causing, the younger man tried to hit the brakes, but no matter how hard he pressed, the car wouldn't slow down. The collisions had damaged the brake system. "Red eyes! Red eyes! No! Stop following me!" he shouted, his mind unraveling as he imagined the monster still chasing him. In the rearview mirror, he thought he saw those glowing eyes again. The car smashed through multiple barriers, careening toward the coastal highway near the edge of the city. From above, a red and blue streak dropped from the sky, landing squarely on the car's roof. Spider-Man had been tailing the vehicle, swinging through the city in pursuit. The car's erratic driving and sheer speed had made it difficult to catch up. "Hey, sir, calm down," Peter shouted, lowering his head to the driver's window. "Keep your hand steady. Don't steer toward the water. Aim for the roadside barriers. They'll help slow the car. And then pull the handbrake." Seeing Spider-Man, the younger man seemed to regain a sliver of composure. But his hands were still shaking uncontrollably, and he couldn't steer toward the barriers. The car continued its straight path toward the sea. "Damn it," Peter muttered. Realizing they were out of time, he leapt from the roof, yanking the driver's door clean off its hinges. The car was entirely out of control now, but Peter's priority was saving the man. As the vehicle lunged off the edge of the road, Peter reached in and pulled the younger man out of the driver's seat. He fired a line of webbing at the highway guardrail, using its tension to swing them both to safety as the car plunged into the water below, creating a massive splash. Landing safely back on the road, Peter gently set the man down. Letting out a long sigh of relief, he quipped, "Hope your car insurance is up to date. Also, maybe it's time to retake that driving test. This wasn't your best performance." "Red eyes. There's a monster in the sewer," the man stammered, hugging his knees, his face pale with terror. Peter tilted his head thoughtfully. You sure it wasn't just your imagination? Red eyes could have been some kind of equipment or a reflection." "No, I swear it was real." The man insisted, his eyes wide with panic. "My coworker and I made it out of the sewer, but the monster grabbed him and pulled him back down." "Well, great. Just great," Peter muttered, rubbing his forehead. "Looks like another headache for me. New York City really doesn't know the meaning of peace." Hearing the sound of approaching sirens, Peter turned back to the man and said, "By the way, sir, make sure the cops don't pin this mess on me. Okay?" With that, he fired a web line and swung away. He had been on his way to the Daily Bugle for work, but now it looked like he was going to be late again. Inside the Daily Bugle building, Peter had just arrived, slightly disheveled, and was organizing his photos. He handed them to Robbie Robertson, who took a look and nodded approvingly. "Nice work, Peter. Your photos are always this good," Robbie said with a satisfied smile. "But let's see how you did with the lizard photos." "The lizard?" Peter asked, confused. "The lizard, Parker. If you showed up to work on time, you'd know what I'm talking about." Jameson barked as he pushed the door open and strode into the room, his usual air of authority preceding him. There have been multiple reports about it. A giant lizard spotted in New York's subway system. Plenty of eyewitnesses to back it up. And just this morning, someone else encountered it down there, Jameson explained. Hearing this, Peter immediately connected the dots. Jameson must be referring to the man he had saved earlier that morning. The one who had been raving about glowing red eyes and a monster. So the red eyes and the giant creature he mentioned were the lizard? I thought it was just some media gimmick, Peter thought to himself. Focus on your job, Parker. You wouldn't want your paycheck to disappear entirely, would you? Jameson said, glaring at him. He then pulled a photo from his jacket and thrust it into Peter's hands. The photo was a man in his 40s, not particularly tall, with a serious expression. This is the subway maintenance worker who went missing this morning, Jameson explained. His co-worker testified that he was taken by the lizard. So, you want me to find him? Peter asked, holding up the photo. Of course not. That's police work. Your job is to get me pictures of the lizard. Got it, Jameson replied, his tone dripping with impatience. Peter sighed, but nodded, understanding his assignment. Satisfied, Jameson patted Peter on the shoulder and handed him a slip of paper with names and phone numbers. These are scientists who specialize in reptilian biology. In addition to photographing the lizard, you'll interview them for commentary. We need solid explanations and some educational content for the article. Sir, isn't that a bit much for one person to handle? Peter frowned, already feeling overwhelmed. He was constantly busy as it was. Jameson smirked and gave Peter's shoulder a firm pat. There's a $1,000 bonus if you do it right. How's that sound? So, do you want the photos in color or black and white? Peter asked, immediately dropping his complaints and shifting to a professional tone. Meanwhile, in the dark, damp tunnels of New York's underground, Lin'an was carefully searching with a large flashlight in hand. Venom peeked out from his shoulder, its eyes scanning the moist, shadowy space. Are you sure those missing people are still down here? Of course I'm not sure, Lin'an replied bluntly. How would I know where the lizard is keeping them? But every lizard-related rumor seems to point to these underground tunnels, so I figured it's worth checking for clues. Lin'an had come to investigate the lizard as well. Initially, he had dismissed it as a silly urban legend. But as more and more people went missing, it became clear that something sinister was happening. The growing number of disappearances suggested that the lizard wasn't just a myth. Determined to uncover the truth, Lin'an ventured into the depths of New York's underground to find out what was really going on. Whether this lizard is an actual monster or just some lunatic in a costume trying to scare people, we'll find out soon enough, Lin'an said as he searched. I hope it's just a normal person, he added with a sigh. Though I have a bad feeling about this. New York can never just stay peaceful. There's always something weird happening. I hope it's a giant, real lizard. Venom said excitedly. I've never seen one before. It'd be so cool. Lin'an rolled his eyes. You're probably more interested in its brain, aren't you? What would you even do if it's a real lizard? Could you stomach it? Why not? Venom scoffed. If it's a giant lizard, it's probably not just a regular animal. It must have some intelligence. A normal beast wouldn't be this calculated. It only appears every few days, and each time it takes one person. That's not random. It's deliberate. Lin'an frowned, his unease growing. Stop talking. You're making me feel worse. If you're right, and it really is some giant intelligent lizard, I'll ban you from eating chocolate for 2 days. What? That's not fair. How is this my fault? Venom protested, indignant. I'm just giving you a logical analysis. Exactly. And I'm being completely unreasonable, Lin'an said with a smirk. I know you're probably right, but if I have to suffer through this, you should too. Watching Venom's frustration, Lin'an felt a little better. Seeing you get worked up makes me feel less stressed. Venom, kidding, Lin'an said, waving his hand dismissively. Don't take it so seriously. You'd better be joking, Venom muttered, glaring at him with obvious distrust. Come on, lighten up, Lin'an teased. Smile a little. Venom obliged, baring its rows of razor-sharp teeth in what was technically a smile. In the dim, underground environment, the sight was absolutely terrifying. Never mind. Don't smile. My bad. Good thing no one's around down here. People would have died of fright, Lin'an muttered. Venom. Asterisk, I'll kill you. Asterisk. Stop wrapping around my neck. It's cold, Lin'an protested, tugging at Venom as it pretended to strangle him. "Apologize," Venom demanded, unwilling to let it go. Lin'an sighed and pulled a chocolate bar from his pocket, offering it to Venom. Fine, fine, I'm sorry. Here, have some chocolate. Let's get back to work." "Oomph." Venom huffed, but snatched the chocolate, chomping on it furiously as if to vent its frustration. Lin'an, Chen, and Venom continued their trek through the dark, damp underground passage. After an indeterminate amount of time, they noticed a faint light ahead. Why would there be light down here? This is the sewer, Lin'an thought, instantly on high alert. Looks like we're finally on to something, he muttered to Venom, moving stealthily toward the light. As they approached the illuminated area, they discovered a natural cavern, roughly 100 square meters in size, filled with various instruments and equipment. A few light bulbs hung from the cavern ceiling, serving as the only source of light in the otherwise dark and foreboding tunnels. This looks like a laboratory. Could the missing people have been brought here for experiments? Lin'an wondered, unease growing in his heart. But if that's the case, why haven't we seen any of them here? The more Lin'an observed the equipment, the deeper his confusion grew. The setup clearly indicated experimental activity, suggesting that the so-called lizard was some kind of mad scientist. But if that were true, it didn't explain the eyewitness accounts of a massive, terrifying creature. As Lin'an pondered this mystery, a sudden surge of danger prickled at the edges of his awareness. Venom's warning system blared in his mind. Without hesitation, Lin'an leapt to the side. A massive boulder crashed into the spot where he had been standing, shattering the table in front of him into splinters. His gaze snapped toward the direction the boulder had come from, and in the shadows, a pair of glowing crimson eyes locked onto him with predatory intensity. Judging by the height of those eyes and the hulking silhouette around them, the attacker was enormous. As Lin'an studied the figure, it wasted no time, hurling one massive boulder after another in his direction. Damn it, it's an actual monster. Lin'an cursed under his breath as he dodged the incoming projectiles. So Venom had been right after all. There really was a lizard man, and it wasn't just a myth. What's going on with New York? Has the city completely fallen apart? Lin'an thought bitterly as he evaded yet another boulder. As he closed the gap between himself and the creature, Lin'an finally got a good look at it. The lizard was a towering humanoid reptile, its emerald green scales gleaming under the dim light. It stood upright, wearing a tattered trench coat that only added to its menacing presence. Its crimson eyes burned with a mix of animalistic rage and unsettling intelligence. The supply of boulders in the underground space was limited, and soon, the lizard had nothing left to throw. Seizing the opportunity, Lin'an sprang into action. His claws, itching for blood, gleamed in the faint light as he lunged toward the lizard. Leaping high into the air, Lin'an kicked off the ceiling to gain momentum, landing behind the reptilian monster. Schlick! Lin'an's razor-sharp claws plunged into the lizard's back. The resistance he felt confirmed the toughness of its scales and the density of its muscles. Roar! The lizard bellowed in pain, its feral instincts kicking into overdrive. Its eyes glowed even brighter, radiating unbridled rage and cold, murderous intent. With a violent thrash of its body, the lizard managed to shake Lin'an off, sending him flying. Lin'an landed gracefully on a nearby wall, quickly firing webbing at the creature. Though the webbing tore easily against the lizard's strength, Lin'an kept shooting, layering strand upon strand until the creature was wrapped in a thick, black cocoon. Taking advantage of the brief moment the lizard was restrained, Lin'an gathered his strength. He pressed his fingers together, forming his hand into a sharp spear. Using the wall as a launch pad, he propelled himself toward the creature with lethal intent, aiming to pierce its heart and end the fight. His claws tore through the webbing and sank into the lizard's body, but they stopped short, meeting the unyielding resistance of bone. Before he could pull back, a massive hand clamped around his wrist, holding him firmly in place. Rip! The lizard tore through the webbing encasing it, freeing itself. It held Lin'an's wrist in a crushing grip, preventing him from moving. Lin'an's claws had pierced through its chest, just shy of its heart. If not for the obstruction of its sternum and the vice-like grip on his wrist, the lizard would have been finished. Roar! The lizard's roar echoed through the cavern as it tightened its grip, the bones in Lin'an's wrist cracking under the immense pressure. Lin'an swung his free hand like a blade, aiming to sever the lizard's arm, but it caught his second wrist with ease, leaving him completely immobilized. Just as Lin'an prepared to summon Venom's tendrils for a counterattack, the lizard's powerful tail whipped around, striking him in the side. The force of the blow sent Lin'an hurtling through the air, slamming into a wall before tumbling into the filthy water below. "Damn it, I completely forgot it has a tail," Lin'an muttered, coughing as he pulled himself out of the murky water. Venom was already working to repair the damage to his body, tendrils writhing across his fractured wrist to mend shattered bones. The lizard, aware of the damage it had inflicted, roared and charged at Lin'an, intent on finishing him off. Its claws gleamed as they swiped toward Lin'an, seeking to return the pain it had suffered. Lin'an feigned weakness, his arms hanging limply at his sides as he stumbled back a few steps, pretending to cower in fear. The sight only fueled the lizard's bloodlust. Its crimson eyes blazed brighter, and it roared with triumph, ready to tear its prey apart. But just as the lizard's claws were about to strike, tendrils erupted from Lin'an's back, latching onto the lizard's arms, legs, and even its tail, binding in place. At the same time, Lin'an's seemingly broken arms shot forward, claws extended. Schlick! His claws pierced through the lizard's shoulders. With a guttural yell, Lin'an pulled with all his strength, aided by the tendrils wrapped around the creature's limbs. Rip! The lizard's arms were torn clean off, blood spraying across the cavern as it let out a deafening, agonized roar. The creature thrashed wildly, crashing into walls and support pillars in a blind frenzy. Cracks spread across the structures, threatening to collapse the entire space. Lin'an quickly wrapped the severed arms in webbing and set them aside before turning his attention back to the lizard, ready to finish what he had started. Lin'an Chen prepared to seize the opportunity to finish the lizard once and for all, taking advantage of the creature's injuries. But as he got a closer look at the lizard's condition, his confidence wavered and unease gnawed at him. He had just ripped off the lizard's arms moments ago, yet now, one of its shoulders was already regrowing a new limb. What kind of regeneration is this? Sure, lizards can regrow limbs, but this fast? Not a chance. Lin'an's mind raced as he struggled to reconcile what he was seeing with everything he thought he knew. The lizard's eyes flickered with a hint of fear and confusion, emotions that weren't lost on Lin'an. Its left arm remained in its current state, showing no further growth, but its right arm began regenerating at an alarming rate. Within seconds, it had formed the basic shape of a new arm. While it looked frail and underdeveloped, it was functional enough to allow for basic grasping. Lin'an's gut told him something was wrong. The lizard, despite its monstrous appearance and wild instincts, was clearly calculating its next move. Sure enough, the creature reached into the pocket of its tattered coat with its barely formed right hand and pulled out a small glass vial. The liquid inside was a vibrant emerald green, glowing faintly even in the dim light of the underground cavern. It was mesmerizing, almost beautiful, yet Lin'an immediately sensed danger. Crash! Without hesitation, the lizard hurled the vial to the ground between them. The glass shattered, and the green liquid spilled out, reacting with the air. A thick green mist began to rise, swirling ominously and spreading outward. Lin'an froze for a moment, instinctively halting his advance. He wasn't about to charge headfirst into an unknown chemical cloud. Taking a controlled breath, he held it and darted through the mist as quickly as possible, hoping to minimize exposure. Unfortunately, even his swift reaction wasn't enough. By the time he emerged on the other side, the lizard had vanished. Damn it, Lin'an cursed, scanning the area. The creature had disappeared without a trace. It was clear that the lizard knew the terrain of the underground space intimately, using its familiarity to escape quickly and undetected. Even Venom's heightened senses couldn't pick up any sign of the creature. "This lizard man is something else," Lin'an muttered. "Is it an animal or a human? I sensed wild, primal instincts in it, but there's also clear intelligence at play." Venom, equally intrigued, chimed in, "Fascinating. The closer I look, the more curious I get. What is it?" As the green mist began to dissipate, Lin'an retrieved the lizard's severed arm, wrapping it carefully in webbing. I'm just as curious as you are. It must have been human at some point. Look at its movements, its behavior, even the clothes it's wearing. That smashed lab back there must have been its workspace. Hard to imagine a creature like that fiddling with test tubes and microscopes. With that, Lin'an and Venom returned to the demolished laboratory to search for clues. Despite the damage caused by the fight, a few paper reports and records had survived amidst the wreckage. Lizard gene integration with lab mice. Experiment report. Number 1 failed. Experiment report. Number 153 successful. Lizard gene integration with human subjects. The sparse notes revealed that the lizard was the result of genetic experiments gone wrong. Lin'an could piece together what had happened. An attempt to merge human and lizard DNA had led to the creation of this monstrous being. Venom let out a low whistle, or at least something close to it. Humans are terrifying. They just casually create monstrosities like this through experimentation. You're telling me, Lin'an muttered, shaking his head. Suddenly, he fired a web line toward a shadow in the corner. Thwip! The figure dodged the attack, rolling out of the way and revealing itself. Hey, easy. It's me, Spider-Man, Peter said, standing up and raising his hands in a placating gesture. Peter had spotted the light from the lab while exploring the underground tunnels and decided to investigate. He hadn't expected Lin'an to be there and had been caught off guard by his quick reaction. What are you doing here? Lin'an asked, lowering his guard but still curious about Peter's sudden appearance. Peter pulled out a photo and handed it to Lin'an. You've heard about the lizard rumors going around New York, right? I'm here looking for clues. This photo is something I found on my way here, a giant footprint. It looks like the rumors might actually be true. There's definitely a big lizard down here. Lin'an examined the photo, which clearly showed a massive footprint embedded in the ground. Peter explained, I studied the footprint for a while and noticed something interesting. The heel is much deeper than the toes, which means this big lizard is either incredibly heavy or walks upright. Either way, it's not exactly normal. Nodding, Lin'an replied, You're absolutely right. There is a lizard man down here. It does walk on 2 legs. That footprint is definitely its. We had a fight just before you arrived, but unfortunately, it managed to escape. Peter froze, stunned. He'd been trying to confirm whether the lizard was real, and Venom had already fought it. If I hadn't spent so much time studying that footprint, I might have gotten here earlier and helped catch it, Peter muttered, shaking his head in regret. His gaze shifted to the wrecked laboratory. So what is this place? It looks like some kind of lab. Lin'an handed him the reports he had found. It's exactly that. This is the lizard's lab. According to the notes, it was conducting experiments to merge lizard genes with other organisms. What? Peter's jaw dropped as he read through the reports. His shock quickly turned to confusion. This is the same research Dr. Connors was working on when I was helping him. But why would his research show up in the lizard's lab? Did the lizard steal it? Peter's mind raced, filled with unanswered questions. He decided he'd need to visit Dr. Connors at the university to get to the bottom of this. While Peter stood lost in thought, Lin'an continued examining the lab. The equipment and data reminded him of Dr. Connors as well, the renowned expert in genetics and reptilian biology. Lin'an and Shun decided to approach Dr. Connors for insight about the lizard. Though unlike Peter, he was unaware of the doctor's prior research in this field. Lin'an simply planned to ask indirect questions about the lizard, hoping the expert in reptilian biology might offer ideas for dealing with the creature. After searching the underground space alongside Peter for anything useful, the two left separately, each harboring private thoughts. Though Lin'an already knew Peter's secret identity, Peter had no idea. Their mutual secrecy meant they couldn't share their leads or collaborate on the Connors angle. Both had their own plans for investigating the lizard further. When Lin'an finally climbed out of the underground tunnels and back into the open air, the sun was already dipping below the horizon. He had spent most of the day in the sewer, but at least he had uncovered some valuable clues. Phew, finally out. I smell like the sewer. I don't even want to think about how long it'll take to get rid of this stench, Lin'an muttered to himself, taking a deep breath of fresh air. Since the street was bustling with people, Venom communicated with him silently in his mind. Asterisk, that's just your human nose exaggerating. I'm a symbiote. I don't absorb sewer smells. Asterisk, Lin'an glanced at the dimming sky and rubbed his stomach. Let's grab some food first, and then head to the university. Dr. Connors might still be in his lab if he's working late. I think this semester he's offering night classes, so there's a chance we'll catch him there. Asterisk, I want a big steak. And hot cocoa. Asterisk, Venom immediately chimed in, as if it had been planning its order all along. Fine, fine. Lin'an chuckled as he scanned the surrounding restaurants, recalling a good spot nearby. Meanwhile, across the city, Peter Parker was perched on a rooftop, eating a hot dog. As he chewed, he inspected the photo of the massive footprint he had taken earlier. The more he stared at it, the more convinced he became that he needed to talk to Dr. Connors. The lizard was clearly a reptile and involved advanced genetic modifications. Connors might offer valuable insights. Peter quickly finished his hot dog, stuffed the photo into his backpack, and swung off toward the Daily Bugle. This footprint should buy me some time with Jameson for tomorrow's headline, Peter thought, his spirits lifting. It's not a direct photo of the lizard, but it's suspenseful enough. Once I snap a picture of the lizard itself, that $1,000 bonus will be mine. To Peter, the money was a windfall. He was already imagining buying a used motorcycle or maybe even a second-hand car. The thought made him swing through the city with renewed vigor, already planning to surprise Aunt May with the bonus. Soon, Peter arrived at the Daily Bugle and handed off the photo to Jameson. As expected, while Jameson complained about the lack of a direct lizard photo, he still approved the footprint for the next day's front page. With his immediate work done, Peter swung off again, heading toward the university. By the time he arrived, the campus was sparsely populated, with only a few groups of students lingering outside the buildings for evening classes. As Peter made his way toward the lab, a bright voice called out from behind him. "Hey, Peter, wait up." Turning around, Peter saw Deborah Whitman, her large glasses perched on her nose, clutching a stack of books as she jogged toward him. "Wow, I didn't expect to see you here at night. You don't usually take night classes, do you?" Deborah asked, falling into step beside him. Rubbing the back of his head, Peter replied, "Yeah, I don't. I'm just here to see Dr. Connors. There's something I wanted to ask him. I'm not sure if he's around, though." Deborah pushed up her glasses and smiled. "You're in luck. I've been taking night classes for a while now, and based on his usual habits, Dr. Connors should be in the lab tonight." Peter felt a wave of relief. He had been worried about making the trip for nothing. The two continued chatting as they entered the building and climbed the stairs to the third floor, where Connors' lab was located. When they reached the top of the stairs, they spotted Lin and Chun standing near the hallway, apparently about to head toward the lab as well. "Hey, Leon, what a coincidence. You're here for night classes, too," Deborah called out, waving cheerfully. Lin turned, slightly surprised to see them. But after a moment's thought, he figured out why Peter was here. Their goals were likely aligned. Peter had probably also decided to visit Dr. Connors for clues about the lizard. Lin smiled. "What a surprise. I didn't expect to bump into you two. Are you both here for night classes?" Deborah nodded, but Peter shook his head. "I'm here to see Dr. Connors. I had some things I wanted to ask him." Feigning a moment of realization, Lin nodded. "Ah, I see. Well, let's head over together. His office is down the hall, on the far left." The three of them walked together toward Connors' office. As they approached, both Lin'an and Peter began to feel an unsettling sense of foreboding. The sensation was subtle but persistent, gnawing at the edges of their minds. Deborah, oblivious to their heightened awareness, felt nothing out of the ordinary. When they reached the office door, she knocked politely and waited for a response. After a moment of silence, she turned the knob and pushed the door open, revealing a dark, seemingly empty office. "That's odd. Dr. Connors is usually here at this hour. He's always working on something around this time," Deborah remarked, puzzled. As she spoke, a faint noise came from behind the closed door of the adjacent break room. Hearing this, Deborah walked toward the door, calling out, "Dr. Connors? Are you in there?" Asterisk. This human has no sense of self-preservation. What if something dangerous is in there? Asterisk. Venom grumbled in Lin'an's mind. "She can't sense anything off like we can. And with me and Peter here, she probably doesn't think there's anything to worry about," Lin'an replied, following her cautiously. His attention remained laser-focused on the break room door, ready to act at a moment's notice. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Peter was just as tense, his brow furrowed as he scanned their surroundings. Clearly, Peter felt the same ominous tension, even though his spider sense hadn't fully triggered. As they reached the door and Deborah reached for the handle, a powerful wave of warning surged through both Lin'an and Peter's minds like a blaring alarm. Something was very, very wrong. Careful! Peter, who was closer to Deborah, grabbed her and pulled her aside. At the same time, Lin and Shun dodged in the opposite direction. Bang! A table suddenly flew out of the lounge, smashing through the lounge door and landing on the floor of the experimental area outside. Looking through the shattered door into the lounge, they saw a massive figure crouched by the window. On its shoulder rested a large object wrapped tightly in cloth, its contents unknown. After hurling the table, the figure turned to look at them with crimson eyes, then leaped straight out of the building. A lizard man? How could he appear in the school? The same question echoed in both Lin and Shun and Peter's minds. Neither of them had anticipated that the ominous feeling they had since earlier would lead to this, a lizard man. Wasn't this creature supposed to haunt the subway station near the sewer entrance? Why did it suddenly come to their school and, more specifically, to Dr. Connor's laboratory? Seeing the lizard man leap out the window, Lin and Shun quickly ran to the windowsill. He carefully observed the surroundings but found no trace of the creature. He couldn't even determine how it had escaped after the jump. Oh my God, that was terrifying. What was that thing? Its eyes were like those of a demon. Deborah was visibly shaken, her voice trembling as she spoke. Peter crouched beside her, trying to comfort her. Don't worry, it's gone now. What was that thing it was carrying on its shoulder? Did either of you get a good look? Lin and Chen asked as he walked back from the window. Peter furrowed his brows and replied. It seemed tightly wrapped. Nothing was exposed. Could it be some kind of equipment or device? Could it have been Dr. Connors? Deborah exclaimed, her voice filled with fear and disbelief. It suddenly made sense to her why Dr. Connors was missing. He must have been taken by that monster. Judging by the shape, it didn't quite look like him, Lin and Shun recalled carefully. But regardless, whatever that creature took must be related to Dr. Connors. We don't know where Dr. Connors is right now. I remember his home address. I'll go there later to see if anything's happened, Peter said, stroking his chin in thought. Lin'an, stay here with Deborah. The police might come by soon to investigate, Peter added. Lin and Shun immediately knew Peter was trying to send him away, so he could look for Dr. Connors alone. However, he didn't call him out on it, and simply nodded in agreement. Once Peter left, Lin and Shun planned to find an excuse to slip away as well, so he could follow Peter to Dr. Connors' house. After exiting the laboratory building, Peter found a secluded spot and quickly changed into his Spider-Man suit. As he swung swiftly through the city, his thoughts turned to the experiments he had conducted with Dr. Connors. It's amazing, Peter. Did you see that? Dr. Connors said excitedly, pointing to the lively mouse in the cage. I just introduced some lizard DNA into it and performed a new genetic recombination. Its severed limb has completely regrown. Just minutes ago, the mouse had only 3 legs. In that short span, a new leg had grown at the site of the severed limb. It was fully functional and moved fluidly with no signs of discomfort. Peter, equally astonished and excited, replied, I can't believe my eyes. This is incredible. Dr. Connors carefully took the mouse in his hands to observe it for a moment, then handed it back to Peter. This is just the beginning, Dr. Connors continued. Imagine if we could apply this technology to humans. People with disabilities could regain their lost limbs, and diseases that are currently incurable would become solvable. As he spoke, he touched the empty sleeve where his right arm used to be, a dream he had long held close to his heart. Snapping out of his memories as he swung past another street, Peter thought to himself, so someone coveted this groundbreaking technology, stole it, and created a monster. No, I can't let this situation spiral out of control any further, Peter resolved firmly in his heart. Meanwhile, on a rooftop not far behind, Lin and Shun was watching Peter swing through the city. Once the distance between them felt manageable, Lin and Shun bent his knees and leaped high into the air, landing on the rooftop of a distant building. With Venom's enhancement, his jumping ability had reached extraordinary levels. That fool's speeding up. We should pick up the pace too, Venom urged Lin and Shun as Peter's movements grew faster. The two continued to chase through the city, one ahead and one behind, until they arrived near a house. The lights inside the house were still on, and there were signs of someone moving about. Photos of a family of 3 hung from the trees in the yard. While Lin and Chen observed the house and its surroundings, Peter had already entered. Peter had barely stepped inside when a massive lizard man, carrying a woman on his shoulder, leapt out of the window. A young boy sat on the floor, crying and shouting, trying to stop the lizard man, but too scared to approach him. Damn it! Peter cursed under his breath as he shot a web toward the lizard man, tried to stop him. But the creature had anticipated the attack and intercepted the web by hurling a pot mid-air. Just as Peter started to panic, Lin and Chen suddenly dropped from above, delivering a powerful kick that sent the lizard man sprawling. Lin and Chen caught the woman the lizard man was carrying and gently placed her on the ground. "Ma'am, are you all right?" The woman, a middle-aged lady with soft brown hair and a gentle demeanor, was likely Dr. Connor's wife. Thankfully, Lin and Chen had intervened in time to prevent a tragedy. Margaret. The lizardman's large mouth opened and closed as it surprisingly managed to utter a name with some clarity. Hearing the lizardman's voice, the woman, Margaret Connors, covered her face in anguish. "Please don't hurt him. Kurt didn't mean to harm me," Margaret pleaded with Lin and Chen. "Wait, what's going on here? You're saying that monster's name is Kurt?" "Kurt Connors." Lin and Chen was stunned by Margaret's plea. The lizard man was actually Dr. Connors? What on earth had happened? Had he experimented on himself? Peter appeared then, carrying the crying boy as he jumped out of the window. He, too, had heard Margaret's words. The boy had also called the lizard man his father. Seeing both Venom and Spider-Man appear, the lizard man gave up on taking his wife and turned to leave. Lin and Chen and Peter both wanted to give chase, but Mrs. Connors stopped them, pleading desperately, "Please, I beg you, let him go. Don't hurt him. He didn't mean any harm." Seeing that Mrs. Connors' mental state was unstable, on the verge of collapse, Lin and Chen and Peter exchanged a glance and halted. They couldn't bring themselves to leave Mrs. Connors and young Connors behind like this. Though the lizard man had fled, his lair was likely within the underground spaces. It would take effort to find, but it wasn't impossible. Peter and Lin and Chen escorted Mrs. Connors and her son back to their home, poured them a glass of water, and tried to calm their nerves. Dr. Connors being the lizard man. This revelation had caught both of them off guard. What exactly happened? Why did Dr. Connors end up like this? Peter asked as soon as Mrs. Connors seemed a little more composed. Lin and Chen also turned to Mrs. Connors, waiting for her answer. He was just as curious. Mrs. Connors lowered her gaze, holding the cup tightly in her hands, her expression tinged with sadness. "It's all because of that cursed device." Kurt called it the new gene recombination system. For a while, he was completely immersed in this research. The success of the animal experiments gave him a surge of confidence, and he was eager to apply the technology to humans. One day, he finally decided to experiment on himself. He injected himself with lizard DNA and used the new gene recombination system on his own body. At first, we thought he had succeeded because his arm grew back. I hadn't seen him so happy in a long time. But the happiness didn't last. Not long after, he started to transform, becoming more and more like a lizard. At this point, Mrs. Connors covered her face and began to sob. I didn't dare tell anyone, nor did I call the police. I was afraid they would hurt him. Even though he looks like a monster now, he's never tried to harm us. After hearing Mrs. Connors' account, Lin and Chen asked further, "Then why has he been abducting people recently?" "I think he's trying to continue his experiments," Mrs. Connors replied. After his transformation, he said his research wasn't perfect yet. He wanted to refine the technology. "So I believe the people he's taken are being used for his experiments. In that case, the equipment he took from the lab today must be part of the new gene recombination system," Lin and Chen thought to himself. After hearing Mrs. Connors' explanation, Peter turned to Lin and Chen and said, "We need to stop him as soon as possible and rescue those who were kidnapped. I don't want to wake up tomorrow and find the city crawling with lizard man." Lin and Chen nodded in agreement. He understood the gravity of the situation. After giving Mrs. Connors a few more words of reassurance, they left her home and entered the sewers through the nearest manhole. If that guy wanted to escape as quickly as possible, he would have gone down through the nearest access point, Peter said as he examined the ground for clues. Sure enough, they found large footprints and tail drag marks leading in a particular direction. They followed the trail for a while, and soon arrived at an area where the ground gave way to rushing water. This section had several drainage tunnels. To continue their search, they need to pick one to investigate. Aside from the smaller tunnels that the lizard man likely can't fit through, there are 3 larger ones we can't rule out, Lin'an said, looking at the drainage passages. Peter nodded. Looks like we'll have to rely on luck. Let's each take one and see if we can find any clues. If neither of us finds anything, we'll come back and check the 3rd one together. Lin'an agreed. It was the best plan for now. Just as he prepared to enter one of the tunnels, Peter called out to him, hesitating before saying, "If possible, please don't kill the lizard man. From what I know, this experiment should be reversible. If we can get our hands on the right equipment, we should be able to reverse the gene recombination and restore him to his human form. He still has a family and a child." Hearing Peter's plea and explanation, Lin'an nodded. He had been wrestling with the same dilemma. If the lizard man could indeed be turned back into Dr. Connors, that would undoubtedly be the best outcome. With that settled, they each chose a tunnel and set off. As Lin'an ventured into his chosen passage, the water flowed swiftly, forcing him to cling to the ceiling to avoid getting swept away. He kept a vigilant eye out for any clues. The lizard man is so large, he must have left some traces as he moved through the tunnel, Lin'an thought as he carefully scanned the area below. The farther he went, the shallower the water became, gradually revealing marks that had been hidden beneath the flow. "Well, aren't I lucky? Got it right on the first try," Lin'an said with some satisfaction upon spotting the traces. Venom, eager for action, chimed in, "This time, we won't let him slip away." After a few more minutes of walking, the water thinned out completely, and a large grate blocked the tunnel's exit. Beyond this should be it. "Let's take a look first," Lin'an thought as he crouched by the grate, observing the scene outside. Beyond the grate was another circular waterway, resembling a moat surrounding a central platform. On the platform stood the lizard man, Dr. Connors, busily working. Scattered around him were various pieces of equipment, including a device resembling a machine gun. However, instead of a gun barrel, it had a radar-like dish shaped like a small umbrella at its front. On the walls beside the platform were several caged openings, each holding supplies of food. It seemed these were where the kidnapped victims were being kept. Peter probably won't make it here for a while. By the time he realizes his tunnel is a dead end, doubles back, and finds this place, some time will have passed, Lin'an calculated while keeping an eye on the lizard man. Just then, the lizard man picked up the gun-like device and pressed a button on the control panel. One of the cages holding a hostage began to open. Damn it, he's planning to turn those hostages into lizard men. No time to wait. Lin'an immediately extended his sharp claws, slicing through the grate's connections before charging out of the tunnel. Relying on his immense jumping power, Lin'an leaped directly from the tunnel entrance toward the platform where the lizard man stood. His claws gleamed with a metallic sheen, and if they landed solidly on the lizard man, they would undoubtedly tear a massive wound into his body. The lizard man reacted swiftly. Seeing Lin'an lunging at him, he whipped his thick tail violently in Chen's direction while carefully placing the device he was holding far away to avoid damaging it. The heavy tail whooshed through the air with immense force, hurtling toward Lin'an. Lin'an displayed no fear. He landed lightly on the ground and countered by slashing at the massive tail with his claws, leaving it in shreds. Flesh and scales were torn apart, and the tail was severed into several pieces. The lizard man roared in pain and fury, the injury clearly enraging him. However, his healing factor seemed to accelerate further, and the severed tail began regenerating rapidly with each breath. The longer this goes on, the more lizard-like he becomes. At this rate, he may soon reach a point of no return. Lin'an thought grimly as he observed the lizardman's heightened regenerative abilities. It was a troubling sign that the human DNA belonging to Dr. Connors was being increasingly suppressed. "Damn you! You keep coming after me!" The lizard man snarled in a hoarse, guttural voice, his rage palpable. Venom chimed in with a mocking tone in Lin'an's mind. "I thought he could only hiss and growl. Didn't expect him to be so articulate. Funny, since his body is becoming less human, but his speech is improving. Who's to argue with that? Physically, he's turning into a monster, but mentally, he's sharp enough to prepare all these devices and equipment," Lin'an replied, glancing at the lizardman's setup. Enraged, the The lizard man charged at Lin'an, seemingly aware that his plans couldn't proceed unless he dealt with this intruder. As he fought the lizard man, Lin'an noticed the changes in his opponent becoming more pronounced. The lizardman's scales and muscles had grown tougher and more durable, his movements faster, his claws sharper. And then there was the monstrous healing factor. It was astonishing. No matter how deep the wounds Lin'an inflicted, they healed almost instantly before his very eyes. Damn it, I think his regeneration is almost better than mine, Lin'an muttered internally. With Venom's symbiotic abilities, he had always considered his own healing factor to be top tier. But the lizard man was pushing those limits. Get lost, the lizard man roared, and with a sudden twist of his tail, delivered a powerful surprise strike. The attack sent Lin'an flying into a wall, cracking the stone and leaving a deep dent. But Lin'an quickly rebounded, using the wall as a springboard to launch himself back into the fray. This time, dark metallic tendrils extended from his back, Venom's deadly appendages, ready for battle. Up until now, Lin'an had been holding back, knowing the lizard man was still Dr. Connors deep down. He had focused on restraining rather than harming him. But now, it was clear that holding back wasn't an option anymore. Given the lizardman's terrifying healing abilities, even if Lin'an wanted to end the fight in one fatal blow, it was unlikely to work. Sorry, Doctor, but I don't have a choice. Looks like I'll have to put a few more holes in you, Lin'an growled before charging forward. His claws slashed relentlessly at the lizard man, leaving gashes across his body, disrupting his attacks. Meanwhile, the tendrils from his back moved like cunning assassins, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Asterisk swish. Swish. Asterisk dark tendrils flashed through the air. Seizing an opportunity, Lin'an drove them through the lizardman's left arm and right leg, pinning him down. Although some tendrils missed their mark, they still left deep wounds, exposing bone in several places. The lizard man roared in pain, but refused to yield. With his one remaining arm, he slammed down hard on the control panel, pressing a button. The cages along the walls, which had been holding the hostages, suddenly opened. Lin'an hesitated for a moment, unsure of what was happening. But the answer came quickly. From the now open cages, pairs of glowing crimson eyes appeared, accompanied by deep, guttural growls and beastly roars that echoed through the underground chamber. He's already turned the hostages into lizards. Venom's voice was heavy with tension. Lin'an, still engaged in battle, responded gravely. I thought he was just preparing to start the transformations, but it turns out he's already done it. Asterisk plop. Plop. Asterisk one by one. The lizardman's creations dropped out of the wall-mounted cages and into the water below, making their way toward the central platform. Their eyes locked onto Lin'an, filled with a murderous intent, a primal urge to rip him apart. Though their bodies were not as massive as the lizardman's, they were still far larger than the average human, their claws and fangs wickedly sharp. A few of the faster ones climbed onto the platform and lunged at Lin'an, claws swinging and jaws snapping, desperate to tear him to shreds. Despite being locked in a fierce struggle with the lizard man, Lin'an managed to fend them off with his tendrils and quick counterattacks, forcing them back. But more and more of the lizard creatures were climbing onto the platform. Curiously, while some attacked Lin'an, others turned on the lizard man himself. Their maws gaped wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and their claws slashed at the lizardman's body with savage intent. Blood sprayed everywhere, staining the platform as the lizard creatures tore into the lizard man. Lin'an was stunned by the scene. He couldn't understand why these creatures, seemingly under the lizardman's control, were now attacking him so viciously. His confusion didn't last long. The answer became clear when the lizard man, now riddled with wounds, suddenly tore off his own arm and leg to free himself from Lin'an's tendrils. The creature's attack on him had been his own command, a desperate gambit. Lin'an's tendrils had pinned his limbs, leaving him unable to escape. So he had sacrificed his own flesh to break free. Once freed, the lizard man quickly retreated from the central platform, directing the lizard creatures to swarm Lin'an and pin him down, buying himself time to regenerate his injuries. He's becoming more terrifying by the second. It's like watching a cold-blooded monster take shape. Venom's voice echoed in Lin'an's mind, tinged with shock at the lizardman's gruesome strategy. Lin'an gritted his teeth, fending off and knocking out the lizard henchmen swarming him, all while trying to think of a solution. His eyes landed on the device the lizard man had been fiercely guarding, the new gene recombination system. If his suspicions were correct, this compact, advanced piece of equipment was Dr. Connor's latest breakthrough, a more powerful and efficient version of the earlier gene recombination machine. With that realization, Lin'an began fighting his way toward the device, steadily clearing a path. Once he was close enough, he extended his wrist, shooting a web toward the machine in an attempt to pull it over. But just as his web connected, the enraged lizard man leaped from a distance, snapping the web with one powerful motion. In the brief time it had taken for Lin'an to act, the lizardman's previously severed limbs had already regrown. Though slightly smaller than before, they were nearly indistinguishable from their original state. "Don't touch my equipment, you damned pest," the lizard man roared, his voice full of fury. He commanded the lizard henchmen to attack Lin'an with even greater ferocity. At that very moment, another white strand of webbing shot down from above, snatching the device right out of the lizardman's reach. "Looks like I made it just in time for the party," Peter quipped, holding the new gene recombination system in his hands as he carefully examined it. "Hang tight. I need 2 minutes to reconfigure the device and reverse its function," Peter shouted over to Lin'an, using his own webs to fling several attacking lizard henchmen away. "Make it quick," Lin'an called back. "They may not be able to hurt me, but I'm struggling to hold back. These lizard people were once hostages. If I injure them too severely, there's no undoing it." The lizard man, now even more enraged by Spider-Man's sudden arrival, charged at him, intent on reclaiming the device. This machine was his keystone for purifying humanity and creating a new species. "Damn wall crawler. Why are you stopping me? This is the next step in human evolution, our inevitable future. Can't you see how superior, how powerful we become? Why would you interfere with making humanity better?" The lizard man growled as he lunged for Peter. Peter dodged nimbly, leaping and twisting across the walls with ease. "Superior? Really? I bet you guys can't even type on a keyboard anymore. Heck, you probably can't even hold a slice of pizza properly." He continued fiddling with the device, reconfiguring its settings. The original program fused human DNA with lizard DNA, restructuring the genetic code. Now, Peter was reversing the process, removing the lizard DNA, amplifying the human genes, and restoring the subjects to their original state. Frustrated by his inability to catch Peter, the lizard man paused and retrieved several vials of bright green liquid from a drawer in the nearby lab bench. These vials glowed a deeper, more vivid green than the ones Lin'an had encountered before, and their dosage was significantly larger. Asterisk crash. 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 Asterisk. The lizard man hurled the oversized glass vials to the ground. The green liquid spilled out, evaporating into a dense, ominous mist that quickly began to fill the room. This fog was far thicker and more potent than what they had encountered previously. "Hold your breath," Peter shouted urgently. "This is a lizard DNA aerosol. He's turned the injections into a gas, clearly designed for mass production of lizard people." Lin'an immediately complied, holding his breath as the green mist spread. The process was clear: inject the DNA, then use the gene recombination machine to transform the subject. Dr. Connors had perfected the method, converting the injections into an airborne form and miniaturizing the recombination device for portability. It was now apparent that his goal was to flood the city with this mist and mass-produce lizard people, all in the name of what he saw as the purification and elevation of humanity. Good thing we got here in time. If he'd released this across the city, it would have been a disaster, Peter thought, adjusting the device's settings while holding his breath. Just as Peter focused on the final adjustments, the massive silhouette of the lizard man suddenly emerged from the mist and tackled him. The impact sent both of them plummeting from the wall into the rushing water below. Meanwhile, the central platform was littered with the unconscious bodies of lizard henchmen, all knocked out by Lin'an. But those still standing began to mutate further under the influence of the green mist. Their bodies grew larger, their scales tougher, and their claws elongated ominously. "Damn it, This aerosol is accelerating their lizard DNA. Peter needs to hurry, or we might not be able to reverse this at all. Chen thought anxiously as he struggled to fend off the increasingly feral henchmen. Seconds stretched into what felt like an eternity. Then, suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from the water below. Moments later, Spider-Man emerged, pulling a now-human Dr. Connors out of the water and onto the platform. "Phew! Just made it," Peter said breathlessly, holding up the new gene recombination system triumphantly. He aimed it at the remaining mutated henchmen. "I'm counting to 3. Make sure you're clear," Peter shouted to Chen, who was still entangled in battle. "Got it. Just do it already," Chen shouted back, shooting a web upward to pull himself off the platform. 3, 2, 1, zap! A beam of white light shot out from the device, sweeping over the feral lizard creatures. As the light enveloped them, the creatures froze. The crimson glow in their eyes faded. The green scales receded, and their massive forms began to shrink back to their original human sizes. Within moments, the transformation was complete. The platform was now strewn with unconscious people, the hostages who had been turned into lizard creatures. "It's finally over," Chen said, exhaling deeply. "These lizard people were a real headache, especially since I couldn't go all out." Peter nodded, lowering the device. "Yeah, not bad for a day's work. Let's make sure they're all okay, and that Dr. Connors doesn't try anything crazy again. If these lizard people couldn't be turned back into humans, I wouldn't have held back," Chen thought to himself, his body and mind weary. He knew that knocking them out without causing severe harm was far more difficult and draining than simply taking them down for good. At that moment, Dr. Connors regained consciousness. His right arm was once again an empty sleeve. "Oh God, what have I done? I almost hurt so many people." Dr. Connors clutched his face in agony, the weight of his actions crashing down on him. The mere thought of what could have happened, what chaos could have overtaken New York if he hadn't been stopped, was horrifying. "Luckily, we managed to prevent a disaster. Dr. Connors, please be more cautious with your experiments next time," Peter warned him. "I understand. I truly do. Thank you both so much. I almost made an irreversible mistake," Dr. Connors said, his voice filled with sincerity and remorse as he expressed his gratitude and apologies to Peter and Chen. "We'll keep this matter confidential, but I hope you've learned your lesson," Chen replied, his exhaustion evident in his tone. Hearing this, Dr. Connors' face burned with shame. "Your wife and son are still waiting for you at home. I'll take you back," Chen said, preparing to lead Dr. Connors out through one of the tunnels. "As for the rest of these citizens, I'll leave them to you, Spider-Man. You showed up late, so I'm counting on you to pick up the slack," Chen added, waving at Peter as he guided Dr. Connors into the passage. Peter sighed in exasperation, rubbing his temples as he glanced at the unconscious civilians scattered around him. "That guy sure knows how to dodge responsibility," he muttered. As he spoke, Peter shot a web toward a hidden corner and pulled out a camera. $1,000 worth of photos secured. "Tonight, I'm going to give Aunt May some good news," Peter thought to himself as he carefully stored the camera and its film. Just earlier that day, Peter had seen Aunt May fretting over bills at home. That kind woman had never once burdened him with her worries, but Peter felt a pang of guilt for spending money on trivial things while she silently struggled. He resolved to use the $1,000 to pay the bills, and whatever was left, he would treat Aunt May to a fancy dinner. After all, she had cared for him like a mother for so many years. Now that he was grown, it was time to repay her kindness. With that thought in mind, Peter began waking the civilians one by one, guiding them out of the tunnel. The resolution of the incident brought him a sense of relief. Thankfully, there had been no major chaos or casualties. Everything would soon return to normal, and the lizard man would fade into urban legend. The next day, Peter's photos unsurprisingly made the front page of the newspaper, sparking a frenzy of discussion about the lizard man. However, as no further incidents occurred, the buzz quickly died down after a few days. One morning, after Chen and Venom finished breakfast, the daily newspaper was delivered to their doorstep. Venom brought the newspaper inside, then casually carried the dishes to the kitchen to wash them, while Chen settled onto the sofa to skim through the headlines. The front page no longer featured the lizard man. Instead, It showcased a new hot topic that had emerged after some time: Venom's symbol. It seemed the Lizard Man story had run its course, and the media had moved on to their next lucrative target, Venom. During his nightly patrols, Lin'an had made a habit of leaving behind Venom's distinctive symbol wherever he dealt with criminals. Over time, the symbol had captured public attention. Unsurprisingly, the front-page story painted Venom as a deranged killer. The media, while acknowledging that Venom only targeted criminals, criticized him for disregarding life and defying the law. Reading this, Lin'an turned on the television. To his surprise, today's Daily Bugle broadcast featured Jonah Jameson, who was no longer ranting about Spider-Man, but had shifted his focus to Venom, the newest figure of infamy. This Venom, without a doubt, is a deranged killer, probably escaped from some asylum. Though my colleagues keep urging me not to provoke a bloodthirsty demon, I feel it's my duty to speak up for the people of New York. I'm not afraid of being targeted by anyone. To conclude this broadcast, I'd like to address the NYPD on behalf of New Yorkers everywhere. Use our tax dollars wisely. Stop spending it on donuts and letting masked lunatics run this city. One Spider-Man was bad enough, turning New York into a powder keg of danger. Now there's a psychotic killer on the loose. Heaven help us all. I hope we can escape the shadow of these masked freaks soon. Watching Jameson furrow his brows and speak gravely, Lin'an couldn't help but grin, baring his teeth slightly. The man's barbed words were sharp, but if Lin'an weren't Venom himself, he might have started spiraling into despair, convinced New York had no future. No wonder the Daily Bugle's circulation and ratings keep climbing. This old man sure knows how to sell fear, Lin'an remarked, glancing at Venom, who had just finished washing the dishes and returned to the living room. Venom scoffed at the television. He's always been like that. Now that he's milked Spider-Man dry, he's got a new target to stir up drama. I don't mind, Lin'an said with a chuckle. If his publicity scares criminals into behaving, all the better. After all, they wouldn't want to lose their heads. Besides, I've been killing people. The scarier they make me out to be, the better the deterrent. Lin'an shot a teasing glance at Venom. Though who knows, you might have a harder time finding your snacks in the future. Venom bared his teeth in mock annoyance and hissed, I'm not worried. Humans never change. No matter how much crime rates drop, there'll always be someone willing to break the law for personal gain. As long as humanity exists, my snacks will never run out. Lin'an nodded approvingly. Well said. Just don't come crying to me for chocolate if you can't find any heads to munch on. Venom growled in mock outrage, plopping onto the sofa and biting into a chocolate bar. He gnawed at it with exaggerated intensity, as if imagining it were Jameson's stubborn, sharp-tongued head. The sound of his chewing, asterisk crunch crunch asterisk, was enough to make Lin'an's teeth ache. Nighttime crime fighting and honing his abilities only took up a portion of Lin'an's time. The majority of his energy was devoted to research and building his business empire. Through relentless experimentation and collaboration with his company's research teams, both the biotech and communications divisions had achieved remarkable breakthroughs in recent months. The first major success came from the biotech division. Drawing from his earlier studies and new advancements, Lin'an developed a product called Wound Ointment Type 01. This product was designed to treat external injuries and was categorized into different formulas based on the type of damage. For instance, there was a version specifically for mechanical injuries, cuts, bruises, or animal bites, and another for chemical injuries such as burns and scalds. In essence, it was a product akin to Yunnan Baiyao, but with a slightly milder effect, tailored for broader applications. Building on the launch of Wound Ointment Type 01, his company expanded its product line to address the needs of households and hospitals, covering a wide range of trauma care. The product's debut rapidly established Lin'an's pharmaceutical company, Zero Pharmaceuticals, as a force to be reckoned with in the industry. Market feedback drove further refinements, enabling the company to quickly dominate this niche market. The product's growing reputation soon caught the attention of the U.S. military. To secure a foothold with the military, Zero Pharmaceuticals introduced a specialized military-grade version, Wound Ointment Type 02, which boasted a 50% improvement in effectiveness over the consumer version. The military was highly impressed with the product, and Lin'an successfully secured a lucrative contract, opening a golden channel for future collaborations. With external wound care now established, the company began venturing into internal medicine and other pharmaceutical categories. This promising start laid the foundation for long-term success and partnerships. Meanwhile, the communications division was also making waves. In line with Lin'an Chen's vision for a fully functional smartphone, his team developed a sleek, all-screen device branded as the Mobius series, with the first model named Mobius One. Though limited by the technology of the era, the Mobius One had a few minor flaws. However, its minimalist design and innovative features completely redefined public expectations for mobile phones. The impact was comparable to the cultural shift brought by Apple's first iPhone announcement. The Mobius One quickly became a sensation, catapulting Zero Industries into the spotlight. Unlike the wound ointment type 01, which garnered moderate attention, the Mobius One's revolutionary appeal captured the public imagination on a much grander scale. The overwhelming attention brought immense benefits to Zero Industries, but also attracted unwanted scrutiny from ill-intentioned parties. Lin'an Chen found himself skipping several classes just to deal with these complications. He reiterated the importance of steady growth, recruiting top-tier talent to upgrade the company's management structure. These prudent measures, combined with the previously established connections with the military, eventually stabilized the situation. By the time everything was resolved, Lin'an Chen felt more drained than he had after fighting 10 lizardmen. But when he reflected on the achievements, a sense of pride and satisfaction washed over him. If old York were still around, he'd be so proud, he thought with a faint smile. Meanwhile, atop the Fisk Tower in New York City, Wilson Fisk, better known as Kingpin, sat in his penthouse office, listening to Alastair Smythe's research report. His eyes were closed as he silently calculated his next move. Suddenly, the shatterproof floor-to-ceiling windows of the office exploded into fragments as a pumpkin bomb detonated. A maniacal, cackling voice resounded from outside. Hee-hee! Ha-ha! Showtime, dear Fisk. Are you ready? Through the smoke and broken glass entered a figure on a glider, wearing a dirty yellow mask. The Hobgoblin, a mercenary hired to kill. As the Hobgoblin burst into the room, Wilson Fisk showed no fear or panic. Calmly waving his hand, he summoned a squad of heavily armed guards from the hidden corners of his office. The guards opened fire with laser rifles, forcing the Hobgoblin to dodge while using his upgraded glider to ruthlessly take down the guards. Some were shot by his own lasers, while others had their throats slashed by the razor-like blades on his glider. Ha-ha! Hee-hee! The Hobgoblin's deranged laughter echoed as he reveled in the carnage. But unbeknownst to him, a strange-looking cannon had silently locked onto him from the shadows. Boom! A massive, reinforced metal net shot out, ensnaring the Hobgoblin and pinning him to the ground. The impact separated him from his glider, and he crashed heavily onto the floor. Dazed, he shook his head to clear the fog as armed guards surrounded him, guns trained on his head. Hey, I think there's been a misunderstanding, the Hobgoblin said with an awkward grin, raising his hands in surrender. Gone was the arrogance and bravado from earlier. He was now scrambling to save his skin, dreading the possibility of Kingpin giving a simple order to end his life. Truthfully, the Hobgoblin hadn't expected his ambush to fail so spectacularly. He had thought his surprise attack would leave Fisk defenseless, but instead, he found himself at the mercy of a man who didn't flinch at the loss of his guards, as long as it meant capturing his attacker. For the first time, the Hobgoblin realized he had underestimated the imposing figure before him. This was no ordinary target. This was a man who killed without hesitation. Kingpin, now satisfied that the Hobgoblin was subdued, stepped forward from behind his layers of guards. His expression was calm, but carried an undeniable weight of authority. You thought I wouldn't be prepared for your little attack, clown? Kingpin said coldly, his deep voice cutting through the tension. Now tell me, who hired you? Kingpin continued, settling into his custom-made executive chair, his gaze piercing. The Hobgoblin hesitated, a sly grin creeping back on his face. I think this little secret might be worth my life, don't you agree? After all, we don't have any real bad blood between us. I'm just a guy doing a job. He wasn't about to give up his leverage so easily. If this information could buy him his life or even curry favor, it was worth the gamble. Kingpin chuckled softly as if hearing a particularly amusing joke. "You truly are a clown. Your talent for comedy is remarkable." Then, in an instant, his smile vanished, replaced by a steely glare that radiated pure dominance. "You need to understand one thing. No one negotiates with me." The hobgoblin's grin faltered, and a chill ran down his spine. He began to worry that Kingpin might be the kind of man who would kill him regardless of whether he revealed his employer's identity. Damn it, this guy is definitely not just a simple businessman. Norman Osborn set me up. M asterisk 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 asterisk. F asterisk asterisk asterisk. The hobgoblin cursed inwardly, his mind racing. For all his bravado, the hobgoblin wasn't reckless. If he'd known Wilson Fisk had his own private armed forces, he would never have agreed to Norman Osborn's request so casually. At the very least, he would have prepared more meticulously before making his move. Fisk stared at the hobgoblin's masked face and, with a calculating calmness, said, "Still, I'm willing to give you an opportunity to make a deal with me. Tell me who sent you, and I'll let you go. I might even hire you for some jobs in the future." "Fair price," the hobgoblin replied, nodding quickly. Without hesitation, he spilled the truth. "The one who hired me is Norman Osborn. He's the one who wants you dead, both this time and the previous attempt." "I'm just a hired hand," the hobgoblin continued. "I don't know what grudge you two have, but that bastard never mentioned how dangerous you are, or that you have this kind of firepower at your disposal." Fisk's expression stiffened as he processed the name. Norman Osborn. Of all the people he'd considered as potential threats, he hadn't expected it to be Osborn, a man he thought he already had under his thumb. Norman Osborn had previously borrowed a hefty sum from Fisk to keep Osborn Industries afloat during a financial crunch. But the loan came with strings attached. To repay the debt, Osborn was forced to comply with Fisk's increasingly unreasonable demands, including handing over some of his most groundbreaking inventions and research, the very core of Osborn Industries. Only after Fisk revealed his true intentions did Osborn realize it had all been a trap. Fisk had orchestrated the financial crisis that forced Osborn to seek the loan, all to sink his claws into Osborn Industries. By the time Osborn pieced it together, it was too late to stop the chain of events. Desperate and cornered, he concocted a plan to eliminate Fisk, the source of his troubles. Fearing any missteps in his experiments, Osborn turned to the hobgoblin, then an unknown street thug, and struck a deal. With Osborn's enhancements and specialized equipment, the thug was transformed into the infamous hobgoblin. As Fisk silently pieced together the betrayal, the hobgoblin quietly pressed a button on his wrist. A moment later, his glider, lying nearby, activated, deploying spinning laser-edge blades. The blades shredded the reinforced metal net, trapping him in an instant. Simultaneously, the hobgoblin tossed a green pumpkin bomb, which exploded upon hitting the floor, releasing a thick green smoke. The acrid, choking fumes filled the room, forcing everyone to cough uncontrollably. Using the chaos as cover, the hobgoblin quickly mounted his glider and fled the scene. "Hee! Ha ha! I hope we get to do business again, Mr. Fisk," he cackled as he disappeared into the night. Although he had agreed to Fisk's terms moments before, the hobgoblin wasn't foolish enough to truly gamble his life on a handshake deal. His escape plan ensured his survival, leaving Fisk fuming in the aftermath. Several minutes passed before the smoke finally cleared from the office. Alistair Smythe, wiping the tears caused by the fumes from his eyes, turned to Fisk and asked, "Cough, cough. Should we track down the hobgoblin?" Fisk folded the handkerchief he'd used to wipe his face and replied, "No need. He's just a minor nuisance. He might even be useful later." But Fisk's expression darkened as he continued, his voice colder than before. "The real issue now is Norman Osborn. So, that rat dared to send someone to assassinate me? My prey tried to bite back. How amusing. Have someone deal with him," Fisk ordered, his tone leaving no room for argument. "And make sure it's clean. If he wants to play games, I'll play along. If he doesn't want to hand over Osborn Industries, then death is his only option. When he's gone, Osborn Industries will still fall into my hands. It'll just take a little more effort." Alistair nodded, signaling the remaining guards to remove the bodies from the office. Soon after, a cleaning crew arrived, scrubbing away every trace of blood until the floor gleamed once more. Fisk sat at his desk, brooding over the events of the day. His mind was plagued with frustration. Spider-Man, the Hobgoblin, Norman Osborn, and Venom. These individuals had disrupted his business and his life in ways he would not tolerate. One by one, "I'll get rid of all of you," he murmured, clenching his fists tightly. Osborn Industries, top floor laboratory. Norman Osborn swiped his ID card to unlock the lab door. The Hobgoblin had informed him earlier that he would make another attempt to assassinate Fisk tonight, and Osborn had come to await the results. The dimly lit lab was illuminated only by the blue glow of a computer screen. The Hobgoblin stood at the console, typing away, seemingly unbothered by Osborn's arrival. Seeing this, Osborn's face twisted in realization. Without hesitation, he grabbed a gun from a nearby shelf and fired at the Hobgoblin. "Damn you! What are you doing with my data?" Osborn roared, his voice filled with fury and panic as he pulled the trigger repeatedly. Ha ha, you're too late, Osborn," the Hobgoblin cackled. Before the bullets could reach him, the Hobgoblin's glider sprang to life, rising to shield him. The glider's reinforced surface deflected the incoming shots with a series of metallic clangs, leaving the Hobgoblin unharmed. Osborn's anger boiled over as he watched this unfold. The glider and the equipment the Hobgoblin wore were all designed and developed by Osborn himself. He had intended to use this technology to control the Hobgoblin, making him a blade to wield against his enemies. But now that blade had turned against him, aiming to stab him in the back. A stray bullet, deflected by the Hobgoblin's glider, struck Norman Osborn squarely in the leg, eliciting a cry of pain as he stumbled to the ground. While Norman was consumed with shooting, the Hobgoblin had completed his task at the computer. Leaping onto his glider, he let out a shrill, mocking laugh and sneered at the enraged Osborn. He, I've erased all the data about me. You've lost your leverage, poor little Norman. Now you're nothing but a pathetic worm. Without those files, you're absolutely insignificant to me. Compared to the vengeance Fisk will bring down on you, my mercy in ending your miserable life would almost be kind." The Hobgoblin cackled as he tossed a series of pumpkin bombs to the floor. "Consider this my act of mercy. Don't thank me too much for it. Farewell, pathetic worm Norman Osborn." Ha ha ha. With one last deranged laugh, the Hobgoblin soared through a hole in the ceiling, disappearing into the night. Norman barely had a moment to react before the pumpkin bomb's countdown reached 0. In an instant, fiery explosions engulfed the lab, consuming everything in their wake. The walls were charred black, and the entire space was reduced to smoldering ruins. Some time later, from the rubble near the edge of the destroyed lab, a scorched figure clawed its way out. It was Norman Osborn, his once pristine appearance reduced to a burnt and broken shell. The explosion had ravaged his skin, leaving him teetering on the brink of death. Had he not been standing near the edge of the room at the time of the blast, or if he hadn't fortified his body slightly in earlier experiments with enhancement serums, he would have already been a corpse. But even with those marginal advantages, he was barely clinging to life. Fueled by an intense survival instinct and a seething hatred, Norman summoned the last reserves of his strength and began crawling toward a device he remembered from his research, a device he believed could save him. With blurred vision, he dragged himself across the floor, leaving a trail like an insect writhing through the dust and debris. The next morning, outside Osborn Tower, several black sedans idled near the curb, their occupants watching every person leaving the building with sharp, discerning eyes. They were assassins sent to kill Norman Osborn. Yet, curiously, since the previous night, Osborn had not been seen. The assassins were certain he had entered the tower the night before. But now, more than 12 hours later, he still hadn't emerged. Was Osborn really staying in the building this whole time? Didn't the man ever go home? Just as their impatience began to bubble, a distinctive luxury minivan rolled out of the building's underground parking garage. The assassins perked up immediately. According to their intel, this was Osborn's custom-modified vehicle, the one he frequently used. The minivan stopped briefly in front of the main entrance to Osborn Tower. Moments later, a figure finally appeared, their long-awaited target, Norman Osborn. Norman exchanged a few words with his secretary before stepping into the van. Several other vehicles filled with bodyguards flanked his car, forming a tight convoy to ensure his protection. As a minivan pulled away, the assassins' cars discreetly followed, waiting for the right moment to strike. They had a predetermined ambush site in mind, where they would carry out their mission. The convoy continued down the road, with the assassins trailing at a safe distance. The cars gradually moved farther from the bustling city center, and the streets around them became quieter and emptier. This unusual calm quickly raised the suspicions of Osborn's bodyguards. They readied their weapons, their senses on high alert for any potential threats. As the convoy approached a deserted intersection, two large trucks suddenly roared out from side street, one blocking the minivan from the front and the other ramming into the cars at the rear of the convoy. The trucks effectively split the convoy, isolating Osborn's vehicle. Two of the bodyguard cars were sent careening off the road, crashing through the guardrails with violent force. The surviving bodyguards scrambled out of their cars, taking cover behind the vehicles as they returned fire with their weapons. Meanwhile, armed men poured out of the trucks, removing the tarps on their roofs to reveal mounted machine guns. The assassins in the trailing sedans joined the ambush, attacking from all sides in a coordinated assault. Despite their training and quick reactions, Osborn's bodyguards were overwhelmed. The sheer firepower and meticulous planning of the attackers left them with no chance to mount an effective defense. One by one, they were eliminated. With the bodyguards neutralized, the assassins turned their attention to Osborn's minivan. The once imposing vehicle was now riddled with bullet holes, its armor struggling to withstand the relentless barrage. The lead assassin manned one of the machine guns, laughing maniacally as he poured round after round into the van. There was a twisted joy in the destruction, a giddy thrill that was as intoxicating as it was terrifying. CH. Ha ha ha. The assassin's unsettling laughter echoed through the chaos. But then, an eerie, high-pitched cackle emerged from the battered minivan. Hee! Ha ha ha! The sound was sharp and jarring, cutting through the carnage like a blade. It sent a chill down the spines of everyone present, a feeling of unease settling over the assassins as they exchanged nervous glances. Even the lead assassin stopped laughing, his instincts screaming that something was wrong. As the gunfire slowed, several yellow, pumpkin-shaped bombs were tossed out of the van's shattered windows, landing among the scattered assassins. "Get down! Take cover!" The lead assassin shouted, his voice filled with urgency. But his warning came too late. The bombs detonated in a flash of fiery destruction, the explosions consuming nearly everyone in their wake. From the inferno, a green figure rose, soaring into the air. He stood atop a sleek, high-tech glider, clad in gleaming green armor and wearing a grotesque, demonic mask. Though his appearance bore similarities to the hobgoblin, this figure's armor and equipment were far more advanced and menacing. Norman Osborn had risen from the ashes, transformed into a new force of terror. The swelling inferno of the explosion flared and subsided quickly, leaving behind a grim scene of devastation as the green-clad figure circled overhead on his sleek glider. The ground below was scorched black, with vehicles from the ambush, cars and trucks alike, engulfed in flames. The minivan that Norman Osborn had been in moments before bore the brunt of the blast, its twisted metal frame shattered beyond recognition. The surviving assassins, dazed and disoriented, began crawling from the wreckage, their heads pounding from the concussion of the explosion. Asterisk bang, bang, bang asterisk. Before they could fully regain their senses, a hail of bullets rained down from the front-mounted guns on the glider. The shots pierced their arms, legs, and even heads. The assassins, already few in number, were now reduced to nearly none. "Eh, such fun, so much fun." The green figure cackled gleefully, his voice sharp and deranged as he descended from the sky, landing amidst the carnage. From his arm, a sharp, serrated blade extended with a metallic click. He strolled casually, almost leisurely, through the battlefield as though he were taking a walk in a garden, slashing the throats of the surviving assassins one by one. Each time the blade cut across a neck, blood sprayed forth, staining his sleek, emerald armor with streaks of crimson. Soon, only one assassin remained, the group's leader. Injured and desperate, he dragged himself backward across the ground, his broken body propelled by sheer survival instinct. He knew crawling wouldn't save him, but his will to live wouldn't let him simply lie there and accept death. Act. The green figure stomped down on the assassin leader's leg, snapping it with a sickening crunch. The man's frantic crawl came to an abrupt halt. Why are you running? Weren't we having so much fun just now? The green figure asked in a high-pitched, mockingly curious voice, grinding his heel into the shattered limb. The sound of bones grinding against each other mingled with the assassin's screams. Kill me. Just kill me, you lunatic, the assassin leader bellowed, his pale face drenched in sweat. He gasped for air, begging for an end to his torment. He'd long accepted that his line of work would lead to his death, but he hadn't imagined it would come at the hands of a monster like this. Look at you, refusing my invitation. That makes me so sad, the green figure said, theatrically wiping imaginary tears from the eyes of his mask. The sight was both absurd and deeply unsettling. Moments later, his demeanor shifted again. Pressing his foot onto the assassin's other leg, he began to laugh maniacally. Hee. Ha ha ha. I'm so heartbroken, and you won't even comfort me? Weren't you so concerned about me just a moment ago? Ha ha ha. The assassin leader's voice trembled as realization dawned upon him. Staring at the figure before him, he stammered, You're Norman Osborn? How is this possible? Ha ha. Ding ding ding. Correct, the green figure exclaimed, pulling off his mask to reveal the twisted face of Norman Osborn. His features were contorted, unrecognizable compared to the dignified, composed man seen on television. After a brief reveal, he donned the mask again, his voice dripping with mockery. But I'm no longer Norman Osborn. That weak fool wouldn't dare do what I've done. No, standing before you now is the Green Goblin. Ha ha ha, I know who sent you. And don't worry, I'll be sending him to join you in hell very soon. None of you will escape me, the Green Goblin declared, his laughter echoing in the assassin leader's ears. The assassin leader, frozen in fear, could only shiver as he tried to grasp what had gone wrong. Was their intel flawed, or had something unimaginable happened? Osborn was supposed to be an ordinary man, a corporate magnate. Not this monstrosity. Enough chatter. You're no fun at all. I need to find something more entertaining, the goblin said, adjusting his mask as he lifted his blade. Fisk won't let you get away with this, the assassin leader growled through gritted teeth, his voice low but defiant. The goblin tilted his head and sneered, No. It's not Fisk who won't let me go. It's the Green Goblin who won't let Fisk go. Ha ha. With that, the blade slashed across the assassin's throat, and blood gushed out, staining the goblin's chest plate a darker shade of red. Ha ha. The Green Goblin's laughter filled the air as he mounted his glider and soared into the sky, leaving destruction and death in his wake. He was heading for Fisk, determined to settle their score. This wasn't the Norman Osborn who had once cowered before threats, helpless and bound by fear. This was the Green Goblin, reborn, unshackled, and unrelenting. The betrayal by the Hobgoblin had been a bitter turn of events, leaving Norman Osborn on the brink of death, his body battered and burned. Desperate to survive, he had crawled into the very machine he had once used to enhance the Hobgoblin, technology he had feared to use on himself. Fear of the unknown had held him back before, but no longer. That hesitation had nearly cost him his life. In those final moments, he had cast aside his doubts, injecting himself with the latest enhancement serum to save his crumbling body. The results were undeniable. Not only had the serum saved his life, but it had also granted him unprecedented physical power. The price, however, was steep. His mind had fractured, his psyche splintering into something far darker and more chaotic. Norman Osborn no longer existed. In his place stood the Green Goblin, a force of chaos and vengeance. Using Osborn Industries' cutting-edge technology, he had crafted a suit of armor and a glider that far surpassed the Hobgoblin's equipment in sophistication and lethality. As the Green Goblin flew through the city, plotting his revenge against Fisk and the Hobgoblin, a black web shot out from the distance, latching onto the underside of his glider and yanking him downward with sudden force. The goblin, caught off guard, nearly lost control but quickly adjusted. Flames erupted from the glider's thrusters, burning through the web and freeing him. But in the split second it took to sever the web, a figure in a dark hood swung through the air, using the momentum of a web line to deliver a powerful kick to the goblin. The Green Goblin tumbled off his glider, crashing onto the rooftop of a nearby building. Chen landed lightly on the same rooftop, his hood drawn over his head, his eyes locked on his old, unfinished adversary. He had been out for his usual post-dinner patrol, casually searching for snacks for Venom, when fate had delivered this unexpected reunion. Well, Chen muttered under his breath, his stance ready for action. Look who's back. So, you think a new outfit is all it takes to give you the audacity to fly so recklessly in my city? I'll let you escape at the last jewelry exhibition, but this time, you're not getting away, Chen said coldly, staring down at the figure before him, now clad in armor and calling himself something new. The Green Goblin quickly pieced it together. This Venom, whose reputation had recently started to spread, had mistaken him for that pitiful, filthy hobgoblin. He waved his hand, signaling his glider to return to his side, before letting out his signature eerie laugh. Hee. I'm not that trash hobgoblin. I'm the Green Goblin. Although, the goblin continued with a sinister grin, I'd love to play with you properly. I'm busy dealing with someone else right now. But don't worry, I'll come find you next time. I'll chop your head off and add it to my collection. At this, the goblin's tone grew even more gleeful, his excitement palpable. I've read about you in the papers. I like your style. It's inspiring. Just thinking about it makes me impatient. Heh. Listening to the self-proclaimed Green Goblin, Chen almost wondered if he was hallucinating. This lunatic wasn't even trying to hide his intentions to kill someone else. While this level of brazenness wasn't entirely incomprehensible. After all, someone dressed like that and flying around New York was bound to have a few screws loose. The part about collecting his head, that was a line even Venom wasn't willing to let slide. Inside Chen's mind, Venom growled furiously. Who does this little punk think he is? Saying he's going to collect our head? I've eaten so many heads, and I've never seen anyone this arrogant before. Chen smirked inwardly, sharing his thoughts with Venom. This guy definitely has more than a few screws loose. The hobgoblin from before was clearly pretending to be crazy, but this one? He seems genuinely unhinged. Venom, baring its teeth in Chen's mind, snarled, I'm going to rip his head off and see if it's as green on the inside as it is on the outside. Despite the internal banter, Chen didn't stop moving. He shot out a wide web net aimed at the Green Goblin, who quickly leapt back on his glider, skillfully dodging the trap. As the goblin mounted his glider, Chen pushed off with his legs, leaping toward the flying machine. How foolish. Did you really think I let you step onto my glider? The Green Goblin mocked, twisting midair to evade Chen's attack. But just as the goblin dodged, several black tendrils shot out from Chen's back, wrapping tightly around the goblin's torso and yanking him toward the glider. Chen landed firmly on the glider, his fingers forming claws as he launched into a relentless assault. The glider zigzagged through the New York skyline at high speed, but that didn't stop Chen. His claws raked across the goblin's armor, sending sparks flying and leaving deep scratches behind. What the hell are those claws made of? The Green Goblin thought, shocked as he struggled to block Chen's attacks. His armor, crafted from a lightweight yet highly durable material, wasn't supposed to be damaged this easily. Meanwhile, Chen was equally intrigued. This armor looks plain and honestly kind of ugly, but it's surprisingly tough. I'll have to take a closer look after I deal with this guy. Despite his enhanced strength and reflexes, the Green Goblin was clearly struggling. Before his transformation, he had been an ordinary man. He lacked the combat experience and instincts that Chen, with Venom symbiotic assistance, had honed. The goblin's armor was starting to crack under the onslaught. Worse, Venom's tendrils had him pinned to the glider, preventing him from using evasive maneuvers to shake Chen off. Adding to his predicament, the goblin couldn't use his pumpkin bombs at such close range without blowing himself up. The glider's weapons were also useless, as they weren't designed to fire at targets so close to the pilot. Under this relentless pressure, the goblin's sinister laughter began to falter, much to Venom's delight. Pathetic green freak. You think you could take our head? Watch as I rip you to shreds. Venom roared gleefully within Chen. Finally, with a loud shing, Chen's claws tore through the goblin's chest plate, leaving deep gashes that exposed the flesh beneath. Damn it, this is bad, the goblin thought, his heart pounding with panic. The brash confidence he'd displayed earlier was gone, replaced by the sobering realization of just how dangerous his opponent was. Not so tough now, are you? Lin'an said coldly, his right hand transforming into a sharp, spear-like appendage. He aimed it directly at the goblin's exposed chest, intending to end the fight with one decisive strike. The goblin, desperate, grabbed Lin'an's wrist to halt the attack. In that moment, the goblin's mask opened at the mouth, releasing a sudden burst of nerve gas directly into Lin'an's face. Caught off guard, Lin'an had no time to dodge. The gas hit him squarely, and he immediately felt his senses start to blur. His body swayed unsteadily on the glider, the only thing keeping him from falling being Venom's tendrils still gripping the machine. Since you like my glider so much, I'll let you keep it. For free. The goblin cackled triumphantly, leaping off the glider and landing on a nearby rooftop in a roll. As soon as he landed, he pressed a button on his wrist. Behind him, the glider began to overheat, its core glowing red as it prepared to self-destruct. Boom! The glider exploded in a fiery blaze, sending Lin'an hurtling through the air. He crashed onto a nearby rooftop, slamming into the edge and shattering the railing. The pain jolted Lin'an back to partial awareness. He slumped against the wall of an elevator shaft, taking deep breaths as Venom worked to neutralize the nerve gas and heal his wounds. The sound of bones snapping back into place and the slow hiss of his breathing filled the air. After a few tense moments, Lin'an opened his eyes, his focus restored. Damn it, I got careless, he muttered, pushing himself to his feet. He mentally replayed the fight, analyzing his mistakes while scanning the area for the goblin. I can't sense anyone watching us. He must have used the time to escape, Venom said, its tone laced with frustration. That explosion, along with those nerve toxins, slowed me down. Otherwise, I could have neutralized it faster. He didn't press the attack when I was dazed, Lin'an mused as he swung through the air on a web. He's not completely insane, at least not enough to lose all sense of self-preservation. Venom scoffed. If he'd been stupid enough to stick around, I'd have bitten his head off. Whatever. He got away this time, Lin'an said, his voice tinged with irritation. Next time, we'll finish him, Venom growled. Osborne Tower, top-floor laboratory. The lab had been restored to pristine condition, with no visible evidence of the earlier explosion, save for a few stubborn black scorch marks in the corner. Norman Osborn lay on a specialized medical table, his mask and armor removed. Nearby robotic arms worked swiftly, stitching up the deep wounds on his chest. The gashes had been severe, cutting down to the muscle and bone, but thanks to the enhancement serum, his recovery ability had been greatly amplified. Injuries that would have incapacitated an ordinary person for weeks were now manageable with just a short rest. Still, the battle had left its mark, not just physically but mentally. As the robotic arms finished their work and wrapped his torso in bandages, Norman sat up, his expression dark. He replayed the fight in his mind, unable to shake the image of Venom's claws and the spear-like appendage that had nearly skewered his heart. His hands, they transformed into a spear, Norman muttered, his brow furrowed. Could it be nanotechnology? Has he mastered something that advanced? The thought unsettled him deeply. This Venom character was shrouded in mystery, and Norman's curiosity was tinged with unease. As he dressed, his thoughts darkened further. Should I delay my plans? Should I wait to heal? No. His face twisted in anger, his voice growing high-pitched with manic intensity. Fisk must die. He has to die. He's trying to kill me, so I have to kill him first. Norman clenched his fists, pacing back and forth in the lab. I need to upgrade my weapons. I need to become stronger, unstoppable. And Venom. He spat the name with venom of his own, hatred and fear flashing in his wild eyes. Next time I'll be ready. Next time I'll crush him. The morning sun filtered through the city streets as Fisk sat in the back of his heavily armored limousine, his massive hands gripping the edges of his laptop. The screen displayed a report sent by Alistair Smythe, detailing the latest updates. Fisk's expression darkened as he read the part that troubled him most, The complete lack of communication from the team of assassins he had sent after Norman Osborn. Something was wrong. It wasn't just the silence from his operatives, but the total absence of any news. It reminded Fisk of how he had suppressed reports about the convenience store robbery and the Rhino's death. Events buried so deep, no one ever spoke of them again. Could it be that Norman Osborn sensed something? Fisk mused, snapping the laptop shut. His face tightened into a grim scowl. When did he gain such power? He considered the possibility for a moment before shaking his head. No, it couldn't be Osborn. In Fisk's mind, Norman was just an ordinary man, an entrepreneur and a scientist at best. There was no way someone like him could make an entire team of elite assassins disappear without a trace. As Fisk furrowed his brow in thought, an eerily manic laugh echoed from outside the vehicle, piercing through the noise of the city. Hee hee! Ha 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 ha! Fisk's eyes narrowed as he instantly recognized the sound. That damned hobgoblin dares to return and cause more trouble, he growled, his deep voice as cold as steel. He gestured sharply to his bodyguards. You should have stayed dead the first time. Prepare to finish him off. The armored convoy began to mobilize, and the guards readied their weapons, their movements swift and disciplined. Outside, the Green Goblin swooped down on his glider, weaving through the air with twisted glee. Staying in your turtle shell, Fisk? Afraid to come out and play? He taunted, his voice dripping with mockery as he dodged the guards' gunfire. The glider's underside extended several sleek gun barrels, which rotated and locked onto the guards below. A hail of bullets rained down, cutting through the air with lethal precision. One by one, Fisk's guards dropped like wheat before a scythe. Hee hee! Ha ha! Do you like the little presents I brought for you? I've got even better ones to share, the goblin cackled, pulling out several yellow pumpkin bombs. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the bombs toward clusters of guards in positions where the firepower was most concentrated. 3 bombs, in particular, landed right next to Fisk's armored limousine. Asterisk boom, 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 asterisk. Explosions erupted in a cascade of fiery destruction. The ground was torn apart, vehicles were blown to pieces, and the guards who weren't incinerated were thrown like rag dolls by the shockwaves. Fisk's limousine, though built to withstand extreme assaults, began to show signs of wear. The tires were shredded, the windows cracked, and the once impervious frame now bore deep dents and scorch marks. Inside the car, Fisk's face was a thundercloud of fury. He clutched his phone tightly, having already called Alistair Smythe to dispatch reinforcements, machines and weapons designed to deal with this kind of chaos. Through the cracked windows, Fisk caught glimpses of the green-clad lunatic above. Though the goblin rode a glider like the hobgoblin, his appearance, equipment, and sheer ferocity were entirely different. Hee hee! Come on, Fisk. Aren't you supposed to be the king of crime? Why are you hiding in your little shell? The goblin jeered, his voice a sing-song mockery. He began circling the convoy, his voice ringing out as he sang, Ha ha! I'm the great kingpin of crime. I got a shell that's oh so fine. As long as I stay inside my shell, no one can send me to hell. Ha ha! The derisive song grated on Fisk's nerves. His massive hands clenched into fists as he ground his teeth in frustration. He wanted nothing more than to drag the goblin out of the sky and crush him with his bare hands. And yet, Fisk knew he couldn't. For all his immense strength and combat prowess, he was no match for bombs and bullets. For now, he could only endure the humiliation, hoping his reinforcements would arrive soon. Asterisk boom, boom, boom. Asterisk the explosions continued, the goblin's relentless assault leaving the convoy in tatters. Almost all of Fisk's guards were dead, and his limousine had taken severe damage. It wouldn't hold out much longer. Fisk glanced at his phone, intending to call Smythe again, only to realize he had crushed it in his rage. He tossed the broken device aside and cursed under his breath. It had been years since Fisk had felt this close to death. Ever since rising to power as Kingpin, he had always been the one issuing threats, never the one receiving them. Your precious shell is falling apart, Fisk. Thomas, say goodbye. Remember my name. The one sending you to hell is the Green Goblin. With a triumphant laugh, the goblin pulled out another pumpkin bomb, tossing it toward the limousine. Fisk could see the bomb through the cracked windshield, its beeping growing faster and faster. His face twisted in a rare expression of despair and fury. He never imagined he would meet his end at the hands of someone like Norman Osborn. The goblin had to be Osborn's new weapon, a replacement for the hobgoblin. Similar in concept, but far more violent, deranged, and dangerous. Just as the bomb was about to detonate, a white web shot out from the shadows, snagging the explosive and hurling it into the sky. The bomb detonated harmlessly above, a burst of fire and smoke lighting up the heavens. Time to pay for your crimes, you Halloween clown. Spider-Man dropped from the air, landing on the roof of a wrecked car. His gaze swept over the carnage, the bodies, the blood, the shattered vehicles. His voice was cold, seething with anger. "You're not escaping this time," the Green Goblin snarled, his previous glee giving way to frustration. "Why is it that you meddling do-gooders always have to ruin my fun?" He swerved his glider, dodging Spider-Man's webs while hurling pumpkin bombs in retaliation. "If you want to play hero, then die with the rest of them, you damned wall crawler." Spider-Man's senses flared as the bombs approached. He leaped gracefully to another wrecked car, narrowly avoiding the explosions. The goblin followed up with a hail of bullets from his glider. Peter somersaulted and rolled, narrowly avoiding the gunfire. Without his suit being bulletproof, every shot posed a serious threat. While evading, Peter fired several webs, one of which caught the goblin off guard, splattering across his mask and temporarily blinding him. Seizing the opportunity, Spider-Man leaped high into the air, landing directly on the goblin's glider. "You think you can keep running? Let's see how you do in close quarters," Peter growled, preparing to engage the goblin in hand-to-hand combat. The goblin, finally clearing the web from his mask, let out a deranged laugh. "Hee! So predictable, Spider-Man. But this time it won't work." Before Peter could react, the glider surged with electricity, sending powerful currents coursing through his body. The shock left Peter convulsing, his limbs jerking uncontrollably. The goblin took advantage of the moment, gripping Peter by the neck and delivering a series of brutal punches to his head. Dazed and overwhelmed, Peter tried to raise his arms to defend himself, but his strength was failing. "You love my glider so much? Then let me give you a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Consider it my parting gift." The goblin's grip tightened around Peter's neck as he lifted him high. Without hesitation, he hurled Spider-Man off the glider, sending him plummeting toward the ground far below. "Goodbye, wall crawler." The Green Goblin, having hurled Spider-Man off his glider, quickly turned his attention back to Fisk's armored vehicle. His manic laughter echoed in the air as he bolted toward the convoy, eager to finish what he had started. "Ha ha ha! Let's pick up where we left off, shall we?" He jeered, tossing another pumpkin bomb directly beneath Fisk's armored car. Boom! The explosion rocked the vehicle, shattering it into a heap of flaming metal. The once impenetrable limousine was reduced to smoldering wreckage. Hovering above the destruction, the goblin grinned in satisfaction. But his grin froze moments later when he realized something wasn't right. Fisk's massive body was nowhere to be seen among the debris. The only explanation was that Fisk had used the brief distraction caused by Spider-Man's interference to slip away unnoticed. "Yeah, damn it." The goblin's voice rose into a shrill scream of frustration as he began circling the area on his glider, scanning for any sign of Fisk. But there was none. Instead, the sound of approaching sirens reached his ears as police vehicles sped toward the scene. As the goblin soared overhead, venting his fury with shrieks and curses, Spider-Man clung to the underside of his glider, carefully crawling into position. Despite the burns, bruises, and electric shocks he had endured, Peter's determination remained unshaken. In a sudden burst of motion, Peter launched himself on the glider's underside and delivered a powerful kick to the goblin's back, sending him hurtling off the glider. The goblin crashed onto the roof of a wrecked car, the impact caving in the vehicle's metal frame. Though his armor absorbed some of the force, the pain was undeniable, and his earlier injuries only worsened. Damn you, wall crawler," the goblin howled, clutching his chest as fresh blood seeped from the reopened gashes. Before he could fully recover, Spider-Man landed atop the car with a loud thud, cutting off the goblin's enraged tirade with a vicious punch to the face. "You damned murderer," Peter roared, his voice trembling with fury as he pinned the goblin down. His fists rained down, fueled by rage and anguish. You're not the hobgoblin. Who are you? Why did you kill so many people? What? The goblin, dizzy from the assault, suddenly erupted into laughter, wild, unrestrained, and chilling. Ha ha, hee hee. Of course, I'm not that pathetic hobgoblin. I'm the green goblin. Hee hee hee. Peter's next punch struck the goblin square in the jaw, silencing his laughter for a brief moment. But the goblin's grin returned, twisted and menacing. Oh, poor Spider-Man, he sneered mockingly. If only you'd arrived a little sooner, maybe you could have saved them. But now they're dead. All because of you. Shut up, Peter bellowed, his voice cracking with emotion. He raised his fist again, ready to strike, but the goblin's words cut deeper than any blade. Kill me, then, the goblin taunted, his voice rising in mock defiance. Go on. Isn't that what you want? You're so righteous, so angry. Just end it already. Ha ha. Or are you too much of a coward, Spider-Man? Too weak to do what needs to be done? Peter's hand trembled, his knuckles hovering inches from the goblin's face. The weight of his words pressed down on him, filling his mind with doubt and rage. Do it. Kill me. Let's see if your precious moral code can survive your anger. Ha ha. The goblin cackled, his voice dripping with venomous glee. But before Peter could make a decision, his spider sense flared, screaming a warning. He instinctively flipped backward, narrowly avoiding the goblin's glider as it shot past, its razor-sharp front edge slicing through the air where he had just been standing. The goblin seized the moment, leaping back onto his glider. He steadied himself, his sinister grin returning as he stared down at Spider-Man. Hee hee. You've been fun, Spider-Man, but I got places to be. Don't worry. I'll give you another chance to play hero. Let's see if you can save them this time. With that, the goblin hurled a cluster of pumpkin bombs toward the police cars that had just arrived on the scene. The bombs beeped ominously as they arced through the air, landing near the officers. No, Peter shouted, his focus snapping to the bombs. He raced toward the police vehicles, firing web after web to knock the explosives into the sky. One by one, the bombs were webbed up and launched into the air, where they detonated harmlessly. But as Peter reached the last bomb, his web shooter sparked and fizzled, damage from the earlier electric shock. Damn it, not now! Peter cursed under his breath. With no time to hesitate, he sprinted toward the final bomb, throwing himself forward and slapping away with his bare hand just as it detonated. Boom! The explosion engulfed Peter in flames, the heat searing his right side. His suit was scorched and torn, the fabric fusing with his charred skin. Blood seeped from his burns as he collapsed to the ground, trembling in pain. Peter groaned, his voice hoarse as he struggled to breathe. His body ached, his ears rang, and his vision blurred from the shockwave. Don't move, a commanding voice barked. As Peter knelt on the ground, a group of police officers surrounded him, their guns drawn. You're under arrest, Spider-Man, one officer declared. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Peter ignored the officer's words, his mind focused solely on escape. His left hand trembled as he tapped at his damaged web shooter, trying to coax it back to life. Finally, a single strand of webbing shot out, latching onto a nearby rooftop. Peter staggered to his feet, his movements slow and labored. Stop right there, the officer shouted, but Peter didn't listen. He took a few steps back, using the web's tension to slingshot himself into the air. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Peter felt a sharp pain in his thigh as a bullet grazed him. He nearly lost his grip on the web, but a quick wrap around his wrist kept him from falling. Who fired that shot? The lead officer roared, turning to a younger cop whose face had gone pale. I didn't mean to. It was an accident, the rookie stammered, though his trembling hands betrayed his guilt. An accident? The lead officer snapped. I want a full report explaining how a trained officer could accidentally discharge his weapon. If you can't justify it, you're off the force. Osborn Tower, top floor laboratory. Norman Osborn lay once again on his specialized medical table, the robotic arms stitching up the fresh wounds he had sustained in his battle with Spider-Man. His face was a mask of fury as he stared at the ceiling, muttering under his breath. Hobgoblin, Venom, Spider-Man, Fisk. Damn them all, he roared, his voice echoing through the lab. His eyes burned with a mix of hatred and determination. These pests, they're all in my way. I'll kill every last one of them. After the robots finished tending to his injuries, Norman stood and dressed himself, washing down a few pills to ease the internal damage. His mind was a whirlwind of rage and frustration. Spider-Man had thwarted him yet again, and Fisk had slipped through his grasp. The humiliation burned almost as much as his wounds. As he clenched his fists, the lab's main screen lit up with an incoming video call. The name displayed on the screen made Norman pause, his anger momentarily replaced by surprise. After a brief hesitation, he accepted the call. The screen flickered to life, revealing the imposing figure of Wilson Fisk. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, Fisk's expression was calm, but his eyes gleamed with intent. "What do you want, Fisk?" Norman asked coldly, his face devoid of emotion. "I assume you're not calling to reminisce." Fisk's gaze lingered on Norman for a moment, noting the subtle changes in his demeanor. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "My old friend," Fisk began smoothly, his voice low and measured. "I believe it's time we set aside our differences and considered a partnership." "Think about it," Fisk continued. "We've done business before. What good does this animosity do either of us? We're both men of ambition. There's nothing we can't negotiate." Norman's eyes narrowed as he listened, his turbulent thoughts gradually settling. The madness in his gaze began to fade, replaced by a calculating glint. "Interesting," he murmured, his tone cautious but intrigued. The night had settled over the city, bringing with it the cool bite of early autumn. On the rooftop of a tall building, beside a grotesque gargoyle statue, lay a figure whose body was half covered in blood and torn flesh. If it weren't for the faint rise and fall of his chest, signaling shallow breaths, one could easily mistake him for a lifeless corpse. Tonight, thick clouds obscured the moon, leaving the rooftop shrouded in darkness. The only light came from a massive screen on a building across the way, its bright advertisements casting a faint glow over the eerie scene. Suddenly, a figure with a black hood leapt silently onto the rooftop, landing gracefully on the cement railing. Backlit by the glow of the screen, the figure was a stark silhouette, blending seamlessly into the shadows. "There he is," Lin'an murmured softly, stepping down from the railing and walking toward the bloodied body on the rooftop. "I should have guessed," Venom hissed, its voice laced with disdain. "This idiot's old buddy Bruce is here, so of course he'd come crawling back to this spot to die." The symbiote's tone turned even more scornful as it eyed the broken Spider-Man. "Pathetic. Letting that green-headed maniac mess him up this bad. What a disgrace. We didn't exactly manage to take down that green-headed maniac either." Lin'an shot back, crouching near Peter and starting to spray black webbing over his exposed wounds. "And why is he even green now? What happened there?" Venom snorted, its sharp teeth glinting in the faint light. "If that creep hadn't sucker-punched us with that dirty trick, I'd have ripped his head clean off already. He calls himself the Green Goblin, doesn't he? So I just call him Greenhead. Next time, we'll pry his skull open and see if it's green on the inside, too." Venom sneered, practically salivating with anticipation. "You've got a real talent for nicknames," Lin'an muttered, shaking his head as he finished covering Peter's wounds with the webbing. The symbiotic material acted like a breathable antibacterial bandage. Once Peter's injuries were wrapped, Lin'an wove a makeshift hammock-like web to cradle the unconscious hero. With Peter secured, he shot a web line and started swinging between the buildings, carrying the battered Spider-Man with him. Poor Peter Parker, New York's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. If Lin'an hadn't found him in time, he might not have survived the night, left bleeding and broken on that cold rooftop. The morning's battle and massacre had already made the news, spreading like wildfire through television reports and newspapers. The Green Goblin's brutal, chaotic style had cemented his name as a new terror not just in New York, but across the country. That kind of notoriety doesn't come cheap. It was paid for with dozens of lives. When Lin'an saw the reports, his concern for Peter had skyrocketed. He knew Spider-Man's suit lacked any real protection aside from the web shooters. If Peter had been caught in the blast of those pumpkin bombs, his injuries were bound to be severe. The power of those bombs was something Lin'an had witnessed firsthand. To be honest, he was impressed Peter had survived it all. For anyone else, it would have been a guaranteed trip to the morgue. For safety and secrecy, Lin'an brought Peter back to his own home. To ensure his identity and location remained hidden, Lin'an used webbing to blindfold Peter, leaving him temporarily sightless. He placed Peter on the floor of the guest room and carefully began removing the webbing he had applied earlier to treat the wounds. Who would have thought? Lin'an mused to himself as he disinfected Peter's injuries, that after 2 lifetimes, the first person I'd be taking care of like this would be a guy. Lin'an suddenly said, an idea striking him as he turned to Venom. Can't you heal him the way you heal me? You know, fix his body like you do mine. Venom, lounging lazily on Lin'an's shoulder, scratched its chin in thought. I'm not sure. Your body is special. I used to be able to jump into other people's bodies and patch them up, but how about we give it a try? Lin'an suggested, pausing his work to look at Venom. If Venom could heal Peter, it would save a lot of effort. Fine. Let's see if it works. Venom grumbled, transforming into a slick, black liquid. One end of the liquid stayed connected to Lin'an, while the other slithered into Peter's body. For a few moments, there was silence. Then Lin'an heard the faint sound of Peter's broken bones beginning to knit back together. After a while, Venom oozed back out of Peter's body and reformed on Lin'an's shoulder, shaping into its usual, toothy face. Its tongue lolled out as it panted dramatically. Man, that was exhausting, Venom whined. I burned through nearly all my energy just to fix his bones and some of his organs. So it's possible, but the process is different now that we're bonded, Venom continued, grabbing a chocolate bar from the table and chomping on it noisily. It seems tied to your mental strength. Your focus affects how much freedom I have when healing. Lin'an rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I see. Another reason to work on controlling my mind. Good to know. Tell you what, Lin'an added, turning to Venom. You can eat as much chocolate as you want today. You'll need the energy to finish healing him. Venom, surprisingly, didn't seem as thrilled as expected. It rolled its eyes and muttered, yeah, great. I'll eat the chocolate, but all the energy will just get burned healing this idiot. I'm like a delivery service, except I don't even get paid. Hell, I'm worse than a delivery guy. At least they get tips. Lin'an chuckled at Venom's grumbling. After a moment, he said, you could just keep a little extra energy for yourself. I don't know how much you need, so maybe just take more than you plan to spend. Venom froze, realizing the obvious truth. Too late now, Lin'an interrupted with a smirk. Don't you always say you're this advanced, superior life form? So why are you so slow on the uptake? Venom puffed up like an angry balloon, its head swelling comically. That's because humans are sneaky, deceptive. Lin'an waved him off with a grin. Relax, I'm just messing with you. Eat all the chocolate you want once we're done. Still fuming, Venom huffed and grumbled, but couldn't pass up the chance for unlimited chocolate. With a final grumble of humans are the worst, it dove back into Peter's body to continue the healing. By the time the sun rose, Venom had finished its work. Exhausted, it slithered out of Peter and collapsed into a pile of chocolate wrappers, munching furiously to replenish its energy. Peter's injuries were almost completely healed. His skin had regrown, though it was still slightly raw and pink in places. The tattered remnants of dead skin lay scattered on the floor around him. Lin'an sighed, looking between Peter and the mess. Great. Now I have to decide. Do I clean this with a broom or a test tube? The next morning, sunlight crept through the window of Lin'an's guest room, landing on Peter's bare chest. The warmth stirred him awake, and he slowly opened his eyes, only to find everything pitch black. Am I blind? Peter muttered groggily, panic creeping into his voice. Did the explosion damage my eyes? No, Lin'an said, his voice coming from the doorway. Your eyes are fine. I just covered them. I didn't want you seeing anything you shouldn't. Peter turned his head toward the voice. Venom? You saved me? What happened? I remember. I was hurt badly. Lin'an walked into the room, pulling up a chair beside Peter. Yeah, you were in bad shape. I brought you here to treat your injuries. The blindfold is just a precaution. I have my own secrets to keep. Peter instinctively touched his face, realizing his mask was gone. I had to take it off, Lin'an explained. You had injuries on your face. Don't worry, though. I'll keep your identity a secret. After a pause, Lin'an added, although, to be honest, I already knew who you were. Hearing Lin'an's words, Peter furrowed his brows in confusion and murmured, I thought I was pretty careful about keeping my identity a secret. There are always details you can't control, Lin'an replied calmly. But don't worry. Your identity means nothing to me. While our methods may differ, we're on the same side when it comes down to it. Peter fell silent at this, mulling over the revelation. But it didn't take him long to realize the truth. After all, Venom had saved his life. If Venom had indeed known his identity all this time, yet nothing had ever come of it, then it was clear that Peter's secret was of no use to him. That realization eased Peter's nervousness. You're right, Peter said softly, the tension in his chest finally loosening. He turned toward Lin'an's voice, speaking with genuine gratitude. Thank you for saving me. I thought about going to a hospital myself, but I couldn't make it. I don't even remember where I collapsed. On a rooftop, Lin'an interjected. The one your old friend Bruce hangs out on. Bruce, Peter murmured, a faint memory surfacing. He recalled the overwhelming pain, the nausea, the disorienting haze. That damn bomb. It was a sensation he doubted he'd ever forget. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, Peter's eyes widened, though they were still blindfolded. Wait, I don't feel any pain anymore. Is this anesthesia? No, Lin'an replied flatly, tossing a brand-new shirt, still with its price tag, toward Peter. You're healed. The matter-of-fact tone in Lin'an's voice left Peter momentarily stunned. The shirt landed on his head, but he didn't even react. Wait, what? Healed? Peter stammered, pulling the shirt off his head. How long have I been unconscious? It's not like half a year has passed, right? My God, what would I even say? How do I explain? Peter's voice became increasingly frantic, his mind racing with imagined scenarios. Relax, Lin'an said with a hint of exasperation. You can feel your own body, can't you? You're not exactly brain-dead, so figure it out for yourself. And no, you haven't been out for half a year. Lin'an glanced at the clock on the wall, doing a quick calculation. It's been about 11 hours since I found you. 11 hours? Peter exclaimed, his hands frantically patting his own body, searching for injuries. The disbelief was evident in his voice, mingled with growing relief as he confirmed his condition. Watching Peter's incredulous reaction, Venom couldn't help but gloat to Lin'an in their shared thoughts. Look at this idiot, acting like he's never seen a miracle before. This is just a fraction of my power, and he's losing his mind over it. Huh? Ignoring Venom's self-satisfied rambling, Lin'an spoke softly. You've got 30 minutes to get dressed. After that, I'll take you out of here. Where you go after that is up to you. Got it, Peter replied quickly. He grabbed the shirt and began putting it on with newfound energy. As he pulled on his pants, he hesitated for a moment, then turned toward Lin'an with sincerity. I don't know how you managed to heal me so quickly. That's your secret. But it couldn't have been easy. Peter bowed deeply, his gratitude clear. Thank you, Venom. You saved my life. I'll never forget what you've done for me. The thought of what could have happened if he hadn't been saved sent a shiver down his spine. He couldn't bear the idea of leaving Aunt May all alone. Lin'an waved dismissively, a faint smile on his lips. Helping others within your ability is a virtue. Someone told me that once. Besides, who knows? Maybe someday, I'll need your help in return. You can count on it, Peter said firmly, nodding in Lin'an's direction. Despite the blindfold still covering his eyes, he could sense where Lin'an was standing. Peter's past impression of Venom as a ruthless killer had already shifted. This act of saving his life had completely erased his doubts. In his mind, Venom wasn't just an ally. He was a friend to Spider-Man. Maybe he's been through something terrible, Peter thought to himself as he followed Lin'an's lead. Something that made him take such extreme measures, just like what happened with Uncle Ben. As Lin'an opened the door, sunlight spilled into the room, bathing them in warmth. Peter couldn't see it, but he could feel the fresh autumn breeze and the gentle heat of the sun on his skin. Before Peter could fully appreciate the moment, Lin'an used a web to bind him once more, carrying him in the same makeshift web hammock as before. Though Peter's wounds were healed, Lin'an still found the idea of carrying a grown man in his arms across the city to be awkward. The hammock solution was far more practical. In no time, Lin'an brought Peter back to the rooftop where Bruce the gargoyle stood. Gently placing Peter on the rooftop, Lin'an stood and spoke softly. Wait until I'm gone, then count to 10 before removing the webbing from your eyes. Got it, Peter replied, giving a thumbs up in Lin'an's general direction. Good. Until next time, Lin'an said with a nod before leaping off the rooftop and vanishing into the cityscape. Peter waited a few seconds after hearing the faint sound of Lin'an's departure. Then, slowly, he peeled away the webbing from his eyes. The sudden brightness stung, and he squinted against the sunlight, his eyes adjusting to the vivid sky above. The warmth and clarity of the day brought a small smile to his lips. Venom's a good guy, Peter murmured to himself, reaching out to pat the gargoyle's head. Don't you think so, Bruce? The smile on his face froze as a sudden realization struck him. Wait, Aunt May, Peter exclaimed, panic rising in his voice. She must have been worried sick last night. I need to get home, fast. He instinctively reached for his web shooters, only to remember they had been fried during the fight. With a groan of frustration, he turned toward the building's elevator. Hopefully, there's a payphone downstairs, Peter muttered as he descended, already planning how to reassure Aunt May. But as he searched his pockets for change, he realized the clothes he was wearing were new, courtesy of Venom. His old outfit, along with any money he had, was still tangled up somewhere on a high-rise rooftop. Great. Just great, Peter sighed. Guess I'll have to run home. 20 minutes of sprinting later, Peter finally burst through the door of his home, panting and slightly disheveled. I'm back, he called out hesitantly, guilt weighing heavily in his voice. Aunt May, who had been pacing anxiously in the living room, spun around at the sound of his voice. She rushed toward him, pulling him into a tight hug. Oh, thank God. You're home, she cried, her voice trembling. I was so worried. Why didn't you come home last night? Why didn't you answer your phone? I called the police so many times, but they just kept telling me it hadn't been 24 hours yet. I'm sorry, Aunt May, Peter said, his voice breaking as he hugged her tightly. I didn't mean to worry you. I got caught up in some trouble last night, but Spider-Man and Venom helped me out. I'm okay now. Really? Aunt May pulled back slightly, inspecting him for any injuries. When she found none, she sighed in relief. Thank God you're safe, she murmured, her eyes wet with tears. I'll make you some hot cocoa and something to eat, she said, heading toward the kitchen. You must be starving, my poor boy. As she walked away, Peter heard her mutter under her breath. Maybe Spider-Man and Venom aren't as bad as the news says. Her words brought a small smile to Peter's face. The thought of Aunt May softening toward Spider-Man was a victory in itself. If she had seen him last night, though, Peter shook his head, pushing the thought away. That was a sight he never wanted her, or anyone, to witness. His gratitude toward Venom deepened as he sat down, the weight of the night's events finally lifting. The night sky over New York glowed with the lights of a city that never truly sleeps. Outside the entrance of an upscale hotel, luxury cars lined the street, while sharply dressed doormen bustled about, either welcoming guests or parking their vehicles. The scene was one of opulence and quiet sophistication. A sleek Bentley rolled to a stop at the hotel's entrance. One of the doormen instinctively approached to open the rear passenger door, only to notice there was no one seated there. The driver's door opened instead, and Lin'an stepped out, casually holding the keys in his hand. Unlike the other attendees, who arrived with chauffeurs or escorts, Lin'an preferred to drive himself. Tonight, he was here to attend a high-profile social gathering, an event where New York's elite businesspeople and politicians mingled, forged alliances, and subtly measured one another's influence. With Zero Industries' meteoric rise, Lin'an's invitation to such an event was inevitable. Handing his car, keys, and invitation to the doorman, Lin'an stepped into the hotel lobby. The grand hall was filled with impeccably dressed individuals, each exuding an air of affluence. Though most were strangers to each other, polite nods and brief smiles were exchanged as their gazes met. So this is one of those high-society soirees I keep hearing about, Venom snarked in his mind. Looks pretty boring, just a bunch of people standing around talking. Where's the fun in that? This is just the lobby, Lin'an replied in his thoughts, following the staff directions toward the elevator. The real event's upstairs. Trust me, no matter how dull these parties are, the food is always top-notch. At least the desserts are. Venom perked up at the mention of desserts. Hey, I'm counting on it. I want tiramisu and chocolate. I wonder what kind of chocolate they have here. It better be the good stuff. The elevator chimed softly as it reached the designated floor. The doors slid open to reveal a lavish corridor, its gold accents gleaming under the warm light. Lin'an walked through the hallway, eventually stepping into an opulent banquet hall. The space was neither crowded nor sparse, with small groups of people scattered throughout, sipping wine and engaging in polite conversation. Lin'an scanned the room briefly before his eyes landed on the dessert table, where an array of meticulously crafted sweets awaited. Ah, that sweet aroma! Venom practically purred in delight, its voice dripping with anticipation. Let's start with some chocolate to warm up. A small mouth formed discreetly on Lin'an's palm, and Venom quietly tasted a piece of chocolate. Though the method of eating was more subtle than usual, Venom didn't seem to mind. If anything, it savored the rich flavor even more, taking its time to enjoy the treat. This cupcake looks pretty good too, Venom started, only to be interrupted by a sudden, clear voice. That cupcake is good, a woman said, her tone light and teasing. Startled, Venom almost choked on the chocolate. Lin'an quickly clenched his hand to give Venom time to retreat before turning toward the voice. Felicia, Lin'an said with genuine surprise, his expression softening as he saw her. Didn't expect to run into you here. Felicia Hardy, holding a glass of wine, stepped closer with a playful smile. I didn't expect to see you either. These kinds of parties are usually so dull. I only come because my mother insists. As she approached, a delicate fragrance accompanied her, light yet intoxicating. Her outfit tonight was nothing short of stunning. She wore a sleek, black velvet strapless gown, its silhouette perfectly accentuating her elegant shoulders and neckline. A high slit ran up the side of the dress, revealing glimpses of her long, toned legs as she walked. Her bright red lips and carefully styled hair completed the image of a poised yet vibrant queen. You look absolutely stunning tonight, Lin'an said sincerely, his voice carrying a hint of admiration. Like the brightest jewel in a diamond necklace. Felicia raised an eyebrow, smirking as she replied, not bad. Better than last time, at least. I'll give you that. They both laughed softly, the mood light, as they began to chat. Lin'an led her to the dessert table, where they both sampled the sweet offerings while exchanging small talk. This whole thing is such a drag, Felicia said, her brows furrowing slightly. If it weren't for my mom insisting, I wouldn't have come. Everyone here looks so polished and proper, but most of them are just putting on a show. It's exhausting. Lin'an noticed the shift in her expression and asked gently, did something happen at one of these events? Felicia leaned in slightly, lowering her voice as she spoke near his ear. Last time I came to one of these, I got bored and went to the balcony for some air. Guess what I saw through the window of the next room? Two people doing things they shouldn't. Lin'an raised an eyebrow, though he didn't interrupt. They both have families, Felicia continued, her tone dripping with disdain. And they're very prominent figures. Her eyes sparkled mischievously as she glanced toward a particular bald man and a middle-aged woman nearby, both of whom were now chatting animatedly with their respective partners. Lin'an followed her gaze, piecing together the implication. He couldn't help but click his tongue softly. This circle sure has its quirks, he murmured. Venom, ever the gossip, was practically buzzing with curiosity. Ask her for more details. Who were they? What did they? Drop it, Lin'an cut Venom off firmly. I'm not prying into that. Have some decency. Decency? Since when? Venom began to protest, but Lin'an ignored it. As the two continued enjoying their desserts, a deep voice interrupted their moment. My, if it isn't the lovely Miss Hardy, the voice said with a practiced charm. Lin'an and Felicia turned to see a towering, broad-shouldered man in a crisp white suit. His bald head gleamed under the chandelier's light, and his smile was polite yet calculating. Good evening, Mr. Fisk, Felicia said smoothly, her expression polite but guarded. Wilson Fisk nodded, his smile unwavering. It's been quite some time, hasn't it? Always a pleasure to see you. Felicia offered brief introductions. This is Wilson Fisk, a close friend of my mother's and a well-known philanthropist. Mr. Fisk, this is my friend, Leon Chun. Lin'an extended a hand, which Fisk shook firmly. Their interaction was courteous, with just a hint of guardedness beneath the surface. So you're the founder of Zero Industries, Fisk remarked, his tone warm yet probing. I've heard much about you. Truly impressive for someone so young. Lin'an smiled humbly. Thank you, Mr. Fisk. But compared to your accomplishments, I still have a long way to go. Their polite exchange of compliments continued, with Felicia observing quietly. Though she was impressed by Lin'an's composure, she couldn't help but feel a mix of curiosity and mild annoyance. Asterisk, why didn't he tell me about all this before? Asterisk. Catching her look, Lin'an lightly tapped her arm in silent apology, earning a small smile in return. The conversation soon drew others, and the group expanded as more business people joined in. The atmosphere was lively, with clusters of guests discussing everything from market trends to philanthropic endeavors. Just as the chatter reached its peak, a new figure entered the scene. "My dear friend Wilson," the newcomer said with a warm smile. "What are you all discussing? Mind if I join?" Norman Osborn approached, his presence effortlessly commanding attention. He greeted Fisk warmly before being introduced to Lin'an and Felicia. "Miss Hardy," Norman said with a nostalgic smile. "It's been ages since I last saw you. Your birthday party, wasn't it? A memorable evening." Turning to Lin'an, he added, "And you must be the man behind Zero Industries. Your reputation precedes you, Mr. Chen. Young and accomplished. I'm impressed." Lin'an offered his usual modest response, skillfully redirecting the praise to Osborn's own achievements. The conversation shifted to lighter topics, eventually landing on university life. Norman sighed wistfully. "If only my son, Harry, were as accomplished as you, Mr. Chen." "Harry's doing great," Lin'an replied, recalling a basketball game where Harry had been named MVP. "I couldn't even make the team, but Harry was the star." Norman's expression softened with pride, though before he could continue, a commotion nearby interrupted their conversation. The lively chatter and clinking glasses of the banquet hall were momentarily interrupted by a sudden commotion on the other side of the room. All eyes turned toward the source of the noise, a man with a meticulously groomed goatee who was holding a small red ball, aiming it with exaggerated precision. Ping! The ball bounced off the surface of a table and landed neatly in a champagne glass arranged in a pyramid-like formation on the opposite side. "Woo!" The goateed man let out an exaggerated whoop, raising his arms in triumph. The crowd around him erupted into cheers and whistles, spurring him on. "Come on, Hammer. Down the drink. Don't tell me you're done already," the man teased, his grin mischievous as he slung an arm around the waists of two glamorous women standing beside him. His gaze was fixed on a visibly uncomfortable Justin Hammer. Hammer, head of Hammer Industries and a fellow weapons manufacturer, forced an awkward smile amidst the crowd's encouragement. "Heh, Tony, your games are certainly something." Hammer often found himself in Tony Stark's shadow, a constant reminder of the Stark, no pun intended, difference in their reputations. While both were in the arms industry, Stark Industries dwarfed Hammer Industries, both in prestige and innovation. "My games are always something," Tony Stark shot back with a smirk. "And this game is just one of many I'm good at. Some of my best games, though, well, they're not exactly suitable for a crowd, if you know what I mean." He winked at Hammer, then pulled his lady companions closer with a playful laugh. "Now come on, Hammer. Finish the drink. We've got more rounds to play," Tony urged, motioning to the champagne glass. Trapped by the expectant gazes of the crowd, Justin Hammer had no choice but to lift the glass and force the drink down. Internally, he was cursing his decision to initiate a conversation with Tony Stark earlier. What had started as a casual exchange quickly escalated into this absurd game. And now, here he was, stuck in a situation that was anything but dignified. Hammer placed the empty glass back on the table, his stomach already protesting against the copious amounts of alcohol. The rich French foie gras he had eaten earlier now felt like it was floating uncomfortably in his throat. "All right, game's over," Hammer announced abruptly, waving dismissively at the crowd. "It's been fun, folks, but let's call it a night." The onlookers, who had been enjoying the spectacle at Hammer's expense, began to disperse, their laughter and murmurs fading into the background. "Meh, boring," Tony muttered, tossing the red ball onto the table with a flick of his wrist. He raised an eyebrow in disinterest before shrugging. Stark's presence at the banquet was purely out of obligation. Obadiah Stane had insisted he attend to maintain connections with New York's upper echelons. Obadiah Stane, Stark Industries' interim leader after Howard Stark's passing, had been both a mentor and a key figure in the company's history. Though Tony had taken over the reins at 21, Stane remained a guiding figure, handling much of the company's administrative and operational duties. But for Tony, these events were nothing more than tedious obligations. Even his impromptu game with Hammer had quickly lost its charm. "Ah, Tony Stark," Wilson Fisk remarked, watching the scene unfold. He took a measured sip of his wine before continuing, still as flamboyant as ever. "Poor Justin Hammer," Norman Osborn added with a small shake of his head. "Always trying to cozy up to the big names, only to end up looking like a clown in the process. He's got talent, no doubt about that. But if only he'd focus it entirely on his weapons design instead of these pointless games." Lin Chun and Felicia Hardy exchanged a glance, silently agreeing to stay out of the conversation. Evaluating others in this setting, especially in the presence of men like Osborn and Fisk, was a game they had no interest in playing. As if sensing his name being mentioned, Tony Stark sauntered over to the group, his usual swagger in full display. "Fisk," Tony greeted, adjusting his sunglasses with a playful flick of his finger. "For a second there, I thought Obadiah was here. Your heads have a similar shine." Wilson Fisk chuckled softly, his expression unreadable. Still as witty as ever, Stark, but Tony didn't linger on Fisk. His attention shifted to Felicia Hardy, his gaze appraising. "And who's this stunning lady?" Felicia, ever composed, offered a polite smile. "Felicia Hardy. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Stark." She subtly moved closer to Lin Chun as she spoke, a gesture that didn't go unnoticed by Tony. Recognizing the unspoken boundary, Tony backed off with a small nod, deciding against pushing his usual charm. His gaze then settled on Lin Chun, and his expression shifted slightly. "Leon Chen, right? Zero Industries." Lin returned the look with a polite smile. "That's right. I'm surprised you've heard of us, Mr. Stark." "Obadiah mentioned you," Tony replied, his tone losing its earlier playfulness. As a fellow innovator, he recognized the technical brilliance behind Zero Industries' work. "Your inventions are impressive." But the sincerity didn't last long. With a grin, Tony added, "Still not quite at my level. But hey, keep at it." He clapped Lennon on the shoulder before turning and walking away, his arms once again draped around his companions. Lennon watched him leave, silently processing the brief encounter. There is no denying Tony Stark's unique personality. Equal parts genius, showman, and provocateur. Truly, Xinghao Fisao Shou. Lennon thought to himself, using the Chinese term that perfectly encapsulated Tony's flashy and attention-grabbing nature. Norman Osborn, however, was visibly less amused. His voice was low and clipped as he muttered, "That man has no manners." Tony had greeted everyone in the group, Wilson Fisk, Felicia Hardy, even Lin Chun, but had deliberately skipped over him. Whether it was an intentional slight or a mere oversight, the result was the same. Norman Osborn felt snubbed. Fisk, for his part, allowed a faint, almost imperceptible smirk to cross his lips. Seeing Osborn's irritation was a rare treat, especially given their current business dealings. Though they were outwardly cooperating, Fisk was quietly working to undermine Osborn's position within Oscorp. Lennon and Felicia remained diplomatically silent, opting to excuse themselves from the tense atmosphere after a few moments of polite conversation. "Phew," Felicia sighed once they were out of earshot. "Small talk at these things is exhausting." "Tell me about it," Lennon agreed, taking a deep breath of fresh air as they reached a quieter corner of the hall. "It's my first time at an event like this, and I already feel drained." The city's glittering skyline stretched out before them, a breathtaking view that momentarily softened the evening's monotony. "How about this?" Lennon suggested, turning to Felicia with a mischievous smile. "Let's sneak out, grab the car, and go for a drive. This party could drag on forever, and the night's perfect for it." Felicia's eyes lit up at the idea. "That's the best suggestion I've heard all night. Let's do it." The two quickly made a plan. "You wait for me at the entrance," Felicia said, handing Lennon her glass. "I'll just pop to the restroom, and then we'll head out." Lennon nodded, taking the glass and making his way toward the lobby. He had already exchanged pleasantries with everyone he needed to, and the thought of escaping the dull event was becoming more appealing by the second. Venom, meanwhile, seized the opportunity. "Hey, while you're waiting, why not swing by the dessert table again? Those chocolates were top tier, and I didn't get to enjoy them properly with Felicia hanging around earlier." Lennon rolled his eyes, but couldn't argue. After all, the night wasn't over yet. The commotion shattered the previously elegant atmosphere of the banquet hall. All heads turned toward the source of the noise. One side of the hall, where the wall and its adjoining windows had been violently blasted open, leaving a gaping hole. From the smoke and debris emerged several mechanical arms, their metal claws gripping the edges of the broken wall. A middle-aged man wearing dark sunglasses was carried into the room by these metallic appendages, each one moving with eerie precision. Dr. Octopus, his silhouette unmistakable, stepped onto the polished floor, his mechanical limbs clinking ominously as they adjusted their grip. The room fell silent, the air thick with fear as the guests stared at the intruder, frozen in shock. "Good evening, you polished, pretentious bastards," Doc Ock sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. Just as he spoke, several people emerged from a nearby corridor, those who had been elsewhere when the explosion occurred. Among them were Felicia Hardy, Robbie Robertson, and a few other guests who had been in the restroom. Doc Ock's cold smile grew wider as his gaze landed on Felicia Hardy. His mechanical arms twitched with sinister intent as he began striding toward her. Well, what a pleasant surprise," he said mockingly. "You've saved me the trouble of finding you." Before Felicia could react, one of his mechanical arms shot forward, its claw coiling tightly around her waist. She gasped in shock as she was lifted into the air, struggling against the unyielding grip of cold steel. "Let go of her," Robbie Robertson shouted, stepping forward in an attempt to intervene. But another mechanical arm lashed out, grabbing him just as easily and hoisting him into the air alongside Felicia. With both captives secured, Dr. Octopus turned his attention back to the terrified crowd. He pulled two small, cylindrical devices from his coat, tossing them casually onto the floor. "Consider this a parting gift," he said with a cruel laugh. "Tell their families that the great Dr. Octopus will be in touch. Let's hope they're ready to pay the ransom." The devices exploded moments later, sending shockwaves through the hall. Tables and decorations were blown apart, and several guests were thrown to the ground by the force of the blast. When the dust and smoke settled, the villain was gone, taking Felicia and Robbie with him. The entire ordeal had lasted less than a minute. Most of the guests were still too stunned to process what had just happened. What the hell just happened? Jonah Jameson's voice cut through the confusion as he rushed to the scene. Beside him stood a sharp-looking, blonde-haired woman with an air of elegance and authority, Felicia's mother, Anastasia Hardy. She had been mingling with other guests and discussing an important business deal when the explosion occurred. Hearing the commotion, she'd hurried over, running into Jameson along the way. A man with mechanical arms. He called himself Dr. Octopus. He broke in and took Felicia and Robbie. A witness explained, their voice trembling. Another guest, rubbing their chin thoughtfully, added, "I recognize him. That's Otto Octavius. I've seen him before at some science conventions. But this is insane. Otto." Anastasia Hardy's face paled as the name sunk in. She had once funded Otto Octavius's research, but when his experiments failed to yield results, she had cut her financial support. Now, it seemed, Octavius had returned, not for reconciliation, but for revenge. The emotions flooding Mrs. Hardy were overwhelming. Fear for her daughter, regret over her decisions, and a boiling anger toward Otto. Her knees weakened, and she nearly collapsed, but Jameson was quick to catch her, guiding her to a nearby chair. "Damn it," Jameson muttered, his jaw clenched in fury. "That lousy octopus freak took my best reporter, my friend." Meanwhile, outside the gathered crowd, Lin'an Shun had quietly absorbed the details of the incident. His expression was calm, but serious, as he processed the situation. "Another lunatic in New York," he muttered under his breath. "A Dr. Octopus this time. Can't these maniacs ever take a break?" He turned and walked briskly toward the exit. He didn't need Leon Chen for this. This was a job for Venom. At the same time, Peter Parker stood among the crowd, his thoughts racing. He had witnessed the entire ordeal and knew he couldn't sit idly by. He needed to act. But as Spider-Man, Peter also began to slip away from the crowd, moving toward the windows to avoid being seen. Just as he reached a secluded corner, he caught a glimpse of Lin'an Shun leaving the hall. "Leon? What's he doing here?" Peter murmured to himself, scratching his head in confusion. But he quickly shook off the thought. There was no time to dwell on it. He climbed out onto the windowsill, ready to change into his Spider-Man suit and join the hunt for Dr. Octopus. Back inside, Jameson was trying to console Anastasia Hardy. Don't worry, Anastasia. Otto's after money, plain and simple. He won't harm Felicia or Robbie. It wouldn't make sense for him to do so. It'd ruin his leverage. Mrs. Hardy nodded weakly, but the worry in her eyes remained. To her, nothing mattered more than her daughter's safety. She would pay any ransom, no matter the cost, if it meant bringing Felicia back unharmed. Before she could respond, the phone on a nearby table began to ring. Everyone in the room fell silent, their attention snapping to the device. Anastasia Hardy clasped her hands tightly, silently praying for good news. Jameson stepped forward, his expression hardening as he prepared to handle the call. A friend placed a hand on his shoulder, cautioning him. Jonah, if it's him, stay calm. Don't say anything reckless. Jameson scoffed, brushing off the concern. Relax. I'm always calm and collected. His friend opened his mouth to protest, but Jameson had already picked up the phone. His voice was steady and stern. This is Jonah Jameson. Ah, Mr. Jameson, came a smooth yet menacing voice from the other end. This is Dr. Octopus. Or, if you prefer, Otto Octavius. Jameson's grip on the receiver tightened. I want $10 million in cash, Otto continued, his tone growing sharper. That's the price for your friend's safe return. Oh, and one more thing. I want you to run a story about me. I want the world to know what's been done to me, the injustices I've suffered. Otto's voice rose with emotion, his words laced with bitterness and anger. Jameson paused for a moment, then replied firmly, We'll meet your demands. But in return, you need to give us proof that Felicia and Robbie are unharmed. I want to hear their voices. A cold chuckle echoed through the line. You're in no position to make demands of me, Jameson. You lack the authority to negotiate with the great Dr. Octopus. Jameson's temper flared, his voice rising. If you harm either of them, I swear I'll make it my mission to take you down, you damn octopus. Take me down, Otto sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. You're powerless, Jameson. You can't do anything. Don't underestimate me, you lunatic, Jameson shouted, slamming his fist onto the table. You won't get away with this, you miserable cretin. Nearby, the onlookers exchanged uneasy glances. Anastasia Hardy's heart sank further, her breathing becoming shallow as fear gripped her. Mark my words, Octavius, Jameson bellowed. You'll rot in a prison cell for the rest of your pathetic life. On the other end of the line, Dr. Octopus's expression darkened. His voice turned icy. You dare speak to me like that? To a scientist of my caliber? Scientist? Jameson shot back, his anger boiling over. You're no scientist. You're nothing but a cowardly extortionist. The tension in the room was palpable. Anastasia Hardy buried her face in her hands, overwhelmed by despair as Jameson's fiery words continued to escalate the situation. Anastasia Hardy's hands trembled as she covered her mouth, her face pale with regret. If she had known Jameson would handle things this way, she would have called the police immediately instead of letting him take charge. Coward! You dare call me a coward? On the other end of the phone, Otto Octavius seethed with rage. He slammed his mechanical arm into the desk, shattering the computer in front of him. Gripping the phone tightly, he snarled, You'll deliver the ransom to me yourself, alone, and you'd better not keep me waiting. What? Jameson's voice faltered for the first time, his earlier bravado replaced with uncertainty. You heard me, Otto spat. Just you. I'll send you the instructions. Don't even think about bringing anyone else, or the consequences will be regrettable. With that, Otto slammed the phone down, cutting the call. Jameson stood there holding the receiver, stunned. He muttered, He wants me to deliver the ransom alone. The room fell silent as everyone turned their attention to him. A heavy tension hung in the air, the weight of Jameson's reckless words now fully realized. No one spoke, and even Jameson seemed at a loss for what to say next. Anastasia Hardy, her voice trembling, finally broke the silence. Jameson, I'll have the money ready. Just please bring Felicia back safely. Before Jameson could respond, a low, gravelly voice cut through the room. You made this mess, so you're going to fix it. From the shadows, a dark figure stepped forward. Venom leaned casually against a nearby table, his piercing white eyes glowing faintly as he stared at Jameson. Everyone froze. The sight of Venom, his towering, monstrous presence, sent a shiver through the room. Jameson's reaction was immediate. "Venom, what the hell are you doing here, you murdering lunatic?" Thwip! Before Jameson could continue, Venom moved in a blur, his hand snapping out to clamp over Jameson's mouth, silencing him. His face was inches from Jameson's as he growled, "Time is precious. Don't waste it with your useless barking. If you keep screwing around, I won't mind giving you a live demonstration of how I deal with people who annoy me." With a flick of his wrist, Venom shoved Jameson aside, sending him stumbling to the floor. Internally, Venom rumbled with annoyance. Asterisk this loudmouth old man. I swear, if he keeps this up, I'll crack open his head just to see if there's anything inside besides hot air. Asterisk. Jameson, humiliated and fuming, staggered to his feet, ready to lash out again. But before he could speak, Anastasia Hardy's voice rang out sharply. "Enough, Jonah. Now isn't the time for your antics. My daughter and your colleague are in that lunatic's hands." Her words struck Jameson like a slap to the face. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Instead, he turned away, his shoulders slumping slightly as the weight of the situation sank in. At that moment, Spider-Man swung through the broken window and landed gracefully on the floor. His red and blue suit stood in stark contrast to the chaos around him. He looked around quickly, his gaze landing on Venom. "You're already here? That's unexpected." Spider-Man hardly had time to process Venom's presence before Jameson turned his wrath on him. "Great. Just great. You're in on this too? Aren't you, wall crawler? Get out of here. We don't need you sticking your nose where it doesn't belong." Peter's temper flared. This was not the time for Jameson's usual tirades. But before he could respond, Venom raised a hand, firing a web that silenced Jameson once more, this time covering his mouth. The room went deathly quiet. Venom turned to the guests and spoke in a cold, commanding tone. "You all stay here. Don't call the police, and don't interfere. I don't want anyone messing up my plan. Once we leave, you can do whatever you want." The crowd nodded nervously, none daring to argue. The reputation Venom carried was enough to make even the boldest among them think twice. Unlike Spider-Man, Venom had no qualms about violence, and his methods were far from merciful. Satisfied, Venom turned his attention back to Jameson. With a flick of his wrist, he lifted Jameson off the ground, holding him at eye level. "Listen carefully, old man. You'll follow my instructions to the letter. No whining, no grandstanding. Just do what you're told. Got it?" His voice was low, threatening, and left no room for argument. Jameson glared, his pride stinging, but he nodded reluctantly. Venom dropped him unceremoniously to the floor, then turned to Anastasia Hardy. "Get the ransom ready. Quickly. We're wasting time." Mrs. Hardy nodded, her resolve hardening. Without another word, she began making phone calls to gather the money. As the room settled into a tense silence, Venom walked to a nearby sofa and sat down, his posture relaxed but his gaze sharp. Spider-Man hesitated for a moment before joining him, sitting on the opposite end of the sofa. Peter couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. While he didn't agree with Venom's brutal methods, there was a certain satisfaction in seeing Jameson put in his place. "Didn't think you'd beat me to the scene," Peter said, trying to lighten the mood. Venom didn't respond immediately. His eyes remained focused on the middle distance, calculating his next move. Finally, he said, "That doesn't matter. What matters is finding Dr. Octopus and ending this." Peter sighed. "You're right. Do you know anything about it?" Venom turned to Peter, his expression unreadable. "Not much, but you've been around longer than I have. What do you know?" Peter rubbed the back of his neck, recalling the details. "If it's the same Otto Octavius I remember, then, yeah, I know him. He was one of my science camp instructors when I was a kid. Back then, he was kind, passionate about science, and believed in its potential to help humanity." Peter's voice grew somber. "I don't know what changed him. Maybe he was losing funding, or maybe something else. But the man I knew would never resort to this." Venom's tone was cold as he replied, "It doesn't matter what he was. All that matters is what he is now, a criminal. And criminals need to face justice, one way or another." Peter nodded, his resolve firming. "You're right. Felicia and Robbie don't deserve to be caught in this. No matter what Otto's reasons are, this has to stop." Just then, the fax machine whirred to life, spitting out a piece of paper with the ransom instructions. Jameson and Mrs. Hardy both approached, the former holding the note with shaking hands. "Half an hour," he muttered. "We have to be there in half an hour." The ransom, $10 million in cash, was already prepared in 2 briefcases. Venom inspected the cases briefly before attaching small, nearly invisible tracking devices to their undersides. The devices, crafted using a mix of Venom's webbing and advanced tech, were highly resistant to interference and almost impossible to detect. Spider-Man watched in quiet amazement. The craftsmanship of the devices was unlike anything he'd seen. It was clear that Venom wasn't just a brute. He was far more resourceful than most would assume. With everything ready, the group prepared to leave. The tension in the air was palpable, but one thing was certain. Dr. Octopus had no idea what was coming. Dr. Octopus froze mid-dial, his mechanical limbs twitching in response to the sudden disturbance. His masked face turned toward the direction of the voice, his expression shifting from irritation to disdain. From the shadows of the factory's upper rafters, Spider-Man swung into view, landing gracefully on a high beam. His hand still held the end of the web line that had snatched the phone from Otto's grasp. "All right, Doc," Spider-Man quipped, his voice carrying a confident edge. "Step away from the ransom, the hostages, and the terrible life choices. Let's not make this messier than it already is." Dr. Octopus sneered, his mechanical arms clicking menacingly as they adjusted their positions. "Ah, Spider-Man, I should have known you'd stick your nose into my business." "Funny, I was just thinking the same thing about you," Peter retorted, casually flipping onto another beam to keep his distance. "Seriously, Doc, was kidnapping and ransom really the best plan you could come up with? Pretty cliché for someone with 4 extra arms and a PhD. You dare mock me?" Otto roared, slamming one of his mechanical arms into a nearby table, sending it splintering into pieces. "You have no idea what I've endured, what I've sacrificed for my work. You're just a juvenile pest with a mask and some sticky string." "Sticky string?" Spider-Man feigned offense. "It's webbing, thank you very much. And I'm not just a pest. I'm the pest." Meanwhile, high above on the factory's upper level, Lin and Chen crouched in the shadows, watching the exchange below. Venom's white, eerie eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation. "Nice distraction," Lin muttered under his breath, his voice low and gravelly. "Of course, he's good at being annoying," Venom hissed back in Linen's mind, the symbiote's tone laced with grudging approval. "But he's drawing too much attention. Let's end this quickly." Lin nodded silently. He extended one black, sinewy tendril from his arm, letting it slither quietly along the rafters toward the hostages. Spider-Man continued to trade verbal jabs with Dr. Octopus, his banter serving its intended purpose, keeping Otto's focus entirely on him. "So what's the endgame here, Doc?" Peter asked, darting nimbly to another beam as one of Otto's mechanical arms lashed out at him. "You get the money, you fund your experiments, and then what? Build a world-destroying laser? A shrink ray? Hey, I don't know, a really big toaster? I am not some cartoon villain." Otto bellowed, his frustration mounting. "My work will revolutionize the world." And he pointed one of his clawed appendages at Spider-Man, his voice dripping with venom. "You'll see firsthand what happens to those who stand in my way." "Wow, you really need to work on your PR," Peter quipped, shooting another web line to swing out of reach as Otto's claws lunged for him. While Otto was fully preoccupied with Spider-Man, Lin and Shun made his move. His black tendril reached the wall where the hostages were restrained, silently wrapping around the metal clasp holding Felicia Hardy. With a faint snap, the lock released, and Felicia gasped as she was freed. "Stay quiet," Lin whispered, his voice barely audible as he lowered her to the ground. Felicia's wide eyes met the faint glow of Venom's, and though she flinched instinctively, she quickly nodded, trusting the anti-hero who had come to her rescue. Lin moved swiftly, repeating the process with Robbie and then Jameson. As he worked, his focus was unwavering, even as Dr. Octopus's voice boomed throughout the factory below. "You're wasting your time, Spider-Man." Otto snarled, his metal claws slamming into beams and walls as he tried to catch the elusive hero. "You can't stop me. No one can." "Yeah," Peter called back, flipping through the air and landing on a dangling chain. "I've heard it all before. No one can stop me. I'm unstoppable, blah, blah, blah." You guys really need some new material. With the hostages freed, Lin'an gestured silently for them to move toward the factory's exit. Felicia hesitated for a moment, looking back at Spider-Man, but Lin'an placed a firm hand on her shoulder. "They'll be fine," Lin'an said quietly. "Just go." Felicia nodded, reluctantly leading Robbie and Jameson toward the exit. As they slipped out of sight, Lin'an turned his full attention to the chaos below. He stepped out from the shadows, his black form blending with the dim light of the factory. "Enough games," Venom growled, his deep, menacing voice cutting through the noise. Dr. Octopus froze, his head snapping toward the sound. His mechanical arms tensed, their claws poised for attack. Otto hissed, his voice filled with disdain. "The so-called Venom. Another pretender trying to interfere with my work." "Call me whatever you want," Lin'an replied, his voice calm but laced with a dangerous edge. "But your little show ends here." Spider-Man landed on a nearby platform, glancing between Venom and Dr. Octopus. "Well, this just got interesting," Peter muttered to himself. Dr. Octopus sneered, raising all four of his mechanical arms. "You think you can stop me? You're nothing compared to the power of science." "Science doesn't kidnap people or blow up walls," Venom shot back, his posture shifting as he prepared for a fight. "You've crossed too many lines, Octavius." The tension in the air was palpable as the three figures squared off. The factory lights flickered slightly, casting long, distorted shadows across the room. "Ready to wrap this up?" Spider-Man called out, his voice light but steady. "Let's finish it," Venom growled, his muscles coiling as he prepared to strike. Dr. Octopus let out a deranged laugh, his mechanical arms slamming into the ground with a deafening clang. "Come in. Let's see who's truly unstoppable." With that, the factory erupted into chaos once more. Peter yanked the phone out of Dr. Octopus's grip with a swift motion, immediately firing several webs in his direction. The sticky strands shot through the air, aiming to immobilize Otto. Caught off guard by Spider-Man's sudden appearance, Otto's face twisted with fury. As his mechanical arms tore at the webs, he bellowed, "You meddlesome pest! Get over here!" "Whoa, big guy, ever heard of personal space?" Peter quipped, holding onto his webbing as Otto's powerful mechanical arms began pulling him closer. The force was overwhelming, and Peter found himself yanked forward, hurtling toward Doc Ock. Asterisk thwack. Asterisk. Using the momentum to his advantage, Peter delivered a solid kick to Otto's chest, sending him flying backward into a mess of overturned equipment. Staggering to his feet amidst the scattered debris, Otto glared at Spider-Man with pure venom in his eyes. "Spider-Man, why must you always interfere? Is sticking your nose where it doesn't belong some sort of profession for you?" "Oh, no," Peter replied, dodging an incoming mechanical arm with an acrobatic leap. "It's more of a hobby, really. But hey, it's a full-time gig, no pay, no days off." Otto's frustration reached a boiling point as his mechanical arms lashed out violently, grabbing nearby overturned tables, chairs, and even chunks of scrap metal to hurl at Peter. "Dodge all you like, wall crawler," Otto sneered, his arms moving with uncanny speed and precision. "My tentacles are an extension of my very mind. Faster and more flexible than any human limb. You can't avoid me forever." Peter ducked under a rusted steel beam, firing back with his usual sarcasm. "Wow, you're really proud of those things, huh? Tell me, do they help you scrub your back in the shower, or are you stuck with hard-to-reach spots?" Otto's face darkened with rage. "Keep joking while you can, Spider-Man. Let's see how funny you are when I crush the life out of you." With a sudden burst of speed, the mechanical arms accelerated their attacks. Peter, caught off guard by the change in tempo, struggled to keep up. One of Otto's tentacles slammed a table into him, pinning him against the wall. Before he could recover, another arm wrapped itself tightly around his left arm, lifting him off the ground. "Got you now," Otto snarled triumphantly, his remaining arms moving in to grab Peter's other limbs. Peter squirmed against the unrelenting grip, realizing the dire situation he was in. If Otto managed to secure all his limbs, the outcome would be catastrophic. His body would be at the mercy of those crushing mechanical claws. Otto's cruel smile widened as he loomed over his trapped foe. "Ah, the beauty of power," he mused, his voice dripping with malice. It allows you to break promises, just as your precious mother broke mine. It lets you destroy your enemies, just as I'm about to destroy you, Spider-Man. Ha ha ha. But Otto's maniacal laughter was cut short by an unsettling realization. The factory had grown eerily quiet. Aside from Spider-Man's struggles, there was no sound from the hostages. Turning Peter toward the wall where the captives had been restrained, Otto's smug grin vanished. The restraints were empty. Felicia, Robbie, and Jameson were gone. What? Otto roared, his eyes darting around the room as he pieced it together. You brought someone with you? You sly little insect. His fury redirected. Otto channeled all his rage into the helpless Spider-Man. One of the mechanical arms tightened its grip on Peter's left arm, eliciting a sharp, sickening crack as bone gave way under the immense pressure. "Ack!" Peter cried out, his body racked with pain as his arm hung limply. But even with his left arm rendered useless, he wasn't about to give up. Grinding his teeth, Peter used his free right hand to slam against the wrist-mounted device on his left arm. Sparks of blue electricity erupted from his web shooter, traveling up the length of Otto's mechanical arm. The current surged through the metal, finding its way to Otto's neural interface. Arc! Otto's scream echoed through the factory as the pain and paralysis shot through his spine. His mechanical arms spasmed uncontrollably, releasing Peter in the process. Peter dropped to the ground, cradling his injured arm as he scrambled to put distance between himself and Otto. "Man, I love upgrades," he muttered through gritted teeth, breathing heavily. Just as Peter staggered to his feet, Lin re-entered the factory. His sharp eyes immediately took in the scene. Peter's broken arm, the sparking mechanical arms flailing around Otto, and the chaos strewn across the room. "You okay?" Lin asked, his tone steady but with a note of concern. Peter nodded, though his face was pale from the pain. "Yeah, mostly. Watch out for the arms. They're ridiculously strong. Don't let them grab you." Lin's gaze briefly flicked to Peter's injured arm before he reached into his suit and pulled out a small vial of ointment. He handed it to Peter. "This will help with the pain. Use it after you splint your arm." Peter blinked in surprise. "Wait, is this Zero Industries trauma ointment? You use this stuff?" Lin smirked faintly. "It works, doesn't it?" With that, he turned his attention back to Otto, who was beginning to recover from the electrical shock. Lin's demeanor shifted, his eyes narrowing as black, sinewy tendrils began to emerge from his body. Without wasting another moment, Lin launched himself at Otto, his claws aiming straight for the villain's chest. But Otto's arms, as if acting on instinct, intercepted the attack, their metal grips clashing against Lin's razor-sharp claws with a piercing screech. The sound of metal grinding against metal filled the air as the two engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle. "More meddling fools," Otto spat, his mechanical arms moving with renewed vigor. "I'll destroy you both." Lin's expression remained cold as he parried each of Otto's strikes with calculated precision. "You're not the only one with extra arms," he said, his voice low and ominous. From his back, 8 black tendrils erupted, writhing like living shadows. They darted forward, tangling with Otto's mechanical arms in a chaotic dance of power and precision. The factory echoed with the sounds of combat, metal striking against sinew, the hiss of Otto's claws spinning rapidly, and the occasional grunt of effort from Lin. Otto's confidence began to waver as he realized his advantage was slipping. The tendrils were faster and more adaptable than his mechanical arms, forcing him onto the defensive. "Impossible!" Otto roared, his voice tinged with desperation. "No one could defeat Dr. Octopus." Lin's lips curled into a cold smile. "We'll see about that." With a sudden burst of speed, Lin's tendrils bypassed Otto's defenses, slashing at his armored chest. Sparks flew as the claws dug into the metal, leaving deep gouges. Otto stumbled back, his breathing ragged as he struggled to maintain control of his arms. "Your shell's cracking, Doc," Lin said, his voice calm but with an edge of finality. "Let's see how long you can hold out." The battle was far from over, but the tide was unmistakably turning against Dr. Octopus. As the light from the approaching car grew brighter, the group instinctively shielded their eyes. The sudden glow in the darkened countryside was jarring, especially after the tense events they had just experienced. The vehicle slowed to a stop in front of them, its headlights cutting through the night. The hum of the engine was steady, almost reassuring. Felicia squinted, trying to make out who was behind the wheel. Her heart raced for a moment. Was it friend or foe? After everything they had just been through, she couldn't help but feel on edge. The driver's side door opened, and out stepped Lin'an Chen, now back in his usual casual attire. His calm demeanor was a stark contrast to the chaos they had left behind. "You look like you could use a ride," Lin'an said simply, his voice steady but carrying a hint of dry humor. "Leon," Felicia exclaimed, a mix of relief and surprise in her voice. She hadn't expected to see him again so soon, let alone driving out here to find them. Jameson, however, immediately grew suspicious. Narrowing his eyes, he barked, "What are you doing here? And how did you even find us?" Lin'an didn't so much as flinch at Jameson's accusatory tone. "You're welcome for the rescue, by the way," he said, his voice cool. Then, glancing at Felicia and Robbie, he added, "You three look like you could use some help getting back to the city. Or would you rather keep walking?" Felicia, ignoring Jameson's grumbling, stepped forward, her limp more pronounced now as the discomfort from her worn-out shoes worsened. "Thank you," she said sincerely. "I don't think any of us want to walk another step." Jameson looked like he wanted to argue, but one glance at Felicia's condition and the fact that his own legs were starting to ache silenced him. With an exasperated huff, he muttered, "Fine, but don't think this means I trust you." "Noted," Lin'an replied dryly, opening the passenger side door for Felicia. As Felicia climbed into the car, Robbie offered her a hand to help her settle in. He then turned to Jameson, raising an eyebrow. "Jonah, maybe try being a little less hostile? The man did save us." Jameson grumbled something under his breath, but climbed into the back seat without further complaint. Robbie followed, leaving Lin'an to close the doors behind them. Before getting back into the driver's seat, Lin'an glanced at Felicia. "How's your foot?" he asked, noticing her slight wince as she adjusted her position. "It's fine," she said quickly, though her tone betrayed her discomfort. Lin'an didn't press further. Instead, he started the car and began driving toward the city. The steady hum of the engine filled the silence, broken only by the occasional sound of shifting in the back seat. Felicia, sitting in the front passenger seat, couldn't help but glance at Lin'an as he drove. There was something about him, his calmness, his focus, that intrigued her. She thought back to the black-clad figure who had helped save them earlier. Could it be? No. She dismissed the thought as quickly as it came. In the back seat, Jameson crossed his arms, his expression still skeptical. "So, how did you find us, anyway?" he asked, his tone challenging. Lin'an kept his eyes on the road, his voice even as he replied, "I saw the direction you were heading when you left the factory. Figured you'd take the main road back to the city." "Convenient," Jameson muttered, though his tone lacked the usual bite. Robbie, ever the peacemaker, tried to lighten the mood. "Well, however you did it, we appreciate it. Getting out of there safely was more than I expected after everything." Felicia nodded in agreement. "Seriously, thank you, Leon. I don't know how we would have managed without you." Lin'an offered a small, almost imperceptible smile. "Glad I could help." The car fell into a more comfortable silence after that. Felicia leaned her head against the window, watching the faint glow of the city lights in the distance. Her thoughts wandered to the events of the night, the chaos, the terror, and the strange black figure who had been her unlikely savior. In the back seat, Jameson's grumbling eventually gave way to quiet as exhaustion took over. Robbie looked out the window, his expression thoughtful but calm. As for Lin'an, his focus remained on the road ahead. Though his outward appearance was composed, his mind was on Venom. The symbiote's earlier exhaustion and retreat into dormancy weighed on him more than he cared to admit. He could still feel its presence, faint but steady, a quiet reminder of the partnership that had carried him through countless battles. Finally, the city skyline came into full view, its lights cutting through the night. Lin'an pulled the car to a stop outside a well-lit street, where taxis and late-night pedestrians moved about. "This is as far as I go," he said, turning to the passengers. Felicia hesitated before opening her door. "Leon, if you hadn't been there, You're safe now," Lin'an interrupted gently. "That's all that matters." She nodded, offering him a small, grateful smile before stepping out of the car. Robbie followed, helping Jameson out of the back seat. Jameson, as usual, couldn't resist a parting remark. "Don't think this means I like you," he grumbled. Lin'an smirked faintly. "Wouldn't dream of it." With that, the group began making their way toward the nearest taxi stand. Felicia glanced back once, only to see Lin'an's car already pulling away, disappearing into the night. "Strange guy," Robbie remarked, his tone neutral. "Yeah," Felicia agreed softly, her thoughts lingering on the man who had saved their lives, and the mystery that seemed to surround him. As for Lin'an, he drove through the quiet streets, his mind already shifting to the next challenge. The night wasn't over yet, and there was always more to be done in a city that never truly slept. As Felicia squinted against the car's headlights, her voice carried a mix of hope and desperation. "Hello, can we trouble you for a ride? Please, we really need help." The driver's door opened, and a familiar figure stepped out, his movements calm and deliberate. He walked toward her, his voice soft but steady. "I'm here to take you home." That voice, it was unmistakable. Felicia slowly lowered the hand shielding her eyes, and as her vision adjusted, the sight of Lin'an Chun became clear. Relief washed over her like a wave. "Leon," she cried, her voice breaking with emotion as she threw herself into his arms. Tears streamed down her face as she clung to him, her walls finally crumbling. "I was so scared. I didn't know what to do. I thought we wouldn't make it." Her sobs came in waves, raw and unfiltered, a release of all the fear and tension she had bottled up. Lin'an stiffened slightly at the sudden embrace, his arms hovering awkwardly in the air. He wanted to say something, anything, but the sight of Felicia crying against his chest silenced him. After a moment's hesitation, he awkwardly placed a hand on her back, giving her a few uncertain pats. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Robbie and Jameson watching the scene unfold with raised eyebrows and knowing smirks. Their expressions only deepened his discomfort. Sensing the moment wasn't theirs to interrupt, Robbie and Jameson exchanged a look, then quietly opened the car doors and climbed inside, leaving the two outside. After what felt like an eternity, Felicia's sobs began to subside. She pulled back slightly, wiping at her tear-streaked face. Her cheeks flushed as she realized how tightly she had been holding on to him. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Lin'an cleared his throat, his own awkwardness evident as he stepped to the side and opened the car door for her. "It's fine. Get in the car. Your mom's worried sick about you." Felicia nodded, her voice barely above a whisper as she murmured, "Thank you." She climbed into the passenger seat, her emotions still raw but steadied by the reassurance of Lin'an's presence. Once everyone was settled, Lin'an started the car and turned it back toward the city. The silence in the vehicle was heavy, broken only by the quiet hum of the engine. Meanwhile, far away in the woods, under the pale light of the moon, Peter Parker limped through the trees. Without tall buildings to swing from, he was forced to rely on his own 2 feet, a challenge made even harder by his injuries. His broken arm throbbed with pain, and the cuts on his legs and waist stung with every movement. He paused every few minutes to lean against a tree, catching his breath before pushing himself forward again. His shadow stretched long under the moonlight, growing fainter as he disappeared deeper into the forest. Back at the city outskirts, Lin'an's car sped along the quiet roads. Felicia glanced at him from the passenger seat, her thoughts racing. She replayed the events of the night in her mind, the chaos, the terror, and the mysterious black-clad figure who had saved her. Could Lin'an? No, it didn't make sense. She shook the thought away, focusing instead on the relief of being safe. In the back seat, Jameson sat with his arms crossed, his expression a mixture of suspicion and begrudging acceptance. He didn't trust Lin'an, but he couldn't deny the man had saved them. Robbie, ever the diplomat, sat beside him, quietly observing the passing scenery. The group reached Felicia's home first. Lin'an pulled up to the curb, stepping out to open the door for her. "Thank you," she said again, her voice soft but full of sincerity. Lin'an nodded. "Get some rest. You'll need it after tonight." As Felicia walked up to the door, she paused, glancing back at him one last time. Her lips parted as if she wanted to say something, but she hesitated. Finally, she gave him a small, grateful smile before disappearing inside. Lin'an didn't linger. He got back in the car and drove off, delivering Jameson and Robbie to their respective destinations. By the time he returned to his own apartment, the city was quiet the streets bathed in the soft glow of streetlights. Meanwhile, the smoldering remains of the abandoned factory had begun to cool. The once massive structure was now a charred skeleton, its framework barely standing amidst the ashes. From a distance, a convoy of vehicles approached, a large truck flanked by several unmarked vans. The convoy stopped near the ruins, and armed operatives poured out of the vans, moving with precision and purpose. The back of the truck opened, revealing several humanoid robots and a group of technicians clad in uniforms. The robots' eyes glowed faintly as they powered on, stepping down from the truck and scanning the area. Life form detected, condition critical, life signs weak, one of the robots announced in a mechanical voice. The robots converged on a section of rubble, where their scanners had picked up a faint signal. With inhuman strength, they began clearing away the debris, tossing aside twisted steel and broken concrete. After several minutes of work, they uncovered a mangled figure buried beneath the wreckage. The body was barely recognizable, charred skin, melted flesh, and hair completely burned away. What remained of Otto Octavius was wrapped in the remnants of his mechanical arms, which sparked and hissed from the damage they had sustained. The robots scanned him thoroughly, their monotone voices providing a grim assessment. Subject suffering from third-degree burns covering 50% of body. Severe cranial and facial damage. Lower limbs completely charred, with fractures in skeletal structure. Mechanical appendages fused to tissue in multiple locations. Life expectancy, 20% with immediate medical intervention. Despite the dire prognosis, the operatives wasted no time. Otto's broken body was carefully lifted and placed onto a stretcher inside the truck. As the truck's doors closed, another operative approached the rubble. With calculated efficiency, they planted a burned, unrecognizable corpse in the spot where Otto had been found. The body was a decoy, meant to erase any trace of what had truly occurred. Mission complete, one of the operatives reported into their comms. Police could be allowed on site. We're clear. The convoy departed as silently as it had arrived, leaving no evidence of its presence. Moments later, the sound of sirens filled the air as police vehicles arrived at the scene. Officers moved in to investigate the ruins, unaware of what had just transpired. Elsewhere in New York, within a secret laboratory owned by Wilson Fisk, better known as Kingpin, two massive stasis pods stood illuminated in the center of the room. Inside them were two figures, one a mangled Otto Octavius, the other the infamous Tombstone. Alistair Smythe, seated in his floating chair, monitored the data streaming across his screens. His expression was one of excitement and pride. Status update. Alistair, Kingpin's voice boomed from a large monitor on the wall. Alistair turned to face the screen, his voice brimming with confidence. Dr. Octopus's injuries are under control, though his damaged limbs are beyond saving. I'll replace them with upgraded mechanical appendages, stronger and more advanced than before. Additionally, I've begun administering experimental treatments to enhance their physical capabilities. They'll be stronger, faster, and more resilient than ever. Kingpin nodded, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Excellent. They'll be valuable assets for what's to come. Make sure to implement safeguards. I don't want them turning on us. Of course, Alistair replied. I'm implanting remote detonators at the base of their necks. Should they disobey, we'll have complete control. Good, Kingpin said, his tone dark. Keep me updated. I'll check in on their progress soon. With them on our side, no one, not Spider-Man, not Venom, not even that maniacal Green Goblin, will stand in my way. The screen went dark, leaving Alistair to his work. As he turned back to the stasis pods, his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Soon, his creations would awaken, and the city would tremble at the rise of Kingpin's new enforcers. As the frigid evening air settled over New York City, the bank stood still, its doors locked tightly, a silent battleground waiting to erupt. The tension on the streets outside was palpable, with police cars forming a semicircle around the building, their lights flashing in the falling dusk. Officers stood in position, their breath visible in the frosty air, gripping their weapons tightly as they stared at the closed bank doors. Inside the building, listen up, you're surrounded. The burly, mustachioed police officer bellowed into his megaphone, his voice reverberating down the street. Lay down your weapons and surrender. That's your only option. The officer's thick mustache quivered as he shouted, the cold air condensing his breath into mist. Tiny snowflakes landed on his mustache, only to melt into droplets that trickled down onto his uniform. From within the bank, a gruff, commanding voice responded, muffled yet forceful. You've got 10 minutes. We need 2 cars, fully fueled and ready to go. If you're late, I'll kill a hostage for every minute you waste. The voice belonged to a broad-shouldered man wearing a black hood, his towering frame intimidating even in the dim interior of the bank. His threat echoed with chilling finality. I have no patience for games. If you don't care about their lives, then neither will I. Countdown starts now. The mustachioed officer clenched his jaw, slamming his fist onto the roof of his patrol car as a way to vent his frustration. Damn it, he spat, his breath visible in the cold air. Turning to one of his officers, he barked, get 2 cars ready. Make sure they're equipped with concealed trackers. I want to know where these scumbags are headed the moment they leave. The officer nodded quickly, hurrying off to carry out the order. The mustachioed policeman then grabbed his radio, his tone tense as he asked, where's the SWAT team? Any word on the snipers? A crackling response came through. SWAT's en route. Snipers are securing vantage points now. Damn it all. The officer cursed under his breath, pacing back and forth in agitation. He had spent months pulling strings to secure a promotion, only for this high-stakes standoff to threaten everything. If things went south, his career could be finished. Overhead, the sound of approaching helicopters filled the air. The officer glanced upward, his mood souring further as he noticed the logos of various media outlets emblazoned on the choppers. The most prominent among them was the unmistakable emblem of J3 Communications, Jameson's media empire. Great, the officer muttered bitterly. Now the whole city's watching. He resumed pacing, muttering curses to himself, his anxiety mounting under the relentless gaze of the hovering cameras. On a nearby rooftop, Spider-Man crouched low, his eyes fixed on the scene below. Normally, this would be the moment when he'd swing into action, diving straight into the heart of the chaos to take down the armed robbers and save the hostages. But something was wrong. Peter's hands gripped the ledge tightly, his heart pounding in frustration. His body no longer felt like his own. His powers had vanished again, leaving him vulnerable. Not now. Not again, Peter muttered under his breath, his voice tinged with desperation. He pressed his palm against the cold concrete of the ledge, testing his ability to stick to the surface. Nothing. This wasn't the first time it had happened. Over the past few weeks, his spider powers had been erratic, disappearing without warning and returning just as unpredictably. At first, he had chalked it up to exhaustion, thinking he just needed rest. But even after taking a day off, the problem persisted. Come on, Parker, think, Peter muttered, his mind racing as he watched the tense standoff unfold below. I can't just sit here. Those people need help. What if they start killing hostages? He clenched his fists, his frustration mounting. Without his powers, charging into a room full of armed criminals would be tantamount to suicide. But doing nothing wasn't an option either. As he wrestled with his dilemma, Peter's keen eyes caught sight of a dark figure moving in the shadows near the bank. His heart skipped a beat as he recognized the unmistakable silhouette of Chen, Venom. What's he doing here? Peter wondered aloud, his confusion momentarily overriding his frustration. He watched as Lin'an moved with purpose, his posture calm yet deliberate. From his vantage point, Peter could see Lin'an surveying the scene, his sharp gaze taking in every detail. After a few moments, Lin'an slipped into an alleyway, disappearing from view. Inside the bank, chaos simmered beneath the surface. The robbers, armed to the teeth, maintained a tight grip on their hostages, barking orders and keeping their weapons trained on the frightened civilians. Unbeknownst to them, Lin'an had already found his way to the side entrance of the bank. Using the detailed floor plans he had accessed through his secret labs database, he identified a blind spot in the robbers' security. The side door was guarded by a single man, his rifle slung casually over his shoulder as he paced back and forth. He was tasked with securing the entrance, ensuring no one entered or exited without his knowledge. As the guard turned his back to the door, a sharp blade pierced through the thin metal panel, sliding cleanly into his throat. He let out a gurgled gasp, his blood soaking into the fabric of his hood as he crumpled silently to the ground. Lin'an stepped through the doorway, his movements precise and methodical. Retrieving his blade, he carefully lowered the guard's lifeless body to the floor, ensuring no noise escaped. He moved deeper into the bank, his footsteps silent as he navigated the dimly lit corridors. Along the way, he encountered 2 more guards stationed near the main hall. They, too, fell without a sound, their lives extinguished before they could react. Reaching a position just outside the main hall, Lin'an paused to assess the situation. Through the enhancements in his visor, he scanned the room, noting the positions of the remaining robbers and the hostages. 16 left, he murmured to himself. The spread-out positions and the hostages complicate things, but I can finish this in under 3 minutes. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself, reaching into his belt to retrieve 2 smoke grenades. Pulling the pins, he rolled them into the center of the hall. Thick, white smoke billowed out, quickly engulfing the room. The robbers reacted immediately, shouting in confusion as their vision was obscured. "What the hell is this?" one of them yelled, his voice tinged with panic. Before they could regroup, Lin'an struck. Moving like a shadow through the haze, he targeted the nearest robber, his blade slicing cleanly through the man's arm. The severed limb fell to the floor, the wound already blackened by the poison coating the blade. The robber collapsed moments later, his body convulsing as the toxin took effect. Lin'an pushed a large counter in front of the terrified hostages, creating a makeshift barrier to shield them from stray bullets. His movements were swift and precise, each action calculated to minimize risk to the civilians. The robbers, now fully aware that they were under attack, fired blindly into the smoke, their bullets ricocheting off walls and furniture. But Lin'an was already on the move, his figure a blur as he darted between them, blade flashing in the dim light. One by one, the robbers fell, their shouts of anger and fear fading into silence. Outside, Spider-Man watched the scene unfold, his heart pounding as he realized what was happening. "He's taking them out, all of them," Peter muttered, a mix of awe and unease in his voice. Lin'an's efficiency was undeniable, but his methods were brutally effective, far removed from the restraint Peter relied on. Back inside, as the last robber fell, Lin'an turned his attention to the hostages. "Stay down," he instructed, his voice calm but firm. "It's over." The hostages stared at him in stunned silence, their fears slowly giving way to relief. For now, the nightmare was over. As the last echoes of gunfire faded into silence, the bank's main hall became a chilling tableau of chaos and death. The air was heavy with the metallic tang of blood, the acrid scent of gunpowder, and the faint remnants of smoke from the earlier grenades. The once pristine floors were a macabre canvas of crimson and white, where blood and brain matter painted a grotesque story of violence. Lin'an Chun stood amidst it all, his figure calm and composed, like a specter of death who had come and gone, leaving nothing but devastation in his wake. His black-clad form cut a stark contrast against the carnage, his movements precise and deliberate as he inspected the scene to ensure no stragglers remained. The last of the robbers now hung lifeless against the wall, his body pinned like a grotesque trophy by the twin blades that skewered his arms. The symbol of Venom, painted with a mixture of blood and gore, loomed ominously beside the corpse. Its jagged grin and glaring eyes seemed to sneer at the world, a warning to anyone who dared follow a similar path. "Job's done," Lin'an muttered to himself as he wiped his hands clean on a discarded piece of cloth. His voice was steady, devoid of any emotion that might betray the weight of what had just occurred. He turned his attention to the hostages, who were still huddled behind the thick counters he had pushed into place earlier. Their faces were pale, their eyes wide with a mix of terror and disbelief. The ropes that bound them had been cut, but none of them dared to move, their minds struggling to process the nightmare they had just survived. "It's over," Lin'an said flatly, his voice cutting through the suffocating silence. "You're safe now. Leave." The hostages hesitated, their fear of him nearly equal to their fear of the robbers who had threatened their lives. One man, his hands still trembling, managed to nod, and the others quickly followed his lead. One by one, they stumbled toward the bank's entrance, their steps unsteady as they navigated the carnage that surrounded them. Some of them shielded their eyes, unable to bear the sight of the bodies that littered the floor. Others whispered hurried prayers of thanks, their voices trembling with relief. Lin'an didn't wait to hear their gratitude or their horror. He turned and walked away, his footsteps silent against the blood-slicked tiles. His mind was already elsewhere, calculating his next move. Outside the bank, the mustachioed officer was pacing restlessly, his nerves frayed by the standoff. The sudden appearance of hostages bursting through the front doors caught him completely off guard. He froze for a moment, his heart skipping a beat as he processed what he was seeing. "Hostages," he barked, snapping into action. "Secure the civilians. Make sure they're all accounted for." The officers on the scene immediately moved to guide the frightened hostages to safety, wrapping blankets around their shoulders and ushering them toward waiting ambulances. The mustachioed officer, still processing the unexpected turn of events, grabbed his radio. "Sitrep, what's going on in there? Did anyone breach the bank?" Before anyone could respond, the officer's attention was drawn to the bank's entrance as his men began cautiously advancing inside. The lead officer signaled that the area seemed clear, and the mustachioed officer wasted no time. "Let's move," he ordered, leading the team into the building. The scene that greeted them inside the bank hit like a punch to the gut. The mustachioed officer froze in place, his eyes widening in shock and revulsion. The bodies of the robbers lay sprawled across the floor, their lifeless forms contorted in grotesque positions. Blood pooled around them, its bright red staining the once gleaming tiles. The air was thick with the stench of death, and the faint echoes of dripping blood punctuated the eerie stillness. But it was the sight on the far wall that truly made the officer's stomach churn. A massive figure was pinned to the wall, his arms spread wide and held in place by two gleaming blades that pierced through his flesh and into the concrete. His head hung limply, the black hood failing to hide the gruesome damage to his body. Beside him, the unmistakable symbol of Venom had been painted in blood, a grotesque, jagged grin that seemed to mock all who looked upon it. "Jesus Christ," one of the officers muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible. The mustachioed officer's jaw clenched as he forced himself to look away from the grisly scene. His fists tightened at his sides, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. "Secure the area," he ordered, his voice rough. "I want every inch of this place swept. Find out who the hell did this." As his men moved to carry out his orders, the officer approached the pinned body, his steps slow and measured. His eyes lingered on the bloody symbol, its jagged edges a stark reminder of the vigilante who had left his mark. "Venom," he muttered, his tone a mixture of anger and frustration. He had heard the stories, whispers of a dark figure who operated on the fringes of justice, dealing out punishment without mercy. Unlike Spider-Man, who at least adhered to some semblance of restraint, Venom was a force of nature, leaving a trail of death and destruction wherever he went. The officer's radio crackled to life, interrupting his thoughts. "Sir, all hostages are accounted for. No casualties among civilians." "Understood," he replied, his voice heavy. "Keep the perimeter secure. I don't want anyone else getting in here." As the officers continued their work, the mustachioed officer stood in the center of the carnage, his mind racing. The hostages were safe, but at what cost? The line between hero and monster had never felt so blurred. Meanwhile, Lin'an had already slipped away, his figure disappearing into the shadows of the city. The adrenaline from the fight still coursed through his veins, but his mind was calm, focused. He had done what needed to be done. The streets were quiet as he made his way back to his apartment, the chaos of the bank fading into the background. His thoughts briefly drifted to the hostages, wondering if they would remember him as a savior or a monster. It didn't matter. What mattered was that they were alive. That was enough. On the rooftop of the building near the bank, Peter finally let out a breath of relief as he saw the hostages emerge safely from the bank. Thank goodness Venom was there, Peter thought, exhaling deeply. If his sudden change had caused the hostages to remain in danger or resulted in any accidents, he would never forgive himself. "What's going on? Watching from the rooftop isn't your usual style," Chen Lin'an suddenly appeared on the railing on the other side of the rooftop. His calm, slightly raspy voice lacked any noticeable emotion as he looked at the somewhat dejected Peter. Watching Chen Lin'an approach, Peter let out a bitter laugh and said, "I was about to go down, but something unexpected happened. If I hadn't reacted quickly, you might be looking at a splattered mess of me right now." Spider-Man, falling to his death? If something like that really happened, even old Jameson would doubt its authenticity. Chen Lin'an replied softly, his voice carrying a faint trace of amusement as he reacted to Peter's self-deprecation. The possibility of Spider-Man falling to his death was as absurd as a fish drowning in water. Chen Lin'an couldn't imagine what kind of accident would lead Peter to say such a thing. Was it a malfunction in his web shooters? But even if the web shooters failed, Peter's bioelectric adhesion should still allow him to cling to surfaces, preventing a fatal fall. The only time something similar had happened was during that peculiar battle with the Vulture, where falling directly from an aircraft left Peter no way to gain footing. Yet even then, he didn't sustain serious injuries. "It's true," Peter said in a deep voice, his tone filled with frustration and unease. "My spider powers suddenly disappeared. I reverted to being an ordinary person. When it happened, I was clinging to the side of a building. If it weren't for the web shooters, I'd be a goner. Swinging through the city, which used to be so effortless, is now impossible without my powers. My arm was nearly pulled out of its socket just now. It still hurts," he added as he rotated his left arm, wincing subtly as a sharp intake of breath betrayed the lingering pain. Peter's explanation made Chen Lin'an realize the gravity of the situation. If they couldn't figure out why Peter's powers were vanishing, continuing as Spider-Man could be a lethal gamble. "Maybe it's time for you to take a break," Chen Lin'an suggested gravely. "If you don't, being Spider-Man might put your life at risk at any moment." Hearing this, Peter lowered his head. He knew Venom was right. This time, he had reacted in time and avoided disaster. But what about next time? If he encountered armed robbers, could he dodge bullets without his spider sense? Even without facing gunmen, a knife or a simple fall from a building could be enough to end him. "You're right. I really need to figure out what's going on with my body," Peter said softly, letting out a sigh. If he couldn't resolve this issue, he might have to retire from being Spider-Man far earlier than he had ever imagined. Venom was concerned about his safety while fighting crime as Spider-Man. But Peter had a deeper fear. He was terrified that he might transform into some kind of monstrous creature. Lately, it wasn't just his spider abilities disappearing intermittently. He'd also felt discomfort in his ribs and heart. This made him worry about whether he might somehow mutate into a grotesque, human-spider hybrid with additional limbs sprouting from his body. The mere thought of such a transformation was more unbearable than losing his powers. He didn't want to hurt Aunt May, his neighbors, or cause irreparable harm to the people of New York. With a heavy heart, Peter turned to Chen Lin'an and said with utmost seriousness, if I ever turn into some kind of monster, promise me you'll eliminate me without hesitation. I'll try to contact you as soon as I sense something's wrong. Oh, do you have any way for me to reach you?" Chen Lin'an was momentarily taken aback by Peter's request, realizing that Peter's real fear lay in this possibility. If Venom were awake, it would probably call him an idiot, Chen Lin'an thought to himself. After a brief silence, Chen Lin'an reached into a hidden pouch on his belt and pulled out a compact device. It was shaped like a watch, but was thinner and sleeker. The square screen on its face was simple, and the straps were detachable, allowing it to be stored easily in a toolkit. This is a communicator. Its primary function is to send emergency signals and text messages. It's limited in features, but highly secure and private, Chen Lin'an explained as he handed the device to Peter. If the situation is urgent, activating the signal will also enable a location tracking function. But you can choose whether to keep it on or off. It won't activate under normal circumstances. Peter took the communicator and listened intently to Chen Lin'an's explanation. He looked up at him and said, his voice soft but resolute, "I trust you." Hearing this, Chen Lin'an's lips curled into a faint smile. However, his tone remained as calm as ever as he replied, "Thank you for your trust. So if that day ever comes, I'll make it quick." That puts my mind at ease," Peter laughed heartily. Chen Lin'an's promise gave him a sense of reassurance. If the worst-case scenario ever happened, he wouldn't have to worry about hurting others. With Venom's strength, it would all be over quickly. Hearing Peter's relieved laughter, Chen Lin'an said nothing and turned away. He walked to the edge of the rooftop, but before jumping off, he paused and looked back at Peter. Until that worst-case scenario arrives, you still have a chance to find a solution, he said. Don't give up hope so easily. If you die, it'll be a real headache for me to keep the city safe on my own. Don't give me that kind of trouble. Before Peter could respond, Chen Lin'an leaped off the rooftop and vanished. Peter stood there, momentarily stunned. Then, with a slight chuckle, he murmured, "If I die, the ones with headaches should be the criminals, not you." Venom's concern, sure, is unique, but it seems he's not as indifferent as he pretends to be. Such a mysterious guy, Peter sighed as he gazed at the distant buildings. Then he scratched his head and said, "But having a mysterious friend is pretty cool, isn't it?" With that, Peter turned and headed toward the building's elevator. As he walked, he shook his head and muttered, "I should have asked him to take me down with him. Now I have to squeeze into the elevator again. I might just be the lamest superhero in the world." Meanwhile, in a secret lab in New York City owned by Kingpin, the towering figure of Kingpin stood before a glass window, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he watched the scene inside the lab. Beside him, Alistair Smythe sat in a hover chair, methodically pressing buttons and maneuvering control levers to operate various robotic arms within the lab. Inside, Dr. Octopus and Tombstone were suspended in the center of the room. The robotic arms controlled by Alistair were completing the final touches on their bodies. Most of the work was focused on Dr. Octopus, whose severely damaged body required extensive repairs and enhancements. The scene was striking. Dr. Octopus stood there, fully unclothed. His legs, from the thighs down, had been entirely replaced with glimmering mechanical limbs. His heavily scarred scalp had been restored, and sparse strands of hair now grew in. The left side of his face, horribly burned and scarred, had been replaced with metallic plating. In the middle of the metal plating was a mechanical eye, glowing red and twitching slightly as it underwent the final tuning process. Unlike Dr. Octopus, Tombstone had not undergone mechanical augmentation. Instead, Alistair had injected him with a modified experimental serum. The serum enhanced Tombstone's mutations, strengthening every aspect of his abilities at the cost of damaging his internal organs and shortening his lifespan. His skin, once a stony gray, had deepened into an even darker, more menacing shade. His muscles and physique had visibly grown more robust and defined. Even injecting nutrients and additional compounds required diamond-tipped drills spinning at high speeds to penetrate his skin. Yet the small wounds left by the drills would vanish completely within minutes, demonstrating the astonishing extent of his transformation. "A masterpiece, Alistair. You've exceeded my expectations," Kingpin said with a smile, his gaze fixed on the two figures in the lab. The results spoke for themselves. The resources he had poured into this project had been worth every penny. Alistair had perfectly transformed these two into formidable weapons. At last, his powerful human weapons were complete, and his plans could finally move forward. The smile on Kingpin's face widened as he imagined his longtime enemies meeting their fates at his hands. Alistair smirked with pride as he continued detailing the modifications to the two figures inside to Kingpin. "For Tombstone, I utilized a new serum specifically tailored for him. The serum may have drained some of his vitality and taxed certain aspects of his physical functions, but it has made him far more powerful in return. He now possesses enhanced strength, greater agility, skin tougher than stone, and an unprecedented regenerative ability," Alistair explained with a gleam of satisfaction. After finishing his description of Tombstone, Alistair gestured toward Dr. Octopus and continued, "The modifications to Dr. Octopus were far more complex compared to Tombstone, given that he isn't a mutant like him. I first repaired his damaged legs and his left eye with mechanical replacements, enabling him to stand once more, and equipped him with a multifunctional mechanical eye. Then, I conducted segmented mechanical reinforcement on his skeletal system, pushing his body to the maximum limit it could endure. It's as if his entire skeleton has been fused with a suit of metal armor. These enhancements not only resolved the issue of his prosthetics being too heavy to move, but also provided him with a unique mechanical upgrade distinct from Tombstone's. His physical capabilities have been significantly enhanced. I also restored and upgraded his mechanical arms. Their materials have been improved, and I even optimized the way they connect to his body. Now, he can command these little beauties faster and with greater precision. The more Alistair spoke, the more excited he became. He was immensely satisfied with these two creations, which had even inspired new ideas for his spider slayers. Hearing Alistair's enthusiastic explanation, Kingpin's eyes burned with greed and anticipation. His investment had not been in vain. With these two lethal weapons, his plans could now be set into motion. Excellent, truly excellent. Kingpin praised Alistair with a satisfied nod. I'll provide you with additional funding so you can continue your research. Really? Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Kingpin. Alistair exclaimed, his excitement palpable. For a scientist, abundant funding meant the freedom to fully unleash his talents and bring his ideas to life without constraints. Watching the elated Alistair, Kingpin narrowed his eyes and smiled. To him, Alistair was far too naive and easy to manipulate. All he had to do was exploit the scientist's father's death and his hatred for Spider-Man, and this brilliant mind had willingly become his subordinate. Now, with just a bit of financial investment, Kingpin could secure Alistair's future inventions and research while also deepening the man's gratitude and loyalty. It was a deal too good to pass up. By the way, did you implement the failsafe I instructed you to? Kingpin asked, his tone calm but firm. He had no intention of letting these two powerful weapons operate beyond his control. Of course, I've implanted chip explosives at the base of their necks. If they dare defy orders, all you have to do is press a button, and their necks will explode, Alistair replied confidently as he handed a small device to Kingpin. The device was compact and square, with two red buttons labeled with small text indicating one button for Dr. Octopus and the other for Tombstone. A protective cover was fitted over the buttons to prevent accidental activation. This is the only device of its kind. Their lives are now entirely in your hands, Alistair explained as Kingpin took the device. Hearing that this was the sole controller, the fleeting trace of doubt in Kingpin's eyes vanished. He pocketed the device and, with a look of anticipation, instructed Alistair, "Wake them up now. I'm sure they've waited long enough." Alistair nodded and operated the robotic arms in the lab, injecting a serum into both Tombstone and Dr. Octopus. As the serum coursed through their veins, the two figures slowly opened their eyes. "Where am I?" Dr. Octopus muttered as he blinked against the harsh white lights and the gleaming ceiling above him. His mechanical eye, still unfamiliar to him, caused a slight sting in his vision. After a few blinks, he suddenly realized that even when his real eye was closed, he could still see. Strange numbers and markers hovered in his field of vision. "What's going on? I'm not dead, but something's definitely changed," he thought, sitting up slowly. Crack! As he pressed down with his right hand to push himself up, the metal table beneath him buckled and dented under the force. Dr. Octopus stared at his hand in disbelief, then examined his body. His gaze swept across the room, taking in the bright lights and the array of robotic arms suspended from the ceiling and walls. "This is a lab," he murmured, piecing together his surroundings. His gaze finally settled on the figure lying nearby, a naked man with gray skin. As Dr. Octopus observed, the gray-skinned man also opened his eyes and sat up. Looks like I've cheated death," Tombstone said with a low chuckle, inspecting his now-healed body and the surge of newfound strength coursing through him. He quickly grasped what had likely transpired. "Oh, a new face," Tombstone remarked, noticing the unfamiliar man nearby. His curiosity was piqued. Dr. Octopus, now standing and adjusting to his body, turned toward Tombstone and replied, "You can call me Dr. Octopus." "And who are you?" As he spoke, Dr. Octopus caught his reflection in a large mirror. His appearance had transformed. His left eye gleamed red with mechanical light, and the fusion of flesh and metal throughout his body was evident. Behind him, his mechanical arms unfurled like the petals of a blooming flower, extending and flexing with newfound precision. Dr. Octopus could feel the difference in his body. The integration of machinery and flesh had made him stronger than ever before. His improved arms were more durable and responsive, a testament to the enhancements Alistair had mentioned. I am, Tombstone began, rising to his feet and stretching his powerful new physique. But before he could answer, a voice echoed throughout the lab. His name is Tombstone. Greetings, Dr. Octopus, a deep, resonant voice announced from the speakers embedded in the ceiling. At the same time, the mirror in front of Dr. Octopus turned transparent, revealing Kingpin's imposing figure on the other side. Kingpin smiled faintly as he addressed the two inside, explaining their current situation in a calm, yet authoritative tone. Moments later, the pair, now dressed, stepped out of the lab. While I appreciate the restoration of my body, I am not one to take orders from others, Dr. Octopus declared with an air of arrogance, his tone sharp and dismissive. As a great scientist, the only things that bind me are science and my research. Behind him, Tombstone smirked mockingly at the statement. He knew all too well what kind of ruthless man Kingpin was. From the moment he'd awakened, Tombstone had understood that everything came at a price. Kingpin's offer of recruitment came as no surprise to him, nor did he have any objections. But this strange man, Dr. Octopus, clearly didn't grasp the reality of the situation. Did he truly think Kingpin's invitation was something one could casually refuse? As Tombstone silently mused over Dr. Octopus' naivety, Kingpin's smile faded. His expression grew stern as he shook his head. Apologies, Dr. Octopus, but refusal was never an option in my plans, Kingpin said, his tone calm, but carrying an air of finality. Had I not spent my money and resources to pull you from that decrepit factory, you would have been nothing more than a pile of ash by now. Hearing this, Dr. Octopus' smile vanished. The mechanical arms behind him rose menacingly, like serpents poised to strike. I've already said, no one commands the great Dr. Octopus, he retorted coldly, his gaze locking onto Kingpin as if testing the limits of his newfound power. Kingpin sneered at the implied threat, his massive form exuding an aura of dominance. It seems I overestimated you, he said mockingly. It appears all your brilliance is focused on science, leaving no room for common sense. Do you think I saved you out of charity? Did it never occur to you why I would wake you without absolute control in place? As Dr. Octopus' expression darkened, Kingpin continued mercilessly, right now, you're no better than a stray dog baring its filthy teeth, thinking itself invincible. With the press of a button, the chip in your neck will turn your head into a fine mist, Kingpin said, his towering frame leaning slightly forward, his presence suffocating. Now, tell me, what will it be? Will you choose to die here and now, or will you serve me? Dr. Octopus stared at the button in Kingpin's hand, his expression darkening with every passing second. The words Kingpin had just spoken were like daggers piercing his pride, each one a sharp reminder of his helplessness. As much as he wanted to crush this smug man standing before him, the threat of death restrained him. He dare not make a move. So, Dr. Octopus, have you made your decision? Kingpin finally broke the tense silence, his voice pressing down at the peak of the tension. Dr. Octopus's face twisted in turmoil. He feared death, but the thought of submitting, of becoming the very stray dog Kingpin had mocked him as, was unbearable. Noticing the scientist's hesitation, Kingpin decided it was time to ease the pressure. The proverbial stick had been wielded enough. It was now time for the carrot. Kingpin's expression softened, and a practiced smile crept back onto his face. Serving me is not a punishment, Dr. Octopus. In fact, it can be quite rewarding. I can provide you with abundant funding to continue your research. He gestured toward Alistair Smythe, who stood obediently at his side. Look at Alistair here. He works for me, yet he has never had to abandon his scientific pursuits. Kingpin patted Alistair's shoulder with a smile. Hearing this, a flicker of interest glimmered in Dr. Octopus's eyes. Kingpin, ever the shrewd manipulator, noticed immediately and smirked inwardly. Breaking a wild dog was simple. Discipline it with a whip, then toss it a bone at just the right moment. Beneath the bright moonlight, a heavily guarded prison sat concealed in the heart of a dense forest. The facility was surrounded by towering walls, with watchtowers stationed at regular intervals. Powerful searchlights swept the grounds, leaving no corner unmonitored. Inside the high walls, the prison was even more secure. Every exit was fortified with multiple layers of doors, and guard patrolled continuously between checkpoints. Yet, in this seemingly impenetrable fortress, a palm-sized mechanical insect scurried stealthily across the outer wall. Its gray exterior blended perfectly with the muted tones of the prison, rendering it nearly invisible in the dim light. The mechanical insect crawled over the outer wall, then clung to the interior walls, eventually slipping into its target cell through a narrow ventilation shaft. Once inside, it landed silently on the floor and opened a shell on its back, revealing the contents hidden within. The man inside the cell noticed the insect immediately. He sat up on his cot, his pale, ashen face illuminated by the moonlight filtering through the vent. His bald head gleamed under the faint light, smooth and round like a peeled egg. The strange man crouched down and retrieved 2 items from the insect's open shell, a belt inset with what appeared to be a blue gem, and a small visual communication device. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he eyed the familiar belt. He fastened it securely around his waist, and in an instant his appearance transformed into that of a man in a sharp, tailored suit. When he activated the communication device, Alistair Smythe's face appeared on the screen. Alistair greeted him in a low, even tone. "Kingpin sends his regards, Chameleon. Please extend my gratitude to Mr. Kingpin." Chameleon replied politely, his voice smooth and composed. Alistair continued, "You have 15 minutes to free the other individuals held in this prison. Your targets are Shocker, Mysterio, and Scorpion. I trust you're familiar with them. Once they've been freed, escort them to the clearing outside. A helicopter will be waiting to extract you." "Understood. Please thank Mr. Kingpin for his generosity," Chameleon said with a nod. Alistair ended the call without another word. Chameleon, an internationally infamous criminal, was known for his ability to transform into anyone's likeness using his belt. All he needed was to scan a person directly or use a photograph. He had been captured by Spider-Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. during a prior mission and imprisoned in this secure facility. Now, Kingpin's ambitious plans required the extraction of Chameleon and several other notable criminals. The names Alistair mentioned, Shocker, Mysterio, and Scorpion, were all individuals with unique talents and one defining commonality. All had been defeated and incarcerated by Spider-Man. Shocker, real name Herman Schultz, was a skilled criminal known for his expertise in cracking safes and committing high-profile robberies. To combat Spider-Man, he had invented a pair of gauntlets capable of emitting powerful shockwaves. To mitigate the recoil from his gauntlets, he had also designed a distinctive yellow, grid-patterned suit made from specialized materials. When fully equipped, Shocker used a shockwave technology to commit crimes and battle Spider-Man, giving Peter Parker plenty of headaches. Scorpion, like Shocker, had a long history with Spider-Man. Once an ordinary private investigator named McDonald Gargan, he had been hired by Daily Bugle editor J. Jonah Jameson to investigate Spider-Man's identity. After being exposed, Peter Parker confronted Jameson directly, warning him to cease his meddling and web Gargan to a wall for good measure. Infuriated, Jameson turned his wrath on Gargan, calling him a failure. Humiliated and enraged, Gargan sought to transform himself. Through Jameson's connections, he was introduced to a scientist who fused Scorpion DNA with his body and provided him with a suit equipped with a mechanical tail capable of secreting a corrosive substance. The transformation turned Gargan into the villain Scorpion, whose newfound power led him down a criminal path, causing no end of trouble for Spider-Man until Peter finally managed to imprison him. As for Mysterio, Quentin Beck, his vendetta extended beyond Spider-Man to include Venom as well. In Mysterio's mind, he had Spider-Man perfectly under control until Venom's interference ruined his plans, leading to his capture and imprisonment in this very facility. Chameleon wasted no time. With his belt, he seamlessly adopted various disguises, outwitting the guards and navigating the prison with ease. He unlocked the cells of Shocker, Mysterio, and Scorpion, and the group quickly retrieved their equipment from the storage area. With their gear in hand, the group's escape became significantly easier. They breached the prison gates and made their way to the clearing where the helicopter, arranged by Kingpin, awaited them. Using his wealth and connections, Kingpin had ensured the helicopter could hover safely for 5 minutes without being intercepted. One by one, the criminals boarded the helicopter, which whisked them away to Kingpin's headquarters. The helicopter landed on the rooftop of Kingpin's skyscraper, and the group was led to a designated floor. When the elevator doors opened, they stepped into a vast, open space dominated by a massive screen mounted on the wall. As Chameleon and the others approached, the screen lit up, and Kingpin's imposing visage appeared. At the same time, Dr. Octopus and Tombstone emerged from the far end of the room, walking toward the group. "Welcome to your newfound freedom, my friends," Kingpin's voice boomed from the screen, a faint smile playing on his lips as he addressed the 6 criminals. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kingpin," he began, leaning forward slightly. "I orchestrated your escape because I require your assistance. I will provide you with everything you need. In return, you will serve me," Kingpin stated plainly, his hands clasped together on the desk before him. "Kingpin." The freshly escaped criminals exchanged stunned glances. The name alone carried weight, and now, considering the seamless precision of their breakout, any doubts about Kingpin's identity faded. Only a man of his stature and influence could orchestrate such an operation, including a helicopter extraction from a highly secured prison. After a brief silence, Mysterio stepped forward, his voice measured and polite. "We are deeply grateful for your assistance, Mr. Kingpin. However, we would like to know what exactly you require of us. Within reason, we are willing to cooperate as a gesture of gratitude for this escape. But if your demands exceed our limits..." Mysterio's words reflected the sentiments of the group. While they appreciated their newfound freedom, they were not inclined to be blindly obedient, especially without understanding the risks involved. Kingpin, unfazed by their hesitation, smiled faintly. In truth, he preferred this kind of cautious negotiation. It allowed him to gauge their character and ensure their loyalty through mutual benefit. "I enjoy working with intelligent individuals," Kingpin said smoothly. "I need you to carry out a few tasks for me. Specifically, I need you to eliminate some nuisances. In return, you'll be free to pursue your own interests, and I will reward you handsomely with a significant sum of money." Of course, the 6 criminals nodded in unison. Though they knew Spider-Man and Venom would not be easy targets, their hatred for the duo burned brightly. Kingpin's proposition was exactly what they wanted to hear. "Who's that green guy?" "And the black one?" "I don't know him either," Scorpion muttered, his eyes fixed on the massive screen. Spider-Man was the only one he recognized. "The black one is called Venom," Tombstone explained, his voice heavy with a grim edge. "He showed up after you lot were locked up. He's more dangerous than Spider-Man, stronger too. If you face him, you'll need to give it everything you've got, or you'll die horribly." As Tombstone spoke, a flicker of pain crossed his face. His stomach seemed to ache at the mere mention of Venom. Though his physical wounds had healed, the psychological scars from their encounter remained as raw as ever. When Tombstone finished, Kingpin reappeared on the screen, his demeanor cold and severe. "The Green One calls himself the Green Goblin. He's a maniacal lunatic, both cruel and relentless. If he and the others show up at the same time, I want you to prioritize eliminating him first. Kill that damned lunatic." Kingpin's voice was icy, his tone sharp enough to slice through the air. It was clear to everyone in the room, even the least perceptive among them, that Kingpin must have suffered a significant loss at Green Goblin's hands. After delivering his orders, Kingpin's expression softened a little, his commanding presence still looming as he addressed the group. "Now that you understand the situation, my friends, tell me your answer." The criminals exchanged knowing glances before nodding in agreement. Shocker was the first to speak, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Then let's make it official. I can't wait to teach that wall-crawling pest a lesson." "And Venom," Dr. Octopus added, his voice tinged with venom of his own. Observing the group's quick acceptance of Kingpin's terms, he realized how foolish his earlier defiance had been. Though these individuals weren't the sharpest tools in the shed, they clearly had a deep understanding of who Kingpin was and what he was capable of. As this thought crossed his mind, Dr. Octopus's expression darkened behind his glasses. The explosive chip implanted in his neck made his situation worse than that of these so-called simpletons. "I won't be a slave forever. The great Dr. Octopus won't stand for such humiliation," he thought bitterly, his face betraying none of the seething rage within. "You may rest for now," Kingpin said with an air of finality, his calm, calculated smile returning. "When I have updates on your targets or other assignments, someone will inform you. I look forward to your victories. Once your tasks are complete, I'll prepare substantial rewards for each of you, my dear Sinister Six." The Sinister Six, the name alone will make all of New York tremble, Mysterio said with a sly grin. Though his personal strength wasn't as formidable as some of the others, his grudge against Spider-Man, and now Venom, was just as deep. "We'll tear them to pieces," Dr. Octopus chimed in, setting aside his inner conflict to join in the bravado. Watching the group of eager criminals, Kingpin leaned back in his oversized chair, his hands clasped together. His expression remained calm, but a faint smirk played at his lips. His plan was finally taking shape. The formation of his supervillain team gave him a sense of security he hadn't felt since suffering at the hands of the Green Goblin. "No one can stop me. No one," Kingpin murmured as he turned off the screen, his gaze fixed on the towering skyline outside his window. In the crisp morning air, Chen Lin'an stood atop a rooftop, basking in the sunlight and breathing deeply. In the past few days, Peter Parker had taken his advice seriously, disappearing from the public eye to focus on investigating the changes in his body. As a result, Chen Lin'an's workload had increased significantly, leaving him in need of a rare moment of rest as he lounged on the rooftop. When Spider-Man first disappeared, both New York citizens and would-be criminals were caught off guard. Since Spider-Man's debut, he had never vanished for so long. For years, the red and blue figure swinging effortlessly between the city's skyscrapers had become a staple of daily life in New York. His sudden absence left the public uneasy. Most citizens were worried that his absence would embolden criminals to act with impunity. Everyone except Jonah Jameson, and a small group of detractors. While Spider-Man's absence made headlines, Jameson wasted no time filling his newspaper with speculative stories and inflammatory editorials. He claimed Spider-Man's disappearance was proof that the Menace had finally realized the error of his ways and decided to stop his so-called activities. But for the city's criminal underworld, news of Spider-Man's disappearance was cause for celebration. Thrilled by the opportunity, petty criminals and gang members armed themselves and prowled the streets, eager to take advantage of the perceived power vacuum. Mid-level gangs began organizing large-scale trades, hoping to rake in profits while the city lacked its friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. But their dreams of unchecked crime were short-lived. Reality, or rather, Venom, was far less forgiving. As soon as criminal activity surged, Chen Lin'an began systematically dismantling their operations. In those chaotic days, New York's crime rate spiked dramatically, but so did the number of criminals meeting untimely ends. The rumors spread fast. Spider-Man might be gone, but Venom was still very much present. And Venom, the alleged psychotic killer of urban legend, was far more ruthless and terrifying than Spider-Man ever was. Unlike Peter, who refrained from lethal force and tried to intervene in all forms of wrongdoing, Chen Lin'an's approach was swift, brutal, and surgical. No wasted words, no mercy, just efficient takedowns. Under his relentless onslaught, the crime rate not only dropped, but plummeted to levels even lower than when Spider-Man had been active. Jameson, never one to miss a chance for sensationalism, quickly shifted his focus. Venom became his new target. The Daily Bugle-less front pages now featured Venom almost daily, branding him with titles like Psychotic Killer, Bloodthirsty Predator, and The Maniacal Slayer. Lying on the rooftop, Chen Lin'an watched as Jameson's latest rant played on a large screen across the street. In my professional opinion, Venom is clearly a deranged sociopath with severe psychological issues. His methods of violence are, "What an annoying old man," Chen Lin'an muttered, squinting against the sun as he lazily lounged on the concrete parapet. "Maybe I should have left him stuck to the wall back at the factory. He'd have made a lovely companion for Dr. Octopus. Honestly, with a mouth like his, he'd probably survive an explosion. Just his mouth, though," he added with a smirk, idly stroking the chin of a small bat-shaped statuette he had on him, as if petting a dog. "Great, now I'm starting to act like Peter," he muttered, shaking his head and pulling his hand back. He couldn't help but wonder how Peter's condition was progressing. After days of nonstop crime fighting, Chen Lin'an was starting to feel the exhaustion that Peter must have dealt with constantly. No wonder Peter barely had time for a personal life. Even finding time to eat properly seemed impossible at this pace. Though the last few days had been hectic, things were finally beginning to calm down. Chen Lin'an's intimidating reputation had left a stronger impression on criminals than Spider-Man's ever did. Just as he let his thoughts drift back to Peter, a small, apple-sized drone locked onto his position. Target Venom located. Transmitting coordinates. Moments later, Chen Lin'an's senses flared with danger. The Venom symbiote's warnings blared in his mind, urging him to act immediately. He flipped off the rooftop just as a viscous, highly corrosive liquid splattered onto the spot where he'd been lying. The substance ate through the concrete in seconds, leaving a bubbling crater. Clinging to the side of the building, Chen Lin'an narrowed his eyes at the unfamiliar attack. This is new. Who's responsible for this? Before he could finish the thought, the symbiote's warnings erupted again. Without hesitation, he leaped back to the rooftop just as a powerful shockwave obliterated the section of wall he had just been clinging to. Another new attack, Chen Lin'an muttered, his senses on high alert. This isn't normal. A voice cut through the tension, echoing from a nearby rooftop. You're tougher than I thought. This might actually be fun. Would have been boring if you were too easy to squash. Chen Lin'an turned to see a man in a garish yellow suit covered in black grid-like patterns. The outfit was as ridiculous as it was unsettling. Of course he's tough. Did you forget what Tombstone told you? Another figure chimed in, stepping forward. This one wore a green combat suit, complete with a mechanical tail swaying behind him. What a collection of freaks, Chen Lin'an thought, his gaze shifting between the two figures. Looking at Shocker and Scorpion standing across from him, Chen Lin'an suddenly remembered the prison break that had made headlines a few days ago. For once, the news wasn't about him, so he had taken the opportunity to learn about Spider-Man's old adversaries that he hadn't encountered before. I remember now. You're the escaped convict from the other day, Shocker and Scorpion, isn't that right? Chen Lin'an said coolly, his voice calm and unshaken. Shocker, noticing Chen Lin'an's composure, chuckled darkly. That's right, I'm Shocker. Enjoy the fight while it lasts, because this is your final day on Earth. Apologies, but I've heard that line far too many times, Chen Lin'an retorted dismissively as he unsheathed his twin blades. He spun them skillfully, the cold steel flashing into a deadly arc of light. I don't know why you're not making the most of your newfound freedom, but since you've brought yourselves to me, you'd better be ready for hell. I won't be as merciful as Spider-Man, he added, gripping his blades tightly and fixing his sharp gaze on the enemies before him. You might not get the chance, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Chen Lin'an turned his head slightly to see Dr. Octopus and Tombstone stepping out from the shadows. It's been a while, Venom. I've been thinking about you, Dr. Octopus sneered, his lips curling into a cruel smile. Tombstone chuckled darkly beside him, his sinister grin betraying his bloodlust. In their minds, Chen Lin'an's fate was already sealed. He wouldn't leave this rooftop alive. You two are harder to kill than I thought, Chen Lin'an remarked grimly, his tone dropping lower as he recognized the familiar faces. Dr. Octopus touched his mechanical left eye, his voice cold and seething with hatred. These scars? I'll repay them all, one by one. You're not walking away from here today. Without waiting for a reply, the mechanical arms behind Dr. Octopus shot forward, their newly reinforced tips sharper and deadlier than ever. With a fierce whooshing sound, the tentacles streaked toward Chen Lin'an from multiple directions. Chen Lin'an reacted swiftly, his twin blades clanging against the incoming tentacles as he dodged and deflected the assault with fluid agility. Asterisk SSSHHHD. Asterisk. Asterisk BZT. Asterisk. As he dealt with Dr. Octopus's relentless attack, Scorpion launched a spray of acidic substance at him, while Shocker fired a concussive blast. The air around him seemed to hum with danger. The whistling sound of projectiles, combined with the Venom symbiote's warnings in his mind, urged Chen Lin'an to move. He leaped to an adjacent rooftop, narrowly avoiding the combined attacks. He needed to reposition himself and change the battle dynamics. Being pincered from all sides was leaving him at an extreme disadvantage. Where are your tentacles from last time? Show us what you're really capable of. Dr. Octopus shouted, his voice laced with suspicion as he observed Chen Lin'an's movements. He was quick to notice the disparity between this fight and their last encounter. While Chen Lin'an hadn't yet shown any signs of exhaustion, his fighting style was noticeably different, more restrained, more defensive. Damn it, Chen Lin'an cursed inwardly. The biggest challenge of fighting multiple opponents was the constant need to split his attention. In a one-on-one fight, he could focus entirely on his opponent. But now, surrounded by enemies, he had to remain hyper-aware of every angle, every possible strike. The destructive sounds of their battle echoed across the rooftops, leaving several of them crumbling and battered. Chen Lin'an landed on the top of the tower, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. He had been dodging and countering relentlessly, with little opportunity to catch his breath. Most of his energy was spent avoiding lethal attacks. Without the Venom symbiote's full enhancements, he found himself on the back foot. And with multiple opponents targeting him at once, the odds were stacked heavily against him. Though he hadn't sustained any major injuries yet, Chen Lin'an knew he couldn't keep this up for long. The constant barrage of acid, shockwaves, and tentacle strikes was taking its toll. Another wave of acid and a concussive blast came hurtling toward him, forcing Chen Lin'an to leap to yet another rooftop. But instead of solid ground beneath his feet, he found himself falling, plummeting past the rooftop he had aimed for. An illusion. Mysterio's here, too. Chen Lin'an quickly realized, shooting a web line to a nearby structure to break his fall just in time. He swung himself to a lower rooftop, landing in a crouch and scanning his surroundings for his enemies. Before he could fully regain his footing, Shocker suddenly appeared in front of him and raised his gauntlet, ready to blast Chen Lin'an point blank. Chen Lin'an instinctively dove to the side, but the concussive force still caught him from behind. Asterisk boom, asterisk. The impact sent him hurtling across the rooftop, slamming into another building. As he tried to stabilize his landing, a green figure emerged from the edge of the rooftop, Scorpion. With a powerful swing, Scorpion's mechanical tail struck Chen Lin'an square in the stomach, sending him crashing into the wall of an elevator shaft with a sickening thud. Cough, cough. Chen Lin'an gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain from his broken ribs as he pulled himself out of the shattered wall. The coordinated assault had caught him off guard. He hadn't expected such tight teamwork from his enemies. Looks like you didn't anticipate us being here, Shocker said mockingly as he stepped forward. But as Shocker approached, his figure shimmered and morphed, revealing itself to be Chameleon, one hand resting on the belt at his waist. At the same time, Dr. Octopus dropped down heavily from above, his landing cracking the rooftop beneath him. Scorpion climbed up from the edge, his crooked grin full of malice as he eyed Chen Lin'an. Asterisk poof. Asterisk. Purple smoke filled the air as Mysterio, Tombstone, and the real Shocker emerged from the shadows. What a pathetic sight, Mysterio sneered, his voice dripping with derision. Isn't this pitiful, Venom? Huh, just a pack of misfits huddling together for warmth, Chen Lin'an retorted coldly, leaning against the wall. Even surrounded, his voice carried an unyielding confidence, refusing to show any weakness. Been working on your quips, have you? Did you pick that up from Spider-Man? Mysterio taunted. Too bad he hasn't shown up lately. Otherwise, I'd deal with both of you at once, Mysterio added smugly. Who said he didn't show up today? Chen Lin'an replied sharply, his tone suddenly shifting. The villains froze for a second, glancing over their shoulders out of instinct. Only Dr. Octopus hesitated, sensing something was off. Watch out, Dr. Octopus shouted, but it was too late. Seizing the momentary distraction, Chen Lin'an launched himself forward. He targeted the weakest links in the group, Chameleon and Mysterio. Asterisk shing. Asterisk. In the blink of an eye, Chen Lin'an's blade gleamed as it slashed across Chameleon's throat. Blood sprayed from the wound as Chameleon collapsed, lifeless. Before the others could react, Chen Lin'an was already in front of Mysterio, his blade driving into the infamous fishbowl helmet. Asterisk crack. Crack. Asterisk. The glass shattered, and the blade pierced Mysterio's eye. His expression twisted into shock and fear as he crumpled to the ground. The entire sequence unfolded in mere seconds, leaving the remaining villains stunned. Dr. Octopus, having anticipated trouble, lashed out with his mechanical arms. But by the time they reached Chen Lin'an, He had already disappeared into a cloud of purple smoke, using Mysterio's own tools to obscure his escape. When the smoke cleared, there was no sign of Chen Lin'an, save for a faint trail of blood on the ground. Damn it, just a little more. Tombstone growled, his fists clenched tightly as he glared at the lifeless bodies of Chameleon and Mysterio. Still think that was just bad luck? Dr. Octopus sneered, retracting his mechanical arms. If I hadn't stayed alert, Venom might have killed another one of you. Are you blaming us for this, Octavius? Scorpion snarled, his tail twitching menacingly. You'd better watch your mouth, Otto, Tombstone warned, cracking his knuckles ominously. Don't you dare pin this on us, Shocker added, his gauntlets humming with energy. Dr. Octopus's mechanical arms rose defensively, their claws flexing. Oh, are you planning to fight me? The lot of you, combined, don't have the intelligence of a single competent adversary. The tension among the group escalated, their fragile alliance teetering on the brink of collapse. You dare insult me, you one-eyed octopus. Scorpion roared, charging directly at Dr. Octopus, his rage boiling over. He was determined to teach the arrogant scientist a lesson. One-eyed octopus, Dr. Octopus gritted his teeth, his mechanical eye glinting ominously. Very well. You've made the mistake of angering me. With a swift motion, one of his mechanical arms lashed out, grabbing Scorpion's tail mid-swing. The arm deftly redirected the high-pressure stream of acid back toward Shocker, forcing him to dodge awkwardly to avoid being sprayed. Then, without hesitation, Dr. Octopus swung Scorpion by his tail and hurled him through the gaping hole in the rooftop where Chen Lin'an had been knocked through earlier. Taking advantage of Shocker's brief distraction, another mechanical arm shot forward, grabbing Shocker's wrist. With a crushing grip, it short-circuited the gauntlet that emitted his shockwaves. Asterisk crash. Asterisk. Shocker was flung into the same hole, landing on top of the already disoriented Scorpion, who groaned in pain beneath him. Seizing the moment, Tombstone rushed forward with his fists raised, aiming a powerful blow at Dr. Octopus. But Octavius caught Tombstone's punch mid-swing with his human hand, stopping it cold. I am invincible now. Being associated with you pathetic fools only holds me back. Dr. Octopus snarled, his voice dripping with disdain as his enhanced strength kept Tombstone at bay. Tombstone's eyes widened in shock. Despite being reinforced by 2 rounds of genetic enhancements, his strength was being utterly overpowered by Dr. Octopus. You like being Kingpin's obedient lapdog? Then keep wagging your tail for him. The great Dr. Octopus bows to no one. Octavius sneered, his tone mocking. You. Tombstone growled, his pride stung. But before he could retaliate, one of Octavius's mechanical legs shot up, delivering a brutal kick that sent Tombstone flying back into the hole, crashing once again into Scorpion and Shocker. Though Tombstone wasn't seriously hurt, his enhanced physique prevented that. The action left him looking as though he'd been bested, further bruising his ego. As the 3 of them clambered to their feet, Tombstone glared at Dr. Octopus, who stood triumphantly a short distance away. Don't forget what's in your neck, Octavius. Disobey Kingpin, and you'll end up dead. Dead? Ha ha ha! Dr. Octopus threw his head back in laughter, the sound echoing across the rooftop like a madman's cackle. When he finally stopped, his expression twisted into a smug grin. One of his mechanical arms extended behind his head, its clawed end shifting into a delicate, pincer-like tool that sparked faintly with electrical energy. You think Kingpin can control me with something as pathetic as this? He sneered. The clawed arm moved with precision, stabbing itself into the back of Octavius's neck. He grimaced as the claw carefully probed around, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily from the pain and nerve stimulation. Tombstone, Scorpion, and Shocker could only watch in stunned silence, their blood running cold as they realized what Octavius was doing. His crazed expression, the way his eye gleamed with madness, it was enough to freeze them in place. Moments later, the mechanical arm withdrew, holding a small, bloodied chip between its pincers. Octavius tossed it onto the ground, his smile widening as he stared at the others. Impossible, Tombstone stammered, his voice filled with disbelief. How did it not explode? Didn't I tell you? No one controls the great Dr. Octopus, Octavius proclaimed, his voice booming with pride and insanity. He grabbed Mysterio's discarded cape, tearing it into strips to create a makeshift bandage for the bleeding wound on the back of his neck. Farewell, you brainless fools. Enjoy your lives as Kingpin's little lapdogs, Dr. Octopus taunted, his voice dripping with contempt. With that, he jumped off the rooftop, vanishing into the city below. Tombstone stood frozen, his hand reflexively touching the back of his own neck. The sight of Octavius removing the chip and escaping filled him with unease. Unlike Octavius, Tombstone couldn't bring himself to attempt the same. His instincts told him it would be far too dangerous. If he tried, the chip would almost certainly detonate, taking his head with it. That madman must have figured out a way to disable it. Tombstone muttered to himself, recalling the faint arcs of electricity that had danced across Octavius's mechanical arm. Scorpion and Shocker exchanged uneasy glances before turning to Tombstone. They knew full well that he, too, had a chip implanted in his neck. With Octavius gone, it left Tombstone in an awkward and precarious position. Do we still report back to Kingpin? Scorpion asked hesitantly, his tone uncertain. The question wasn't just about protocol, it was about survival. Shocker remained silent for a moment, his expression conflicted. The thought of returning to Kingpin, especially after their failure, filled him with dread. But defying Kingpin outright wasn't an option either. After a long pause, Tombstone took a deep breath and spoke. We'd better report back. This failure wasn't our fault, and Kingpin won't break his own rules. As the king of the underworld, keeping his word and respecting the rules is essential to maintaining his power. With that, Tombstone pulled out his phone and made a call, arranging for cleanup crews to handle the evidence of their battle and the bodies left behind. After hanging up, he turned to Scorpion and Shocker. If you're planning to run, now's your chance. The cleanup team will be here soon. The two exchanged a few whispered words before ultimately deciding to return with Tombstone. They hoped that Kingpin's reputation as a man of his word would hold true and that the blame for their failure could be pinned on Octavius's betrayal. For now, the three of them stood in silence on the rooftop, waiting for the cleanup crew to arrive. Meanwhile, back at Chen Lin'an's apartment, he was tending to his injuries. Using iodine, he carefully disinfected the wound on his waist. Afterward, he applied a special ointment to the area before wrapping it in bandages. Once his waist was taken care of, he continued applying the ointment to the various bruises and swollen areas on his body. The ointment was one of his own creations, specifically designed for individuals with unique physiologies. It wasn't suitable for ordinary people, but for someone like him, it significantly accelerated the healing process. As the cool balm sank into his skin, he leaned back on his sofa with a sigh. I didn't expect those criminals to team up. That fight was far too close for comfort. He stared at the ceiling, replaying the battle in his mind. Fortunately, their coordination still had gaps. I managed to find an opening, but if I hadn't, escaping in one piece might not have been possible. Battles, he thought, were often decided by the smallest factors. A momentary lapse in focus, a single overlooked detail. These could change everything. I can't believe Dr. Octopus survived. Who saved him? And how did they make him stronger? Chen Lin'an muttered, his thoughts drifting to the blood and metal monstrosity Octavius had become. The explosion that had taken down Octavius should have been more than enough to kill him. Even Venom had been forced into dormancy by the blast. So how had Octavius escaped death? This is going to be a problem, Chen Lin'an groaned. Those criminals aren't going to sit quietly. Peaceful days are clearly too much to hope for. It was clear to him that their alliance wasn't casual. They were planning something big. And they've been keeping tabs on Peter, he mused, tapping the armrest of his sofa thoughtfully. It's lucky he's been lying low to figure out his condition. If he'd been out there, they might have already made their move. Chen Lin'an's brow furrowed. Spider-Man and me. I see. They're trying to take us both out. But how did they suddenly get so organized? And at Prison Break, it wasn't simple. A facility that's secure wouldn't just let them walk out. Someone powerful is pulling the strings. A shiver ran down his spine. Whoever was behind this had resources, connections, and a dangerous level of influence. I need to be careful, he reminded himself. Prepare everything I'll need. They didn't succeed this time, but they'll be back. Thoughts of Peter crossed his mind again. After moments' deliberation, Chen Lin'an picked up his communicator and quickly typed out a message. He warned Peter to stay vigilant, to avoid using his Spider-Man identity until his powers had returned. Facing those criminals without his abilities would be suicidal. If he's recovered, though, we might be able to handle them together, Chen Lin'an thought. With Chameleon and Mysterio out of the picture, the remaining four would still be a challenge, but at least he wouldn't have to face them alone. Once the message was sent, Chen Lin'an set the communicator aside and leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes for some much-needed rest. The fight had drained him, both physically and mentally. He needed to recover quickly. Half asleep, he reached for a piece of chocolate from the table beside him, lazily munching on it. The sweet treat served a dual purpose, helping Venom recover faster and soothing his frayed nerves. As he drifted further into sleep, the chocolate slipped from his hand, nearly falling to the floor. But just as it was about to drop, his hand darted forward instinctively, catching it firmly. Even in his exhaustion, his reflexes remained sharp. While Chen Lin'an was resting and tending to his wounds, Peter Parker was in the Empire State University laboratory, studying his blood samples under the harsh fluorescent lights. Not long ago, he had sought the help of Dr. Kurt Connors, using his Spider-Man identity to explain the strange changes in his body. Dr. Connors, having once turned into the Lizard due to a failed experiment, owed Spider-Man his life. Spider-Man had not only helped him return to normal, but had also ensured his secret stayed hidden, preserving his career. Because of this, Connors was more than willing to assist when Spider-Man came to him for help. Connors had run comprehensive tests on Peter, everything from full-body scans to detailed genetic analysis. The results were troubling. The reason Peter's spider abilities were fluctuating was that his body was undergoing another mutation. Years ago, when Peter had been bitten by the radioactive spider, his body had undergone its first mutation, granting him the abilities of Spider-Man. But now, after years of stability, the mutation had resumed its progression. "It's not a good sign," Connors had told him, his tone heavy with concern. Neither he nor Peter could predict where this mutation might lead. While Connors feared it might result in some unpredictable and dangerous transformation, Peter had a much darker thought. He could become a spider-like monster. What had initially been a half-joking fear he'd shared with Chen Lin'an was now starting to feel disturbingly plausible. The detailed tests and emerging patterns had given weight to the nightmarish possibility. Connor's research so far offered no concrete solutions. The best course of action would be to stabilize the mutation at its current state, locking Peter's physiology into that of Spider-Man's. But how to achieve that? Neither of them had any idea. "Damn it, am I really going to turn into a monster?" Peter muttered, his frustration boiling over as he slammed his fist against the lab table. He had been in the lab for the entire day, yet he was no closer to understanding his condition or finding a solution. Suddenly, a sharp, stabbing pain tore through his ribcage on both sides. Asterisk Peter gasped, sucking in a breath as he clutched his sides, his body curling up in agony. The periods when he could access his spider abilities were growing shorter by the day, and the accompanying pain in his ribs was becoming more frequent and more severe. Each episode left him drenched in sweat and trembling. After 2 agonizing minutes, the pain finally began to subside. Peter lay flat on the cold lab floor, gasping for air. "Why do I have to go through this?" he whispered, his voice tinged with despair as he stared blankly at the ceiling. If he could go back in time, he would never have attended that science exhibition. He wouldn't have been bitten by the spider, and none of this would have happened. Uncle Ben would still be alive. He wouldn't spend his days caught in never-ending battles with criminals, with hardly any time for himself. And now, he wouldn't be lying here, tortured by the fear of becoming a monster. His thoughts drifted as he lay there, exhaustion washing over him. Memories of Uncle Ben surfaced, images of their warm, simple life together. He remembered Uncle Ben teasing Aunt May about her pies being inedible, and Aunt May retaliating by refusing to cook until he apologized. The memories, fragile as soap bubbles, floated through his mind. Then came the memory of the radioactive spider, the argument with Uncle Ben, and the life-changing words Ben had shared with him. At the time, Peter had dismissed them as the ramblings of an old man, not understanding their significance until it was too late. Then there was the gunshot. The warm, familiar figure of his uncle lying lifeless in a pool of blood. The sound of Aunt May's sobbing, the red and blue lights flashing as the police delivered the devastating news. It all came rushing back, as vivid as the night it happened. Peter's heart ached with regret, guilt, and sorrow. In his mind, he could hear Uncle Ben's voice, his gentle but firm words of guidance, his unwavering love. Asterisk beep, 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 asterisk. The sharp, urgent sound pierced the fog of his memories, dragging Peter back to the present. His dazed eyes slowly refocused as he blinked, the lab's fluorescent lights coming back into view. Shaking off the lingering haze, Peter pushed himself off the floor and staggered back to his chair. Reaching into his jacket, he pulled out the communicator that was emitting the sound. Venom, Peter muttered, confused as he stared at the flashing device. The communicator was supposed to be for emergencies, a way to contact Venom if things ever went terribly wrong. But he had never used it. Why was Venom reaching out to him now? As he read through the message, the exhaustion and confusion on Peter's face gave way to growing concern. Mysterio, Shocker, Scorpion, and Chameleon? They broke out of prison and teamed up with Dr. Octopus and Tombstone. Peter muttered, his brow furrowing. He hadn't been keeping up with the news in recent days, too consumed by his research to pay attention to anything else. The revelation hit him like a ton of bricks. After finishing the message, Peter set the communicator down and laced his fingers together, resting his forehead on his hands as he tried to think. If Venom's right, then they're coming for us. They went after him first because I've been out of action, Peter thought, his mind racing. Chameleon and Mysterio are already dead. That leaves Shocker, Scorpion, Dr. Octopus, and Tombstone. He rubbed his temples, trying to piece together the bigger picture. That explosion was massive. How did Otto survive? And who turned him into that fusion of flesh and machine? Like Venom, Peter couldn't shake the feeling that someone powerful was orchestrating all of this. Sigh, even if I wanted help right now, I'd be useless, Peter admitted to himself. Venom's right. I need to figure out my mutation first. If I can stabilize it, that'll be the best help I can offer. He picked up the communicator again, typing out a quick reply to Venom before setting it aside. After splashing cold water on his face to clear his head, Peter returned to his work. The key to solving this problem lay in understanding the mutation process. If he couldn't stabilize it at his current state, he'd have to explore the possibility of reverting to a fully normal human. He was willing to give up his powers if it meant avoiding the nightmare of becoming a monster. A few days later, no major crimes had been reported involving the escaped convicts. The eerie silence unsettled Chen Lin'an. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were planning something, though what, he didn't know. By now, his injuries had fully healed, and he had resumed his nightly patrols. However, after the ambush he had narrowly survived, he was far more cautious in his actions. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Chen Lin'an sat on the edge of a tall building, eating a hamburger and sipping soda. He let out a satisfied sigh after finishing his drink, carefully packing the empty can and burger wrapper into a bag to dispose of later. This uneasy calm is driving me nuts. Where could those criminals have gone? He muttered, watching the descending sun. He felt torn. On one hand, he dreaded another ambush. On the other, he was desperate to uncover their plans and put an end to them. If I were stronger, I wouldn't have to worry about all this. I'd just take them all down, one by one, he sighed wistfully. His thoughts drifted back to the two villains he had managed to kill, Chameleon and Mysterio. He hadn't had time to investigate their equipment during the fight, but the Chameleon's shape-shifting belt had piqued his curiosity. He still couldn't figure out how it worked. The technology seemed far beyond anything he was familiar with. As he popped another piece of chocolate into his mouth, Chen Lin'an grumbled, "How is Venom still not awake? It's been so long. Where's all this chocolate even going?" Just as he stood up, preparing to swing through the city once more, the communicator on his wrist beeped frantically. "Peter's emergency signal," he exclaimed, his eyes narrowing at the flashing red dot on the screen. Without hesitation, Chen Lin'an oriented himself in the direction of the signal and took off, leaping into action. Whether Peter was dealing with his mutation or caught in an ambush, Chen Lin'an knew he had to get there as quickly as possible. As Chen Lin'an rushed toward Peter's location, Peter was already engaged in a dangerous game of cat and mouse with Tombstone, Shocker, and Scorpion in an abandoned factory. Originally, Peter had just been heading home after spending several sleepless nights in the lab. But on his way, he had witnessed Tombstone and his crew forcing a gray-haired old man into a car. Peter immediately understood what was happening. It was a kidnapping. Despite his deteriorating condition and the risks involved, Peter didn't hesitate for long. He left his backpack stuck to a wall with webbing and followed them. After tailing the group for a while, Peter managed to lure them to an old, decrepit factory where he could attempt a rescue. Although he wasn't sure why only Tombstone, Shocker, and Scorpion were present, Peter knew he couldn't handle even these three in his current state. After freeing the elderly hostage, Peter discreetly webbed the man to a hidden corner of the ceiling. "You'll be safe here for now. Just stay quiet and don't move," Peter whispered urgently. The old man nodded nervously, his lips pressed tight. While being suspended on the ceiling wasn't exactly comforting, he understood the gravity of the situation and chose to stay silent. Satisfied that the man was hidden, Peter moved away and deliberately made noise to draw the villain's attention. He couldn't afford for them to find the hostage. His spider abilities were unreliable, so he decided to stay on the ground, avoiding walls and ceilings in case his powers suddenly failed and he fell. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A massive shockwave obliterated a stack of wooden crates near Peter. "Long time no see, Spider-Man," Shocker sneered, stepping into view. "You're still as slippery and annoying as ever." He launched 2 more shockwaves, but Peter nimbly dodged them, his movements quick and calculated. "Your aim hasn't improved at all. I guess you didn't do much practicing in prison," Peter quipped, his usual sharp wit cutting through the tension. "Oh wait, my bad. You were in prison. No chance to practice there, huh? You little punk," Shocker growled, his voice dripping with venom. "Your mouth is as irritating as ever. I swear I'll knock every single tooth out of your skull." As Peter continued dodging, a green tail suddenly lashed out from behind a stack of crates, striking him squarely in the waist and sending him flying. "Not so tough now, huh, wall crawler?" Scorpion sneered, his grin wide and cruel. He aimed a stream of acidic liquid at the hole Peter had crashed into. Sensing the danger, Peter, despite his aching body, forced himself to move. He barely managed to roll out of the way as the acid splattered onto the ground, eating through the floor and leaving a smoking crater. If he had been a second slower, it would have been his body melting instead of the concrete. As Peter stumbled away from the wreckage, trying to regroup, a massive gray hand suddenly shot out from the shadows. The hand clamped around his neck, lifting him off the ground. Peter clawed at the vice-like grip, but his strength was no match for Tombstone's. "Tisk TSK. So this is why you've been hiding lately." Tombstone jeered, his sharp teeth glinting as he grinned wickedly. "You've gotten weaker. Too bad. I was hoping to kill you at your best. But this would do just fine." "Say goodbye, Spider-Man," Tombstone growled, tightening his grip around Peter's throat. Peter's legs kicked weakly, and his hands desperately tried to pry Tombstone's fingers loose. His face turned red beneath his mask, and his vision began to blur as his strength ebbed away. Scorpion and Shocker approached, their sadistic smiles widening as they watched Peter struggle. "Looks like this is it for you, Spider-Man," Scorpion taunted, leaning in closer. "You're finally gonna die by our hands." Asterisk bang. Asterisk. A small object clattered to the floor, releasing a cloud of thick purple smoke that enveloped the area. An instant later, a black figure descended from above, delivering a powerful kick that sent Tombstone flying across the room. Peter dropped to the ground, gasping for air as he clutched his bruised neck. Chen Lin'an stepped in front of Peter, his silhouette sharp against the swirling smoke. "Get out of here. I'll handle them," he said softly, his tone firm and resolute. Peter hesitated for only a moment before nodding weakly. He knew he was in no condition to fight and would only be a liability if he stayed. Staggering to his feet, he limped away, his entire body aching with pain, but still moving as quickly as he could. With Peter safely retreating, Chen Lin'an turned his attention to the villains. Taking advantage of the lingering smoke, he dashed toward Tombstone, his twin blades flashing in the dim light. The blade struck Tombstone's hardened skin with a series of sharp clang sounds, leaving only shallow white marks. "Damn it," Chen Lin'an cursed under his breath. No wonder his color looks different. His defense has gotten even stronger. It was clear that Tombstone had undergone further enhancements since their last encounter, just like Dr. Octopus with his mechanized upgrades. Tombstone didn't take the assault lying down. He swung his massive fists at Chen Lin'an, but each strike was either dodged or deflected. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk. Asterisk SSSHHHD. Asterisk. Within seconds, a shockwave from Shocker and a stream of acid from Scorpion joined the fray, both aimed at Chen Lin'an. Sensing the incoming danger, Chen Lin'an leaped to the ceiling, firing webs to obscure the villain's vision. One strand of webbing hit Scorpion square in the face, blinding him momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Lin'an dropped down behind him and drove his blade towards Scorpion's back. But the blade only managed to penetrate an inch or two before being stopped by Scorpion's armor. Guess that tail's not the only thing reinforced, Chen Lin'an muttered under his breath as he tried to pull the blade free. Before he could withdraw it, Scorpion's tail whipped around wildly, catching Chen Lin'an in the ribs and sending him crashing into a pile of wooden crates. Shocker wasted no time, unleashing a barrage of shockwaves at the debris. Asterisk boom, 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 asterisk. The crates exploded into splinters, forcing Chen Lin'an to retreat to another corner of the factory. He clutched his chest, coughing as he tried to catch his breath. The repeated impacts had taken a toll, leaving his ribs and organs bruised. Those two are a nightmare, Chen Lin'an thought, his breathing labored. Their attacks are unpredictable, and their power is ridiculous. I can't take all three of them at once. He quickly assessed his options. Tombstone and Scorpion's defenses were nearly impenetrable, but Shocker's suit looked less durable. If I can break through his suit, the poison on my blade should be enough to take him out of the fight, he reasoned. Shocker's physical abilities weren't as enhanced as the others, so he seemed like the most vulnerable target. Asterisk boom, 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 asterisk. Shocker continued to unleash shockwaves, reducing the factory's interior to rubble in an attempt to flush Chen Lin'an out. Venom, what happened to the big bad tough guy you were before? Now all you do is hide like a coward. Tombstone bellowed, his voice echoing through the crumbling space. Guess Spider-Man taught you all his sneaky little tricks, huh? Hiding like a bug, scurrying away. Scorpion and Shocker joined in, their laughter harsh and mocking. Spineless coward, you don't even have the guts to face us head-on. Shocker shouted, blasting another stack of crates into oblivion. The factory groaned under the strain of their relentless assault, the walls shaking as dust and debris filled the air. It was only a matter of time before the entire structure gave way. As Shocker raised his gauntlets for another blast, Chen Lin'an's shadowy figure suddenly appeared behind him, moving with ghostly precision. The poison blade in Chen Lin'an's hand gleamed under the dim light, aiming directly for Shocker's back. Just as the blade was about to pierce through, Tombstone reacted with lightning speed, swinging his massive fist toward Chen Lin'an's midsection. Chen Lin'an had a split-second decision to make: evade the punch and lose his chance to strike, or take the hit and finish the attack. He chose the latter. Asterisk thwack. Asterisk. Tombstone's fist slammed into Chen Lin'an's abdomen with devastating force, sending him flying backward. Just before hitting the ground, he shot a web line to the ceiling, swinging away to avoid Scorpion's incoming tail strike. Asterisk SSSHHHD. Asterisk. Scorpion didn't let up, quickly following with a spray of his acidic liquid. The timing of his attacks was seamless, leaving Chen Lin'an with no choice but to use another web line to alter his trajectory midair. But he wasn't fast enough to escape unscathed. A portion of the corrosive acid splattered onto his right side, instantly eating through his clothing and searing into his flesh. The excruciating pain tore through him like wildfire, but Chen Lin'an gritted his teeth and landed on the ground, his movements shaky yet purposeful. Wasting no time, he pulled out a small, razor-sharp knife and began cutting away the acid-soaked skin and flesh from his side. The blade, prepared precisely for situations like this, had once been used to pry out bullets. Now it served a much grimmer purpose. The agony was overwhelming, but Chen Lin'an's expression remained stoic as he worked quickly, knowing hesitation could lead to further damage. Once the affected area was removed, he retreated into the shadows to create some distance. Meanwhile, Tombstone and Scorpion noticed something was wrong with Shocker. The man was on the ground, convulsing violently, foam spilling from the corners of his mask. The blade was poison. Tombstone growled, realization dawning on him. Scorpion's eyes narrowed as he recalled how close Chen Lin'an had come to puncturing his suit earlier. If it weren't for my armor, I'd be the one on the ground right now. We can't let him keep hiding, Tombstone said, his tone grim. He's injured. If we press him now, we can finish this. Scorpion nodded in agreement, the urgency of the situation clear. He began spraying acid at every possible hiding spot, while Tombstone readied himself to charge at the first sign of movement. Chen Lin'an, crouched behind a pile of debris, worked quickly to patch himself up. He smeared a special ointment onto the wound and used his webbing as a makeshift, breathable bandage. Just as he finished, his senses flared with warning. He rolled to the side instinctively, narrowly avoiding another stream of acid. As he moved, Tombstone burst through a shattered stack of crates, his massive frame barreling toward Chen Lin'an. Tombstone's fist swung toward Chen Lin'an's head with terrifying force. Chen Lin'an ducked, the blow narrowly missing him, and retaliated with a flurry of strikes from his twin blades. But Tombstone's enhanced body was like solid rock. Each strike from Chen Lin'an's blades only left faint white marks, and the vibrations from the impacts numbed his hands. Damn it, why does this guy feel like he's made of granite? Chen Lin'an cursed under his breath, his frustration mounting. Tombstone grabbed one of the blades mid-swing, snapping in two with a single twist of his hand. Chen Lin'an didn't hesitate. He hurled the broken blade's handle at Tombstone's face, using the distraction to land a series of rapid punches to Tombstone's midsection before delivering a powerful kick to his chest, sending him stumbling backward. Despite the effort, Tombstone's body barely showed any signs of damage. The recoil from hitting him left Chen Lin'an's wrists aching, as if he'd been punching a brick wall. Before he could recover, Scorpion lunged at him, his tail whipping through the air. Unlike Tombstone, Scorpion's attacks were erratic but relentless, his tail striking like a serpent while acid sprayed intermittently. Chen Lin'an dodged and parried as best he could, but Scorpion's tail managed to find its mark, stabbing into the already injured side of his back. Asterisk crap. Asterisk Chen Lin'an hissed through gritted teeth, the searing pain threatening to overwhelm him. Fueled by adrenaline and anger, he lashed out with a powerful kick, sending Scorpion crashing into a pile of broken crates. But the momentary relief was short-lived. Tombstone seized the opportunity, closing the distance and unleashing a flurry of devastating blows. His fists, elbows, knees, and even his shoulders became weapons, pummeling Chen Lin'an with relentless precision. Weakened, injured, and out of breath, Chen Lin'an found himself increasingly overwhelmed. Tombstone's attacks focused on his injured side, amplifying the pain with every hit. The situation was dire. Chen Lin'an's mind raced for a solution, but his body was reaching its limit. Venom, wake up, he pleaded internally, his voice desperate. If you don't wake up, I'm dead. He tried coaxing the symbiote with promises of food, his mental voice rapidly listing off every type of chocolate he could think of. White chocolate, milk chocolate, dark chocolate, hazelnut chocolate. But there was no response. Fine. If you won't wake up, we'll both die here. Chen Lin'an's frustration peaked, and he let go of his restraint, allowing his fury and desperation to consume him. His vision blurred, and his surroundings seemed to warp as a strange energy radiated from him. Dust and debris around him froze mid-air, suspended by an unseen force. If Venom wouldn't save him, then he would take matters into his own hands, even if it meant sacrificing himself to take Tombstone and Scorpion down with him. But just as Chen Lin'an prepared to unleash everything he had, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Asterisk wait. Wait. I'm awake. Don't do anything crazy. Asterisk. Venom's voice was groggy, but alarmed, as if it had just been jolted from a deep slumber. You're finally awake? Chen Lin'an muttered weakly, his voice laced with relief and exhaustion. Venom didn't waste time. Black tendrils erupted from Chen Lin'an's body, wrapping around him and morphing him into his full Venom form. The transformation was instantaneous. Towering over his enemies, Venom's hulking figure exuded an aura of menace. His elongated, white eyes gleamed with cold fury, and his jagged, toothy grin revealed a slithering, crimson tongue. Tombstone and Scorpion hesitated, exchanging uneasy glances. "What the hell is this?" Scorpion growled, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "I don't know," Tombstone replied, his expression dark. "But it doesn't matter. He's already exhausted. We finish him now." With renewed determination, the two villains charged at Venom, Scorpion's tail shooting acid while Tombstone prepared to pummel him into submission. But Venom was ready. With a guttural roar, Venom surged forward, his black form a blur as he closed the distance between them. His tongue flicked out menacingly, and his claws gleamed, ready to tear through anything in his path. The battle had just taken a dramatic turn. As the stream of corrosive acid shot toward Venom's head, the hulking black figure simply extended a massive hand and intercepted it midair. "Disgusting. What is this, your snot?" Venom's gravelly voice growled, dripping with disdain. With a casual flick of his hand, the acid splattered harmlessly onto the ground. Asterisk SSSHHHD. Asterisk the liquid hissed upon contact with the floor, leaving behind a pockmarked, corroded surface. Scorpion froze, his confidence wavering. He couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. His acid, which had melted through solid concrete and flesh alike, seemed to have no effect on Venom. "What the hell just happened? Did my acid stop working?" he muttered in disbelief, his tail twitching nervously. "You've got to be kidding me." Scorpion finally spat, his voice rising with frustration. "What did he do? Pump himself full of steroids? And what the hell kind of freakish monster is this?" Beside him, Tombstone clenched his teeth, his unease only growing. This wasn't the same Venom they had been pummeling earlier. But despite the ominous transformation, retreat wasn't an option. Not now. Steeling himself, Tombstone charged forward, his fist cocked and ready to strike. No matter how intimidating Venom looked, he firmly believed his brute strength would prevail. "Clownish freaks like you don't scare me. I'll break you," Tombstone roared as he hurled his punch toward Venom's chest. Asterisk freak? Asterisk Venom's voice rumbled with fury, his elongated jaw stretching into a terrifying grin. "You dare call me a freak? I'll make you regret ever opening your mouth." In a blur of motion, Venom's clawed hand shot out and caught Tombstone's incoming fist. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. The sickening sound of bones snapping echoed through the factory as Venom twisted Tombstone's arm with ease, bending it into an unnatural angle. "Ark!" Tombstone groaned, his face contorted in pain. He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the scream bubbling in his throat, but the agony was overwhelming. Impossible. What kind of power is this? Tombstone's mind raced in panic. Moments ago, Venom had been barely holding his own, and now he was effortlessly overpowering him. Venom's grip tightened on Tombstone's arm, and with a guttural growl, he hoisted the massive man off the ground. "You think you're strong? Let's see how strong you are when I turn you into paste." Venom snarled. Tombstone tried to kick his way free, but Venom gave him no chance. With a surge of monstrous strength, Venom began slamming Tombstone into the ground repeatedly. Asterisk bam, 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 asterisk. Each impact sent debris flying as the factory floor cracked and buckled beneath the force. Tombstone's body went limp, blood dripping from his nose and mouth. By the time Venom tossed him aside, his eyes were dull and lifeless, his chest barely moving. Scorpion, who had been watching in shock, felt a chill run down his spine. He had seen Tombstone take on tanks and come out unscathed, yet here he was, utterly broken. No way. This isn't possible," Scorpion stammered, his confidence completely shattered. His survival instincts kicked in. Without a second thought, Scorpion turned and bolted toward the factory's exit, his only thought being escape. Venom sneered, watching the retreating figure with disdain. "Running already? What happened to all that bravado?" Ignoring Tombstone's crumpled body, Venom extended a black tendril, which stretched across the room and ensnared Scorpion before he could escape. "Ugly monster, huh? That's what you called me, wasn't it?" Venom growled, pulling Scorpion back toward him. His pale, snake-like eyes narrowed, and his toothy grin widened unervingly. Scorpion's body trembled as he tried to stammer out a plea for mercy. "Wait, I didn't But Venom didn't let him finish. With a guttural snarl, he opened his massive jaws and clamped down on Scorpion's head, biting it clean off. Asterisk crunch. Asterisk. As the lifeless body fell from Venom's grasp, he spat out a chunk of flesh with a look of disgust. Tastes as bad as he looks. Figures. His brain didn't seem like much to begin with, he muttered, wiping his mouth. Venom turned to look at the unconscious Chen Lin'an, who had been shielded from the carnage by the symbiote's intervention. You sleep like a rock, you know that, he grumbled, his tone softening slightly. Shifting back into his smaller, more inconspicuous form, Venom took control of Chen Lin'an's body and swiftly exited the factory. Meanwhile, Peter Parker had just finished ensuring the safety of the elderly man he'd rescued. The man had expressed heartfelt gratitude for Spider-Man's intervention, and though Peter was battered and exhausted, the man's words eased some of his pain. After offering a few words of reassurance, Peter set off toward the factory. He had left Venom to deal with the villains, but the guilt gnawed at him. This is my responsibility, Peter thought as he pushed his aching body to move faster. Venom wouldn't even be here if I hadn't called him. If anyone should have stayed to buy time, it should have been me. Every step sent jolts of pain through his body, but Peter pressed on, determined to help Venom, even if it meant risking his life. When he finally reached the factory, an eerie silence greeted him. The absence of any sound, no fighting, no voices, made his heart sink. Cautiously, Peter slipped inside, keeping to the shadows. What he saw left him frozen in place, his eyes wide and his mouth agape behind his mask. The factory was in ruins. The floor was cracked and shattered, splinters of wood and shards of debris strewn everywhere. In the center of the destruction lay 3 bodies. Tombstone's corpse was the most grotesque. His gray-skinned chest had been crushed flat, his ribs shattered and protruding through his flesh. Dark, viscous blood pooled around him, a horrifying sight that churned Peter's stomach. Scorpion's body was nearby. His green combat suit slumped awkwardly. His head was missing, and the jagged stump of his neck was ringed with dried, blackened blood. Shocker, the only one with his body intact, lay motionless, his yellow and black suit covered in blood and foam. Though his death was less gruesome, it was no less unsettling. This is what Venom's capable of, Peter whispered, his voice trembling. The metallic tang of blood and the gruesome scene before him made his stomach churn violently. Fighting the urge to vomit, Peter turned and stumbled out of the factory, heading for a nearby alley. As soon as he reached a trash can, he bent over and retched, emptying the contents of his stomach until there was nothing left but bile. The years he'd spent as Spider-Man hadn't prepared him for this. He had seen death before, but never in such brutal, visceral detail. Taking deep breaths, Peter finally steadied himself and wiped his mouth. Though his body still ached and his mind was reeling, he knew he had to focus on what mattered most, recovering and solving the mystery of his mutation. Venom's fine. He must have left after finishing things here, Peter muttered to himself, trying to shake off the lingering horror. I need to heal. I need to get back to the lab. With renewed determination, Peter returned to his apartment and began treating his injuries. After bandaging himself up, he sat at his desk and reopened his notes on the mutation. I can't let this stop me, he thought, his resolve hardening. No matter what, I have to find a way to stabilize my powers, or even give them up entirely if that's what it takes. I won't let myself turn into a monster. As the night dragged on, Peter sent a message to Venom, sharing his thoughts and asking if Venom, or anyone Venom knew, might have insights into genetic mutations. Even the smallest lead could be the key to solving this puzzle. And Peter wasn't about to let any opportunity slip through his fingers. Rewinding a bit in time, while Peter hurried back to the factory to look for Chen Lin'an, the elderly man whom Peter had rescued was standing in the shadows, watching Peter disappear into the distance. The gratitude in his eyes was slowly replaced by a cold, calculating glare. Having no belongings on him, the gray-haired man made his way to a nearby phone booth. After finding a coin on the ground, he inserted it and dialed a number. Once the line connected, his tone turned sharp and commanding. This is Silvio Manfredi. Send someone to pick me up immediately. He paused for a moment, his voice lowering into a growl. Prepare everything. When I return, we'll need to put together a plan. There was a brief silence before he continued, his voice dripping with venom. That bastard Kingpin dared to make a move against me. I'll make sure he understands what it means to cross Silvio Manfredi. After hanging up, Silvio, also known as Silvermane, turned his gaze toward the towering skyscraper in the distance, the one belonging to Kingpin. His eyes burned with suppressed rage. Though his reputation wasn't as grand as Kingpin's, Silvermane was no less powerful. Following the death of Jonah Harrow, Silvermane had been the first to seize the opportunity to expand his influence in New York's drug trade, encroaching on Kingpin's territory and profits. For years, while Harrow was alive, Silvermane's operations in New York had been overshadowed and suppressed by Kingpin's dominance. But when Harrow died unexpectedly, Silvermane struck swiftly, taking over a significant portion of the drug market before Kingpin could react, causing him to lose nearly half of his revenue. Faced with Silvermane's aggressive expansion, Kingpin had initially tried to endure and resist. But eventually, he had had enough. Recently, Kingpin had begun utilizing the superpowered criminals he had assembled, including Shocker, Scorpion, and Tombstone, in an effort to neutralize Silvermane. Kingpin had learned from his own experience with Green Goblin that individuals with extraordinary abilities could wreak havoc on even the most well-prepared opponents. And so, he had sent his team of villains to kidnap Silvermane and eliminate one of his greatest rivals. The plan had seemed flawless, but Kingpin hadn't accounted for Spider-Man's unexpected intervention, or the brutal efficiency of Venom, who had turned the ambush into a massacre, wiping out Kingpin's supers entirely. At this moment, Kingpin was still waiting for his team to return with Silvermane, blissfully unaware of the disaster that had unfolded. At Chen Lin'an's apartment, Venom had brought him back safely from the factory. After the intense battle, Chen Lin'an had passed out from exhaustion and didn't wake until the following morning. When he finally opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Venom lounging nearby, happily munching on a piece of chocolate. Chen Lin'an's expression darkened. He snatched the chocolate out of Venom's hand, his voice low and cold. "You'd better give me an explanation. Why the hell were you asleep for so long? You said it wouldn't take much time. I've been eating chocolate every day like you asked, and it didn't do a damn thing." Venom chuckled nervously, its toothy grin a little shaky. "Well, I didn't expect it to take so long either, okay? I mean, I did say it might take longer than usual, didn't I?" Chen Lin'an raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. He crossed his arms and leaned back on the sofa, waiting for a better explanation. Sensing danger, Venom quickly spoke up before Chen Lin'an could say anything further. All right. It's my fault, okay? I underestimated how long it would take. And yes, I told you to eat more chocolate because it really was supposed to help me recover faster. But let me explain why it seemed like it wasn't working, Venom said, clearing its throat as it prepared to elaborate. Chen Lin'an gestured for it to continue, his expression stern. All right, here's the deal, Venom began. The explosion from before did more damage to me than I initially thought. Sleeping was my way of recovering faster, and the chocolate you ate was meant to provide the energy I needed. But Venom hesitated, scratching the back of its head. Once my injuries healed, I guess my body decided to use the extra energy for something else, evolving. Without realizing it, I started getting stronger, faster, better in all areas. Strength, speed, reflexes, and even sensory perception. Venom's grin returned, this time more confident. That's why I took so long to wake up. But now, we're stronger than ever, at least twice as strong as before. That gray-skinned freak I stomped, even with his improved durability, I crushed him like a bug. He didn't stand a chance, Venom said proudly, puffing out its chest. It picked up another piece of chocolate from the table, cautiously watching Chen Lin'an's reaction. Oh, and one more thing. My resistance to fire and sonic attacks has improved too. If we were to face another explosion like the last one, I'd only need a couple of days to recover, not months. Chen Lin'an's expression softened slightly, and Venom took that as a sign to unwrap the chocolate. It popped the piece into its mouth, savoring it with a happy hum. This hazelnut chocolate is great. Crunchy and aromatic. I'd give it a solid 90 out of 100. Watching Venom happily munch away, Chen Lin'an couldn't help but let out a faint smile. He took a bite of the chocolate he'd snatched earlier and said, "Fine. I guess your explanation makes sense for now." Feeling victorious, Venom wiggled with joy, its smug satisfaction practically radiating off of it. But before it could celebrate for long, Chen Lin'an added, "However, because of your extended vacation, all the chocolate I promised you as a reward is officially revoked." Asterisk clatter. Asterisk. The chocolate Venom had been holding fell to the table. It stared at Chen Lin'an, its wide, innocent eyes filled with disbelief and grief. The man's cheerful smile only deepened Venom's despair. "No," Venom wailed, the sound echoing dramatically through the apartment. Its anguish was almost comical. After all the effort it had put into cleaning, cooking, and tidying the apartment for the promise of chocolate, seeing it all taken away was a devastating blow. Chen Lin'an, on the other hand, found the situation incredibly amusing. Watching Venom sulk and squirm brought a rare sense of satisfaction. Just then, the communicator on the table began to beep. Chen Lin'an picked it up and saw a message from Peter. It started with a note of gratitude for his help at the factory, followed by a question about genetics. Peter explained that his research had hit a dead end and asked if Chen Lin'an or anyone he knew might have insights into genetic mutations. Chen Lin'an frowned thoughtfully. He wasn't an expert on genetics, but he was curious about Peter's mutation and wanted to help if he could. After a moment of consideration, he responded honestly, admitting his limited knowledge but expressing his willingness to try. Peter replied quickly, saying he'd share some of his research notes and data with Chen Lin'an. Even if it was a long shot, Peter was determined to explore every possible avenue. The two arranged to meet later to exchange the materials. Chen Lin'an, turning to Venom, explained Peter's situation and their plan to help him. Venom, still sulking, perked up slightly at the mention of Peter's mutation. "That idiot's mutating again? That's odd. I didn't notice any signs of instability when we last met," Venom mused, rubbing its chin thoughtfully. Chen Lin'an nodded, his mind racing. If his genes were stable before, something must have triggered this. Maybe he was exposed to something unusual recently. "Could be," Venom agreed. "We should ask him about it. If we figure out what caused the mutation, it might help us stabilize it." As they prepared to leave, Chen Lin'an reassured Venom. "Look, I know I revoke your rewards, but I'll buy you a whole box of hazelnut chocolate later. Consider it a welcome-back gift." Venom brightened instantly, its earlier despair vanishing. "Really? A whole box?" Yeah. Let's just get going," Chen Lin'an said with a chuckle. Venom's mood turned jubilant. Suddenly, the world seemed brighter, the sky bluer, the breeze gentler. The promise of chocolate made everything feel right again. Chen Lin'an quickly arrived at the meeting spot he and Peter had agreed upon. The rooftop of the building where the bat statue named Bruce stood, a familiar place the two often used for their discussions. The stone railing near Bruce had clearly been recently repaired, showing signs of fresh patches. It reminded Chen Lin'an of the time when Shocker and Scorpion had ambushed him here, their attacks shattering parts of the railing. Thankfully, those attacks hadn't strayed far. Otherwise, poor Bruce might have been obliterated. As usual, Chen Lin'an perched himself on the repaired railing, casually scrolling through the news while waiting for Peter to arrive. He knew Peter wouldn't be as quick as him. Peter was still dealing with the effects of his mutation and couldn't rely on his spider abilities to travel swiftly. It would take him a little longer to get here. On the massive screen across the street, the ever-irritating face of Jonah Jameson dominated the broadcast. True to form, Jameson was ranting about Venom, as though the man had nothing else to do but obsess over the symbiote. The bodies of Tombstone, Scorpion, and Shocker had been